Hello everyone's, I don't watch Pokemon anime, so I don't know, there's some mistakes in this novel. I read 20 chapter, it's look interesting novel, so I upload it. If there are any mistakes, tell me. It's my first Pokemon novel. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Under the azure sky, a Pidgeot led a flock of Pidgeys, soaring across. On the grass, gentle wild Pokemon like Rattata and Oddish were dozing, snoring against the base of a large tree. Opposite them, under another large tree, a boy who looked to be around 10 years old was blankly staring at these snoring wild Pokemon, muttering to himself. So, you can transmigrate twice, huh? That's right, this was Su Sheng's second transmigration. His first transmigration brought him to the world of One Piece. There, he joined Vegapunk's science team and achieved even greater technological feats than the man himself. Unlike Vegapunk, who, despite possessing technology far ahead of his time, always wavered in his stance, sometimes getting close to the Revolutionary Army, sometimes choosing to serve the world government. Su Sheng's position was quite firm, which was, neither the Navy nor the pirates were good people. Therefore, after learning all of Vegapunk's technology, Su Sheng chose to cooperate with Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, cooperate with Sabo, not Monkey D. Dragon. Because Su Sheng always felt that the man with the slipper tattoo on his face was unreliable, always sweating when something happened. His subordinates were captured, and his good brothers were even green-hatted. Yet, he still didn't act. In the end, Su Sheng led his Seraphim army, united with Sabo and the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, to launch a full-scale war against the world government, led by the Celestial Dragons. The scale of the war was no less than the Marineford War. Finally, when they fought to the empty throne, facing Imu, that androgynous monster. Because he didn't understand the opponent's ability, he fell for a trick. Alas, if he had advanced in the Pokemon world beforehand, learning how to prevent direct attacks on trainers, this wouldn't have happened. But what Su Sheng never expected was, after transmigrating to the world of One Piece and dying once, he could actually transmigrate a second time. To the world of Pokemon. Goo goo goo. Just as Su Sheng was reminiscing about the past glorious years, his stomach suddenly issued a muffled, thunderous protest. Speaking of which, it's been 2 cons since I transmigrated, and I haven't eaten anything. Su Sheng patted his stomach. Nado nado. As if hearing Su Sheng's stomach protest, an Oddish launched a razor leaf, accurately slicing the fruit off the tree above Su Sheng's head. Several pecha berries landed precisely in front of Su Sheng. Is it for me? Su Sheng's eyes lit up. Nado nado. The Oddish nodded with a smile. Good boy, what a good kid. Su Sheng walked up, picked up the Oddish, and stroked it a few times. After asking which city was closest to here, Su Sheng picked up the pecha berries and waved goodbye to the Oddish. What a wonderful place, like a utopia, a world apart from that ghostly world in my previous life. Su Sheng chewed on the pecha berries while complaining as he headed towards the city. In his previous life, he read One Piece fanfiction, where the protagonist either became a pirate or a marine after transmigrating. But in Su Sheng's view, neither side was a good thing. Although there were some exceptions, most of them were rotten to the core. After walking for nearly an hour, Su Sheng finally arrived at this coastal city. I should find an adult and ask where this is. Su Sheng thought to himself. He needed to figure out which region he was in first. If it was Kanto, he planned to go and rely on Professor Oak, who wasn't Ash's father but was better than Ash's father. With the technology he learned in the world of One Piece, it wouldn't be a problem to become an assistant and gain a foothold with that ramen-loving old man. Her it is. Su Sheng noticed an old woman by the street ahead. Could you really be, my Evie? However, as Su Sheng approached, he heard the old woman's trembling, extremely frightened voice. Getting closer, he saw a Umbreon squatting in front of her. It should be her Pokemon. However, the old woman, a trainer, held her hands in front of her, her legs trembling violently with fear, as if she was about to fall to the ground in the next second. The Umbreon on the opposite side was not doing any better. Seeing her beloved master showing such an attitude towards her for the first time, she only felt that the world was collapsing. The old woman trembled and said, this dark skin, and the red eyes, too ominous, too scary. Umbreon's pupils dilated sharply, and her small body trembled as if electrocuted. Tisk tisk, it seems this world isn't as good as I thought. Su Sheng thought to himself. Just as Umbreon suppressed the pain in her heart and wanted to take a step forward to comfort her master, the old woman subconsciously took a step back. Don't come near me. This step left an irreparable rift between her and Umbreon. Don't come over, don't come over. The old woman turned to run away, but Su Sheng blocked her path. Hey, Grandma, haven't you seen an Umbreon before? It's also an evolved form of Eevee, there's no need to be so afraid, right? Black is pretty cool, isn't it? Su Sheng vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he had put in a lot of effort to evolve Eevee into Umbreon when playing the game. What Umbreon? Quick, let me through. You can have it if you like. Saying that, the old woman ran past Su Sheng. Without a moment's hesitation. Really? She doesn't even know about Dark-type Umbreon. Su Sheng turned his head to look at the old woman's back, then looked at the Umbreon with lowered eyes and a deathly pale face. Little Black, why don't you follow me for now? After I research a way to devolve you back into Eevee, how about you go back to your master? Su Sheng thought for a moment and said. Upon hearing this, the pain on Umbreon's face instantly turned to shock. This human child must be crazy? She had never heard of an Eevee being able to devolve after evolving. However, what Umbreon didn't know was that after transmigrating, Su Sheng's scientific research heart began to stir. He couldn't wait to study the differences in power between Pokémon and devil fruits. Evolution was naturally one of the projects. But during this time, you have to be responsible for helping me find food. I'm not like Monkey D. Luffy, I don't work for free. Su Sheng then reminded. The reason why he joined forces with Sabo to fight the world government in his previous life was not purely because of a sense of justice. More importantly, after the world government saw that Vegapunk had ulterior motives, they set their sights on him. Although Su Sheng didn't think he was a great person, he was at least a person. He didn't want to get involved with those brain-dead people. Since that was the case, it was better to strike first. Thus, there was the great battle where Su Sheng joined forces with the Revolutionary Army to attack the Holy Land of Mary Gosa. Bulletin E. After a long while, Umbreon finally opened her mouth and responded. She was now homeless, did she have any other choice? Newcomer here, please take care of me, there are many drafts, please watch with confidence. Chapter 2. Grumble. Su Sheng's stomach protested again. Fruit really isn't filling. Su Sheng patted his protesting little belly and looked down at Umbreon, saying. There's an old saying in Yanhuang, food is the first necessity of the people. Let's fill our stomachs first, then slowly think about the future. Umbreon nodded in agreement. Although it hadn't yet emerged from the sorrow of being abandoned by its original owner. In the short time of less than 10 minutes spent with the human boy before it, Umbreon had already sensed that the boy held no malice or prejudice towards it. This was enough to be the reason for Umbreon to follow him. After Su Sheng and Umbreon left, a figure dressed in a black cloak, styled like a gambler, emerged from an alleyway beside the street behind them. His eyes under the round hat were filled with disbelief, and he muttered to himself. Dark type, causing a Pokémon to regress after evolving, that kid, is he joking? If it were any other time, he would have thought it was just some Chuyuni nonsense from a kid. But through the short period of covert observation just now, he also discovered that Su Sheng exuded a maturity completely unbefitting his age, as well as a powerful confidence contained within his eyes. Making him have to wonder, could he really do it? Giovanni was silent for a long time. At any other time, even if he didn't personally observe, he would at least send a subordinate to follow that kid and see if he could really stir up something. But now, he wasn't in the mood. Recently, Giovanni had been secretly searching for his missing son. Unable to find him in Kanto, Giovanni had come to Johto. He didn't even mobilize his Team Rocket subordinates. Because Giovanni hadn't told anyone about having a child, including his subordinates. Because children often become a parent's weakness. As the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni had countless enemies. If his opponents knew he had a son, what would happen? There was no way Giovanni, as an old fox, couldn't imagine it. So he had kept this matter a closely guarded secret. Yet even so, his child had still gone missing. Who is it? Giovanni gritted his teeth secretly, in no mood to pay attention to Su Sheng, and turned to melt back into the darkness. Pokémon Center. Big sister, the food at the Pokémon Center is free, right? Su Sheng looked up, blinking his cute eyes, and asked Nurse Joy sweetly. Along the way, he had obtained a lot of information through this appearance. First of all, this was Qianwood City in the Johto region. However, the timeline of this Pokémon world was different from the one he watched in anime and played in games in his previous life. The current Kanto League champion was the Ghost-type user Agatha, not the Flying-type Elite Four member. In other words, it was at least several years away from the storyline Su Sheng was familiar with. Moreover, Professor Oak hadn't invented the Pokédex yet, so the public didn't know about the Dark type, which wasn't a very common attribute. Also, the Pokémon transfer devices and Pokémon recovery devices that players used every day in the game, all of these were non-existent. But there was one thing that existed. That was, just like Ash in the anime, Pokémon centers provided free medical services, food, and lodging. Yes, little brother. Seeing such a cute little loli, the Nurse Joy on the other side of the counter immediately returned a smile. Su Sheng felt the happiness of that little brat, Momonosuke. Alas, speaking of which, not destroying the world government in my previous life was my first regret, and my second regret was not killing that Momonosuke bastard. Hearing that the Pokémon Center did indeed provide free food, Su Sheng immediately beamed. I love this world to death. However, Nurse Joy's next sentence stunned Su Sheng. Little brother, please show me your trainer ID. Hi. Trainer ID? What's that? Oh wait. It seems like there was something like that in the game. I remember it had the trainer's name, trainer number, and how many badges they had obtained. But because it seemed to be just a decoration, he didn't pay attention to it at all when he played the game in his previous life. Seeing Su Sheng's expression was not right, the bright smile on Nurse Joy's face also showed a bit of doubt. Little friend, are you not a registered trainer with the league? Then you'll have to pay. The cost of accommodation and meals for one day is 1,000 poke dollars. Su Sheng touched his pants pocket, which was cleaner than his face, and began to calculate how to leave without looking so embarrassed. I'll treat you to this meal. Nurse Joy suddenly said again. This. Su Sheng was a little surprised. Nurse Joy smiled, I can still afford this little bit of money. Half an hour later, in the restaurant of the Qianwood City Pokémon Center, many trainers cast expressions of seeing a ghost at Su Sheng. Well, he was indeed a ghost. A starving ghost. Even Umbreon, who was squatting on the ground with a bowl of Pokémon food in front of it, felt that the food in the bowl was no longer fragrant. How embarrassing! Is it delicious? At this time, that Nurse Joy came over with Chansey. Thank you, Sister Sayori, I will repay you in the future. Su Sheng swallowed a mouthful of curry rice and gave Joy Sayori a thumbs up. According to the other party's self-introduction, Su Sheng learned that Joy was the surname of the Joy family. After the surname, each Joy naturally also had a name. And from Joy Sayori's mouth, Su Sheng also learned a lot of knowledge about this real Pokémon world. Among them, there was the knowledge of League-registered trainer. Only such trainers can enjoy free accommodation and treatment services at Pokémon centers. Just like the players in the game, and Ash and his friends in the anime. The condition for becoming a League-registered trainer is to pay a tax to the League every year from birth, and then at the age of 10, the League will issue a Pokémon with good aptitude to this trainer. Most of them are the starter Pokémon. However, this service can only last until the age of 20, during the minor period. Come to think of it, that's right. If you could really eat and drink for free at the Pokémon Center for a lifetime, then how could there still be office workers in this world? In his previous life, Su Sheng played games and fought many trainers of the type business person on the roadside. But after understanding these things, Su Sheng thought of another question. Where did Ash's mother, Auntie Hanako, get her money from? Out of curiosity, Su Sheng asked Joy Sayori how much tax she had to pay to become a registered trainer for 10 years. After getting the answer, Su Sheng was really curious about where Auntie Hanako, who didn't seem to work usually in the anime, got so much money. Could it be Professor Oak's sponsorship? Cough cough. I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it any longer, this book will be gone. Sheng, are you an orphan? Just as Su Sheng was thinking wildly, Joy Sayori suddenly asked. Su Sheng? Hey, why are you cursing people? Chapter 3. Joy Sayori wasn't scolding him, she just found it strange. Why would a child, not so young, be completely ignorant of such basic knowledge? Had no one taught him since he was little? Could he be a runaway? Or, escaped from an orphanage? Sayori-ne, can you keep this a secret? Su Sheng's eyes darted around, then he lowered his voice with a serious expression. Joy Sayori was taken aback by Su Sheng's demeanor. She nodded solemnly. Actually, I am a child born of a human and an elf. Hi. As a medical professional, Joy Sayori was shocked. Humans and elves can have children? This was the first time she'd heard of it. My dad, he's a bastard. Su Sheng slammed his little fist on the table, gritting his teeth. After getting my mom pregnant, he put her in a poke ball, and while she was asleep, he threw her, along with the poke ball, into the forest. Later, my mother gave birth to me in the forest, and I grew up with Pokémon, so I don't know much about the human world. Joy Sayori was completely dumbfounded. This story completely reshaped her worldview. The Umbreon beside the seat also looked puzzled. Doesn't understand the human world? I saw you communicating with humans without any problems on the way to the Pokémon Center earlier. This is truly shocking. I never thought humans and elves could actually. Sheng, these many years, it must have been hard for you. Joy Sayori's sympathy surged. Don't worry, Sayori-ne, aren't I doing pretty well now? Su Sheng apologized to his deceased father from his previous life in his heart. He couldn't think of a better reason at the moment, so he directly used N's background. But on second thought, N wasn't necessarily born from a male human and a female elf. A male elf and a female human are also possible, right? Like a large-rooted gardevoir, after all, that guy is also a green-haired one. Finally, under Joy Sayori's sympathetic gaze, Su Sheng, the unregistered person, successfully completed his identity registration. Although she didn't help him pay the 10 years of taxes to become a registered trainer who could receive the starter Pokémon. But with a formal identity, at least he could do much more than as an unregistered person. Afterward, Joy Sayori asked Su Sheng to return to his room to rest, saying she would help him find a host family tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng took advantage of Joy Sayori's inattention. The next day, Su Sheng got up early, left a letter expressing his gratitude, and left. Usually, he would learn from Momosuke to act like a child to get some information, but actually living with another family and pretending to be a child for a few years? That would kill him. Moreover, although Su Sheng didn't think Joy Sayori was that kind of person, he was always afraid that someone would take him for vivisection once she reported his background. There was no other way. Having stayed in the world of deceit and rampant spies in one piece for so long, Su Sheng always liked to consider the worst-case scenario. Although he often used pirates and world government dogs for experiments in his previous life, he didn't want to be used for experiments himself. I have a general understanding of this world, but the problem of money is still not solved. Su Sheng stretched, chatting idly with Umbreon as they walked down the street. To help you devolve, I need to study your DNA composition, which requires a lot of professional equipment. Syringes, blood collection tubes, blood routine examination instruments. These things cost a lot of money, but I don't even have money for lunch. EV. Umbreon responded in the same casual tone. And occasionally cast an incredible sidelong glance at this new master. No, is he serious? Not to mention the EV family, even throughout Pokémon history, Umbreon had never heard of being able to devolve after evolving. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. I'm very confident in this aspect. Su Sheng touched Umbreon's round head. Tisk, but no matter how many times I look at it, I think it's so beautiful. This jet black fur, these red eyes, plus a little golden pattern embellishment. Since Sylveon in his previous life became the most popular EV evolution in XY, relying on its elegant and beautiful appearance, plus the best ability in the EV family, fairy skin. But Su Sheng still thought Umbreon was the coolest. It has a mysterious beauty. Su Sheng's praise stunned Umbreon again. Is this how I look, beautiful? You know, until she fell asleep in the Pokémon Center last night. The fearful expression of her original owner abandoning her was still in her dreams. The two continued to walk down the street. Umbreon stole glances at Su Sheng more and more frequently. She could feel it. Su Sheng's words were not comforting or coaxing her, he really thought so. Why, aren't you my first owner? Cyndaquil, use Ember. Whoa! Rattata! Dodge quickly! Just then, a burst of children's shouts came from ahead. Su Sheng and Umbreon looked up. They found two boys, about the same age as Su Sheng now, were having a Pokémon battle. The Pokémon used were Cyndaquil and Rattata. Well, the two had similar command skills as trainers. But looking at the difference in Pokémon, the outcome was obvious. Don't say there are no useless Pokémon, only useless trainers. Or take Giovanni's Beedrill or Red's Pikachu as examples. As a scientist, Su Sheng said, don't use individual cases as examples. For example, Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit and Hancock's two sisters' Snake Fruit, which one would you choose to eat? Giovanni and Red are individual cases among individual cases, okay? Why haven't you seen anyone else cultivate Beedrill or Pikachu, such common Pokémon, to that level of solitary invincibility? If you transmigrators aim to become peak trainers without systems or other cheats, you should still choose Pokémon with a higher upper limit. Didn't you see that Luffy's rubber fruit, because it couldn't keep up with the rhythm in the later environment of God fights, directly opened a cheat and became Nika? Yay! I won! In the end, Rattata still failed to rely on the divine skill dodge quickly to reverse the situation. The Cyndaquil trainer won. As agreed, this bag of Pikachu chocolate cookies is mine. The little boy took a bag of cookies with Pikachu printed on the cover from the other party. Seeing this scene, Su Sheng's smile gradually became perverted. Oh dear, how could I forget how I made money playing games in my previous life? Welcome to Comment and Talk More. Chapter 4. 10 minutes later, Su Sheng held a Pikachu biscuit box in his left hand, constantly reaching in with his right, throwing them into his mouth to chew, and a Seduct chips bag tucked under his arm. Completely ignoring the two snotty, teary-eyed peers behind him, he strode away with Umbreon. Geez, how could I forget how I made money while playing the game? Su Sheng mumbled to himself, shaking his head while munching on a biscuit. That's right, back in his previous life when playing the game, wasn't battling the source of income for trainers? Sometimes, when encountering wealthy NPCs, they'd give tens of thousands. Although there's a difference between the game and reality, it's impossible to earn a living through such means. But bullying elementary school students and snatching snacks is no problem. Although it's a bit immoral. What? I'm an elementary school student too? Oh, never mind then. However, selling items is also a major source of income. Unfortunately, Su Sheng has been wandering around the city quite a bit these past few days, but he hasn't found any nuggets or anything like that. He hasn't even picked up a wild poke ball. Indeed, you can't completely trust things in games. Hey! What's your name? We'll definitely beat you next time. At this moment, the boy with the Cyndaquil shouted defiantly. My name is Takeshi Giant. Su Sheng replied without turning his head. Thus, for a long time to come, legends about Takeshi Giant circulated in Cerulean City. Several days later, at the entrance of the Cerulean City department store, surrounded by many onlookers, a ferret was filled with unwillingness, but unable to resist the exhaustion surging through its body, it staggered 2 steps and collapsed to the ground, its eyes spinning. My ferret! The young man, ferret's owner, looked shocked, unable to believe what he was seeing in the boy, less than half his age, who had a Pokémon he'd never seen before, one that gave people goosebumps all over. Ferret is unable to battle, The young man's girlfriend, who was acting as the referee, wanted to announce the result of the match. But she paused halfway through her sentence. Come to think of it, she didn't even know what that dark, sooty Pokémon was called. Umbreon. Su Sheng glanced sideways, she's Umbreon. Oh. The girlfriend nodded repeatedly and then announced with a smile, Ferret is unable to battle, Umbreon wins, therefore the winner of this instant noodle contest is this young friend. Oh! Amazing, amazing! That boy is really strong. But that Pokémon feels a bit scary, its name has EV in it, could it be a type of EV evolution? Huh? Aren't there only 3 types of EV evolutions? The surrounding onlookers began to discuss animatedly. Meanwhile, Su Sheng had already walked up to the man and said with a light smile, Uncle, according to the agreement, give me the stuff. Tisk call me brother, you unadorable little brat. The man retrieved his ferret and handed Su Sheng a bag containing a Tiflosion branded instant noodle pack and a portion of Pokémon food with a displeased expression. That's right, this was the agreed upon prize. If Su Sheng lost, he would have to give the other party a Jengar QQ candy, and if the man lost, he would have to give Su Sheng a pack of Tiflosion instant noodles and Pokémon food. As for that Jengar QQ candy, well, of course, Su Sheng won it from an elementary school student. But after bullying elementary school students for a few days, seeing their tearful appearance, Su Sheng, this old geezer who had lived through 3 lifetimes, felt a little unbearable. Forget it, let's set our sights on adults. Thus, this friendly match came to be. Su Sheng's target was basically these kinds of blockheads who bought a bunch of food, preferably with their girlfriends. The reason is simple, when a girlfriend is present, straight men often won't refuse for the sake of face. Another reason is that a man without a woman in his heart is naturally a god at throwing poke balls. Look at those powerful trainers, Red, Blue, Lance, Alder, which one isn't a single dog? This illustrates a problem. Only single dogs are worthy of being awesome trainers. How can you men, who are addicted to beauty and exude a sour stench, reach the peak? Okay, here you go. The man handed over the items with a resentful expression. But your Pokémon looks really scary, this black fur and red eyes, and those moves, they sound pretty scary, are they called Snarl and Pursuit? Using such a scary Pokémon at such a young age. I advise you to switch to a more normal Pokémon. Having been repeatedly called scary by the audience and the man, Umbreon, the clear victor, lost the light in its eyes and drooped its head. Su Sheng, who was about to take the food, immediately retracted his hand. Sensing the displeasure emanating from Su Sheng, Umbreon subconsciously raised its head. Only to see its owner say with disdain, kings have the talent of kings, chefs have the talent of chefs, Pokémon have their own way of survival and fighting, and there is no distinction between noble and lowly among Pokémon. Su Sheng admitted that there was a distinction between strong and weak among Pokémon. Just like Hermit Purple and Star Platinum are not in the same league, and Surskit 99% of the time, is impossible to defeat Aquaman. But just as there is no distinction between noble and lowly among professions, he doesn't think there is any distinction between noble and lowly among Pokémon either. As long as it's a Pokémon he likes, whether it's a Weedle or a Rayquaza, he will nurture it well. Saying this, Su Sheng didn't want the food and turned to leave. What are you doing with your head down? Lift it up. You are the victor. Umbreon bit its lip tightly, watching Su Sheng's retreating back, only feeling an infinite amount of motivation welling up inside. Finally, it raised its head high, like a proud queen. In the eyes of the surrounding people, whether fearful, apprehensive, or admiring. With its neck raised, it followed behind Su Sheng and left proudly. 10 minutes later, on a public bench by the Cerulean city coast. This stuff, it's hard to feel full. Su Sheng opened the pack of Jengar QQ candies, one for himself, one for Umbreon, and in no time, it was empty. Umbreon. Umbreon lowered its head again in disappointment. If it weren't for itself. I told you not to always lower your head and sigh. Lift your head. Like this. Su Sheng put one hand on his hip and pointed at Umbreon, tilting his head back constantly, almost forming a 90-degree angle. It appeared. The signature condescending posture of the pirate empress. Like this, step on all the people who look down on you. Like an empress. That's right, you are the Pokémon empress. Don't be influenced by the nonsense of the people around you, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful Pokémon. Umbreon's fangs bit its lower lip tightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, the grievances that had been gathering for a long time turned into tears that seemed to burst from a dam, gushing out. Chapter 5. Clap, clap, clap. The sudden applause made Su Sheng and Umbreon instinctively look for the source of the sound. Well said. A man wearing a black cloak and a white scarf, looking like he walked straight out of a God of Gamblers movie set, approached with a smile. He clapped as he walked towards them. Su Sheng's expression changed slightly. He recognized the man. After Joey Sayori helped him get an ID card, Su Sheng was able to enter many public areas, including the library. He learned a lot of knowledge there. Among them were the current gym leaders of various alliance regions. Like the man in front of him. Giovanni, the Vermilion City gym leader of the Kanto region, known as Giovanni of the Earth and the Invincible Gym Leader. But the reason Su Sheng frowned secretly was naturally the man's hidden identity, the leader of Team Rocket. Before long, Giovanni had walked up to Su Sheng and said with a smile. Kings have the talent of kings, chefs have the talent of chefs, and Pokémon have no distinction between noble and lowly. Well said, so well said. It was rare for Giovanni to show such excitement. Back when Beedrill was his first Pokémon, he traveled the world with it and was often met with scorn from many league elites. Afterward, Giovanni defeated them one by one. And told the world that even weak Pokémon can unleash brilliance. And today, for the first time, someone was able to express his feelings from his youth. Kings have the talent of kings, chefs have the talent of chefs. Well said, you said it so well. So it's Mr. Giovanni, the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region. After all, he was an old fox who had lived for 3 lifetimes, so Su Sheng immediately hid the hint of astonishment in his eyes and his expression turned calm. What brings a Kanto gym leader to Johto? The smile on Giovanni's face instantly diminished a lot, and even became a little gloomy. Of course, he came to find his missing son. But after searching around, he had no clues. Bringing up this matter made his mood worse. But Giovanni was still an old fox, and immediately put away the gloom on his face and said with a smile. Gym leaders also need to rest, and I occasionally want to visit other regions. Oh, so Gym leader Giovanni saw my battle just now? I've made a fool of myself. Su Sheng pretended to be modest. But he didn't believe that Giovanni really came to Johto for sightseeing. He guessed that he was secretly developing his power in Johto. After all, the Johto region could be regarded as Team Rocket's second base in the future. Your words have made this old man's blood boil, how about it? Want to have a battle? Giovanni asked with a smile. On the one hand, he wanted to use the battle to temporarily forget the pain of his son. On the other hand, he wanted to personally test the potential of this seedling. I don't like playing soul-like games. Giovanni didn't understand what Su Sheng meant for a moment. It means I don't like looking for abuse. Su Sheng shrugged. Did he not know his own limitations when it came to winning against Giovanni? Haha. What's wrong with that? It's just a friendly match, it doesn't matter who wins or loses, Uncle will treat you to dinner. Giovanni had the attitude of a kind and amiable senior. Then I won't be polite. Su Sheng thought about it, and there was nothing to lose from fighting. But he still had to be careful. After all, the man in front of him had an unusual identity. And he didn't know what he was doing in Johto from thousands of miles away. Alas, the disadvantage of transmigrating too early is this. The motives of the original characters are not so easy to guess. Young man, is that new type of EV your first Pokémon? The two stood facing each other on the beach of Kianwood City, and Giovanni spoke first. Yes, it's called Umbreon, but the league doesn't seem to have officially recognized it yet, and many people don't know about the dark type. Oh? Dark type, sounds good. Did you come up with the name? Let's just say I came up with it. I'm pretty good at this kind of thing. Then, Giovanni put his left hand in his pocket and took out a Pokeball with his right hand. Then, to show my respect, I'll also bring out an old partner who has been with me for a long time. Hearing the words old partner, Su Sheng was slightly stunned. Could it be? Immediately afterward, Giovanni threw the Pokeball in his palm backward. The ball cover popped open and a white light flashed. A Nidoking with a burly figure and fierce temperament slammed heavily on the beach. This guy has been with me ever since I started traveling in Kanto. Giovanni's mouth curled up slightly. He's very strong. Then you make the first move, young man. Giovanni opened his palms and made a please gesture. I've never been good at fighting myself, but I'm still good at commanding others to fight. Let me see the gap between me and the top experts in this field. After Su Sheng said this with a smile, his pupils suddenly shrank. Go, Umbreon! Umbreon rushed out like a black streak, heading straight for Nidoking. Giovanni's eyes moved, and he thought to himself. Oh? He took over this EV from that old woman for less than 10 days, and he's already made such progress. It seems this kid is good at raising Pokémon. In an instant, Umbreon had rushed in front of Nidoking. Is he going to use a close-range move? Giovanni raised his eyebrows slightly and waved his finger lightly. My Nidoking is very good at this. Despite its large size, its movements were surprisingly agile. Nidoking clenched its fist, and electric arcs flashed across it, as if a burst of sound rose in the air the moment it was punched. Thunder punch! Boom! The sound of the fist hitting sounded like muffled thunder. The huge difference in size made it seem like a tiger had punched a rag doll. Go, pursuit! Hearing Su Sheng's command, Umbreon, who had just taken a punch to the stomach and was still on Nidoking's fist, suddenly opened its eyes and grinned, revealing its fangs. A look of conspiracy succeeded. In the next instant, Umbreon's dark skin burst with veins, and its small body slammed down heavily. Like a diamond Barbie, making Nidoking's head tilt. A little dazed. A hint of surprise appeared in Giovanni's eyes. Although he had just exchanged glances with Nidoking, signaling him to hold back. And he was using a non-stab move. But even so, that Umbreon was able to take it. And even immediately counter-attack in the next instant? Did you use a defense-boosting move? Young man. Giovanni was indeed the strongest gym leader in Kanto, and he saw the problem at a glance. At the last moment, Umbreon's running slowed down a bit. I see, he's using Curse, right? Curse, if used by a non-ghost type Pokémon, will increase attack and defense at the cost of reducing speed. Generally speaking, when using enhancement skills, Pokémon will stand still, but this one of yours is able to strengthen itself while moving. You've put in a lot of effort, haven't you? The surprise in Giovanni's eyes turned into appreciation again. Little Black hasn't been with me for long, I can only teach her this little bit. Su Sheng smiled. This is not a little bit. Giovanni smiled even more. Damn, I want this kid more and more. Chapter 6. So, how about this move? Kid. Google searched Kin. Giovanni waved his hand lightly, not calling out the name of the move. But Nidoking had already raised its long tail high, and in the next instant, slammed it heavily on the ground. Years of cultivated understanding allowed Nidoking to immediately grasp its master's intentions from Giovanni's various subtle movements. The next second, the surrounding sand surged like waves. As if forming two large hands, squeezing towards Umbreon in the center. Earth power. Ground-type moves often have a large attack range. But there is one weakness. Umbreon. Su Sheng flicked his index finger upwards. Umbreon jumped up, leaping into the air. As long as it's in the air, it can avoid most ground-type moves. Ash had already proven this in the anime. Indeed, being high in the air can deal with 99% of ground-type moves, but Kid, non-flying type Pokémon have severely limited maneuverability in the high sky. As a man whose alias contains the word Earth, how could Giovanni not understand this weakness of ground-type moves? Almost at the instant Umbreon jumped up, Nidoking had already opened its mouth wide. In front of its mouth, like a tailed beast bomb, a light orange, high-density energy ball gathered. That's the fighting-type Aura Sphere. In the game, this move's power is as high as 120. But the hit rate is only a pitiful 70. And the electric-type ultimate move, Zap Cannon, is also like this. Many high-power moves often have difficulty controlling accuracy due to excessive destructive force and overwhelming power. But Pokémon without flying ability in the air are often sitting ducks. At this time, unless you're a MAC team member, it's impossible to miss. Fire! Giovanni said two words with a light smile. Whoosh! The power of Aura Sphere is indeed impressive. The friction between the launched projectile and the air made people's eardrums ache. Even if it's not Nidoking's same type attack, once this move hits, Umbreon won't be able to stand up. Substitute. Under Su Sheng's command, a surge of energy split from within Umbreon's body, and quickly transformed into an identical clone in front of it. It was the substitute shield created at the cost of its own stamina. Boom! The Aura Sphere hit the substitute, causing an exaggerated wave, directly blowing Umbreon in midair away like a kite with a broken string. One more thunder punch. Giovanni certainly gave the order. Nidoking stared at Umbreon falling in midair, judging the position of its descent. Quickly taking 2 steps forward, its right fist charged with electricity, standing below waiting. Like an athlete waiting for a badminton to fall, preparing for a smash. Just at the last moment when the falling Umbreon was less than half a meter away from Nidoking's fist, Su Sheng suddenly spoke. Use Dark Pulse with all your strength. Upon hearing this, Umbreon suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a dark spiral wave shockwave. But this move was not used to attack Nidoking, but... Eek! The Dark Pulse that Umbreon spat out, like a rocket thruster, pushed her in the opposite direction. Almost grazing Nidoking's fist, it avoided the move. It can be like this. Giovanni's eyes lit up, surprised, but more delighted. Feint attack. Using the reaction force of the Dark Pulse to come to Nidoking's shoulder, Umbreon gathered its strength in its right hind leg. With a rabbit kick, it wanted to kick Nidoking's temple at the side of its head. But Nidoking turned its head a step faster, letting Umbreon's kick hit the center of its hard forehead. Nidoking, who took this flying kick head-on, grinned, revealing an evil smile. Raising its hand, it twisted Umbreon in its hand and slammed it hard on the beach. Oops, unknowingly Nidoking got serious. Giovanni raised his eyebrows slightly, looked up at Su Sheng and said. Your command is as precise as if it has been calculated. But it's a bit of a pity, your partner doesn't seem to be able to keep up with the rhythm. Alright, I already understand your strength, then this battle can also. Saying that, Giovanni made a gesture, signaling Nidoking to stop. After all, the essential purpose of Giovanni proposing this friendly match was not because of Umbreon, but to see Su Sheng's potential. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no reason to continue. Seeing this, Nidoking prepared to withdraw its hand. However, just as it raised its arm, it noticed something was wrong. Looking down, I saw this little fox stepping on the back of its left hand with its 4 paws, its fangs biting into the flesh of its wrist, and its scarlet eyes staring at it with a crazy look. This little bastard? At this moment, Nidoking completely put away its previous contempt. Treating Umbreon as an opponent worthy of equal treatment. Too beautiful. Su Sheng sincerely praised. That look, is a look of never giving up until the victory is decided. Giovanni also recalled the past from Umbreon's eyes. When his Weedle evolved into its final form, Beedrill, it also showed this kind of look. Translated into human language, it means, I want to fight for him. Then using all my strength to defeat you is the best compliment to you. Temporarily forgetting the troubles surrounding him recently, Giovanni currently only wanted to enjoy this brief and pure pleasure. Take it down, poison jab. Dark purple venom gathered on Nidoking's thick right arm, like a sharp poisonous blade piercing towards Umbreon. Dark pulse. Umbreon raised its head and spat out a dark spiral wave again. The two sides continued to approach. Finally, Umbreon only felt that the world in front of her gradually became blurred. In the end, when the line of sight completely turned into a piece of darkness, a familiar figure, a pair of warm hands, hugged her. Umbreon herself didn't know how long she slept. She tried hard to open her eyelids, and it took several seconds to see the world in front of her clearly. Where is this? Unfamiliar ceiling, unfamiliar bed, unfamiliar room. Looking at the bandages wrapped all over her body, Umbreon recalled the final confrontation with Nidoking before. Did I lose? How long has it been since then? Umbreon endured the pain from the wound, and looked out through the window. Master, and that man, are standing outside on the beach shrouded in starlight. Umbreon endured the pain and jumped out of the window, wanting to tell the master that she was awake. Then I heard the man's voice. I checked, your EV has been following that old woman for more than 7 years. Hearing Giovanni mention the topic she cared about most in her heart, the joy that had just risen on Umbreon's face instantly turned into astonishment, and her footsteps stopped abruptly. So what? Su Sheng's tone next to him seemed indifferent. Giovanni's next sentence pierced into Umbreon's heart like a sharp blade. The best growth period for a Pokémon is 0 to 3 years old, after 5 years old, it's basically over. Chapter 7. As soon as Sakeka said this, Umbreon was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Sakeka spoke slowly, sharing some tips on training Pokémon with Su Sheng. It was just like how Su Sheng trained athletes in his previous life. If you want to train a football player who can play in the World Cup, you even need to start preparing from the stage when he has just learned to walk and cannot speak yet. But now, Umbreon's age is like a student who is about to take the college entrance exam tomorrow, and you say you want to train her to play in the World Cup? Is that realistic? Okay, this example is a bit extreme. But Sakeka really meant this. That Umbreon, at most, will reach the height of the Elite Four. The upper limit is too low. I wonder how many trainers will be in tears when they hear Sakeka's words. What does it mean to at most reach the height of the Elite Four? You must know that this is the height that 99.99% of trainers can only hope for in their lifetime, okay? But it's not surprising. After all, Sakeka is now a champion-level trainer, and in the future, he will reach almost half a foot into the realm above the champion, and be called leader, a master level. It's normal for him to look down on the Elite Four level. And in Sakeka's eyes, Su Sheng should not be limited to the mere Elite Four. What ruthless remarks, Uncle, you don't want me to abandon Umbreon, do you? I don't care about the strength of the Pokémon. Umbreon, who had been lowering her head lower and lower because of Sakeka's words, regained a glimmer of light in her eyes when she heard the disdain in Su Sheng's tone. Ha, of course not. I'm just reminding you that there's no need to put too much energy on a Pokémon with a low upper limit. Sakeka smiled lightly. Just like our gym leaders will also train some Pokémon with average aptitude to deal with some fledgling challengers, when you get more excellent Pokémon, that Umbreon can be put into the second-tier team. Gym leaders will adjust their lineups according to the strength of the challengers. This is no longer a secret. It's just that the animation didn't explicitly show this. It has been confirmed in the game and the special edition animation later. And Sakeka's words are indeed not unreasonable. It's just like the teams in competitive sports. The strong start, the weak are substitutes. It's that realistic. Umbreon buried her head deeply again. Sakeka said again. Coincidentally, I have some Pokémon with good aptitude and have just been born recently. You can try to train them, such as Dratini. Dratini? Hearing these 3 words, Umbreon's face became even more ugly. Although she is just a Pokémon, she has lived in the human world since she was a child and doesn't know much about other Pokémon. But she also learned from the gossip of her former owner and others, or from TV shows, what kind of Pokémon Dratini is. Powerful dragon type, late bloomer but once cultivated to the final form, it will overwhelm most Pokémon, and is known as a pseudo-legendary super strong Pokémon. Umbreon bit her lower lip tightly with her fangs. That kind of Pokémon is suitable for such a perfect master, right? How about it? Want to try? If it's you, I think one day you will train it into a Dragonite, and it will not be inferior to the people of the Emo City Dragon Tamer family. Sakeka's words were like daggers, stabbing into the softest part of Umbreon's heart. Umbreon imagined that there would be such a Pokémon in the team in the future. In the future, the master will put all his care on it. Holding her to sleep every night, showing her a loving smile, and even kissing her face. And she can only shrink in the corner, silently watching all this. Then she lamented and complained, I was the first to come. Uncle Sakeke, you seem to look down on my Umbreon a bit. How about we make a bet? Susheng finally responded. Let Umbreon raise her little head that was about to hang to the ground again. Next time we fight, I will let her defeat your Pokémon, just use this EV with a low upper limit in your mouth. Sakeka looked disbelieving, then smiled, it's good to have a goal, but you also have to consider reality, young man, any kind of Pokémon has a limit. So you want to surpass Pokémon? Susheng's rhetorical question made Sakeka speechless for a while. Thinking of the devolution idea he heard from Susheng 10 days ago. Seeing his eyes that didn't mean any joke at the moment. Sakeka couldn't help but raise the expression is this kid serious, again in his heart. At this moment, Umbreon's expression was like Chopper who was redeemed by Hilu look, and she was already in tears. Seeing Susheng suddenly get up on the beach. Umbreon quickly went back to the house and lay down again. Don't you want Dratini? Sakeki asked, looking sideways. Rather than this, I hope Uncle Sakeka can sponsor me a sum of money. I want to study Pokémon properly. Susheng spread his hands, just treat it as an investment, and I will definitely repay you in the future. HOH. Sakeka couldn't help showing a look of anticipation, I hope I won't be disappointed. Susheng returned a smile, don't worry, this will be the most satisfying investment you've ever made. He learned so many things from Vegapunk in his previous life. Can't he make something out of it? He's not the kind of trash protagonist who doesn't grow at all after the author writes millions of words. The next morning, Susheng, who was sleeping on the sofa, just opened his eyes and found Umbreon lying on his pillow. Coincidentally, Umbreon also opened those blood-colored eyes at this time. Hey, did you get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and get on the wrong bed? Susheng ruined the other party's short but surprisingly good-feeling black hair. Well, although it's not as fluffy as Flareon, it's also very smooth. I'm going out to buy something. If all goes well, I'll be able to find a way to help you devolve back into EV soon. Be a good girl and wait at home. Susheng got up and put Umbreon back on the bed, hooked his chin again, simply washed up, and quickly went out. Umbreon, who had been staring at Susheng's back, looked hesitant to speak. It actually wanted to tell Susheng that it no longer cared about this appearance. Susheng has said more than once that its current appearance is beautiful, and Umbreon has completely accepted its current self and is proud of its current state. But, just when Umbreon wanted to express its feelings to Susheng, she suddenly remembered Sakeka's words last night. That EV's upper limit is too low. Then if the master completes the research and lets herself return to the EV period, will it give me a second chance to grow and break through the bottleneck caused by age? No, don't be too hasty. What needs to be done now is to first reach the limit of this identity. Set a small goal, first reach the Elite 4 level. Chapter 8. Susheng had just stepped out the door when Umbreon jumped onto the windowsill, watching its owner's departing figure, lost in thought. Should it just wait here? While its owner was out working hard for it, should it just be sleeping at home? Just then, Umbreon noticed some familiar faces passing by outside. Brother Yishu, are you finally going to challenge the Saiyan Gym today? I'm so envious. He's the same age as us but can already challenge the gym. If only we were as strong as Brother Yishu, then that guy wouldn't have snatched my favorite Pikachu biscuit. Umbreon recognized two of the human children. They were the two unlucky kids from 2 weeks ago whose snacks were snatched. Oh no, won by its owner. But this time, there was another person in the group. Judging by appearance, a human kid 1 or 2 years younger than its owner, with a slightly chubby face. However, Umbreon was more concerned about what these 3 kids were saying. Gym? Umbreon had heard of this before when it was with the old woman. It seemed to be a term of respect for humans who owned very strong Pokémon. So the question was, last night, which was stronger, the Elite Four that the annoying old human mentioned, or the gym leader that these little ghosts were talking about? After a brief moment of contemplation, seeing the 3 kids' backs getting further and further away, Umbreon pried open the window latch and leaped out. Like a black cat darting across the rooftops, it followed behind the 3 children. Not long after, inside the Cyan Gym, a middle-aged man with a small mustache, a strong build, and 6-pack abs strikingly visible in the sunlight streaming through the window, shouted. I am ASI, the gym leader of the Cyan Gym. State your name. Challenger. The boy revealed a self-important smile on his face and introduced himself. I am Yushu, a psychic-type master currently traveling through Johto. Yushu, who appeared to be 1 or 2 years younger than Su Sheng, bowed to ASI, but from his tone, there wasn't much respect. Yushu? I heard Sudden mentioned you, your potential seems pretty good. ASI recalled briefly. The Sudden he mentioned was the current gym leader of the Violet Gym in Johto, and the father of future gym leader Hayato. Humph, I didn't expect my name to spread so quickly. That uncle from Violet City isn't very strong, I hope you won't disappoint me, Uncle ASI. Yushu opened his collar, revealing 3 badges pinned inside, one of which was the wing badge from the Violet Gym. A talented but arrogant young man. ASI, who wasn't as overweight as he would be in the future and still had 6-pack abs, smiled slightly. Then give it a try. Little one. ASI braced himself, adopting a karate stance while throwing a poke ball. It was a Pokémon from the Unova region, Timber. Clearly, ASI was holding back. After all, this kid was only 8 or 9 years old. How strong could he be? Even if his friend Sudden lost, ASI wouldn't choose to use his old partner to overwhelm him with levels just to save face for his old friend. That would be too low. Humph, I'll leave it to you, Natu. Yushu threw a pokeball in return. A small bird-like Pokémon with eyes that seemed unfocused landed. The psychic/flying type Natu completely countered ASI, who specialized in fighting types. Now, the gym challenge between gym leader ASI and challenger Yushu begins. Start. The instant the referee announced the start of the match, Yushu immediately launched a quick attack. As soon as they exchanged blows, ASI realized that the strength of this insolent child wasn't just in his mouth. His talent was truly undeniable. If he could be nurtured by a famous teacher, he could definitely reach the level of the Elite Four. However, the two battling in the arena, as well as the scattered spectators in the audience, didn't notice. In a corner of the audience seating, an Umbreon was lying on the back of a chair, its blood-red eyes staring straight at the battle inside the arena. Machoke is unable to battle, Jinx wins. A moment later, the referee raised the flag and said, since both of gym leader ASI's Pokémon are unable to battle, the winner is challenger Yushu. Oh dear, Sudden is going to laugh at me now. ASI rubbed his head and recalled Machoke. After Timber was defeated, he had gotten a little more serious and sent out Machoke, which, while not an absolute main force, was still firmly in the second tier of his team. But he still lost to the other party. A little more pressure than the Violet Gym, but that's about it. Yushu shrugged. It had to be said, this guy's current appearance was very deserving of a beating. But ASI didn't say anything. What did it matter if he was high profile with such strength and arrogance? He wouldn't say something like, I lost to you because I didn't use my main force. Even if he used a non-main force, the fact that he lost to Yushu in terms of a trainer's command was reality. Alright, Psychic Kid, this knuckle badge is yours. ASI handed the badge symbolizing the completion of the Cyan Gym challenge to Yushu. He was looking forward to this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. If no new geniuses appeared, he believed that no one could stop Yushu from winning the league championship. But what he was even more looking forward to was the Elite Four challenge and even the Champion challenge after that. Who would take care of this kid then? Would it be Lorelei, the bespectacled girl who was young but already had a figure that didn't lose to adults? Or Lance, the dragon master who wore a cape all day and had a face that looked like everyone owed him money? With those two's personalities, neither of them would indulge Yishu. I was already looking forward to it. Who will be the next gym leader to be defeated by me, this genius? To be honest, I'm getting a little bored. Yishu's tone was still as annoying as ever as he accepted the knuckle batch. Thump. Suddenly, a muffled thud drew the attention of Yishu and the scattered spectators early in the morning. They saw a Pokémon that most of them had never seen before. It was crouching, its knees slightly bent. Clearly in a battle stance, approaching the two in the center of the arena. It's that bad guy's bad Pokémon. Damn it! My slowpoke tail chips. Among everyone present, only the two unlucky kids recognized Umbreon. But the two looked around and didn't find the figure of that bad guy. Making them wonder. Could it be Wild? A Pokémon I haven't seen before, what do you want? ASI took the initiative to speak. In this era before Professor Oak had developed the Pokédex, even the knowledge reserves of gym leaders weren't as complete as in later generations. Not to mention the Dark, Steel, and Fairy types, which hadn't yet been officially incorporated into textbooks by the League. Umbreon slightly raised its right forepaw, holding up one of its claws, and beckoned to ASI. The meaning was more than clear. Chapter 9. A little thing I've never seen before, wants to challenge me. ASI's eyes lit up, and he became interested. I've seen trainer challengers, but this is the first time I've encountered a Pokémon challenging on its own. Well then, I'll play with you for a bit. Go. Hitmonlee. He wasn't too sure about the strength of this new species of EV, so after thinking for a moment, he sent out Hitmonlee, who, like Machoke before, was a second-string member of his team. Mach Punch. Hitmonlee threw a punch almost the instant he landed. The fierce wind from the punch even caused a whistling sound in everyone's ears. The punch accurately hit Umbreon's cheek. But even so, it didn't directly knock it away. Umbreon's mouth curved slightly, and it turned to give Hitmonlee a malicious smile. With a twist of its neck, a dark, spiraling shockwave hit Hitmonlee at almost point-blank range. Dark Pulse. Hitmonlee crossed his arms in an X shape. Although there were some scratches on his body, he was mostly unharmed. ASI was stunned. A new type of move, but it doesn't seem to be very effective against the fighting type Hitmonlee. I should take note of this and tell Professor Oak later. He used to have a good personal relationship with Professor Oak's son, who died young, and he has always kept in touch with him. Professor Oak even wanted to send his grandson to ASI for training when he got a little older. Umbreon quickly retreated. It thought that this guy's strength wasn't as exaggerated as that purple big mouse from last night, but being hit by it was surprisingly painful. Is this the so-called type matchup? If that's the case. Thinking of this, Umbreon slightly hooked the claws of its right forepaw, digging the claw tips into the sandy soil of the ground. Snap! Immediately afterward, Umbreon flicked its right forepaw, splashing a cloud of yellow sand towards Hitmonlee. Using Sand Attack to interfere with the enemy's vision, in order to reduce their accuracy. Hitmonlee subconsciously used his red-gloved hands to protect his face from the sand. Umbreon's eyes hardened, its body glowing white, and it instantly rushed to Hitmonlee's front. Quick Attack! Hitmonlee, Fire Punch to the upper left. His vision was temporarily obstructed, but there was still a trainer helping to command from behind. Excellent trainers and excellent Pokémon working together can achieve an effect greater than 1+1/U003E2. The main reason why many Pokémon don't listen is because they think their master's commanding ability is not good, and it's better to fight on their own. Hitmonlee, whose vision was obstructed, did not hesitate. His right fist ignited with flames, accurately striking the oncoming Umbreon at a 45 degrees angle. You have some strength, but without a trainer, it's difficult to unleash your full potential on your own. As ASI said this, Umbreon's forehead was less than 5 centimeters away from the fire punch. Instantly, Umbreon suddenly raised its head and released Dark Pulse towards the ceiling. What? ASI and Itoki, along with other spectators, were shocked. Through the recoil force brought by the full output of Dark Pulse, Umbreon in midair forcibly reversed direction in midair, letting Hitmonlee's fire punch hit nothing. And that's not all. Along with a loud boom, a hole was blasted through the ceiling of the gym. A large amount of gravel splashed down onto Hitmonlee's head. Protect! ASI shouted. Hitmonlee raised his hands high, in a gesture similar to a French military salute. A light cyan energy overflowed from his body, turning into a semicircular, semi-transparent shield, allowing the falling rocks to hit, unable to shake the barrier in the slightest. The godlike skill Protect from the game. Although it's not as magical in reality, it's still easy for the gym leader's Pokémon to block mere falling rocks. Hey! It's attacking! Itoki shouted. Looking from the side, Umbreon landed on the ground through the recoil of the Dark Pulse just now. Compared to Hitmonlee, Umbreon's slightly petite and exquisite arms bulged with veins, clenched into beast claws, and attacked. Feint attack. Bullet Punch. Bullet Punch, as a priority move, was launched again. If it were used normally, it would definitely be able to attack one step faster than Umbreon. But because Hitmonlee had just used Protect, it was naturally a beat slower now. The two exchanged punches. Umbreon only felt that its claws had hit an extremely hard steel skin, making it difficult to move forward. It was wonderful to use the recoil force of the Black Jet to avoid Hitmonlee's fire punch just now. Did you come up with it? Or your master? ASI laughed with his hands on his hips, but you're still a bit inexperienced. Call your master to challenge me. With your own strength alone, you can't beat my Hitmonlee. Umbreon's eyes hardened. It's precisely to follow in the footsteps of its master that I must constantly become stronger. Light white light overflowed again between Umbreon's jet black mane. Another quick attack. Mutato, we also have fast moves here, Bullet Punch. Hitmonlee's fists were again coated with a layer of silvery white, like the luster of a metal film. He stepped with butterfly steps, approaching the oncoming Umbreon, and then, finding the most suitable timing, he punched. Umbreon suddenly turned its head and opened its mouth. Dark Pulse. Moving in midair by borrowing the recoil of Dark Pulse. Hitmonlee, lower right. But the difference was that this time ASI saw through Umbreon's movement trajectory. Hitmonlee immediately changed his move upon hearing this. A downward uppercut slammed down. Successfully hit. This move is interesting, but in front of the gym leader, the same move can't work twice. ASI instructed, seeing which direction your mouth is facing, I know which direction you are going to move. At the end of his words, ASI suddenly noticed something was wrong. Looking closely, he found that Umbreon's 2 forepaws and 1 left hind paw were all lying on the ground. But 1 right hind leg was supporting his Hitmonlee's fist. Feeling that the muscles in that small arm had developed a lot. When did it use a boosting move? In the next instant, Umbreon made a mid-air side hook pose, soaring into the air. Its tail, shimmering with a light silver luster, slammed fiercely into Hitmonlee's temple. Boom! Hitmonlee, who was flying backward, smashed a large pit in the wall. Hitmonlee, are you okay? ASI turned his head and saw. Cha-bai! Hitmonlee stood up from the smoke and responded to his master. Fortunately, that guy's moves didn't have much effect on him. It wasn't that painful. Just now, was that a steel-type move? Did it learn it from Hitmonlee's Bullet Punch? After seeing it only a few times. Like the Dark type, which has not yet been certified by the League, the Steel type is also a new type that has recently been incorporated into textbooks by the League. Therefore, ASI didn't know what to call Umbreon's move. Thump! Umbreon staggered and knelt on the ground with its forepaws. It's at its limit. Bean! Leaving behind a deep look, Umbreon jumped continuously, jumped onto the audience seats, and then jumped to a window in the gym. Looking down at the crowd below for a moment, it then jumped out. Its master should be back soon, it can't stay here for long. Chapter 10. What exactly is that guy here for? Staring at the windowsill where Umbreon had left, Itsuki remained stunned, unable to recover for a long time. If I were to come, could I win? No. I will win. I, Itsuki, am a genius. Remember the first website domain. In my hometown, even adults can't beat me. Not necessarily, kid. As Shiro, who saw through Itsuki's thoughts, teased. If that new type of Eevee has a trainer, and they team up, you won't be able to win. What a joke, I haven't lost since I started my adventure. Itsuki shouted, indignant, and stormed out of the cerulean gym. But that Eevee's fighting style is truly unique. I wonder what kind of person its trainer is. If he also participates in this year's Indigo Plateau Conference and meets that kid Itsuki, it will be interesting. Pat 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 pat. Pebbles fell on his forehead. Shiro looked up and noticed the hole that Umbreon had blasted out earlier. I'll apply to the league for repair funds first. Meanwhile, Su Sheng successfully met up with Sakaki and started a singles-day shopping spree with the latter's card. In the end, because he bought too much stuff and couldn't take it back, he had to have the mall deliver it to his door. I've bought basically everything I can. The rest is up to you, Uncle Sakaki. Su Sheng glanced at his shopping list. Povidone iodine, test tubes, beakers, microscopes. These basic medical facilities can basically be bought in professional stores. But professional equipment is not possible, it's basically controlled by the Joy family. Thermostatic incubators, medical centrifuges, clinical examination analyzers, etc. To buy these, you not only need professional certificates. Certification also requires the approval of the Joy family. Su Sheng doesn't have the time to waste on this. He can only rely on Sakake's connections. Sakake, who took the list, glanced at some of the equipment on it that he didn't even know what it was for, feeling that this kid was becoming more and more unfathomable. The price of these things, including that house, is worth more than a Dratini. Sakake joked. He originally wanted to sell Su Sheng a favor with a Dratini. Seeing that he didn't want it, he thought he could save some money. After all, Team Rocket is now a somewhat well-known criminal organization in Kanto. But it hasn't reached the behemoth that will shock the entire Kanto in the future. Otherwise, his son wouldn't have mysteriously disappeared. As a result, the facts proved that he was overthinking it. The price of all the things Su Sheng wanted added up to more than a Dratini. You can't catch a Growlithe without letting go of your kid. Besides, it's just a Dratini, right? The rewards you get in the future will be far more than that. Su Sheng said, indicating that you need to broaden your horizons, Boss Sakake. Sounds like you look down on Dratini a bit? You know, that's a Pokémon that's the dream lover of countless trainers. Sakake raised an eyebrow. That's not the case, but its situation is a bit awkward. Su Sheng's words made Sakake a little confused. What does that mean? Mainly because in this era, Mega Evolution, Z-moves, Gigantamax, and so on have not yet been researched. And in the eyes of Su Sheng, as a time traveler, the treatment of Dragonite, as the first pseudo-legendary, is really hard to describe. Mega Surprise, exclusive Z-moves, Gigantamax, etc., none of them. Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp, all these old pseudo-legendaries with a bit of popularity have been strengthened to a certain extent. Even Gudra has an ancient species. Only Fatty is embarrassingly dead, with nothing. Compared to Charizard, who is ridiculed as Daddy's favorite, Dragonite is simply raised by a stepmother. Although I don't know what you're trying to express, don't let the new Elite Four of the Indigo League hear these words. Sakake also joked. What he said was the Dragon-type Elite Four who surpassed the crowd and became the new Elite Four of the Indigo League last year. Although Sakake has not officially met him yet. But I have also heard how obsessed that Elite Four is with Dragon types. It is said that in the team, 6 Pokémon have 2 Dragonair and 1 Dragonite. Sakake was stunned for a while after hearing about this. There are such teams? Flying-type Elite Four, right? Haha, I know. Su Sheng also showed a I don't want to laugh, unless I can't help it southern expression. The basic information of this era can be found online. The current champion of the Indigo League is still Granny Kikuko. But it is estimated that it will not be long before it will be replaced by Watanabe of the Dragon Clan. By the way, Watanabe of the Dragon Clan is not surnamed Yulong and named Wataru. His name is Wataru. Yulong is a nickname. Just like Straw Hat Luffy. The front is the nickname, and the back is the name. I've asked someone to get what you wanted, but it's expected to take a week to get it. Sakeka said, putting down his phone when he was near the seaside cottage. It's okay, with these things, it's enough for me to study for a while. After Su Sheng finished speaking, he said to the employees of the freight company. Put the office table here, put the experimental table by the window, thank you. The employee nodded and ordered his machoke to start delivering the goods. Su Sheng suddenly remembered when he was playing Emerald in his previous life, the one who helped the protagonist move was Machoke, right? Oh no, it seems to be Vigoroth? I can't remember. Su Sheng looked at the name on the truck, Machoke Moving Company. Well, sure enough, Pokémon have completely integrated into the lives of people in this world. Mr. Sakeke, this is the housing contract. After you confirm that it's okay, you can sign it. At this time, another group of people arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit and shoes, about the same age as Sakeke. However, compared to the burly Sakeke, the man was slimmer, with grey hair and a bit of a handsome uncle vibe. Su Sheng noticed the nameplate on the chest of the other party's custom suit. President, Nashizuki. Long time no see, President Nashizuki. Sakeka shook hands with the other party and took the contract. Can the owner be this kid? Sakeka pointed at Su Sheng with his thumb. If he's a minor, according to the league law, it's not allowed, but if it's Mr. Sakeka's request, of course, we can make a small exception. The man named Nashizuki smiled, and his eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. I just don't know who this young master is. He is. Speaking of this, Sakeka couldn't help but hesitate. Damn, I forgot to think of a reason. Sheng Purine half a lifetime, only hate not to meet a wise master, if the public does not abandon. This kid is my nephew. Sakeka casually thought of an excuse. I don't know why, he always felt that if he let Su Sheng finish speaking, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 11. Nephew? More like a secret son, right? Li Yu thought to himself. A kid who popped out of nowhere, Sakeka gave him a house, and this room is full of strange equipment. Li Yu seriously suspected that Su Sheng was a child Sakeka had during a fling. He probably only found him recently and wanted to make up for it, so he gave him so much stuff. I have to say, rich people have wild imaginations. Ahem, this is President Li Yu of Sand/Real Estate Company. Sakeka coughed and introduced Su Sheng, trying to change the subject. His daughter is about your age. Li Yu also smiled. Xiao Sheng, come visit us when you have the chance. I'll introduce you to. He was 99% sure that Su Sheng was Sakeka's illegitimate son. Although he was a well-known wealthy man in the Johto region, he was still far behind Sakeka, the strongest gym leader in the Kanto League. If his daughter could marry Sakeka's son, tisk tisk, wouldn't that be a huge boost? Is she pretty? Su Sheng asked reflexively. There was no way around it, it was an instinct carved into a man's DNA. He wasn't one of those male protagonists who were still virgins after the author had written over 10,000 chapters. Sakeki and Li Yu fell silent at the same time. Yeah, how real? Haha. Don't worry, my daughter perfectly inherited the excellent genes of me and her deceased mother. After a brief silence, Li Yu couldn't help but laugh. What he feared was that Su Sheng wouldn't be interested. Sakeka couldn't help but tease, hey, isn't thinking about this stuff a little too early for a 10-year-old kid? Su Sheng shrugged. He wanted to retort that Sakeka didn't know how many girls Ash Ketchum had charmed by the age of 10. If he didn't only have Pikachu in his heart, Auntie Hanako might have had a grandson before 35. But considering that at this time, Ash was probably still in diapers, and might not even be able to talk. Su Sheng didn't retort. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Yu and Sakeka made plans to have dinner when they had time. before Li Yu left with his employees. With the help of Macamp Moving Company, some infrastructure was successfully set up. Su Sheng couldn't wait to start his research journey in the Pokémon world. Don't worry, little black, it won't hurt, hey. Just as Su Sheng was about to draw some blood from Umbreon to check her body, he noticed that Umbreon had many bruises and impact marks on her body. She didn't have these injuries when he carried her to bed yesterday. What's going on? What happened while I was out? Su Sheng's face darkened. Did robbers break in? Woo woo. Umbreon didn't dare to look Su Sheng in the eyes, lowering her head and shaking it gently. It's okay, don't say it if you don't want to. After a brief silence, Su Sheng didn't force Umbreon. But even if she wanted to explain, it would be difficult for Umbreon to explain clearly without a common language, right? This shows the importance of Meowth. Speaking of which, just the fact that they can communicate with Pokémon and humans without distinction is enough for Team Rocket to be rich for the rest of their lives. I don't understand why the three of them are always so poor. Su Sheng began to conduct a physical examination on Umbreon. He was completely relieved after confirming that there were no serious problems with her body. Uncle, release your Pokémon too. Su Sheng said again. What for? Sakaki asked subconsciously. Umbreon alone isn't enough for me to study. Don't you have a lot of Pokémon on hand? Su Sheng smiled with ill intent. Sakaki rolled his eyes secretly. But hearing Su Sheng say that he was just drawing some blood, he didn't act coy. He casually released his signature ground-type Pokémon, such as Nidoking and Nidoqueen, and even his trump card Beedrill. Nidoking, whom he had already met, was fine. But when Su Sheng approached Beedrill and the others with a syringe, these champion-level Pokémon instinctively released a trace of killing intent towards Su Sheng. Eee! Umbreon immediately jumped off the examination table and snarled at Beedrill and the others. A true newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Don't be like that, Beedrill, he's one of us. Sakaki reassured him in time. Then Sakaki looked at Su Sheng, who was drawing blood from Beedrill, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. There aren't many people who can remain so calm after feeling Beedrill's killing intent. You get used to it. Su Sheng said calmly. Compared to the strongest face-giving ability user in One Piece, your killing intent is not worth anything. Su Sheng immediately smeared the Pokémon's blood on the lens and placed it under the microscope. This is really interesting. From the first step of the research, Su Sheng showed an excited smile. That expression was as if the heroine of 30 Days of Great Release finally saw a penis. What? Although this was not his area of expertise, Sakaki still asked out of curiosity. Eevee's DNA reminds me of a species I studied before. Its genes are extremely unstable and can change according to changes in the environment and merge with the things it comes into contact with. That should be why it has multiple evolutionary routes. This reminded Su Yuhuan of the Lunarian race he had studied before. That is, the race of the second in command of the Beasts Pirates, King. This race was once known as the God race. They are extremely adaptable and can survive in different environments. And it can also be integrated with a variety of bloodline factors. Therefore, it was copied by Vegapunk and made into a new type of pacifista, nicknamed the Seraphim of the strongest human. This is very similar to Eevee, which has extremely strong gene adaptability. Vegapunk transplanted the genes of the Shishibukai into the cloned Lunarian race to create the Seraphim version of the Shishibukai. Thinking of those little brother Shishibukai, Su Sheng thought of those Pokémon in the Pokémon world that can freely transform and even change attributes. Deoxys's 4 forms, Silvali's switching discs, and even Arceus's free attribute conversion. Speaking of which, Eevee should also have the potential in this regard. After all, the complexity of its evolution direction is comparable to the Digimon next door, the origin of all things. Thinking of this, Su Sheng stopped talking and began to fiddle with the equipment. And from time to time, he picked up a pen and paper and wrote and drew on it. Where did this kid learn these things? The more Sakaki looked at it, the more surprised he became. Putting aside everything else, just the proficiency shown by Su Sheng. It's not inferior to those scientists I keep in Team Rocket's secret base at all. Speaking of which, what does studied before mean? How old was he when he studied it? When he was in his mother's womb. Many years later, when Sakeka talked to his subordinates about topics related to Susheng, he would often start with this sentence. This is the scene when I first met that 500 years ahead of the times guy, who is known as the strongest brain. Chapter 12. Several days later. Hold still, little kitty, just a bit more. Inside a seaside cottage, Susheng was drawing blood from Giovanni's Persian. Normally pampered by Giovanni, Persian almost wanted to use cut to cleave this bastard to death. Remember the original website domain. As Team Rocket's beloved, it usually struts around the base, afraid to break if held too tightly, afraid to melt if kept in the mouth. Yet, in just these few days, this kid has almost drained it dry. Don't be angry, today should be the last time, barring accidents. Susheng soothed. Have you made any progress, Sheng? Giovanni asked, sipping his coffee and glancing sideways. It still needs some time, but the research has indeed encountered a bottleneck. Susheng placed Persian's blood into a test tube, diluted it, and prepared for the next round of research, saying at the same time, what can be researched with blood is ultimately just research, and the purpose of research is for practice, but... Saying this, Susheng glanced at the tourists coming and going on the beach, and the various Pokémon accompanying them. Hearing the word practice, Giovanni knew what Susheng was hesitating about. Aren't there plenty in the suburbs? Should I have someone catch them for you? Or just buy them from a pet store, though that would cost more, but they're less aggressive. Using actual specimens for experiments. Giovanni, though he didn't understand it himself, was very familiar with this. The bunch of scientists he kept at the base did just that. Among them, the most outstanding were two scientists named Blaine and Fuji. He wondered which was more outstanding, Susheng or those two. Or, you could also buy them from specific places. Giovanni added. The place he was talking about was the black market. They sold many things that couldn't be bought on the market, such as the delicious meat of far-fetched crafts made from cubone skulls that were popular with the wealthy, slowpoke tails, and so on. Naturally, this also included various Pokémon. However, compared to pet stores, it was basically impossible to find excellent Pokémon on the black market. Those were mostly half-dead from torture. But the prices were often very low, suitable for use as lab rats. Pi. Just then, a Pidgey flew to the window of the cottage and knocked. Susheng went up and opened the window. The Pidgey rummaged through the backpack it carried, took out a small package and handed it over, along with a pen. Then, it took out a receipt and pointed to the signature area. The meaning was clear, please sign. Yes, this was something Susheng bought online. Seeing Susheng's momentary silence, Giovanni couldn't help but smile. In the end, he's just a 10-year-old child, his heart softened. After signing, Susheng stroked the Pidgey's fluffy head and scratched its chin. The delivery bird happily made pi sounds, its eyes narrowed into slits with comfort. I'm not a good person, but at least I'm still a person. Susheng calmly walked back to the lab, opened the package, and poured it out. They were 3 evolution stones currently discovered by the Pokémon academic community. Fire Stone, Water Stone, Thunder Stone. That's really surprising. You're telling me you've been doing scientific research for a long time, haven't you ever experimented on Rattata or something before this? Well, in Giovanni's worldview, things like Rattata were like lab rats. I usually use scum for experiments. Mentioning this topic, Susheng couldn't help but recall the happy times of his previous life. The lab rats in the pirate world were simply inexhaustible. Those great pirates with bounties of over 100 million were simply his toys. And Susheng's favorite was the celestial dragons. When he saw those pigs who were usually high and mighty lying in the lab, seeing his own oakenkin cut off and placed on the plate next to them. That expression. Sekau and I hate Adayutsuda. Alas, it was a pity that he couldn't dissect Momonosuke. The original plan was to use Ivankov's version of Seraphim to turn him into a woman, then throw him into Impel Down and film it for broadcast worldwide. Hopefully, there will be another chance in the future. Moreover, he also wanted to study whether the Kozhiki family had some kind of succubus constitution. Clearly, each and every one of them was useless, but they could bewitch the people of Wano like human aphrodisiacs. Scum, hey! Giovanni blinked. Why did he feel like this kid was cursing him? Attention, viewers, we interrupt this program for a news bulletin. Just then, a female host holding a script suddenly appeared on the TV screen. Recently, Alliance A-class wanted criminal, Pokémon hunter Anders, was sighted near New Bark Town by a trainer. Citizens of the Johto region, please be vigilant. If you spot this person, please immediately call the police. Next to the female host, a wanted poster appeared. It was a man around 40 years old, with a face full of bristly whiskers. Giovanni's pupils moved slightly, but his tone remained as calm as ever. Anders, an Alliance B-class wanted criminal, often lurks in the outskirts of small towns, waiting for those fledgling trainers who have just received their starter Pokémon to leave their hometowns, and preys on them as soon as they embark on their adventure, stealing the Pokémon they just obtained. Ho, this guy is quite the businessman. Su Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, looking at this guy's photo, he looked sneaky and rat-like. But he unexpectedly had brains. If he chose large cities like Goldenrod City or Qianwood City, even if he targeted children, he might run into a brick wall. After all, what if the child being robbed was the nephew of an Elite Four member, or the daughter of a wealthy person, wouldn't he be dead for sure? On the contrary, it was much better to target small places like New Bark Town and Azalea Town. There probably weren't any second-generation officials or wealthy people in this kind of place, right? Suddenly remembering, this guy's history of getting rich was actually a bit like his own. When he first transmigrated, wasn't he also bullying children and robbing snacks as food? Okay, he felt like he wasn't that much of a monster. After all, how could the value of snacks be compared to the value of Pokémon? This guy has been active in Johto for many years, and they only discovered his tracks now. The alliance has been developing in recent years, but its efficiency doesn't seem to have improved much. Giovanni sneered. He felt like he had forgotten that he was still a gym leader under the alliance on the surface. Isn't this lab rat coming? Su Sheng suddenly laughed. Giovanni was stunned. Oh, you mean? What's wrong, uncle? Is there a problem? Su Sheng asked back. Only a hesitation lasting less than half a second flashed in Giovanni's eyes, before he smiled again. Of course not, but I'm a little worried about your safety. After all, dealing with this kind of vicious criminal is completely different from the battles between trainers that stop at the point. Chapter 13. Ashen, I've found out that Anders is planning to escape from Johto to Kanto via Route 45. 2 days later, Sakeke glanced at the message he received on his phone and turned to Su Sheng. Oh? As expected of the strongest gym leader in Kanto, your information is well informed. Su Sheng, who was stepping on the sewing machine, raised his thumb. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't imprisoned by the League for selecting concubines, but like Spider-Man, he made a battle suit to avoid exposing his identity. Originally this matter should be reported to the League, but if that were the case, wouldn't the rare experimental material run away? Sakeke said with a wicked smile. After all, if Anders was caught by the League, needless to say, the only ending would be to be thrown into the League prison. In that case, the rare white mouse would be gone. It's better to take it and recycle it. It's just that after being with Su Sheng for a long time, Sakeke often forgets that he is still a righteous League gym leader on the surface. His expression just now was not one that a kind gym trainer should show. That's for sure. Su Sheng got up and took the finished clothes from under the sewing machine. It was a black trench coat style outfit. Next to it, there was also a white-faced, black patterned mask that had just been carved. Black trench coat, white mask, red gloves. When Su Sheng put on this outfit, if his former fellow villagers saw this look, the anime fans would definitely shout, "Isn't this the clothes of the protagonist of Persona 5? That's right, it's the attire of the leader of the Phantom Thieves of Hearts." Yosh, this way no one will be able to recognize me. Su Sheng looked in the mirror and was very satisfied with his current look. Hey, Ashen, just in case, take this with you. The sound of wind breaking rose, and Su Sheng, who was about to go out, reflexively raised his hand to catch it. After looking down, Su Sheng smiled, it seems that uncle doesn't trust my strength. Route 45 is very close to Ekrutik City. Sakaki reminded with a smile. Su Sheng was stunned, glanced at the Johto map on the wall, and shrugged self-deprecatingly. You're thinking so far ahead, as expected, the older ginger is spicier, then, thanks, uncle. Su Sheng and Umbreon quickly disappeared in the bright moonlight. After Sakaka sat down, he glanced at the email on his phone again. The sender was his most trusted subordinate, Apollo. Boss, Anderness hopes that our Team Rocket can take him in after he arrives in Kanto. That's right, Sakaka's source of information was not his information as a league gym leader, but the information as the leader of Team Rocket. This Anderness already had business dealings with Team Rocket. After he snatched Pokémon from those new trainers, some would directly buy them on the black market, and the other part would be sold to Team Rocket. Now that he can't stay in Johto, he wants to go to Kanto to seek the protection of Team Rocket. You're old, Anderness, you have no more value. Sakaka sneered. You're 35 this year, it's time to be optimized. Anyway, there's no use for it, so it's better to use it as nourishment for Team Rocket's new blood. Route 45. Huff. 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 Accompanied by rapid gasps. A figure was running on this suburban road located south of Ekrutik City. Damn it! I can't get through on the phone. Where's the helicopter? Anderness fell under the shade of a tree, leaned against the trunk and sat on the lawn, cursing while holding his phone. The phone screen showed the message sent to him by Team Rocket. Team Rocket said in the message that he should come to Route 45 to wait, and they would send a helicopter to pick him up to Kanto. However, Anderness had been waiting for several days, but he hadn't seen the shadow of the helicopter. And he couldn't get through on Team Rocket's phone either. Damn it, these guys wouldn't go back on their word, would they? Damn it, if I don't have a good time, you don't even think about having a good time. Anderness cursed. If he was really caught by the League and put in jail, he said he would definitely expose those transactions with Team Rocket. If Sakaka knew what Anderness was thinking, he would definitely say that you old boy are overthinking it. Team Rocket has done too many bad things. Just like your little business, what kind of waves can it make? Mr. Anderness, right? The childish voice suddenly coming from the front attracted Anderness' attention. Looking up, he found a kid who looked no more than 10 years old, with black hair and a black trench coat, and the upper half of his face was covered with a mask, slowly walking towards him. Team Rocket has no one to use? Sending such a kid to connect. Anderness, who was in a bad mood, cursed and stood up from the lawn with a slap on his thigh. Where's the helicopter? Ah! Su Sheng was stunned, but he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the white mouse, and said with a smile. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's better to take less of things like helicopters, it's easy to crash. What? This time it was Anderness' turn to be stunned. Before he could recover from his surprise, he saw the masked kid on the opposite side raise his hand and point. The pokeball on his waist has since opened. Before the white light could dissipate, a ghostly black shadow rushed towards him at top speed. Vaguely, he could see sharp claws attacking his throat. Mom dash! Anderness was startled and instinctively let out a curse. Before the word of could be uttered, the Pokémon in the Pokeball tied to his belt also felt the Master's crisis. It jumped out of the ball on its own and blocked Umbreon's sucker punch with Metal Claw. The two sides were deadlocked for a second or so. In the end, Umbreon was better and suppressed Anderness' Pokémon, and added a Iron Tail in the air to knock it away. But the Steel-type move didn't seem to work well on the opponent. Although the Pokémon was knocked away, it quickly inserted its claws into the ground halfway. After drawing two parallel grooves on the lawn, it stopped without any danger. Su Sheng also saw the true face of the Pokémon at this time. A Drillbur from the Unova region. But it doesn't feel like it's in good condition, you've been running around with you for a few days, and you haven't had a good rest, have you? Su Sheng smiled. This Drillbur should be Anderness's main Pokémon. Otherwise, it would not have been able to take action in time to help the master block the fatal blow in such a sudden situation just now. But immediately Su Sheng saw that its condition was very bad. Presumably, it was because it had been hiding with its master during this period, and had not eaten well or slept well. In this state, do you think you can beat my Umbreon? Su Sheng smiled faintly. It seems that the first white mouse will be easier to catch than imagined. Damn it, Team Rocket! You want to kill the donkey after it grinds the mill, don't you? Anderness was so angry that his hair was standing on end. He felt that if he was born on planet Vegeta, he could become a Super Saiyan. At this moment, he has identified Su Sheng as the person sent by Team Rocket to kill him. It must be that Team Rocket is afraid that his relationship with them will be exposed, so they sent this kid to optimize him. Su Sheng blinked his eyes under the mask twice. Whatever, you can say whatever you want. Girls, have you all faced fate? Me too, but I have to go out at night, sob sob sob. Chapter 14. Outside of Ying City. Cousin, can't you stay a little longer? A blue-haired girl, who looked to be about the same age as Su Sheng, closely followed behind a boy who looked to be around 15 years old, with spiky red hair and a black cloak, dressed in an extremely flamboyant manner. The place they had just walked out of was the Dragon Den, revered as the Dragon Holy Land by the Ying City's Dragon Master family. It was inhabited by a large number of Dragon-type Pokémon. The Dragon Master family's children, as well as some trainers recognized by the Dragon Master family, had experienced training here. I came back just to train, I'm not interested in anything else. Facing this cousin who liked to follow him around, Adu's attitude was lukewarm. He was not a proper family member who grew up in Ying City since childhood, like Xiao Zhuang. His mother left the family when she was young. Then she met and fell in love with his father in Changpan Forest. Finally, she settled in Changpan Forest and gave birth to him. Therefore, Adu was blessed by the forest and possessed the special power of Changpan. Later, after Adu gradually emerged in the Kanto region, the Dragon Master family wanted to summon him back. Well, it had a bit of the 3-year period has arrived, welcome the Dragon King vibe. Wasn't that the writing style of Kidian more than a decade ago? Originally, Adu's attitude towards the Dragon Master family's summons was indifferent. But helplessly, they offered too much. As the #1 dragon fanatic and fat otaku on the elf continent, he could not refuse the dragons in the Dragon Master family's Dragon Den. You know, wild fast dragons are very rare. When he was a child, he was able to pick up a mini dragon in the sewage river, which was already burning incense for 8 lifetimes. But since then, he has never seen a wild fast dragon family member again. So when the Dragon Master family members waved 2 elf balls containing mini dragons in front of Adu, the proud dragon envoy bowed to life. After that, Adu and the Ying City Dragon Master family reached a tacit understanding. Usually, the two sides do not interfere with each other. Adu took on the signboard of Dragon Master, like the Dragon Master family's human-shaped GG card, and was active in the Kanto and Johto regions. The Dragon Master family helped him provide the best logistics resources and training venues. The Dragon Den was one of the conditions to win over Adu. But every time you come back, you just stay in the Dragon Den to practice, and you leave after practice, you don't play with me. Xiao Zhuang, who was not much older than Su Sheng, pursed her pink lips and complained a little. This style is a bit like Wang Yuan and Mirong Fu. These two pairs are coincidentally cousins. However, Adu is not as scummy as Mirong Fu. Adu, who has not yet thought about engaging in any human cleaning plan, softened his heart when he saw his cousin like this. Although he did not change his mind, he still patiently explained. I'm not used to the atmosphere here. The Dragon Master family is, after all, a leading family in the Johto region. They also have a lot of dealings with other major families in Johto and Kanto. Among them, there are some unscrupulous nouveau riche. Adu, who hates evil like hatred, really does not like to associate with such people. Boom! 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 Just after Adu finished explaining, there was a burst of collapse in front, as well as the panicked screams of wild Pokémon fleeing. Adu and Xiao Zhuang subconsciously looked up. I saw in the forest in front, one tree after another was cut off and collapsed. The ground kept making one vibration after another. The weaker elves, such as walking grass, green caterpillars, and paras, who live in the bushes and forests, was frightened and fled in the opposite direction in panic. What's going on? Adu hurried towards the scene. Cousin Xiao Zhuang followed closely behind. Damn Team Rocket! If you don't want me to have a good time, don't even think about it. When Adu ran to a certain distance, he suddenly heard a roar from the battle. Instantly, Adu's expression was like Whitebeard looking at Akainu, and Urjuza looking at Tuanzang. His whole face turned black. As a member of the Quartz League's 4 Heavenly Kings and Chief Investigator, he has dealt with Team Rocket a lot. He personally caught and sent in a lot of them. This evil organization that engages in criminal activities using elves. In Adu's eyes, dying 10,000 times is not enough. Where is Team Rocket? Adu quickened his pace and rushed out of the forest. Boom! The harsh sound of impact exploded. I saw on the lawn where a large number of trees were cut into only tree stumps, a ground drill dragon from the Unova region intersected in midair with the abyss thrust or the iron tail of a canine elf that he had never seen before. After a half-second stalemate, the ground drill dragon was completely suppressed. Was knocked hard into its owner. One person and one mouse were dizzy. You are B-level wanted criminal Andes. As an investigator, Adu certainly recognized the other party. Who is the masked kid on the opposite side who looks about the same age as his cousin? That sentence just now was obviously shouted by Andes. That is to say, black eats black. Adu said coldly. Seeing the scene in front of him, in less than half a minute, he analyzed a general idea. The masked kid in black is a member of Team Rocket. The reason why he fought with Andes, who is a wanted criminal, is because Team Rocket and Andes have an unspeakable transaction. And the news has announced that Andes is being pursued by the Johto Junsha. Team Rocket is worried that after he is caught, those unspeakable transactions between the two parties will be exposed. So he sent someone to kill the donkey after unloading the millstone. I have to say, Adu guessed quite accurately. At least it is completely consistent with Andes's idea. Oh, you really brought Yulongdu over, and you also bought one get one free. Su Sheng blinked his eyes under the mask and exclaimed. Just now, Andes was destroying the forest like crazy, creating noise. Su Sheng guessed that he wanted to use this method to attract the people living in Ye Ink City, and then take the opportunity to escape. And Ye Ink City is the territory of the Dragon Master family. It is indeed possible to bring over those who use dragons. It's just that Su Sheng didn't expect to shake out 2 big gift packages at once. Adu and Xiao Zhuang. Just right, both of you, get into prison for the rest of your life. Adu sneered and showed off the elf ball. Hey, don't attack indiscriminately. Su Sheng spread his hands and said. This guy is the criminal wanted by the Alliance, right? I killed him and saved you a lot of effort, right? Just treat me as a bounty hunter. Just like Lu Suolong in the early stage of the pirate world, bounty hunters who make a living by catching wanted criminals in exchange for bounty. Although there are not as many in the Pokémon world as in the pirate world, it is not that there are none. Adu's attitude towards them is relatively neutral. But, he obviously doesn't believe Su Sheng's rhetoric. He bounty hunter? Then take off the mask and let me see. Which bounty hunter still has to cover his face? It's clearly the inherently evil Team Rocket. Su Sheng. It's really impossible to explain now. After all, what I'm doing now can't be revealed. I don't know where everyone's black myth, marrow has been played, the author is out coding, and will be able to play when he comes back. Oh no, he will be able to code in a better state when he comes back. Chapter 15. Humph, nothing to say now, is there? Seeing Su Sheng's silence, Wataru was even more certain of his guess. Remember the original website domain. You thought you could deceive me, Wataru, the Dragon Master? Heh. Su Sheng shrugged and chuckled dryly. Oh well, if it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. Anyway, with my face covered, you won't know my true identity. Humph. Nothing to say, so you laugh it off. Wataru sneered even more. Alright, think what you want. Su Sheng gave up resisting and waved his hands repeatedly, then pointed to the unconscious Andes. In any case, Mr. Wataru, I'm taking this wanted criminal away. Consider it helping you, the investigator, solve a troublesome case. Just pretend you didn't see me, and we'll each go our own way. As he spoke, Su Sheng slowly walked towards Andes. Did I agree to that? Wataru suddenly threw a poke ball. Roar! White light flashed, and a Dragonite coiled above Wataru's head. Unlike most Dragonite, which have personalities like golden retriever sweethearts, Wataru's Dragonite is just like its owner, and the Dragonite of Iris in the future. It always wears an expression as if someone owes it money. It's clear that Wataru deeply hates Team Rocket. He directly brought out his trump card. Pfft! Suddenly, Su Sheng hooked his right hand outwards. Something shot out from the wrist of his red glove, accurately hitting the unconscious Andes. That's string shot! Kiyo exclaimed in surprise. That's right, it was indeed the basic move that almost every bug-type Pokémon knows, string shot. However, if Earthlings were to see it, they might more easily associate it with failed man. And in the next second, Su Sheng pulled his hand, directly pulling Andes, who was 7 or 8 meters away, to his feet. A web shooter. It was exactly what he made with reference to failed man. By the way, these silks were obtained by him going to the small forest outside Cerulean City, using Pokémon snacks to exchange for bug-type Pokémon such as Weedle and Wurmple. Beedrill was unwilling to provide them. What a stingy ghost. A new gadget made by Team Rocket. Wataru said coldly. How many Pokémon lives did you sacrifice to make this kind of thing? There is another important reason why he hates Team Rocket so much. That is Team Rocket's Pokémon modification experiments. Hey, don't compare me with those third-rate scientists. To me, making this kind of toy is simply Dragon Rush. The furious Wataru couldn't listen to any of Su Sheng's words. Whoosh! A clear light aura carrying dragon-type energy wrapped around Dragonite's body, turning into a roaring dragon charging over. Because it was close to the ground, the earth was impacted by the aura, and even made unbearable cracking sounds. As expected of someone who serves as an Elite Four member. No. He may have already stepped into the champion's threshold. Return, Umbreon, this isn't an opponent you can handle. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Then, I'll leave it to you. Bang! A pokeball in Su Sheng's trench coat opened on its own. Compared to the opponent's use of the high-power move Dragon Rush, with Dragonite launching a raging wave of attacks. The white light on the Pokémon that jumped out of the pokeball had not yet dissipated. It simply and casually swung its arm, using its stinger, like acupuncture to break the surface, penetrating Dragonite's dragon aura. Instantly, hitting a vital point. Thud! In an instant, Dragonite was like a high-speed sports car suddenly encountering a speed bump. Unable to control the balance of its body, it deviated from its original attack trajectory, and flew out of control over Su Sheng's head, heavily crashing into the trunk of a distant tree. What? Wataru's expression changed drastically. And Kiyo, who was behind him, also saw the true face of the Pokémon released by the masked man. Beedrill. Kiyo, who was about the same age as Su Sheng, was dumbfounded. Really? Beedrill, which is as numerous as weeds on the roadside in the suburbs, actually stopped Wataru's older cousin's Dragonite's attack. Hey, with that attack just now, were you trying to kill me? Su Sheng raised his eyebrows. But it's not surprising. Looking at Wataru in the 3 parallel worlds of anime, manga, and games. Only the anime version is a bit silly and sweet. After all, he is a talent who can use dragon-type moves to fight Gardevoir. And the game and manga versions are not fuel-efficient lamps. In the game, he let Dragonite use Hyper Beam directly against Team Rocket, probably scaring Ethan silly at the time. Not to mention the manga, even the leaders of criminal organizations probably think he is a bit radical. Dragonite, are you alright? Wataru shouted at Dragonite. Roar! Dragonite shook its head and got up from the bushes that had been turned into broken wood by its dragon rush. Just now, Beedrill changed its attack trajectory by using the force, and it didn't actually cause much damage to itself. That Beedrill is not an ordinary Beedrill. Wataru stared at the Beedrill flying beside Susheng. When did Team Rocket have such an expert? Heave-ho, I have to find a chance to replenish my combat power or invent some new gadgets, this guy is too heavy. Susheng tried to lift Andes, but unfortunately this body is not enough to bear the capacity of the great scientist Su. There's no way. Drill-san, please get rid of the Dodrio over there, just knock it out. If there is transportation, Susheng can take Andes away first and let Beedrill cover the rear. But now this body makes it a little difficult to carry an adult. I can only let Beedrill help solve the Dodrio first, and then carry the person together. Who are you calling a Dodrio? Wataru's forehead popped with a cross, and he waved his hand suddenly. Gust. Through the first round of confrontation just now, Wataru found that this Beedrill is very agile in close combat, most likely above his Dragonite. In that case, let's decide the victory at long range. Buzz. 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 Drill's thin wings made a buzzing sound even higher than a helicopter. Weaving through the destructive gust turbulence. The hit rate of gust is not high in the first place, and it is often used in conjunction with rainy weather. In this environment, it is impossible to hit Beedrill. As soon as Susheng finished speaking, Drill's speed increased by more than one level. Its agility. Seeing Beedrill getting closer and closer, Wataru had to change his strategy. Dragon Claw. Under the command of its master, Dragonite's arms rose with deep green energy, as if holding Wolverine's trident, slashing diagonally at the rapidly approaching Beedrill. However, at the last moment when Dragon Claw was about to land on Beedrill's face, Beedrill turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Roar! Dragonite was shocked. Immediately afterwards, it felt a fatal sense of crisis coming from behind. Turning its head, it happened to meet Drill's pair of dangerous blood-red compound eyes, and stingers dripping with deadly dark purple venom. The speed of the two sides is not the same level. In Dragonite's unbelievable gaze, Beedrill raised its right arm, and the poisonous stinger stained with venom, accurately sniped its throat. Poison jab. Dear chosen ones, please leave a comment if you don't mind, I will read them all. Chapter 16. Buzz. Drill's right arm, coated in venom, pierced Dragonite's back. The venom instantly spread through the wound, causing the large, orange-yellow face to turn a sickly purple. Poisoned. This should keep you in line, Champion Lance. Susheng said leisurely. Lance's Dragonite, defeated so easily. Claire could hardly believe it. Her cousin, who seemed invincible, was actually. Moreover, that masked guy hadn't given a single command from beginning to end. It was all that Beedrill fighting alone. However, what Claire didn't know was that Susheng couldn't command Beedrill either. Alright, goodbye then Beedrill, lend a hand. Susheng waved goodbye, not forgetting to wink at Beedrill, asking it to help carry the person. Beedrill looked at the two stingers at the ends of its arms, momentarily speechless. You little bastard, do I even have hands? But considering Giovanni's orders, Beedrill still pierced Andernest's collar with its stinger, lifting him up. You think this is the end? You inherently evil Team Rocket brat. Just as Susheng was about to leave, Lance's chilling question rang out again. Hi. Turning his head, he saw Lance had come to Dragonite's side. He placed a hand on its large, round belly. Instantly, the needle holes on its back and the purplish complexion were healing at a visible rate. This was much more effective than any potion. Viridian Force. Susheng remembered. Legend has it that every 10 years, the Viridian Forest chooses a trainer from Viridian and grants them the power of nature. Lance, Giovanni, and the currently unborn Yellow are all examples. Giovanni hasn't shown much of his Viridian Force ability, while Lance and Yellow's abilities are healing and communicating with Pokémon. And in terms of healing, Yellow is even better, known as the healer. Speaking of which, there are many people with special abilities in this world. Susheng recalled. In Sinnoh, there's the Aura ability to communicate with legendary Pokémon. In Kanto, Sabrina and Unova's Caitlyn possess psychic powers. It's just that the way these two use their psychic powers is a bit different. Sabrina is the magic type, able to turn people into dolls, while Caitlyn is the brute force type, able to directly use psychic powers to hit people. Speaking of which, does Super Red count as some kind of special ability? But even if you recover, it doesn't mean anything, does it? Drill's level is higher than your Dragonite, Champion Lance. Su Sheng remained calm. Don't call my Dragonite fat. Lance said angrily. You can scold me, but you can't scold my dragon. The next second, the anger on Lance's face turned into a sneer. Fine, let me show you my double dragon formation. In a regular battle with rules, Lance is indeed slightly inferior to the current Indigo League champion Agatha. But in a life or death battle without rules, it's a different story. Lance excels at life or death battles with villains like Team Rocket. He can directly attack trainers, send out multiple Pokémon, and use all sorts of bizarre tactics. Among them, the double dragon formation, with Dragonite as the main attacker and 2 Dragonair as support, is his signature tactic. Beep. However, just as Lance was about to call out 2 Dragonair to fight with all their might, Su Sheng suddenly took out something from his pocket and pressed it. However, Lance didn't care. He already had 2 minimized Pokeballs in his hand, ready to throw them after pressing the central button. But the next second, something unbelievable happened to Lance. After pressing the switch, the Pokeballs didn't enlarge. Cousin. That. Claire's tone was clearly startled, pointing towards Su Sheng. Lance turned his head, discovering that the masked man was holding a remote control with an antenna. You're the one doing this? Lance asked through gritted teeth. Do you know Magnet Pull, Champion Lance? Su Sheng asked with a smile. Without waiting for Lance to answer, his cousin Claire had already spoken. Magnet Pull? The ability of the Magnemite family. Clap clap. Su Sheng clapped his hands in agreement. That's right, the ability possessed by Pokémon like Magnemite and Nosepass allows Steel-type Pokémon to attract the opponent after appearing, preventing them from returning to their Pokeballs. I learned from this ability and invented this magnetic remote control. As long as you press the button in the middle. Saying this, Su Sheng showed the red button in the middle of the remote control to the Dragon Tamer siblings. The antenna will emit a special magnetic force, preventing the Pokeball switch from working properly, so the Pokémon inside certainly can't come out. After hearing Su Sheng's explanation, Lance was furious. He had fought his way to this day, and it wasn't that he hadn't encountered strong enemies. But this was definitely the first time he had encountered such a disgusting enemy. It was like you excitedly assembled a Blue Eyes White Dragon power deck. But the opponent pulled out an underworld deck. Torturing you to death. Utterly disgusting. Of course, you can try releasing a move inside to forcefully destroy the Pokeball, but of course, the prerequisite is to be able to control the force and not hurt your own master. In the manga, Red's Pikachu once accumulated electricity in the Pokeball in advance, buying time to help Red defeat Giovanni. This shows that Pokémon can also use moves inside the ball. But, the risk of breaking out of the Pokeball from the inside is too great. First of all, the space inside the ball is small, and the power can't be fully exerted. And if the move is used, if the power is too small to break the Pokeball, it might backfire and hurt itself. And if the power is too great, the master is too close. You might accidentally blow up the master as well. For a time, the flying-type Pokémon in Lance's Pokeballs hesitated, not daring to act rashly. Damn it! Dragonite! Unable to let the 2 Dragonair help with support, Lance had no choice but to bite the bullet and force Dragonite to charge alone again. I told you, he's no match for Beedrill. As soon as Su Sheng finished speaking, Beedrill immediately threw Anderness aside. Greeting Dragonite, whose right hand was erupting with lightning. Fatal Sting vs Thunder Punch. At the moment when the two were about to collide, Beedrill suddenly dodged to the side. Dragonite was caught off guard, and the Thunder Punch missed. In the next instant, Beedrill struck back with a needle, piercing Dragonite's vital neck. Dragonite. Seeing this scene, Lance showed the emotion called impatience for the first time in a long time. Cousin! Behind you! Hearing his cousin's terrified cry, Lance subconsciously turned his head, discovering that the ominous-looking black Eevee had appeared behind him at some point. HAAA! Umbreon opened its mouth and spat out a mist, accurately hitting Lance's handsome but even more unruly face. This is bad. A strong sense of fatigue surged into his brain, and Lance only felt the world in front of him quickly blurring. It's yawn. Chapter 17. Cousin. Cousin. Seeing Lance fall, Claire's mind went completely blank. Whoa! Dragonite, needless to say, with its master falling, felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely igniting its anger. Gugletwakan. In the next second, Dragonite endured the severe pain in its neck. It frantically turned its head, wanting to launch a fatal attack on Su Sheng. See, so hasty! Su Sheng said with a smile. Almost instantly, Dragonite, having just turned around, felt a chill suddenly rise from its back. Turning its head again, Drill's stinger rapidly magnified in its pupils. Thump! Following Dodrio, his Snorlax followed suit and collapsed. This is the power of science. Su Sheng pushed the mask on his nose as if adjusting glasses. Cousin! Cousin Lance! Wah, wake up! Claire rushed to Su Sheng's side, shaking Lance, and shouting. Stop yelling, it's just a yawn. Su Sheng said unhappily. He was supposed to be the future gym leader of Blackthorn City, who would claim to be comparable to the Elite Four, but he was such a crybaby when he was young. You. Claire cried with snot and tears, unable to speak clearly. Then, seeing Su Sheng take out a syringe from his pocket. What are you going to do now? Seeing the syringe, with a capacity comparable to a soda can, constantly approaching her cousin, Claire panicked again. People with special powers are rare, not to mention those with the power of Tokiwa. I'm very curious. Stop crying, it's just drawing some blood, what's the big deal? Claire didn't know what to say. Is that what you call a little? I probably can't even drink that much water in a day. Don't mess around, little birds. Noticing the expressions of those flying-type Pokémon around Lance's waist through the Pokeball lids, Su Sheng soothed. If you try to forcibly use your moves to destroy the Pokeballs, there's a high chance you'll affect your own master. Hearing this, Lance's Pokémon instantly became much more obedient. Su Sheng took a few more glances. 2 Hakamo, a blue Gyarados, an Aerodactyl, and a Charizard. Good, they're all dragons, but half of them aren't. Dragonite is also quite rare, let's draw some too. After drawing from Dodrio, Su Sheng set his sights on Dragonite. He also plucked a lot of fur by the way. A great harvest, it's so refreshing, like putting on brand new underwear and welcoming the New Year's morning. Su Sheng stretched greatly after putting the things back into his pocket. At this moment, he noticed Anderson's Excadrill, who was still unconscious on the other side. Oh right, little Claire, let your cousin adopt it later, after all, it's homeless. Your cousin should like it, after all, Excadrill is also a dragon. Su Sheng couldn't help but laugh when he said this. But isn't it true? Gyarados, Charizard, and Aerodactyl and Lance's team are all like that, aren't they? It's just that Excadrill doesn't have a flying type. You. Claire didn't know what to say for a moment. Watching Su Sheng's back getting further and further away, Claire suddenly remembered something and shouted. Hey! What's your name? Su Sheng paused, blinked, thought for a while, and replied without turning his head. Joker. Then, he, along with Umbreon and Beedrill, took the unconscious Anderson and completely disappeared into the forest. Joker. Claire repeated the name softly, then gritted her teeth a few seconds later, indignant. Just wait to be locked up in the League prison. Lance struggled to open his eyelids. What came into view, was the ceiling of his room in the Dragon Tamer family. Although he didn't live here often, he still recognized it. Wah! Next, Lance saw 2 Hakamo with worried expressions. And Dragonite, Blue Gyarados, Charizard and many other of his dragons, also came over with concern. Lance immediately sat up from the bed with a jolt. Where is that guy? Lance didn't say Su Sheng's name, but Dragonite and the others knew who their master was talking about. They were all hesitant, lowering their heads and not saying a word. Cousin. Joker, he already left. At this time, Claire walked in with a Cedra. Seeing Lance's appearance, she was a little scared. Joker? Is that guy's name? Lance clenched the bed sheet tightly. Cousin, that guy used despicable means. You didn't lose. Claire tried her best to save Lance's face. But little did she know, this only hurt Lance's self-esteem even more. Losing is losing, what's the point of making excuses? Seeing Lance remain silent, Claire knew she had said the wrong thing. Helpless, she could only awkwardly change the subject. Father said not to publicize this matter. What do you mean? Lance's face changed drastically. Don't publicize it? Doesn't that mean not reporting this matter to the League? And not issuing a warrant for that masked brat? How could that be? Father said, if cousin being slept with by a Team Rocket kid, oh no, put to sleep gets out, it will damage the Dragon Tamer name. In just a short sentence, Claire changed her words several times. Therefore, she wanted to avoid stimulating her cousin with words like lose, failure, and sleep. What a joke! If Lance was only disappointed in himself just now, then now he is disappointed in the entire Dragon Tamer family. Just for such a trivial matter of face, they want to withhold information? What a joke! Is he, Dragon Master Lance, such a shameless person? Let's go! Lance didn't want to stay in this hypocritical place for another second. He put all the Pokémon except Dragonite back into their Pokeballs, rode on the back of his initial partner, and was about to leave immediately. Cousin. Rest more. Before Claire could finish speaking, she saw Lance riding Dragonite, flying from the window to the sky, disappearing into the clouds. And the direction of departure was the Indigo Plateau. Now, we interrupt with an important news bulletin. Last Friday, a malicious battle incident occurred on Route 45 in the Johto region. The wanted criminal Anderson was taken away by a Team Rocket member. According to the League's reasoning, it is speculated that Anderson had secret dealings with Team Rocket and was later silenced by Team Rocket. This Team Rocket minion calls himself Joker. He is now listed as an A-level wanted criminal by the League. This person's fighting style is extremely cunning. He once fought with Elite Four Lance and successfully escaped. This is the League's drawing of Joker based on Elite Four Lance's description. Please, viewers. Azure Beach Cottage. Looking at his masked mode portrait on the TV, and the host's description, Su Sheng fell into a mysterious silence. Chapter 18. Listening to the news anchor's report, Su Sheng didn't know how to react for a moment. Most of it was correct, but it felt like there were some issues with the details. This book is first published on the entire network by A battle with Elite Four member Lance and a successful escape? While he didn't exactly defeat Lance fair and square, he didn't run either, did he? You certainly haven't disappointed me, Sheng, inventing something so incredible in such a short time. On the sofa, Giovanni was playing with the magnetic controller Su Sheng had invented. After learning the whole story from Beedrill through his Giovanni's power, Giovanni was both surprised and regretful. The surprise, of course, was because he hadn't misjudged Su Sheng. This young man was indeed a genius through and through. Inventing such a machine in such a short period. The regret was that Su Sheng wasn't yet an official member of Team Rocket. Otherwise, after he knocked out Lance, he could have contacted him directly and immediately killed that mad dog with red hair. Well, although Lance hadn't reached the peak of his future champion-level strength, his attitude towards Team Rocket was no different from what it would be later. As long as he was facing Team Rocket, he wouldn't rest until he had completely destroyed them. And Su Sheng this time, was undoubtedly the best opportunity to kill Lance. Unfortunately, he missed it because he hadn't revealed his true identity to Su Sheng yet. Moreover, Giovanni deduced that such a good opportunity would probably be hard to come by a second time. Uncle, don't joke around, I'm being mistaken for a member of Team Rocket. Su Sheng shrugged, pretending to be ignorant. Giovanni put the controller aside and fell into a brief silence. He was thinking about whether he should reveal his identity to Su Sheng. Although Su Sheng was currently standing on the opposite side of the league in secret. On the surface, would he be willing to join Team Rocket? Let's wait a little longer. After hesitating for a few minutes, Giovanni decided it would be best to observe for a little longer. After all, judging from Su Sheng's targets being criminals like Anderness and his unwillingness to use wild Pokémon for experiments, he still retained some good intentions in his heart. If he revealed his identity too early, it might backfire. But, this really is a good thing. Giovanni glanced again at the magnetic controller on the table. As long as he pressed it, he could forcibly lock the Pokeballs, preventing the Pokémon from returning to the ball. Although Lance would definitely be wary of this machine's ability in the future after seeing it once. But without a doubt, this was a first encounter kill artifact. I still have to find a way to get him to join Team Rocket as soon as possible. Giovanni knew very well that if he didn't reveal his true identity to Su Sheng, he couldn't give these inventions of his to his subordinates to use. Once his subordinates used these items, Su Sheng would naturally suspect him. With his intelligence, it would only be a matter of time before he deduced his identity. You have to know, actively telling someone your identity and being passively exposed are two different things. On the other side, Indigo Plateau. This is the dividing line between the Kanto and Johto regions. And currently, the Indigo League is the predecessor of the Kanto League and the Johto League. The two regions share 4 Elite Four members and 1 champion. And currently, in the conference room of the Indigo League headquarters building, 3 Elite Four members, 1 champion, the chairman Damarake, and many counselors are gathered. What does this mean? Lance slammed a wanted poster on the table, his face displeased. It was a wanted poster of Joker, drawn based on his description. And in Lance's eyes, the A rating on the wanted poster was very irritating. What does it mean? Someone who can knock out me, Dragon Master Lance, only deserves an A rating? Isn't this indirectly slapping my Dragon Master's face? This was decided after an official discussion. A guy who fled from the Dragon Master doesn't deserve an S rank rating. Agatha, the current Indigo League champion, who was wearing a purple dress and had a gaunt face that was even a little creepy, said indifferently. What escape? That guy left fair and square. Lance was even more annoyed when this matter was brought up. That masked kid had knocked him unconscious and walked away swaggeringly. He had already confirmed this with his cousin, Claire. However, the content of the news reports was completely different. We can't report it like that. Lorelei, another Elite Four member wearing an OL professional outfit, with hair similar in color to Lance's, but a deeper red, and who looked to be about the same age as Lance, only 15 or so, but whose hot figure was in no way inferior to mature women, pushed up the rimless glasses on her delicate nose and said coldly. Otherwise, how do you expect the media to write it? The dignified Dragon Master of the Indigo League was knocked unconscious by a kid who looks to be in his early teens. What does it matter if we give up meaningless face saving? Lance's self-esteem was indeed very strong, but he disdained such charity even more. Regardless of whether that kid used technology or tricks. Losing is losing, there's nothing to say. But, the people won't think that way. Even Bruno, the third Elite Four member who was often ridiculed by Lorelei for having a brain full of muscles, could see the problem. As a rising star who was almost certain to replace Agatha and become the new champion of the Indigo League, Lance was not only the face of the Dragon Master family, but also represented the face of the entire Pokémon League. He was tricked by a kid, and if it was some up-and-coming talent from within the league, that would be fine. But he happened to be a member of Team Rocket. If this were to spread, would the people still have any trust in the Pokémon League? Lance's face was dark, and he couldn't give a response for a moment. Moreover, there's also a genius from Galar who isn't much younger than you, Elite Four Lance. At this time, a counselor of the Indigo League also spoke to persuade him. It is said that he has never been defeated since his debut, and has become the new champion of the Galar League with overwhelming force. Rose, the chairman of the Galar League. He is an ambitious man who will do anything for the development of Galar. That's right, although the word ambitious is somewhat derogatory, it is really the most appropriate word to describe Rose. As the richest man in Galar, he did not indulge in enjoyment. Instead, he vigorously developed Galar's Pokémon competition industry. Not only did he build larger and more luxurious gyms in various cities of Galar than in the Kanto region, which could accommodate more spectators. He also scouted potential trainers everywhere. It is said that the new Galar champion was discovered by him. Not only that, but he also poached people everywhere. He gave high salaries and poached elites from other regions to Galar. For example, Kabu, one of the Galar League gym leaders, is from Hone and was later poached by Rose. There was no way around it, who told him to pay more. And Rose can be said to have made no secret of his ambition. He wants to make Galar surpass Kanto, and even replace it. Under such circumstances, the League headquarters naturally cannot allow Lance's scandal to be exposed. Chapter 19. Do you need me to fight that new champion of the Galar League? Lance said coldly. He felt more and more that these people looked down on him. What do they mean? Do they think I would lose to that guy who popped up from nowhere? Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Seeing the atmosphere becoming more and more heavy, Chairman Damalanchi of the League headquarters, who was short and looked like Santa Claus, finally spoke. But rather than getting back to the main topic, it was more like changing the subject. Lance, tell me about this newly discovered Team Rocket member. What should we pay attention to? Although he knew in his heart that Damalanchi was trying to divert his attention, Lance took a deep breath and chose to give this kind old man some face. He's very young, probably only in his early teens. He probably hasn't been a trainer for very long, maybe just at the level of an ordinary gym leader, but he has an extremely tacit understanding with his Pokémon, and he will definitely become a big problem in the future. He has a Beedrill that is extremely strong, stronger than my Dragonite. When saying this, Lance hesitated for a second, but immediately stated the fact. What if I lose once? Just keep training and become stronger. Hearing that the person possessed a Pokémon stronger than Lance's Dragonite, the faces of the League executives present changed again. Wait, didn't you just say that his level is only at the level of an ordinary gym leader? How did a Beedrill stronger than your Dragonite suddenly appear? Lorelei noticed the key point. At least that's the case with his new breed of EV. Lance, who was gradually calming down, also realized this. The level difference between that black EV and the Beedrill was too great. Although the strength of the 6 Pokémon in a trainer's team varies. Even his Dragonite army is like that. But the difference between Joker's 2 was too great. Either that Beedrill is his main force, and he only recently started training the black EV, so the level difference is very large, or Koga, who was old and cunning, interjected. That Beedrill is not his. It can only be said that old Ginger is more spicy. He guessed most of it at once. I prefer the latter. Lance said without hesitation. Phew, that's good. It would be too exaggerated for a 10-year-old to have a Pokémon stronger than Elite Four. Lance. The representative sent by the Joy family patted her rather plump chest. Humph, don't be too happy too soon. Lance, who had no woman in his heart, was too lazy to look at her and sneered. What's more worrying than his ability to command Pokémon are his strange gadgets. Afterwards, Lance described the entire process of his battle with Joker to everyone in detail. Bruno, gloves that launch spider silk. Lorelei, a controller that forcibly disables Pokeballs. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other. What are these things? I've never heard of them. Spider silk is okay, the key is that controller. Koga, the current champion, spoke again. According to your description, Lance, as long as you use that, the Pokeball will not be able to return to its normal state from the shrunk state. In other words, he can disable the switch of the Pokeball, right? That's right. Mentioning this topic, Lance clenched his teeth even tighter. Pokeballs aren't hard. Can't we just let our Pokémon break the ball from the inside? Bruno suggested a solution. Even if the Pokeball is locked, just throw them out. Then let the Pokémon break it from the inside. An ordinary Pokeball costs only 200 Alliance coins. It's not worth being distressed about. Idiot, by the time your Pokémon is busy breaking the Pokeball, the enemy will have already attacked. After being reminded by Lorelei, Bruno immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Imagine a scene of fighting Team Rocket. The opponent used the device to disable the switch of his Pokeball. Even if his fighting-type Pokémon could break the Pokeball from the inside in 1 second. But this 1 second is enough to determine the outcome. Not to mention 1 second, even half a second is probably enough. Not to mention that most ordinary people's Pokémon don't have this strength. Too dangerous. Koga said what Bruno was thinking. Even an old veteran like her couldn't help but sigh at how powerful this machine was. This thing, was it invented by that joker? Damalanchi spoke again. There was even a hint of trembling in his voice. Such a genius was not recruited by our alliance in time. At such a young age, he has become a pawn of Team Rocket. Damalanchi sighed endlessly. He was very much like the king of Wei who missed Shang Yang. Such a genius, and so young, must have been bewitched by Team Rocket. Damalanchi, who was a good-natured person, secretly made up his mind. If there was a chance, he would definitely persuade this genius boy to return to the right path. If he wasn't lying, that's true, but regardless of whether he invented it or not, it can be determined that that thing will definitely be widely used by Team Rocket. Lance folded his arms in front of his chest. It will be more troublesome to deal with Team Rocket in the future. Even someone as arrogant as him had to admit the horror of this controller. After speaking, Lance got up and left. Lance, where are you going? Bruno asked subconsciously. Training. Lance spat out 2 words lightly. He rehearsed it before coming to the meeting. It only takes half a second for his Dragonite to launch an attack from the inside and destroy the ball shell. But it takes 1 second for him to throw the ball out and throw it to a distance where the attack will not affect him. If his Dragonite doesn't control the strength well, he even needs to throw it further, wasting 2 seconds. Added together, that's 2.5 seconds. Too long. In order to deal with that troublesome machine, Lance felt that he had to strengthen his training. Let his Dragonite army be able to perfectly control the strength. Break the Pokeball with the most perfect strength and counter-attack the enemy. At least, the time must be reduced to within 1 second. To be honest, in the eyes of most trainers, this is simply a fantasy. But, am I, Lance, an ordinary person? I'm super brave, okay. That's all we can do for now. Notify all the gym leaders and officers Jenny to be more careful when encountering Team Rocket. Damalanchi instructed earnestly. But this sentence was mainly addressed to Lorelei. After all, Lorelei's attitude towards Team Rocket was even worse than Lance's. If Lance's attitude towards Team Rocket was Akainu, then Lorelei was more or less a Anigamo. Anigamo, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, a Hawk faction member who follows Akainu. Damalanchi was really afraid that she would get carried away. Lorelei crossed her black silk legs and folded her arms in front of her chest, turning her face to the other side. I don't know if she heard it. Noticing the vacant seat next door, Lorelei raised her eyebrows and asked. Why didn't that guy come? This position belongs to the last of the current Kanto Elite Four. Chapter 20. It seems a real estate group from Johto hired him to do something, so he didn't come. Kiku recalled. TCH, always hanging out with those shady tycoons. Lorelei's tone was full of disdain. But she couldn't say too much about this Elite Four senior whose age and experience far surpassed her own. In any case, send the message out and tell everyone to be careful of that joker. Damalankai summarized the meeting. Johto Region, Qianwood City. Su Sheng had been holding Andes hostage for some time. Sheng, how is it going? Sakaki asked with interest when he saw Su Sheng coming out of the basement. Su Sheng had made some modifications to this seaside cottage. The first floor was filled with some testing instruments, common medical equipment like microscopes. As for some things that couldn't be seen in public, well, they had to be done in the secret basement on the negative first floor. Too fragile, died after a few tries. Su Sheng spread his hands and shrugged. Actually, there was also his own problem. Su Sheng ignored the fact that the physique of people in the pirate world and the Pokémon world are different. After all, one commands Pokémon to fight, and the other goes into battle himself. Therefore, Su Sheng habitually used the methods of the pirate world to do experiments, and accidentally killed Andes. No way, I have to go catch someone again. Su Sheng took out a stack of wanted posters. Uncle, can I trouble you to investigate the whereabouts of these people again? Hee a piece of cake. Sakaki was increasingly looking forward to what new tricks Su Sheng could come up with. However, when choosing wanted criminals, Sakaki deliberately avoided those Team Rocket members. The matter of one's own people fighting each other is still undesirable. Goldenrod Radio, the Pokémon League will officially enter the era of Champion Lance. Many gym leaders have expressed their appreciation for Champion Lance and stated that he will defeat Champion Kiku within 2 years to become the new champion of the Indigo League. Professor Oak's Pokémon Lecture. Recently, I discovered a new species of Pokémon. Their personalities are more irritable and violent compared to Pokémon of other attributes, and they are also more aggressive. It is not recommended for novice trainers to raise this kind of Pokémon. I have decided to temporarily name them Dark type. Alright everyone, go catch Pokémon too. Movili TV, Mr. Stephen Stone, the son of Devon Corporation President Mr. Joseph Stone, has shown great talent. Mr. Watson, the strongest gym leader in the home league, said that Stephen is strong, but he is more optimistic about his disciple Brawly. Street Corner Interview. We interviewed many trainers, and they all said that they saw Champion Lance arresting criminals. Let us believe that any evil will eventually be brought to justice. Recent hot news has come one after another, as if trying to cover up the battle between Lance and Joker. However, the Indigo League is not happy at all. Because according to eyewitness reports, Joker's actions have been extremely frequent recently. Many League-wanted criminals have been defeated and taken away by him while being witnessed. Although they can call the TV station in advance and ask them to suppress the news. But you can block the mouths of the TV stations, but you can't block the mouths of the people. As Joker's frequency of action increases. Although other regions don't know much about this Team Rocket rookie. But if limited to Johto, his reputation is indeed growing. President, recently our TV station has frequently received complaints about why we don't report news related to Joker. The president of Kianwood TV station smiled bitterly at Dama Lankai. Just last week, Joker defeated the League-wanted C-Class robber Ankh in front of many citizens in Kianwood City and took him away. However, Kianwood TV station did not report on it, which made many citizens extremely question it. Thank you for your hard work, rest assured, we will find a way. Dama Lankai said so, but in fact, he couldn't think of any way. After all, he can't shut up ordinary people, right? Fortunately, Joker hasn't caused too much trouble so far, and it can basically be suppressed. This is really interesting. Kiku suddenly laughed strangely while holding a newspaper. Some people have even formed a Joker fan club among the people. Cough. Hearing Kiku's words, Lorelei, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost spit it out. Nanny Sigma? Has the world become so chaotic that she can't understand it? Lorelei took the information from Kiku's hand. The front page of the newspaper was printed with a picture. A dozen or so little girls with an average age of 10 years old stood together, holding posters to support their idol or something. There were also hearts drawn on it, and words like love written on it. Lorelei instantly had a Subway old man face. Kiku remained calm. It is said that because they think Joker's efficiency in cracking down on criminals is higher than the League's. Lorelei bit her pink lip lightly. These words can't be heard by Lance. Although her attitude towards criminals is the same as Lance's. To sum it up in 3 words: kill without mercy. But Lorelei does things more calmly than Lance. Perhaps because she uses ice type. President. Joker has appeared in Goldenrod City. Not only Joker, but also Shadow, led by S-Class wanted criminal, Alina. At this time, Dama Lankai's assistant ran into the conference room quickly, extremely anxiously. As soon as these words came out, even Kiku, who had always been indifferent, frowned slightly. Shadow. The meaning of these two words is no less than Team Rocket. If Team Rocket is the largest criminal organization in Kanto, then Shadow is the largest criminal organization in Johto. Did Team Rocket and Shadow start fighting? Dama Lankai jumped up from his chair with a snap, so fast. Joker is from Team Rocket, and he is fighting with Shadow. Doesn't that mean Team Rocket and Shadow are fighting? Well, it seems not. According to the news sent back by Mr. Hayward, the Goldenrod gym leader, Shadow suddenly appeared at the Goldenrod City Station, robbing trainers' Pokémon, and then Joker appeared. Currently, no Team Rocket members other than Joker have been found. The situation still needs further confirmation. The assistant swallowed and barely calmed down to answer. What is the situation now? Lorelei also stood up from her chair and walked out. Team Rocket and Shadow. Perfect, Lorelei, will freeze you all in place. The assistant replied. Originally, Mr. Hayward was at a disadvantage, but after Joker joined the battle situation tilted towards our side. At first glance, it's good news, but Lorelei couldn't be happy at all. Damn it, does the League Gym leader need help from Team Rocket to control the situation? Damn it, the world is turned upside down. The Shadow organization comes from the official game Pokémon, Gale of Darkness. It was originally set to operate in a small area far from the League continent. It is quite strong, but because it is released on the console, its popularity is limited. In order to facilitate everyone's substitution, I will add pictures and basic information when the characters appear. My little sister made some modifications and changed it to operating in the Johto area. I personally think this plot is very interesting, so please look forward to it, and please ask for a follow-up reading. Chapter 21. Let's rewind time by 1 hour. Goldenrod City, Maglev train station. Su Sheng took this train from Azalea Town to Goldenrod City. As one of the largest cities in the Johto region, Su Sheng often comes here to purchase supplies. Just as he was about to get off the train, suddenly, a terrified scream came from the train station exit. Immediately afterward, the commotion rapidly spread throughout the train station, with passengers fleeing in panic, running around like headless chickens. What's going on? Su Sheng stood on his tiptoes and looked around, trying to figure out what was happening. Before long, he heard a name Team Rocket. Having been transmigrated for some time now, Su Sheng had naturally heard of this organization's notorious reputation. The largest criminal organization in the Johto region. It is said that their strength is comparable to Team Rocket of Kanto. Their usual actions can be described as a carbon copy of Team Rocket. Robbing others of their property, capturing Pokémon on a large scale through violent means, and even, it is said that, like Team Rocket, they use Pokémon for shady experiments. If there's any difference to be said, it might just be a slight difference in their style of operation. Team Rocket directly and violently robs. Team Rocket is more about quietly entering the village, guns silent. First deploy a plan, then strike. Attention everyone, all eyes on me, look at me, look at me. Just then, a voice came through the train station's broadcast, reaching the ears of all passengers in the station. I am Team Rocket's chief scientist, Alina. Surprisingly, the voice was actually female. And the tone was very coquettish, making Su Sheng couldn't help but think of a certain Aunt Hizawa who married far away to Japan in his previous life. Now, the entire Maglev train station is under our control. If you all want to live, please hand over your Pokémon and all your belongings. I don't want to hurt anyone, please, please. At that moment, a group of people walked out of the train, removed their disguises, and revealed white uniforms resembling those of Kamen Riders. So that's it, hidden among the passengers? And they controlled the station so easily, there must have been an inside man among the station staff from the start. But speaking of which, they're called Team Rocket, but their uniforms are white. Looks like the leader isn't very cultured. The Team Rocket members who came down from the train took out bags and walked one by one to the passengers who didn't dare to act rashly. The meaning was clear. Hand over all your belongings and Pokeballs. You're kidding. I won't give you my Plusle. At this moment, a boy who looked about 8 or 9 years old, with tears in his eyes, hugged a Plusle tightly in his arms. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Other passengers also responded. That's right. Pokémon are our family, how can we hand them over to criminals like you? If we don't have Pokémon, wouldn't we become lambs to the slaughter? Everyone, don't listen to them. That's right, there are so many of us, are we afraid of them? The importance of Pokémon to trainers is self-evident, they are not only partners, but also comrades in arms, and family members. Of course, even if some people don't have such a deep relationship with their Pokémon. But they also know that Pokémon at this time are their life-saving charms. If they hand them over, they will really be like clay, at the mercy of these criminals. Oh dear, we are different from violent maniacs like Team Rocket. Do you think Team Rocket would carry out such a large-scale operation without making sufficient preparations? Alina's voice came again from the broadcast. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of passengers discovered. At some point, faint purple gas had emanated from the station's drains, already spreading around the station. And those Team Rocket members dressed like Kamen Riders also put on gas masks. Poison gas? Hey! These guys are crazy. On the other side of the crowd, Bugsy, who had also come to Goldenrod City by train to challenge the gym, was also dumbfounded. Being from Johto, he had naturally heard of Team Rocket's reputation. But he didn't expect these guys to be so insane. Thousands of lives. You're being so ruthless? In less than half a minute, many passengers with slightly weaker constitutions already felt unwell. Seeing the Team Rocket members walking up with burlap sacks, the passengers in the front row gritted their teeth, and finally said I'm sorry with tears in their eyes, and then threw their wallets and pokeballs into them. Taking in this scene through the monitor, in the station's monitoring room, a woman who looked about 20 years old, with a slender figure and pink pigtails, put her long legs on the broadcast table and said with a smile, "Oh, great success, great success. Alliance wanted S-Class Criminal Team Rocket's senior executive and scientist, Alina. Sister, Goldenrod City's gym leader, Bugsy, and the officer Jenny police force are here." At this moment, a team member also wearing a Team Rocket white uniform stood beside Alina and said cautiously. Alina slapped the man on the back impatiently. "How many times have I told you? Nap, call me by my position when working." Yes. The male team member who was slapped said aggrievedly. "Lady Alina, the gym leader and the police have blocked the door, what should we do?" "Bugsy? Isn't that an old man in his 60s? His strength isn't that great either, I'll leave him to you, stinky brother." Alina said nonchalantly. Got it." Nap knew how terrible it was to anger his older sister. But he couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Didn't you say to call you by your position? Why are you calling me brother again?" Although the two are indeed siblings. Alina then shouted into the microphone again. "Friends who hand over their pokeballs and money can leave first." Inside the station, the passengers who heard Alina's words moved a lot faster. Under the threat of life, what is the bond with Pokémon? After all, you can't expect everyone to be Ash Ketchum. Damn it, I actually... Seeing the Team Rocket people about to walk up to him, Bugsy fell into a deep dilemma. Should he fight them? Maybe he can fight his way out. He won't hand over his Natu. But there are so many of them, and it's so crowded here. Can he really escape? Just as the Team Rocket people got closer and closer, and Bugsy himself became more and more nervous, he suddenly heard a voice not far from him. "So that's it, no matter which world, stations, airports, etc., are the places with the highest passenger flow. Attacking here can indeed obtain the most resources, and after succeeding, you can immediately take the train and leave. That woman named Alina is very smart." Bugsy directly had a black question mark on his face. What the heck is this weirdo? Is now the time to praise criminals? Chapter 22. Ichi subconsciously looked towards the direction of the voice. He wanted to see which weirdo had the leisure to say such things at such a dangerous time. Whoosh! Just as Ichi turned his head, he didn't see the other person's face clearly, only a black shadow suddenly appeared. Then, a black windbreaker, red gloves, and a mask. Ichi's pupils suddenly dilated. In his daze, the Shadow Triad member who walked up to him shouted the other person's name. Joker. In the next instant, a black shadow darted in front of this Shadow Triad member. After a thud, the other party's eyes rolled back, and he immediately fainted on the ground. When Ichi took a closer look, he realized it was the Pokémon he had seen when challenging the Cerulean Gym. A black Eevee. After knocking out that Shadow Triad member, Umbreon twisted the back of his collar with its right forepaw. With a small toss, it threw the other party directly into the carriage. TZZZT. On the other side, Ariana in the monitoring room also stood up abruptly. Because the monitor in front of her was a blur at the moment, she couldn't see anything. The monitor was destroyed? Joker. The dozens of Shadow Triad members who were still carrying burlap sacks had drastic changes in expression. Among the wanted criminals captured by Joker before, several were Shadow Triad members. Immediately afterward, many people recalled the information the organization had obtained some time ago. No, it couldn't be considered that the organization obtained it. The League had already reported this news through the media. Everyone, quickly release your Pokémon. One of them, probably a captain-level member of the Shadow Triad, shouted at the surrounding subordinates. Team Rocket invented a terrifying tool that could lock the switch of a Pokeball, preventing Pokémon from being released and preventing them from being recalled. This matter caused a huge uproar not only in Johto but throughout the entire Pokémon world. Anyone with a bit of brains knew how terrifying this device was. Even if Pokémon could use moves from the inside to destroy the Pokeball. However, Pokémon of insufficient level couldn't exert their strength in the ball, and it would take some time to break the Pokeball. Moreover, because the space was too small, they might injure themselves. While the Shadow Triad members were in a flurry, Joker had already moved. Under the gaze of the surrounding Shadow Triad members and thousands of ordinary passengers on the scene, Su Sheng took out a remote control from his windbreaker pocket and said with a smile, "Killer Queen, gives you a like." When they saw Su Sheng press the button, many Shadow Triad members still took out their Pokeballs, not believing in evil. They kept pressing the button in the middle. But the Pokeball unexpectedly malfunctioned as expected. No response. The Pokeball really doesn't work. Ichi also secretly took out his Native's Pokeball and pressed it a few times, and found that it was indeed as the news said, it did not return to its normal state from its reduced form. That is, the magnetic controller reported on the news before. Ichi turned his head to look at Su Sheng, his face full of disbelief. Without the help of Pokémon, you are just ordinary people. Su Sheng looked at this group of white-clothed people with a wicked smile. He also winked at the surrounding stunned passengers. Everyone, do I need to tell you what to do? A young man wearing frameless glasses, who looked a bit like a bookworm, was the first to react and pounced directly on a Shadow Triad member closest to him. And his behavior was like throwing a torpedo onto a lake that was already not calm. It exploded with a boom. Ah! Shadow Triad! I'm going to fight you! Everyone, let's go together! Damn it! Look carefully when you attack! You hit me! Thousands of people vs dozens of people. And it was in the absence of Pokémon. There was no need to think about what the ending would be. Spare me, ah! Help, help, rep, report to the police, call the police quickly. Don't hit me, ouch! Let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. Dozens of Shadow Triad members were immediately beaten into pig heads. At this moment, two girls who looked to be 6 or 7 years old, both with pink hair, ran towards the burlap sacks that fell on the ground. My Smeargle! My Smeargle! One of the girls, wearing round-framed glasses, anxiously reached out to grab the bag. But because the scene was too chaotic, she accidentally tripped over a half-dead Shadow Triad teammate. She was about to fall face first and get a bloody nose. Hu Tao-chan! Another pink-haired girl with pigtails cried out in panic. At the critical moment, a hand intervened and hugged the bespectacled girl's waist. The little girl, called Hu Tao by the pigtail girl, looked up. What caught her eye was a masked face. Be careful, Young miss. Su Sheng picked up a pokeball containing a Smeargle from the bag and handed it to her, and said with a chuckle. Is this your Pokémon? Hu Tao quickly took the pokeball, looked at the Smeargle inside through the lid, and sobbed. Wah! I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. Originally, she was willing to die rather than hand over the Smeargle. But those Shadow Triad Battas forcibly snatched it from her. It's okay, it's okay. The pink-haired girl with pigtails who caught up quickly comforted her friend. Although both had pink hair, the girl with pigtails had a slightly darker shade. Xiao Qian, wah! Hu Tao threw herself into her friend's arms, crying uncontrollably. Everyone, that's enough. At this moment, Su Sheng spoke up. If he didn't stop them, those dozens of Shadow Triad members would be beaten to death. The passengers stopped at the same time when they heard this. Although most of them knew that the masked boy in front of them was a criminal. But just now, he did save them. Everyone, hurry up and leave, don't forget there's still poison gas here. Hearing Su Sheng's words, everyone reacted. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did, they felt it. Their heads were getting heavier and heavier, and they were getting more and more nauseous. Let's go, let's go. Everyone, hurry up and leave. That, black-clothed young man, thanks. Your mask is very handsome. If you abandon the dark and turn to the light, I will definitely be your fan. The army of passengers ran towards the exit. Many people couldn't help but express their gratitude to Su Sheng before leaving. Su Sheng smiled slightly and, together with Umbreon, threw those half-dead Shadow Triad teammates into the train car. That, big brother, thank you. Su Sheng turned his head and found that the bespectacled girl named Hu Tao had tears on her face and was looking at him with pursed lips. Don't worry about it, cute young miss. Su Sheng was suddenly in the mood to cosplay Kaito Kid's flamboyant style. Hu Tao stared blankly at Su Sheng. You are Joker. Another voice suddenly came. That guy is, the one from the broadcast just now. Ichi, who hadn't left yet, had a drastic change in expression. He recognized it. That woman was the owner of the voice from the broadcast just now. Her name was Ariana. Su Sheng silently took off the gas masks from the faces of several Shadow Triad members, handed them to Hu Tao and Xiao Qian, and put one on his mouth. Then he pressed the open button for the train door. Umbreon. Under Su Sheng's command, Umbreon, who had already run to the driver's cab, pressed the train start button. The train drove out of the station at high speed on autopilot. Umbreon also jumped out of the train window the moment the train started. Looking at Joker wearing a gas mask and those two little girls. Itchy? No, where's mine? Chapter 23. Head I really didn't expect the Rocket Gang's famous rising star to see through our plan. Aliena quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of surprise, reverting to her usual coquettish tone. To defeat so many of my subordinates so silently. You used that magnetic remote control, didn't you? The Alliance has already informed the public about the magnetic remote control through the news. After all, this thing is too dangerous. Ordinary people are often at a disadvantage when facing the Rocket Gang. If they can't even use Pokémon, they will be completely reduced to fish on a chopping board. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Pokémon Alliance decided to expose this matter. A genius scientist like Joker Diddy is too wasted in a violent organization like the Rocket Gang. Why not join our shadow? Aliena said with a smile. This is a paradise for us researchers. Even with a mask on, everyone present could still feel the strong disdain from Su Sheng's slightly raised. This is not surprising. After all, in the era when Zai debuted, no one had ever heard of the Shadow Organization. There is only one reason for that: by the time Zai came out to adventure, this organization had already been destroyed. Either the Alliance did it, or the Rocket Gang did it. In that case, why would I join an organization that is destined to be destroyed? Ms. Aliena, since we are all doing research, let's not play those little tricks. Su Sheng said with a faint smile. Do you think I can't see it? Su Sheng raised his hand and pointed to Aliena's feet. Yushu, Xiaoqian, and Hintao looked over and their expressions suddenly changed drastically. They saw that Aliena had somehow thrown 3 Pokeballs on the ground. They were slowly rolling behind her. Obviously, Aliena secretly threw the balls out, trying to escape the effect range of the magnetic remote control. Don't even think about it. Xiaoqian immediately wanted to rush up and grab the Pokeballs. But Su Sheng raised his hand to stop Xiaoqian. Under Xiaoqian's puzzled gaze, Su Sheng said, "The Alliance's army is probably gathered at the station entrance, right? If they attack, it won't be easy for either of us to escape. How about we take a step back? Let's call a truce and leave the battle for next time." Aliena's face was still full of smiles, but her tone was already somewhat dangerous. "Oh little brother, you hijacked so many of my subordinates, and you think you can just let it go? Do you care so much about those useless subordinates? And is Ms. Aliena assuming that I'm the only one here? Are you really not afraid that I'll call out other Rocket Gang members and have them and the Alliance surround you shadow like dumplings?" Su Sheng's series of rhetorical questions made Aliena hesitate. S-Class wanted criminal Aliena, according to the information provided by the Alliance. Her strength is at least close to the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings. It's not difficult for her Pokémon to break out of the Pokeballs from the inside. Unless absolutely necessary, she should try to avoid fighting her. How interesting, then I look forward to seeing you next time, little brother Joker." After a brief moment of contemplation, Aliena smiled, turned around, picked up a few Pokeballs from the ground, and quickly disappeared into the corridor of the station. "You guys wait here for a while. I estimate that the Alliance's reinforcements will be here in less than 5 minutes. Su Sheng said to Xiaoqian and Hintao. However, before the last word could be uttered, they saw Yushu fall to the ground with a thud. His face was purple and he was still foaming at the mouth. Without even checking, it was obvious that he was poisoned. "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about you," Su Sheng said as he picked up Yushu. "There's no way around it. Let me send you off on your final journey. Outside the station. Get out of the way." Xiaoqian is still inside. With a Kentaro by his side, the current Goldenrod gym leader Havard was so anxious that his old face turned red. The granddaughter he was talking about was the red-haired, twin-tailed girl Xiaoqian. "Gym leader Havard, please calm down, the other side has hostages." The officer Juncha with the Cardigu quickly dissuaded him. "How can I not be anxious? Xiaoqian is only 6 years old." Havard was anxious, and Naps, who was leading the shadow battle squad on the other side, wasn't doing any better. "Why hasn't my older sister sent the signal that everything is done yet? This is too late compared to the plan, right? What's that sound?" Suddenly, Naps heard a sound coming from behind. The other shadow members also heard the sound and subconsciously turned their heads to look. Then they saw a human sea army composed of countless Pokémon and humans, rolling towards them like waves. "What's going on?" Naps was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. "Everyone, charge!" Although there was a row of shadow members standing at the exit, the tourists who had just survived the disaster were in high spirits at this time, and they had so many people to embolden them. When they saw the group of white-clothed criminals, one by one, they were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they rushed up with their Pokémon, waving their fists. "Stop them!" Naps shouted. But Havard and the Junchas behind them also reacted and immediately took action. "Help!" For a time, Naps led the shadow in front of thousands of passengers and their Pokémon, and behind them were gym leader Havard and the Juncha troops. They were surrounded like dumplings. In less than 10 minutes, the shadow battle squad led by Naps was wiped out in one fell swoop. Most of the tourists gathered around Joey and Jilly-Dawn to receive checks. There were also a small number of bold people watching the excitement on the periphery. What exactly is going on? How did the hostages run out by themselves? The Juncha director of Goldenrod City was a little overwhelmed by this sudden windfall. While handcuffing the bound shadow team, he couldn't help but ask the surrounding passengers what was going on. "It's Joker. Joker saved us. Yes, he suddenly appeared and made those bad guys' Pokeballs unusable. Is there a way to get the Alliance to recruit him? The surrounding passengers who had just escaped death were talking about it. Several junches looked at each other. Joker? Could it be that Joker? Xiao Qian. Where is Xiao Qian? Havard shouted, grabbing Naps by the collar. I don't know. I'm not responsible for the inside of the station. Naps said with difficulty, his breathing obstructed. Suddenly, Naps seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, forcibly lifted into the air, and quickly flew to the roof of the station. Everyone looked up in astonishment. They found Aliena and a Shenado standing there. It's a psychic-type ultimate move telekinesis. Older sister, what's the situation inside? Naps, who was released by Shenado, was still in shock. Adults' affairs are none of your business. Aliena gave her stinky younger brother a slap with no good intentions. Naps dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. Let's go. Aliena said and prepared to leave with her stinky younger brother. Stop. The junches were shocked, and the director was about to order the arrest. Suddenly, he heard Havard, the gym leader of Goldenrod City, let out a loud shout. Xiao Qian. Before they could turn their heads, they heard the exclamations, and even cheers, from the surrounding crowd. Joker. Chapter 24. Taking advantage of the distraction of the Junsa police and the League reinforcements below. Aliena had already left with her little brother. As a gym leader, Harvard rushed forward when he saw the red-haired girl walking beside the black-clothed masked boy. Cassie. Grandpa. Cassie ran a few steps and threw herself into Harvard's arms. It's good you're okay, it's good you're okay, you scared Grandpa to death. Amidst his tearful joy, Harvard couldn't help but look at Joker with astonished eyes. He remembered that this young man was the Team Rocket member mentioned in the League's notice. Su Sheng first nudged Hu Tao, signaling her to go over. Then, he placed the unconscious Itsuki on Harvard's Kentauro's back. He inhaled a lot of poison gas. Please have Joy take a look at him quickly. Okay. Harvard hesitated for a moment, but immediately agreed. He was first and foremost his precious granddaughter's grandfather, and only then a League gym leader. Kana. Su Sheng waved at the Junsa police across from him. The next second, he shot out Spider Silk, swinging between the buildings, and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Fortunately, there are many skyscrapers in Goldenrod City. If it were a rural town like Pallet Town, he really wouldn't be able to fly. That guy is Joker. A female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, followed by a deadly chill. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw Lorelei, one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League, had arrived at some point. She released her dugong, aiming its head at Joker swinging between the buildings, with icy energy gathering in its mouth for an ice beam. Don't! Hu Tao's little legs started running, and she hugged Dugong's neck tightly, completely confusing the little Dugong. Please don't! Big sister! Cassie also broke free from her grandfather's arms and rushed into Lorelei's embrace. What are you doing? Lorelei also showed the same expression as her Dugong. Miss Lorelei, we were able to survive this time thanks to him. Yeah, let's just let it go this time, okay? It feels like Joker's action rate is higher than the League's. If we waited for the League to rescue us, we would probably all die inside. The surrounding onlookers also gathered around to mediate. However, Lorelei's anger flared up at the last sentence. What's going on? 5 minutes later, Lorelei learned the whole story of the incident from Junsa. Her face turned even darker. Team Rocket's villains actually became heroes? What a disgrace! What made Lorelei even more frustrated was that she couldn't say anything. After all, this time, the other party was indeed one step ahead of the League. About 20 kilometers away from Goldenrod City on the rails. The hover train that was previously hijacked by Shadow and later activated by Su Sheng's Umbreon was parked here. 2 huge pits were smashed into the front of the train, and half of the carriages had derailed. At the front end, a Nidoking was standing, just pulling its hand out of the train's metal skin. Obviously, it was this Nidoking that stopped the speeding train. This was something that Red Snorlax would also do in the future. Whoosh! Su Sheng in Joker form fell from the sky to the ground, his trench coat scraping against the air, making a whooshing sound. Well done, A Sheng! Sakaki walked out from behind Nidoking with his hands in his pockets, smiling with satisfaction. Those idiots from Shadow must be furious. Just luck, but this time it's indeed a big harvest. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras here, Su Sheng took off his mask and smiled. After deducing that Shadow planned to escape by train after succeeding, Su Sheng decided to use their plan against them, letting Sakaki lie in ambush here. Then, he threw Shadow's idiots into the carriages and had the train start. After driving a certain distance, he had Sakaki intercept them, using their plan against them. For the next period of time, I probably won't have to be a bounty hunter. Su Sheng opened the carriage, which was filled with Shadow's lackeys. These fools are enough for a while. At this point, Su Sheng and Sakaki smiled mischievously at the same time. 2 days later, in the morning, Lorelei, who had taken a trip to Goldenrod City, returned to the Pokémon League headquarters in the Indigo Plateau. Also coming this time was the Goldenrod City gym leader, Cassie's grandfather, Harvard. Oh no, it could be said that all the gym leaders from the Kanto and Johto regions who could come had come. In addition, there was also Lance, who was originally active in Kanto. Recently, Joker's actions have been very active. He had even taken down more wanted criminals than him. This made the Dragon Master feel that his position was being challenged. So, he went around catching criminals like he was grinding achievements. But before he could catch many people, he heard about such a big thing happening in Johto. This report is quite interesting. Lieutenant Surge, the Vermilion City gym leader from the Kanto region, who looked especially young compared to the future, said with a newspaper in his hand. Blaine from Cinnabar Island Gym, Hayato from Violet City Gym, and others craned their necks to take a look. When they saw the title, they all gasped. Who stood up in the face of evil? The League? Team Rocket? Good heavens, which newspaper dares to write this? What confused the old comrades even more were the girls with infatuated faces in the photos above. One by one, they were holding up support signs and banners with Era Joker Group, We Love You written on them. I don't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. It's indeed interesting, Team Rocket actually became heroes who saved the people. Sabrina, the youngest gym leader in the room from Saffron City Gym, folded her arms around her chest and sneered. It's my fault, as the Goldenrod gym leader, I wasn't able to resolve this matter in the first place, I take full responsibility. Harvard stood up and said. I will resign from the position of gym leader, it just so happens that I have always had a dream of opening a ranch, so I will retire early, haha. Don't say that, brother Harvard, this is not your fault. Bruno persuaded. After all, who would have thought that those guys from Shadow would be mixed in with the passengers? Yes, instead of pursuing whose fault it is, it's better for everyone to think of ways to prevent this from happening again. Erica, who was about the same age as Sabrina and belonged to the youngest group of gym leaders in the room, also came out to smooth things over. It's no wonder she can be a gym leader manager in the future with such a knack for handling people at such a young age. First, passengers will have to undergo identity checks and body searches when boarding the train in the future. Second, notify the public that they should get into the habit of releasing at least one Pokémon to follow them at all times. Damarcus stroked his beard and said. Obviously, the first one is aimed at Shadow. If they had conducted a more stringent inspection before they got on the train, this might not have happened. The second one is obviously aimed at Joker, or rather, at his troublesome magnetic remote control. This is the first time the League has seen the horror of this device with their own eyes. Fortunately, it wasn't used against them. At least not this time. Please cast some votes, please ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. There are so many manuscripts that there is absolutely no possibility of interruption. Chapter 25. Team Rocket's Shadow Pokémon fight each other, Joker intervenes, and Shadow loses more than 30 members. Elite Team Rocket squad arrested by Dragon Master Lance. Cinnabar gym leader Blaine interviewed, stating that Team Rocket does not represent justice and hopes young people will learn to think independently. The League issues a new notice, hoping that all trainers can get used to releasing a Pokémon to follow them in order to prevent Team Rocket's magnetic remote control. Although the Goldenrod City train incident caused a great stir, it was impossible for the League to officially recognize Joker's contribution. But after all, so many people saw it, and it was not very possible to reverse the truth. After some discussion, the League could only use the words "dog eat dog" to summarize the incident. Under the League's semi-mandatory requirements, many trainers also learned from Ash in the future. They released Pokémon that were not too large to follow them. This was to prevent Team Rocket from using the device invented by Joker to deal with ordinary people. This left the Team Rocket members in Kanto looking confused. They hadn't heard of such a person joining the organization recently. They hadn't received such an awesome thing either. The culprit of all this was busy saving lives at the moment. Cerulean City, Susheng's seaside cottage. At first glance, the environment is a bit crude. Inside the operating room, the young man wears a white coat, a medical mask, and a head cap, standing in front of the operating table with gloves full of blood. On the operating table in front of him, a Tauros is lying. "Okay, it's okay now." After the final wound suture was completed, Susheng stroked Tauros's head to comfort it. "Brave Tauros, not afraid of difficulties." "Moo." Tauros chirped softly to show its gratitude. Susheng took Tauros back into the Pokeball. A ragged trainer outside saw Susheng coming out and hurried to meet him. That, doctor, please, my Tauros. Don't worry, the operation was very successful, but you can't do strenuous activities for the next 3 months." Susheng handed the Pokeball to the other party. Thank you. The other party was overjoyed and almost knelt down to Susheng, apologizing to Tauros through the lid of the Pokeball. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't accidentally entered the Akanza's nest, I wouldn't have hurt you like this. Please settle the bill, trainer." "Thank you for your patronage. It's 20,000 Alliance coins." No problem. Dr. Susheng, it's a great loss for the League that your skills are not employed in the Pokémon Center." Raising his sleeves to wipe his snot, Tauros's trainer flattered while paying. Then I'm afraid I won't be able to treat your Tauros." Susheng smiled. "Ah, that's right." Tauros's trainer slapped his forehead and said with a smile. "Then please, Dr. Su, help us poor trainers more." He was not the kind of trainer who paid 10 years of Alliance tax and could receive the starter Pokémon. To enjoy the treatment of the Pokémon Center, you have to spend money. Yesterday, he strayed into the nest of the Akans family and was chased by an Arbok and dozens of Akans. If Tauros hadn't desperately fought a bloody path, he would have died in it long ago. But when he arrived at the Cerulean City Pokémon Center this morning, the medical staff said that to treat this Tauros, at least 6 figures of Alliance coins would be needed. The injury was too serious. When he heard this number, he broke down. He didn't have that much money even if he sold himself. Just as he was walking down the street holding the Pokeball containing the dying Tauros and crying. At this time, a trainer who witnessed the whole process came up to him and said, "You can try a hospital on the beach over there. There is a young doctor there with good medical skills and cheaper fees." Tauros's trainer, with the last glimmer of hope, found Susheng. When he saw his height, he was dumbfounded again. Was he crazy, or was the person who gave him directions crazy? But at that time, seeing that Tauros only had his last breath left, he thought he would try it as a dead horse, so he tried it. Then, the situation became like this. "You flatter me. I want to rest. Please." Susheng took off the mask and head cap on his face and sat on the chair with a difficult smile. Okay. Dr. Su, you can take a rest first, I will help you GG. The trainer nodded repeatedly, holding Tauros's Pokeball, and left with admiration. When he was alone and powerless, the fatigue on Susheng's face disappeared without a trace in an instant. He walked into the operating room again, picked up the tweezers, and carefully collected the droppings such as the hair of the Tauros and the venomous fangs of the Arbok just now. Sure enough, to practice my skills and collect materials, treating Pokémon is the most efficient way. Through the trophies obtained from the Goldenrod City train incident, Su Sheng's research has made a major breakthrough. Su Sheng also wanted to test his medical skills more. So, without obtaining the League's approval, he became a black doctor. In this way, he can not only improve his medical skills by treating all kinds of Pokémon, but also continuously collect the genes of various Pokémon. Win-win. Walking out of the house, it was dusk. Beach hut. Bang. Before Su Sheng could put on his hood, he heard a painful knocking sound from the beach. Su Sheng looked up and saw Umbreon's tail wrapped in a metallic silver light, hitting the side of a Rhyhorn's face hard. Iron tail. However, the Rhyhorn was not willing to be outdone. His face was slapped, but the speed of his hands was not slow at all. It was like waving a big stick and hitting Umbreon's waist hard. Arm thrust. Boom. Umbreon was knocked away and hit the wall next to him. Su Sheng jumped down to the beach and picked up the landed Umbreon. I've only been inside for less than an hour, and you're practicing again. Su Sheng said helplessly. EV. It was very effective, and it was also one of the most powerful arm thrust of fighting type skills. Umbreon, who was hit by this move, convulsed all over, and even the cry seemed out of tune. But even so, he still showed a smile to Su Sheng. Poof! On the other side, Rhyhorn also spit out a broken tooth. The iron tail just now was quite powerful. Giovanni stepped forward, expressed his appreciation to Umbreon, and then asked Su Sheng. I've been working at the Pokémon Center for a week. How do you feel? Compared to this Umbreon, whose upper limit is at most champion level, Giovanni is more concerned about Su Sheng himself. Of course, it's a big harvest. Su Sheng smiled back, took Umbreon back to the beach hut, and helped her with treatment. Half an hour later, Umbreon's right hind leg was covered with a thick bandage. No training or fighting within 3 days, understand? Su Sheng repeatedly urged. Umbreon nodded repeatedly, but Su Sheng was still not very relieved. I'll take her to work with me for the next few days. This girl is too hard-working. Okay, let's go to the night shift. After dinner, Su Sheng twisted his neck and pressed the secret compartment hidden behind the poster on the wall. He learned this from watching movies in his previous life. By the way, the star on the poster is Kalos's child star Diantha. A piece of floor in the corner of the living room opened by itself, revealing the stairs leading to the first floor below. Suddenly, Umbreon jumped out of the window as if remembering something. After a while, he came back to Su Sheng's feet with a fragment in his mouth. It was the tooth that was broken off by Rhyhorn just now. Oh, I almost forgot this, I can't waste it. Su Sheng took the fragment and rubbed Umbreon's head. What amazing invention are you going to make this time? A Sheng. Giovanni patted Rhyhorn's shoulder with a resentful look to comfort him, and at the same time asked Su Sheng with anticipation. Don't worry, uncle, good food is not afraid of being late. Su Sheng said with a smile. And on a street in Cerulean City. The black EV used by Joker does have a similar movement to the one I saw at the Cerulean gym before. Janitor Whitney, who cosplays as a washing machine, pinched his chin and muttered to himself, and glanced at the new Pokémon in his poke ball. But then again, why did my execute suddenly become like this? Chapter 26. The next day, Itsuki arrived at the Cerulean City Pokémon Center. His Pokémon weren't seriously injured, he mainly wanted to ask Nurse Joy about what had happened to his execute. Oh, maybe he couldn't call it execute anymore. I'm sorry, Itsuki, we only handle treatment here, not research. I don't know why your Pokémon changed like this, Nurse Joy Sayori explained, looking at the Pokémon beside Itsuki, which had 3 oval faces and a body resembling a coconut tree stump with grass leaves on its head. Curiosity was evident in her eyes. Following Su Sheng's Umbreon a few months ago, this was the second time she had seen an unknown Pokémon recently. Other trainers at the Pokémon Center also cast curious glances. But this wasn't too rare. The Pokémon Encyclopedia hadn't been fully developed yet. Professor Oak's lectures often educated the public about new Pokémon they hadn't seen before. For example, the Dark type was only recently discovered by Professor Oak. Many Dark-type Pokémon had frequently appeared in the news lately. Nurse Joy Sayori then analyzed, however, after conducting a physical examination, we found it to be very healthy. If you want to learn more about this new species of Pokémon, I recommend you go to Kanto and ask Professor Oak. Currently, the highest and only authority in the Pokémon academic world was Professor Oak. Okay. Confirming that his partner was okay, Itsuki felt relieved. Without any surprises, this should be evolution. So, what should I call you now? Itsuki rubbed his chin, looking troubled. Execute's evolved form, was he the first in the world to witness this? He didn't even know what to call it. Hey little bro, your Pokémon. I've never seen it before. Just then, a young man curiously approached. Huh? Is there something you need? Itsuki turned to look at him. This person was the trainer of the Toros that had undergone surgery at Susheng's place yesterday. Nothing, I was just passing by and saw that Nurse Joy couldn't answer your question, the Toros trainer said, arms crossed, complaining, the league's standards are really bad. They charge a lot but aren't very good. I'm leaving if there's nothing else. Itsuki wasn't interested in listening to his complaints. Wait, I'll tell you, I know a very skilled doctor. He's at the beach, you can go see him. Ever since his Toros had narrowly escaped death, he had become a supporter of Susheng. Hi! Itsuki blinked. There was nothing wrong with his Pokémon's body, and his only problem was what to call it. There was no need to find another doctor. Moreover, Itsuki didn't think there were any doctors better than the Joy family. Besides, this wasn't something a doctor could solve, right? If he were to look for someone, it should be a researcher like Professor Oak. However, seeing the way this person's eyes lit up when mentioning that doctor, Itsuki decided to go take a look. Anyway, he had come to Cerulean City to try his luck. Before long, Itsuki followed the man's advice and arrived at a detached house by the sea in Cerulean City. Is this the place? Itsuki was about to knock on the door when his expression suddenly changed. Because through the window, he saw a black Eevee leaning against the curtain and snoring at the table inside. Is it, the same one? Itsuki muttered to himself after regaining his senses. When he looked again, he found that the Umbreon, which had been snoring with its eyes closed, had suddenly stood up and was staring at him warily with its scarlet eyes. Itsuki was so scared that he fell on his butt. Just then, the door opened. What's going on here? Susheng asked, raising an eyebrow. Itsuki quickly got up, dusted off his butt, and said, I heard there's a skilled doctor here. Oh? Is your Pokémon injured? It can't be said to be injured, but it suddenly changed its appearance. Although he already knew from Nurse Joy Sayori that there was nothing wrong with his Pokémon's body, Itsuki still released his Execute evolution to avoid the other party's suspicion. Oh? Isn't this an Executor? Susheng's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had seen an Executor since he traveled here. Executor? Is that its name? Itsuki asked curiously. You just said it suddenly changed its appearance? What exactly happened? Susheng didn't answer Itsuki's question but instead asked him. Compared to the era when Ash set off on his adventure, many things were still in the development stage in the current Pokémon world. This included many unknown Pokémon. The Dark type had only recently been discovered and officially announced by Professor Oak. The Fairy type didn't seem to have been discovered yet, and even Jigglypuff's trainer thought Jigglypuff was a pure normal type. Itsuki frowned and recalled, I was camping in the mysterious forest. At that time, I released all my Pokémon to prepare for camping, including Execute. I was setting up the tent, and when I finished, I turned around and found that my Execute was gone. In its place was this Executor you mentioned. I was shocked and thought my Execute had been eaten by some creature. It was only after Natu and the others kept explaining that I realized it was my Execute. Itsuki explained with exaggerated gestures. Susheng narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and then asked, was there anything nearby at that time? Execute needed the item Leaf Stone to evolve into Executor. But currently, only Water Stone, Fire Stone, and Thunder Stone were sold online. After Su Sheng had been researching the data for some time, the leaf stone had not yet been discovered. This executor probably accidentally touched a wild leaf stone before evolving. Itsuki thought for a while after hearing this. There wasn't anything. I specifically chose an open space to camp. Except for a large rock covered in moss, there was nothing else around. Hearing this, Su Sheng immediately guessed what that rock was. Moss rock. In the game, it had the same effect as the leaf stone and could allow Eevee to evolve into Leafian. Don't worry, this is just a normal evolution. Your executor is very healthy. As Su Sheng spoke, he went back to the house, packed up a bit, and prepared to go out with a backpack. Huh? Are you going out? Itsuki was stunned. Why was he suddenly leaving? I'm very interested in that rock you mentioned. Evolution stones were also one of Su Sheng's main research directions, otherwise, he wouldn't have bought water, fire, and thunder stones in large quantities online. Now that he knew the news about the leaf stone material, there was no reason to let it go. Watching Su Sheng's back as he prepared to leave, Itsuki suddenly said, if you don't mind, I can lead the way for you. I have nothing else to do anyway. Although he said so, Itsuki actually had his own agenda. Rare Black Eevee, and this guy's age and figure, completely matched Joker. Chapter 27. Oh, Sheng, are you going on a long trip? As Su Sheng and Itsuki were preparing to leave Azurite City together, they happened to run into Sakeke, who was returning. While asking, Sakeke also cast a glance at Itsuki. Who is this kid? You are the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region. Itsuki recognized him at a glance. After all, Sakeke was a celebrity. Haha, the name strongest is just others being kind, I can't bear it. Sakeke smiled amiably, you are Sheng's friend? You must get along well. Although he had been a genius since childhood, Itsuki couldn't help but feel nervous in the face of a big figure like Sakeke. Sort of. I guess. But we just met. This guy knows Sakeke? What's their relationship? Itsuki muttered to himself while answering. At the same time, he began to doubt his previous suspicions. Someone with close ties to a league gym leader, a Team Rocket criminal? That's impossible, right? It's like why no one suspects Wayne Bruce of being Batman. Because people can't imagine a billionaire running around in tights in the streets at night. Seeing Sakeke and Su Sheng's attitude, their relationship was obviously unusual. With this identity alone, he could be considered a minor second-generation official in the league. Why would he be bored enough to join Team Rocket? What are you spacing out for? Are we still leaving? Seeing Itsuki still in a daze, Su Sheng asked somewhat impatiently. Let's go now. Forget it, he already has 7 badges, with only the one in Cage Town left, there's plenty of time. There's nothing fun to do before the competition starts. Let's see if this guy can provide some entertainment. Itsuki thought. When Su Sheng and Itsuki's figures disappeared at the end of the street, a young man, not much older than Watanabe, walked out of a street corner and reported back to Sakeke. Boss, you've been in judo for too long, if this continues, it will arouse the suspicion of the league. Sakeke was, after all, a gym trainer in the Kanto region. Although he could usually let the disciples, subordinates, in the gym act as agents. But it wouldn't do to be away for too long. Sorry, Apollo, the main thing is whether we can get that kid, it concerns the future of our Team Rocket. Sakeke said with emotion. The one talking to him back to back at this moment was his trusted Team Rocket executive Apollo. Indeed, but boss, time is indeed running out. To be honest, Apollo had been somewhat skeptical when Sakeke mentioned Su Sheng's matter before. What kind of kid was worth his respected boss spending so much time on him? However, when Su Sheng, under the name Joker, continuously stirred up huge waves in the Judo region and even caused considerable attention throughout the entire Elven continent, Apollo had to admit. That kid really had the qualifications. Not to mention, he also invented the magnet controller, a bug-level artifact. If he had that thing, even if Watanabe came, Apollo would say, I want to fight 10. Ahem, exaggerated. But that thing really had the ability to instantly rewrite the battle situation. Well, I will resolve it as soon as possible. I'll leave Team Rocket and the gym to you. Sakaka said lightly. Yes. Apollo replied powerfully. Before preparing to leave, Apollo remembered another thing and reported in a low voice. Also, boss, recently that guy Bisco is being chased tightly by the League. He said he hopes to join our Team Rocket to seek shelter. What do you think? Bisco, hey. Sakaka pondered for a moment, then said indifferently. Although his brain isn't very good, his strength is barely enough. Just give him a captain position. That guy Bisco has a pretty arrogant personality. If you only let him be a captain, that guy probably won't be convinced. Apollo thought for a moment and said. Then let him become a new guinea pig. Sakaka sneered. What? With your level, you should be grateful for us taking you in. You still dare to make demands? You're pushing your luck, aren't you? The Enchanted Forest, a large forest located between Wakaba Town and Kiki Town in the Johto region. Many ghost-type elves inhabit this place and often play pranks on passing trainers. Therefore, many trainers would rather take a detour than enter this forest. Susheng and Itsuki walked into the Enchanted Forest while chatting idly. When Itsuki learned from Susheng that his Tamatama evolved because it touched a mossy rock, Itsuki widened his mouth in astonishment. Besides water, fire, thunder, sun, and moon, there are other evolution stones? I've really broadened my horizons. It's not just stones, many elves also need special props. Stones are already considered ordinary. Some elves even need scales, cream, rags, etc. to evolve. It can only be said that Pokémon are truly a magical species. Susheng released Moonlight and let it follow by his feet. Being attacked by wild Pokémon in the wild can be said to be something that every trainer will encounter. Not to mention that a large number of ghost-type elves live here. Ghost types are known for their nasty personalities. There are also quite a few who like to actively attack humans. Really? While sighing repeatedly, Itsuki became even more skeptical of his previous guess that Susheng was Joker. After spending the past few days together, he discovered that this guy was completely a top student. It didn't match at all with Joker's suave personality of liking to tease little girls. With his knowledge, he would surely become the second Dr. Oaki in the future. Oh! Found it! Itsuki suddenly rejoiced and raised his hand to point forward. Only to see in the center of the lawn ahead, there was a huge stone the size of a single bed, covered with moss as Itsuki had said. Moss rock. A special item that can evolve specific elves. If nothing else, it belongs to the same type of evolution stone as the leaf stone. Go ahead. Susheng lightly flicked his index finger, and Moonlight nodded gently upon seeing this. It jumped up and tightened its right forepaw. The bulging muscles with protruding veins slammed hard on the surface of the moss rock. The splashing flying rocks flew in all directions. Executor, who was next to Itsuki, quickly used telekinesis to form a barrier to catch the rebel flying towards his master. Can you say something before you act? Itsuki complained. You're someone who can become a member of the Elite Four in the future, this level shouldn't do anything to you, right? Susheng chuckled. After spending a few days together, Susheng had already determined that this short, chubby kid was Itsuki, one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League. The reason why he didn't recognize him at first sight was because this guy really had no presence among the Elite Four. He didn't even appear in the anime. Elite Four? I don't really want to be one. Itsuki scratched his head. Although he didn't know why Susheng thought he would become a member of the Elite Four in the future, at least at this stage, he didn't really want to be one. Once he had a position, he would be controlled by the League. It was too unfree. Woof woof. While Susheng was collecting rubble from the moss rock, a burst of dog barking suddenly sounded behind them. The two turned their heads at the same time. They found a black canine elf, lying prostrate on the ground, drooling, staring at the two with a hostile expression. Chapter 28. What's going on? Did we intrude on its territory? Looking at the suddenly appearing, drooling hound, Yisha was taken aback. There aren't many species of Pokémon that actively attack humans. Most incidents of Pokémon attacking humans in the wild are due to humans accidentally entering Pokémon territory. Could it be that Susheng and I have stumbled into this dog's territory? But that's not right, I even slept next to this rock before, and I didn't see this dog then. Could it be that it marked this spot after that? No, Houndoom usually move in packs, led by 1 or 2 Houndoom and a group of Houndour. Susheng explained. Most Pokémon have the habit of moving in groups. The Meowth family and the Houndour family are like this. Generally, an evolved form acts as the leader, leading a group of unevolved forms. Team Rocket's Meowth used to follow a boss Persian. And this is also reflected in the game Scarlet and Violet. But this Houndoom has no subordinates with it. Most likely it's domesticated. Oh? This guy is called Houndoom? Is that a name recently recognized by the League? Ever since I caught it, I've been giving it orders directly, never calling it by name, nor giving it any name. A playful voice suddenly came, with teasing and coldness. At this moment, Susheng and Yushu noticed a burly figure walking out from behind the Houndoom. It was a slightly bloated man, estimated to be in his early 30s, wearing a mask covering the upper half of his face. Just looking at his image and the smile on his face, he doesn't look like a good person. This guy is the League's A-level wanted criminal, Pokémon Hunter Vicious. Yushu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted the masked man's name. Humph, humph, humph. Vicious didn't have any emotional changes because Yushu called out his name, just looked at Umbreon by Susheng's feet and Executor beside Yushu with a sneer. That's also a dark-type Pokémon, right? Humph, because it's a new species just discovered by the League, many customers have recently specifically requested Pokémon of this attribute. I've been lucky recently. Oh, this one is grass-type, right? Never seen this one either. Is it a newly discovered species? Heh, I didn't expect to make a fortune before leaving Johto. Vicious completely regarded Susheng and Yushu as nothing, as if looking at a rare treasure, sizing up Umbreon and Executor, constantly making comments. Seeing that you're still kids, leave the Pokémon and get lost, and I'll let you off. Vicious said halfway, suddenly grinned and laughed, abruptly raising his voice. Ha! Did you think I would say that? The style of painting changed abruptly. The Houndoom, already drooling and looking hostile, suddenly opened its blood basin mouth full of fangs. Dark purple, almost black, Dark Pulse, fiercely shot towards the two of them. Dark Pulse. I'm different from those soft-hearted fools, even if you're kids, I'll nip you in the bud. I, Vicious, will never be soft. Vicious laughed arrogantly. Don't get carried away, fatty. Yushu, who had been regarded as a genius since childhood, quickly regained his composure. The Executor beside him shook the grass leaves on its head, and a pink-purple energy wave surged from its body, turning into a colorful wave to meet the Dark Pulse. Psychic. However, in the next instant, the Dark Pulse tore it apart, and continued to advance with undiminished power. Yushu was shocked. What? Dark types are immune to psychic types. Susheng reminded, it seems that Professor Oak hasn't mentioned this in his lectures yet. Umbreon had already rushed up. The small body jumped up. Boom! The dark pulse that hit Umbreon exploded. It actually took it head-on. Seeing this scene, the smile on Vicious' face also stopped abruptly. The smoke slowly dissipated. Umbreon, whose size was less than half of Houndoom's, bared its teeth, grinning and glaring at the opposing dark-type dog. Compared to the sparring partners before, the attack power of your Houndoom is not as good as the streetwalkers in Joy Street. Susheng's taunting face.jpg. Umbreon's body shone with white light, and in an instant, it turned into a black and white swift shadow, rapidly approaching Houndoom. Be careful! Vicious reminded Houndoom. Thump! Umbreon slammed into Houndoom's chest. A flash of electricity. Houndoom took a few steps back. After all, it's the evolved form of Houndour. This level of attack is not enough to make it lose its ability to fight. A column of hot flames rose from its throat, and was released in the next instant. Flamethrower. Fire plus dark type? It completely counters my Executor. Yushu frowned. Uproar. Susheng suddenly raised his voice, scaring Yishu. I don't even know if Susheng is telling Umbreon to use Uproar or if he is using Uproar himself. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee spilled out like a tide. Colliding with the flamethrower, it was instantly swallowed by it. But there was still a trace of power left, hitting Houndoom in the back. However, the power of this move felt even less than the earlier quick attack. Houndoom only tilted its head after being hit, and its steps didn't even falter. Ha ha ha! What kind of attack is this? Vicious laughed disdainfully. Heh! However, the smile on Su Sheng's face was even more disdainful. Die! Die! Umbreon ran, letting the flamethrower burn on its body. That ecstatic smiling face seemed to be saying, Kamaji, can you give me some more? The smile on Vicious's face was paused again. How could this be? Even if that kid's Pokémon has strong defense, being burned by Houndoom's stab flamethrower, it shouldn't be able to look so relaxed. Does that move Uproar have any special effect? Yushu guessed. Damn it! Burn it to death! Vicious shouted angrily. Houndoom increased its output, and the surrounding lawns were burned to ashes. However, Houndoom's flamethrower seemed to have an exaggerated visual effect, but it just couldn't stop Umbreon from moving forward. Double kick! Su Sheng said calmly. Umbreon, who jumped up, landed with its two front paws first. In an upside-down position, the left hind leg kicked out in an eagle kicking a rabbit posture. Bang! Houndoom was kicked and flew onto a big tree behind Vicious. The entire tree tilted heavily, and the Pidgey and other Pokémon nesting on the top of the tree were frightened and flew away in a hurry. Boo-wee wee wee! Umbreon's mouth grinned evilly, and its right front paw was raised, with one of the claw tips pointing to the ground, slightly raising its head and leaning back. This is the posture she learned from her master before. It's a pity that she is not a humanoid Pokémon like Gardevoir. Being able to do this is already the limit. Who? I must not provoke this guy. Yushu and his executor shuddered secretly in their hearts when they saw Umbreon's expression. But this action, it really feels like that Joker at the Goldenrod station. Before I updated, the collections, votes, etc. were relatively normal, but after the update, this data is stuck and doesn't move. Everyone, don't play with me. Chapter 29. You bastard! Seeing that Mightyena was about to lose its ability to battle, an enraged Baixiao threw out two Pokeballs in one breath. Houndoom! Scizor! Yishu, what are you waiting for? Su Sheng raised an eyebrow at the future champion of the Quartz League. I've been waiting impatiently. Yishu grinned in response. He was originally the type of person who liked to wander around looking for fun. This was his first time fighting to the death with a villain like Baixiao, who would kill people at the slightest provocation. He was indeed a little nervous at first, but he quickly got used to this battle rhythm. The fear in his heart turned into excitement, and he raised his hand to command Executor to attack. Take this! Fatty! Executor released a psychic attack again, this time aiming at the Steel/Bug type Scizor. Facing Executor, Mightyena, who had an absolute advantage in terms of type, saw this. Its sharp claws turned, leaping over Scizor's head and rushing towards Executor. Pursuit! We'll use Pursuit too! The moment Su Sheng's words sounded, Umbreon also rushed out from the side, sticking out its front claws like Mightyena. The two Pokémon's arms intersected, like two swords clashing. Then, Mightyena was heavily knocked away. These two little brats! Even though he was wearing a mask, one could imagine the shocked expression on Baixiao's face under the mask from his tone. Under the combined efforts of Su Sheng and Yishu, his proud and brutal Pokémon were completely suppressed. Natu! Yishu seized the opportunity and threw out another Pokeball. The released Natu directly rammed into Baixiao's side. Exciting! Yishu's face instantly turned into an emoji. The next second, he fell awkwardly like a dog eating mud, sliding out several meters. Baixiao, who had a mouthful of mud, barely raised his head. He saw Su Sheng slightly raise his leg and step on his face. Ouch! Ouch! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Baixiao screamed miserably as he was kicked. Ha ha ha. Arrogant at first, then obsequious, it's laughable to think about. Yi Shu, who had caught up, pointed at Bai Xia Si, who was lying on the ground begging for mercy, and laughed non-stop. So much fun! This is much more fun than the gym challenge. Aura! 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 Seeing Su Sheng kick him for a while, Yi Shu couldn't help but join the battle. This scene was very similar to the famous scene in Golden Wind where the gangster trio beat up passers-by. In a few minutes, Bai Xiaxi's already plump figure swelled up even more. The mask covering the upper half of his face was also kicked away by Su Sheng, revealing his original face. Contrary to the fierce mask, his appearance was surprisingly ordinary. Looking at it this way, he's completely just an ordinary middle-aged uncle in a midlife crisis. Yi Shu squatted down, looking at Bai Xiaxi's face, which was bruised and swollen, and turned to ask Su Sheng. Hey! Sheng, what do we do with this guy? Hand him over to the league for a bounty? He we can even make the headlines. Su Sheng did not answer Yi Shu, but bent down, grabbed Bai Xiaxi's collar with his left hand, and slapped him in the face with his right hand. View. Bai Xiaxi, who was half dead from the beating, barely opened his eyes. Don't mess around, I'm a Team Rocket executive, if you kill me. Team Rocket won't let. After begging for mercy for a long time, Su Sheng and Yi Shu beat him even harder. Soft tactics didn't work, so Bai Xiaxi could only resort to tough tactics, hoping to scare these two little brats with Team Rocket's name. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Sheng said, "Use hypnosis on this guy." Ah! That move is very dangerous, it's explicitly prohibited by the league. Yi Shu was a little embarrassed. You still care about this? Su Sheng asked back with amusement. He just kidding. Yi Shu smiled evilly, then raised his finger and gestured to Executor. Executor's 6 eyes emitted energy, meeting Bai Xiaxi's gaze. Bai Xiaxi's eyes instantly lost focus. It's just like Sherinan. Su Sheng praised. Although the Pokémon world also has a dark side, on the whole, it is still much more upright than worlds like One Piece and Naruto. The effectiveness of Pokémon in it can be said to be meritorious. What is happening in front of you is a case in point. If you use hypnosis to control a person's mind like this, Officer Jenny can easily extract information from the criminal's mouth. No matter how stubborn your mouth is, it's useless. But this move is prohibited by the league. The reason is very simple, because the power of Pokémon is too strong for humans. Once the strength is not controlled well, it will damage people's brain nerves. In mild cases, they will suffer from mental illnesses, and in severe cases, they will permanently lose consciousness, and even brain death is not impossible. Therefore, Damalanchi strictly prohibits Alliance trainers from doing this kind of thing. Even if Officer Jenny interrogates criminals, she is not allowed to use this trick. But there are also exceptions. For example, in the future, Agatha used this trick to control Bruno. If Yi Shu's executor controlling Bai Xiaxi is equivalent to a single Tomo Sherinan, then Agatha controlling Bruno is at least a Mangekyu. It's also thanks to Grandma Agatha's skillful technique that she didn't turn Bruno into a psychopath. Take us to your lair. Su Sheng said to Bai Xiaxi, who was under control. Bai Xiaxi walked towards the other side of the forest with blank eyes. It's just that because of his physical problems, his steps were a little staggered. Oh, you're so good, this guy is an A-level wanted criminal by the league, there must be a lot of good things in his lair. Yi Shu gave Su Sheng a thumbs up. But, what about these guys? Are we taking them with us? Yi Shu then noticed Mightyena and Caesar, whose eyes had turned into mosquito coil patterns, which were Bai Xiaxi's Pokémon. Survival of the fittest, let them choose their future path. Su Sheng followed behind Bai Xiaxi without looking back. Generally, after the league seizes the Pokémon of this kind of criminal, they will let professional psychologists conduct psychological treatment on them. After they are cured, the strong ones will be assigned to powerful trainers within the league. The weak ones will also be handed over to relevant institutions, such as the Pokémon Club, to help find suitable trainers. As for those with stubborn tempers, they are basically released back into nature. This is still good. Those whose personalities have been affected by their masters and have become anti-human may even be euthanized. The method Su Sheng chose was relatively gentle. Yi Shu shrugged and followed, and had no objection to Su Sheng's approach. Not long after, the two followed Bai Xia Si, who was in a hypnotized state, to a cave. When Bai Xia Si turned on the lights, Yi Shu, who was still in a state of excitement, seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water, and calmed down a lot. In the large and small iron cages, various Pokémon were locked up. They are basically relatively rare and valuable Pokémon that can be sold for a good price in pet stores. These guys, their condition is not quite right. Yi Shu walked to a cage containing several Slowpoke. Although Slowpoke are inherently dumb. But these few have no light in their eyes. Their tails were cut off. Moreover, they were cut off too severely. Although Slowpoke tails are valuable ingredients and will regenerate when cut off. There are even special Slowpoke wrenches. But this obviously did not maintain a good degree. The cut has already bled. No matter what, this is a bit too cruel. Yi Shu swallowed and muttered to himself. Although he is not the kind of pure, upright, and silly white sweet character like Ash, but this is too much, right? The cruel ones are behind. Hearing Su Sheng's voice, Yi Shu reflexively turned his head. Then he saw a thing that was so thin that only bones and a layer of skin remained. Well, he couldn't recognize what Pokémon it was. Chapter 30. It's a Swablu. Su Sheng answered Yi Shu's confusion. He recognized it by the scattered blue and white feathers on its body. The hallmark of a Swablu is its cloud-like, fluffy down. But this one looked like those parrots he had seen online in his previous life, who plucked out their own feathers due to depression. No, it was even worse. Even though those parrots had plucked themselves bald, they weren't as emaciated as this Swablu. Is it because this newbie couldn't sell these after getting his hands on them, and was too lazy to take care of them, that they ended up like this? Yi Shu speculated. It's more than that. Su Sheng winked. Umbreon soared into the air, using its iron tail to slice through several large cages. Su Sheng and Yi Shu successively carried out The inside, whose eyes were dull and senses seemed to be dulled as well. An even stronger stench rushed out. Inside, there were several corpses. Keeping of different species in the same cage, with cramped space, and extreme hunger, what do you think would happen? Su Sheng's question instantly silenced Yi Shu. He didn't answer, but his face said it all. Muhu. The Swablu, picked up from the cage by Su Sheng, barely lifted its eyes, its gaze almost devoid of any desire to live, but inexplicably retaining a glimmer of light. Su Sheng, who was holding the Swablu, also changed his expression slightly. He applied a little force with his left hand, which was supporting the other party's abdomen. Muhu. Muhu. The Swablu's voice was still weak, but it increased by 2 notches. This touch is. Su Sheng, touching the Swablu's belly, said with a face, and in the next second swept all The on the only table in the cave to the ground. Start the surgery. Here? Is that okay? Yi Shu's face was full of disbelief. But even a layman like him could see that this Swablu couldn't hold on until the two of them returned to town. He could only take a gamble. Knowing that he couldn't help, Yi Shu silently stood a little further away, took out wound medicine from his backpack, and applied it to the tail of those Slowpoke that were not seriously injured. Their injuries were considered light among this group of. Time passed in just over 10 minutes. Su Sheng, standing in front of the table, stiffened his hand and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could barely hear. It's not going to work. Not to mention performing surgery in this environment, the conditions were already harsh. Even if he switched to his secret base in Verdanturf Town, with this Swablu's injuries, his probability of saving it would not be even 20%. He was a scientist, not a god. Muhu. Muhu. The Swablu, vaguely hearing Su Sheng's words, called out twice with difficulty, then lowered its eyes and looked at its abdominal cavity. For a Pokémon that was so skinny that it was only skin and bones, its belly was really a bit big. I'll try, you did a good job. Su Sheng understood what the other party meant. Muhu. A glimmer of light finally appeared in Swablu's eyes. Now her last wish was to be able to see her seedlings remaining in the world before she left. Hi! Yushu, who had finished applying medicine to most of The, fell to the ground with a butt. Because he saw that Susheng had cut open Swablu's abdominal cavity with a scalpel. Afraid of disturbing Susheng, Yushu quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. The moment the blood gushed out, he, who was 1 or 2 years younger than Susheng, couldn't bear it any longer and ran out. He vomited all over the place. When Yushu came back, he found that Susheng had already dug a hole in the cave and put Swablu's body in it. And in his arms, there was an egg that he didn't know where it came from. As soon as Yushu saw it, he understood everything. She left with a smile. Yushu leaned forward and took a look. He found that most of her body had been buried, leaving only her head outside, and the bird's beak had a slightly arc. It's too early to be happy, this egg didn't absorb enough nutrition when it was in its mother's body, it's still unknown whether it can hatch normally. Susheng covered Swablu's face with the last handful of loess. Hey, can't you say something nice at this time? Yushu was speechless. Did he have to be so pessimistic? People who do scientific research have to consider the worst possible outcome at any time. Susheng got up calmly. Tisk, it's not cool. Yushu put his hands in his pockets and kicked a stone in the cave. The flying stone landed on Bixia's forehead. It directly broke The on his face that had just been punched out by the two of them. Ah! Bixia screamed as if waking up from a big dream. Then he looked around in confusion and horror. This is, my base. Whoa! I didn't expect I was quite talented, this guy didn't turn into a mental patient. Yushu shouted with some surprise. After all, it was the first time he had let his invade human thinking. When he let Executor control Bixia's just now, he was mentally prepared to drive this newbie crazy. Unexpectedly, he didn't go crazy. It was simply a miracle. Suddenly, Yushu raised his finger as if possessed by Li Shenyu. Hey, I thought of a wonderful entertainment program. What are you doing? Susheng walked up holding the egg. Yushu strolled to Bixia's, smiling, and said. This guy killed Swablu and its child, so we can't let his lifeblood have a good time. In Bixia's horrified eyes, Yushu made a gesture of losing the Korean market. We take turns kicking this guy's eggs, whoever can make him scream the loudest wins. Bixia's was shocked, what are you talking about? Susheng showed Wang Yusheng's same emoticon and asked. Then, what is the reward? Yushu's smile gradually became perverted. Of course, it's this guy's. As the two walked in slowly, Bixia's expression gradually. Wait, you, don't, I'm Team Rockets, ah. The tragic howls resounded throughout the mysterious forest. The mischievous ghost type were all dumbfounded. Normally, troublemakers like the Jengar family would definitely go up to see what was going on. But this time, they all honestly shrank in place. No way, it was too miserable. Pain. Too painful. At first, it was Susheng and Yushu. Then Nidorino, Kangaskhan, Mariab, and other that were released. Also rushed up. Using, brick breaking, electric shock and other stunts. Besieging Bixia's. While Susheng was kicking, he glanced at The egg he was holding in one hand. Swablu, did you see it? This is, the requiem we to your mother. Chapter 31. A few days later, Susheng and Itsuki returned to Cerulean City. What a pity, Bias's bounty was quite high. On the way back, Itsuki was still muttering. He mainly regretted not being able to hand Bias over to Officer Jenny for the bounty. But there was nothing they could do about it. After all, when they calmed down, that ugly freak's crotch was completely ruined. If Officer Jenny asked what happened, they couldn't possibly say they kicked it to pieces, right? Who knows who would be arrested then? Let's go back. Susheng quickened his pace. Not only did he want to start researching the leaf stone as soon as possible, but also the newly obtained Pokémon egg. Based on his speculation, the chances of the Swablu inside the egg surviving were very small. But he still wanted to give it a try. Oh, Sheng, you're back? That egg is. In the beach house, as soon as Su Sheng entered, Sakeki's attention was attracted by the Pokémon egg in Su Sheng's arms. "Uncle, I'll tell you later." As soon as Su Sheng finished speaking, he quickly entered the medical room. He wanted to give this egg a good checkup. "Little friend, can we chat?" Seeing this, Sakeki had no choice but to focus his attention on Itsuki. Judging from Su Sheng's expression, he probably didn't just pick it up by chance. "Ah, this." Itsuki was a little conflicted. Although he kicked him very happily at the time. But now that he thought about it, Itsuki was still a little scared. After all, the two of them had killed someone, right? And Sakeki was a well-known gym leader in the league. If he told him, wouldn't he send himself and Su Sheng in? His eyes rolled around, and Itsuki decided to probe Sakeki's attitude. Alas, if these two were father and son, that would be great. A father wouldn't possibly send his son in, right? That gym leader Sakeki, if Sheng that guy, no, it's a friend of mine, he accidentally killed someone, what would you do? Itsuki stammered. Sakeki was stunned, then revealed a relieved smile. He thought something big had happened, but, that's it? If he didn't have to maintain the amiable image of a league gym leader. Sakeki almost couldn't help but laugh twice and then say, "It's just killing someone, what's the big deal? Sheng is half my disciple, I believe oh no, your friend, I believe he didn't do it on purpose, don't worry, I won't tell anyone, on the contrary, I support you doing this." Sakeki revealed a sincere and bright smile, impatiently asking Itsuki who Su Sheng had killed. It would be even better if he killed a member of the league's council or a high-level trainer. Then Su Sheng would almost have no choice but to join Team Rocket. Seeing Sakeki's attitude, Itsuki felt a lot more relieved and smiled. It was a pervert named Bias, that guy even said he was from Team Rocket before he died. Gym leader Sakeki, you didn't see that guy's demeanor when he died, so embarrassing, but it was also very satisfying, haha. The smile on Sakeki's face came to an abrupt halt. Even someone like him who had experienced countless storms took 2 full seconds to recover. "Mr. Sakeki? Is there a problem?" Seeing that Sakeki's expression seemed a little wrong, Itsuki asked again worriedly. No, hee. Sakeki's face once again radiated a kind smile like an elder, and he patted Itsuki's shoulder. "Well done, you did a great job. Come. Itsuki, tell me your glorious story from beginning to end." Sakeki pulled Itsuki down to sit. Mentioning this matter, Itsuki became energetic. It took him a full 10 minutes to describe the matter from beginning to end with great enthusiasm. In the end, that dead fat pig didn't have a single good piece of skin below. It's a pity that the phone's resolution was too low, the photos weren't clear enough, otherwise I would have liked to take a picture to commemorate it. Speaking of the end, Itsuki still had a little regret. Well done. If I encountered this kind of trash, I would also tear him to pieces. When saying the last 4 words, Sakeki gritted his teeth. And Itsuki completely trusted Sakeki. Damn, as expected of the strongest gym leader in the Pokémon League, so full of hatred for evil. However, what Itsuki didn't know was that Sakeki's anger was completely different from what he thought. Sakeki didn't think much of Bias in the first place. Although he had previously agreed to his application to join Team Rocket. But his attitude towards this person had always been tasteless to eat, and not a pity to discard. If Su Sheng killed him, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this dog insisted on saying he was from Team Rocket before he died. Didn't this greatly reduce Team Rocket's impression in Su Sheng's mind? Damn it! So mouthy before death. Damn it! Sakeki gritted his teeth secretly. In fact, he was already prepared to say goodbye to Su Sheng. Because as a gym leader in Kanto, he had been away from Viridian City for too long. Sakeki thought about the plan to recruit Su Sheng and felt that there was no need to rush. As long as he continued to provide sponsorship. Even if Su Sheng held the idea of repaying his kindness, his position would gradually lean towards him in the future. Just like chasing girls, take it slow. But with the Bias incident, Sakeki immediately realized that the situation had changed. If this incident caused Su Sheng to develop a dislike for Team Rocket, thereby affecting his plan to have this genius he favored join Team Rocket. Sakeka said that he would have to dig up Bias's body and whip it. Little friend Itsuki, you should rest well first, I'll buy you some delicious food to celebrate. Sakeka found a random reason to leave the house. At the same time, he quickly calmed down, thought about countermeasures, and didn't forget to scold Bias twice in his heart. A few minutes later, Sakeka took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Apollo, check for me. 2 hours later. Su Sheng walked out of the medical room. And Itsuki and Sakeka were already waiting in the living room. The coffee table was filled with all kinds of rich delicacies. How is it, Sheng? Itsuki swallowed the donut in his mouth, touched the frosting on his mouth and asked. I barely saved his life, but whether he can hatch successfully, and whether he can survive smoothly after birth, only God knows. Su Sheng sat down calmly, picked up a hamburger and took a bite. I also heard about the Bias matter from Itsuki, it was hard to deal with that kind of scum, Sheng. Sakeka smiled and pushed a glass of Coke to Su Sheng. It's a small thing, I've seen even more tragic things. Su Sheng smiled. After you finish eating, I want to take you to see something, although it may be a little too stimulating for your age, but I'm about to return to Kanto. Before that, I want you to know that the League is not a good thing either. Su Sheng glanced sideways, Itsuki was dumbfounded, Hi. Itsuki doubted his ears a little. No, you are a League gym leader, saying that the League is not a good thing. Isn't this a bit rebellious? Chapter 32. Under Sakeka's lead, Su Sheng and Itsuki left the beach house and walked along the streets of Cerulean City. Mr. Sakeka, where exactly are we going? After walking for a while, Itsuki couldn't contain his inner confusion and asked Sakeka. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Sakeka's calm tone carried a hint of barely concealed excitement. It's like someone offering a pillow just as you're about to fall asleep. The good deeds you've done will be put to good use by me, Sakeka, against the Pokémon League. As they walked, Itsuki noticed that they were heading towards the outskirts of the city. But Itsuki couldn't guess what Sakeka wanted them to see. Could it be that he discovered some rare Pokémon? Rumble. Rumble. As they were about to leave the city, a series of rumbles suddenly came from the suburbs. Moreover, the further they went, the louder the sound became. Is this a construction site? Itsuki looked around and saw excavators, cement trucks, large transport trucks, and various other tools used for construction. And around them were felled trees. However, there wasn't a single worker in sight. It wasn't until the three of them went deeper that someone finally came to stop them. Hey, no entry ahead. Mr. Sakeka. A middle-aged man wearing a hard hat and dressed like a foreman wanted to stop them, but the next second he recognized Sakeka. Sakeka chuckled, I'm an old friend of President Raimatsu, and I heard he was in trouble, so I came to see. Oh. I see, thank you for your trouble, Mr. Sakeka, but it's almost resolved. The foreman quickly made way for them. The three continued forward, Sakeka walking ahead and explaining, this is the Cerulean City expansion project contracted by San/Real Estate Company. Do you remember Mr. Raimatsu, Sheng? Su Sheng pondered for a moment, then replied 2 seconds later, the person who sold us the house, right? Sakeka nodded, that's right. Now that the Pokémon League is growing stronger and the birth rate is rising, the demand for houses is naturally increasing. At this time, there is a need to expand the city. At this point, Sakeka paused, we're here. Su Sheng and Itsuki also stopped and looked ahead. Those Pokémon are. Itsuki's pupils dilated the moment he saw them. A large number of League trainers sent out their respective Pokémon, engaging in a chaotic battle with another group of Pokémon with no trainers to command, 99% of whom were wild Pokémon. The trainers' Pokémon varied in type, while the wild Pokémon were mainly of the Houndoom family, Ursaring family, Murkrow family, and Donphan family. They must be wild Pokémon whose territory has been taken over. Su Sheng replied. That's right. Sakeka smiled faintly, if humans want to expand their territory, they will inevitably take away the homeland of Pokémon. Thus, such conflicts occur. Can't those wild Pokémon be moved away? Or can other trainers capture them? Itsuki asked again. If someone broke into your house, took over your house, and then told you to find another place to live, would you accept it? Su Sheng retorted. Itsuki was speechless for a moment. Moreover, going to a new place means that they are likely to fight with other wild Pokémon. Although the struggle between Pokémon is not as insidious as that of humans, its brutality is no less. Are there few incidents of Seviper and Zangoose, Pidgeot and Fearow fighting to the death for their respective clans and territories? Rather than going to a new environment and fighting new enemies, it is better to fight with these humans who are seizing their homes. That's probably what these wild Pokémon are thinking. As for letting trainers capture them, it is even more impossible. From the moment the Pokémon League decided to seize the homes of these Pokémon, they were destined to stand on the opposite side of humans. How could they become partner Pokémon of humans? Ah! Is Donphan not fighting anymore? Itsuki suddenly noticed that a scarred Donphan stopped attacking, Hoam, calling softly to 5 or 6 Fanpy behind it. Woo woo! The Fanpy's injuries were not as serious as Donphan's. Most likely, the big brother was at the front, blocking most of the attacks for them. But after hearing the big brother's words, the Fanpy all drooped their heads, their big ears almost touching the ground. Then Donphan took the lead and turned away from the construction site. The Fanpy also followed behind. Before long, the Donphan family's backs completely disappeared into the depths of the jungle. They've given in. Although there was no Team Rocket's Meowth to translate, Su Sheng guessed what Donphan had just said. Woof woof. Woof woof. At this time, a Houndoom with blood flowing from its forehead roared at Donphan a few times. But it still didn't get a response. A woo-woo. The Houndoom gnashed its teeth in anger, as if scolding traitor. Woof woof. At this time, another Houndoom came up to comfort it. And shook its head in the direction Donphan left, with a hint of unbearable expression. Probably saying, should we leave too? Woof woo. However, the Houndoom with blood flowing from its head roared even louder, severely reprimanding the companion, or rather, spouse, who was comforting it. Immediately afterwards, the largest Houndoom let out a long roar to the Houndour behind it, as well as the surrounding Ursaring family and Murkrow family. Woo woo woo. The other Houndoom beside it and a group of Houndour behind it also raised their necks together. A woo woo woo. Su Sheng, its howl, a move that increases the attack power of itself and its companions. Sure enough, for a time, the morale of the Houndoom, Ursaring, and Murkrow families soared. They advanced rapidly, scattering the temporary force formed by the League trainers. Not only that, they also frantically destroyed the houses and roads that the real estate company had just built, smashing the walls, railings, and everything else to pieces. What an ungrateful bunch of beasts! Raimitsu, the boss of the real estate company who had met them once before, rubbed his temples and turned to the tall man behind him and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." As he spoke, a man with blue slicked back hair and sunglasses even in the daytime, with a height of nearly 1.9 meters, walked out from behind Raimitsu. That person is Aldous, one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League. Itsuki was startled again. Su Sheng also secretly sized him up. After all, there are still many years before Xiaozai starts his journey. It is normal to have other Elite Four before due. But this Aldous, looks like he is not even 40 years old. Why wasn't he serving as one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League when Xiaozai started his adventure? Just as Su Sheng was guessing, Aldous had already silently taken out a Pokeball and gently threw it. By the way, would it be considered a spoiler if I revealed Aldous's true identity now? It shouldn't be, after all, everyone can find out if they look it up. As long as the story is interesting, everyone should be able to accept it. It doesn't matter if you haven't played this game, Xiao Mei will write it so that everyone can understand. Chapter 33. As the Pokeball in Aldous's hand drew a semicircular arc in the air, a blue figure blocked in front of Houndoom and Ursaring. That was a Kingdra, a dragon from the Johto region. Go! Aldous uttered a single word, as if reluctant to speak more. Kingdra slowly inhaled, and in the next instant, abruptly spat out a wave of purple-blue flames from its mouth. Dragon Pulse! Howl! One of the Ursaring opened its claws, wanting to meet the attack head-on. Split! Boom! But the moment the Dragon Pulse touched the Ursaring's body, the Ursaring, whose size could be considered burly among many Pokémon, flew out in the blink of an eye, like a baseball hit by a bat. The surrounding Ursaring, Houndoom, and Murkrow, who were frantically wreaking havoc, changed their expressions. Precisely because they were wild Pokémon, they relied on their keen intuition to feel that this opponent was not on the same level as the previous ones. The Houndoom leader leaped up, and a dark purple, almost black, dark pulse shot out heavily from its mouth. Dark pulse! Kingdra's body suddenly glowed with a semi-transparent cyan light, forming a semicircular sphere, isolating the dark pulse outside. It was Protect. Seeing this, the Houndour minions behind the Houndoom leader opened their mouths and released scorching pillars of flame. Rain Dance! Aldous, with his left eye hidden behind sunglasses, glanced indifferently at the Houndoom on the side and uttered 2 words. Kingdra raised its head, injecting mysterious energy into the clouds in the sky. In less than 10 seconds, the originally cloudless sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Heavy rain poured down. Originally, the Water/Dragon-type Kingdra had extreme resistance to Fire-type moves. Now, with the Rain Dance buff, no matter how the Houndour baby's flamethrower hit its body, Kingdra's expression didn't change at all. It wasn't even as hot as a sauna. Amazing, as expected of a member of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four from the League headquarters. Itsuki exclaimed. The wild Pokémon's attack habits were completely seen through by that sunglasses-wearing uncle. Moreover, none of them were water-resistant in terms of type. Sakamaki opened his mouth with a smile. In this situation, his next move is 99%. Serve! Before Sakamaki could finish speaking, Su Sheng interjected. Sure enough, the next second, Aldous seemed to repeat Su Sheng's words, serve. Blue energy gathered in front of Kingdra's sharp beak, and in the next instant, it lowered its head sharply and released it towards the ground. Boom la! The azure wave crashed into the ground, creating waves up to 7 or 8 meters high in a 360 degrees radius, rushing towards all the wildly rampaging wild Pokémon. The waves crashed on the Ursaring and some Teddiursa, engulfing them in the whirlpool. Not to mention the water-weak Houndoom and Houndour. They didn't even have time to wail before they were filled with water. Only the Murkrow clan, with their flying advantage, were slightly better, flapping their wings at the first moment. They narrowly avoided this wave. But Aldous gave Li Yu a look. Seeing this, the real estate boss instantly understood the league champion's meaning and shouted to the league trainers who had just stood up. Are you guys freeloading? Quickly clean up the remaining targets. Upon hearing this, a group of league trainers hurriedly sent out Golduck, Tentacruel, and other water-type Pokémon, jumping into the pool of water created by Kingdra. Aiming at the Murkrow in the sky, they used Ice Beam, Water Gun, and other moves. The Murkrow clan was originally the weakest of the 3 clans. Seeing the Houndoom and Ursaring clans' comrades fall, their mentality was also affected. A moment of carelessness became a huge flaw. After being hit by the attack, they fell to the ground like kites with broken strings. As expected of Mr. Aldous, if it weren't for you, the losses caused by these beasts would have been even greater. Li Yu walked up, looking admiringly at Aldous, regarding the reward. It's nothing. Aldous shook his head. President Li Yu and my father are partners, this little thing is what I should do. Haha, indeed, I'm being too polite. Li Yu laughed. Then, at least Mr. Aldous can join us for dinner later. Everyone can celebrate the smooth progress of the Cerulean City expansion project, if Mr. Cai Shen is free. President. Be careful. Li Yu was halfway through his words when the guard suddenly shouted. Woof! Behind the two, on the right, the Houndoom leader leaped up, opening its bloody mouth and rushing towards Li Yu and Aldous. Flames ignited between its fangs. A look of astonishment and fear flashed in Li Yu's eyes. But Aldous remained calm and composed, calmly ordering. Water Gun! Kingdra suddenly turned its head. A giant water gun with the power of rain dance was fired instantly. The powerful stream of water accurately hit the Houndoom's forehead. With force, it slammed it heavily dozens of meters away, onto a large bridge pillar that the real estate company had just built. Crack crack crack! The power of the water gun was too great, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the stone pillar. Plop! Kingdra retracted its water gun, and Houndoom also fell down in a mess. Boom! At this moment, the stone pillar completely broke, and the upper half of the pillar directly smashed towards the unconscious Houndoom leader. Woof, father! One of the Houndour in the Houndour group's eyes were about to split, subconsciously wanting to get up and rush up. But having suffered from that surf just now, it was now powerless. Woof! Woof! At this time, another Houndoom in its clan rushed out. She was the Houndoom leader's mate, and also this Houndour's mother. If it were a movie, the plot development at this time should be that the mother Houndoom knocked the Houndoom leader away. However, reality is cruel. When the rushing Houndoom madam was about to knock her mate away, boom! The broken pillar completely collapsed. At the same time, it crushed the two Houndoom. Woof, Dad, woof, Mom! The Houndour's heartbreaking roar resounded throughout the construction site. Seeking death, wouldn't it have been fine to just lie on the ground? Li Yu wiped the water on his face, not knowing if it was sweat or rain, and looked gratefully at Aldous. Thank you for lending a helping hand once again, Mr. Aldous. It's nothing, I wonder how President Li Yu plans to deal with them. Aldous pointed to the fallen Ursaring, the Murkrow clan, and the Houndour who were almost mentally broken due to the death of their leader. Well, let my subordinates find a remote place to throw them away? If they maliciously attack humans again, why not euthanize them? Li Yu thought for a while. If you don't mind, can you give them to me? My father has channels to arrange them for suitable trainers. Aldous suggested. Since Mr. Aldous has said so, then I naturally cannot refuse. Li Yu smiled, but before that, please join us for the party. How is it? Sheng, seeing this kind of thing, do you still think the League represents justice? Not far away, Sakamaki looked sideways at Su Sheng. Neither side is a good person, I'm tired of seeing this kind of thing. Compared to Utsuki, whose worldview was greatly impacted, Su Sheng appeared more calm than Sakamaki had imagined. Although it didn't achieve the effect of making him hate the League, at least it could leave him with the impression that the League is not a good thing either, right? Sakamaki was still very satisfied with this operation. Chapter 34. Soon, at Aldous's request, Pear Moon had his men bring a large truck for hauling cement. They threw the badly injured Houndour, Ursaring, Teddy Ursa, Murkrow, and other Pokémon into the truck bed, ready to take them away. Just then, Giovanni, along with Susumu and Itoki, walked over. Oh? Mr. Giovanni, you've come too. Pear Moon looked at Giovanni in surprise. I heard President Pear Moon was having a little trouble, so I came to see, Giovanni said. Midway through his sentence, Giovanni turned his gaze to Aldous, but I didn't expect the Elite Four to solve it first, leaving us with no part to play. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Aldous. Giovanni proactively extended his hand. The pleasure is all mine, Gym Leader Giovanni's name precedes him. Aldous shook Giovanni's hand without cracking a smile. What are you planning to do with these Pokémon? Itoki pointed to the wild Pokémon piled in the back of the truck. Aldous didn't want to answer, but seeing that this child was with Giovanni, he gave face and explained again. I plan to send them to my father, who will select suitable trainers for these Pokémon. Suitable trainers? Hearing this, Susumu's expression turned a little strange. These Pokémon had their homes taken away by humans and were severely injured, especially the Houndour family, who watched their leader die before their eyes. For them, being released back into the wild is the best outcome. Unless the trainers you choose for them have the eloquence of Naruto Uzumaki. Otherwise, it would be impossible to tame them, not even Satoshi could. This is something this League Elite Four member doesn't know. We plan to invite Surzan Shin and the celebrities of the Johto region to a banquet this weekend. Mr. Giovanni and the two young friends are welcome to join. Pear Moon invited with a smile. Shin is. Susumu looked at Pear Moon curiously. Giovanni helped explain, Elite Four Aldous' father, the richest man in the Johto region, a famous philanthropist. Giovanni then politely declined Pear Moon's invitation, although I'd love to go, I'm preparing to return to Kanto. I've been away too long, I'm afraid the higher UPS won't be happy. Through this incident, Giovanni had already determined that Susumu would never side with the League. With that, he could leave with peace of mind. Is that so? Then what about Susumu and this young friend? Pear Moon turned his gaze to Susumu and Itoki again. As a somewhat successful businessman, his greatest strength is investment. These two children can get so close to Giovanni, their future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Thank you for the invitation, Uncle Pear Moon, but unless there's something else, we'll definitely come. Susumu didn't give a definite answer. However, he became slightly interested in Aldous, an Elite Four member who didn't appear in the original story. Back in the house, Itoki was still in a daze. What happened at the construction site today had a huge impact on him. Especially the scene of those two Houndoom being smashed to death in front of him. Itoki felt like he would never forget it in his life. Susumu, I'll go back to Kanto first. Contact me anytime if anything comes up. Giovanni put on a scarf and a fedora, dressed like the god of gamblers. Thank you for your investment during this time, uncle. Consider this a return for that time. Susumu handed two things to Giovanni. Giovanni recognized one of them, a magnetic remote control that could temporarily disable the switches of Pokeballs. The other one. This is, an evolution stone. Giovanni squinted his eyes curiously. A green evolution stone? Completely different from the already discovered Fire Stone, Red, Thunder Stone, Yellow, and Moon Stone, White. I named it the Leaf Stone. It can evolve some Grass-type Pokémon. Although it seems like you don't have any Grass-type Pokémon in your team, Uncle, you might use it in the future. Hearing Susumu's words, Giovanni nodded in satisfaction. Many of his subordinates indeed use Grass types, including even one or two trusted subordinates. Because Grass-type Pokémon are often very good at using poison, and the poison type is quite favored by villainous organizations. I didn't misjudge you, Susumu. After leaving these words and an appreciative look, Giovanni turned and strode away. Just these two items were completely worth his time in Johto. Although he lost his son, he didn't expect to meet such a treasure here. And Itoki, who was originally lying paralyzed, slapped and quickly jumped up from the sofa. Hey! Susumu, the thing you just gave Giovanni was... Giovanni's surprise just now was about the leaf stone. And Itoki's surprise was the magnetic remote control. Everyone knows that was something Joker invented. Could it be that Susumu is really... Why so surprised? Didn't you suspect me from the beginning? Susumu's rhetorical question left Itoki dumbfounded. How? Susumu preemptively replied, you want to ask me, how did you know, right? Susumu began to maintain the Pokémon egg while explaining. I knew from when you proactively suggested being my guide and taking me to find the Moss Rock. Generally speaking, would ordinary people run so far for someone they just met? Maybe someone like Satoshi, who is overly kind, might. You? Obviously not. Itoki still looked confused. Immediately, another question arose, who is Satoshi? But soon, an even more pressing question flooded his brain. Then why now? Susumu interrupted him, your next sentence is, then why are you actively revealing your identity now? Then why are you actively revealing your identity now, Itoki's eyes widened even more. It's simple, because you are now an accomplice. After finishing the Pokémon egg's care, Susumu began to fiddle with the test tubes containing various liquids. Accomplice. Itoki was increasingly unable to keep up with Susumu's rhythm. Susumu took out his phone, opened a video, and pressed play. The resolution of this video was clearly a level higher than the phones on the market. Ha ha ha. Scream. Scream. Ha ha ha. In the video, Itoki emitted an extremely distorted laugh, kicking Buias's bloody oaken repeatedly. We generally use two words to describe this kind of person, pervert. Itoki looked at his life with suspicion. You should know that the person in the video, himself, took action with Susumu. If it were shown to Junsa, oh no, even if it were shown to a random passerby, they would think he and Susumu were in cahoots. Even because he laughed more pervertedly, most people would probably think he was the main culprit, and Susumu was forced. If I go to the station, do you think you'll be safe and sound? Susumu silenced Itoki with one sentence. Thousands of words finally converged into one sentence. Susumu. You schemed against me. Chapter 35. 35, with Gardevoir, XXN dare not be arrogant. Chevron _left. Previous. Next. Chevron _right. Knights _stay. Over the next few days, Itsuki gradually accepted the reality of being an accomplice. Moreover, he had figured it out, it wasn't a big deal. Because from another perspective, he and Susheng could be said to hold each other's secrets. They were in a relationship where neither dared to act against the other. Since that was the case, it was better to coexist peacefully than to tear each other apart. Besides, cleaning up against Bisher with Susheng was the most exciting thing Itsuki had experienced in his life. Awesome! Let's stop training here for today. Vermilion City Beach. Susheng suddenly spoke, winking at Umbreon, and they returned to the cottage together. He had spent the entire morning doing battle training with Itsuki. Although not as good as Sakeke, he was at least a potential powerhouse who would stand in the Elite Four in the future. As a sparring partner, he was more than adequate. Itsuki recalled Executor into its Pokeball, leaving a Pokémon to follow at his feet. It was a Slowpoke. It was one that Itsuki had chosen from the group of harmed Slowpoke when he and Susheng raided Bisher's lair. Why choose this one? Because when Susheng and Itsuki were playing soccer, although many other victimized Pokémon participated, those few Slowpoke looked terrified and dared not move. There was the reason that the Slowpoke family was relatively gentle, and there were also factors of their wounded hearts. After Itsuki noticed this, he pointed to Bisher, who he didn't know if he was still alive, and said to the Slowpoke, "Come on, let's hit him together." The other Slowpoke still didn't dare to move, only this Slowpoke used Psychic, twisting Bisher's lower body into a pretzel. At that time, even if Bisher wasn't dead, he definitely only had half a life left. As a result of Slowpoke's psychic attack, the decibel of the scream directly broke the record. This made Itsuki fall in love with this Slowpoke at first sight. You must avenge your grievances, right? I like it. What? Sheng, you're not a member of Team Rocket. During lunch, Itsuki was shocked again to learn from Susheng, or rather, Joker, that he was not a member of Team Rocket during a casual chat with Susheng. It felt like there were new surprises every day with Susheng. When did I say I was a member of Team Rocket? Susheng asked back. Itsuki was speechless again. Well, it seemed that Joker himself had never said that. But the media reported it that way. Well, it seems that the alliance can't be completely trusted. Itsuki scratched his head. He was at the age where he believed whatever he saw on TV. However, after seeing what happened at the construction site, his trust in the alliance had also wavered. Most of it is still believable, but you still have to think for yourself more often. Susheng's previous statement that neither side is a good person was actually a bit exaggerated. In his previous life, in the name of freedom and adventure, pirates who burned, killed, and looted ordinary people were not good people. The Navy, which acted as the world government's lackeys and turned a blind eye to the celestial dragons slaughtering ordinary people, was also not a good thing. That's definitely right. But if you apply this theory to the Pokémon world, it's actually not appropriate. Indeed, there are definitely dark sides and worms within the Pokémon League. But no matter what, it won't be. It's not as exaggerated as the Navy in the pirate world. At least they didn't create a celestial dragon. Susheng muttered to himself. Ah? Sheng, what is a celestial dragon? Itsuki asked curiously. It's nothing, let's eat. By the way, I made the food, you're responsible for washing the dishes. Susheng remembered something and said. Itsuki rolled his eyes. He felt it was necessary to capture a Pokémon suitable to be a nanny, with a good wife and mother personality. Alas. Hone's Gardevoir seems pretty good. Ashen, let's go to Hone when we have the chance. Itsuki told Susheng his idea. Gardevoir? Susheng's chewing motion stopped. Good fellow, you have good taste. Speaking of which, Itsuki, who served as one of the Elite Four in the previous life's game, did have a Gardevoir. That was the number one wife in the hearts of countless Pokémon fans in the previous life. It has the most anthropomorphic form among thousands of Pokémon, and is even considered a beauty among humans. Beautiful, loyal, and willing to die for you, and also has considerable strength. Isn't this the perfect wife candidate? And more importantly, you don't need a bride price to marry her. Susheng felt that if he had Gardevoir in his previous life, those XXN on a certain red book wouldn't dare to be so rampant. Let's find a chance to go later, let's go to a banquet tomorrow night first. Hearing Susheng's words, Itsuki immediately remembered Pear Moon's invitation a few days ago. Ah? Are you interested in that kind of banquet? To be honest, I'd rather find a few scumbags like Bisher to torture. After experiencing the incident in the bewildering forest, it felt like a certain switch in Itsuki's heart had been turned on. It's not that I want to go, it's that she wants to go. Susheng nodded towards Umbreon, who was gathered with Itsuki's Pokémon and was also enjoying lunch. She. Itsuki's expression was even more curious. I communicated with Umbreon, and she also thinks that Aldous' so-called proposal to find suitable trainers for those wild Pokémon is unreliable. As a domestic Pokémon who was abandoned by her previous owner, Umbreon understands the feelings of the Houndour and Ursaring who lost their homes. No, they were more serious than what she encountered at the time. At least, she met him. Umbreon looked at Susheng with tenderness. At the same time, she also felt that the blue-haired human's words were unreliable. Houndour and Ursaring had everything taken away by humans. Under such circumstances, are they still willing to live with humans? Are you kidding me? It's as outrageous as forgiving the enemy who killed your father. Well, you can't let Naruto Uzumaki hear these words. Therefore, Umbreon hopes to check the situation with her master. They, master and servant, one person and one fox, both feel that something is wrong. Hi, you can discuss this kind of thing? Itsuki asked in surprise. Although Pokémon can understand human words, the reverse is not true. Therefore, it is basically impossible for Pokémon to communicate with trainers completely without discrimination like humans. Unless there is telepathy like a legendary Pokémon, or the translation ability of Meowth of Team Rocket. My situation is special. Susheng scratched his arm. Itsuki didn't delve into this topic, and immediately asked about what he was interested in with great interest. Then let's go. It feels very fun. Oh right, are you going with Susheng's appearance? Or Joker's appearance? Before Susheng could answer, Itsuki couldn't wait to say. It's still Joker, right? Coincidentally, I'll also find a mask to wear together. When I met you at Goldenrod Station before, I thought that kind of life was so exciting. The more Itsuki said, the more excited he became, and he had already opened his computer to browse for a suitable mask. Susheng's expression became more and more strange. I remember that Itsuki always wears a mask on his face in the future. Is this the power of world correction? Chapter 36. How do I look? Ashen, what do you think of my getup? The next day, near dusk. After messing around for more than a day, Itsu finally finished his Phantom Thief outfit. A colorful outfit resembling a clown suit, with an eye mask covering the upper half of his face. He had a mysterious confidence reminiscent of Gohan's Saiyamon form. Susheng was speechless for a moment. Itsu's black mask reminded him of an acquaintance from a previous life. He was afraid Itsu would blurt out deep dark fantasy next. However, Itsu didn't seem to notice the look of disdain in Susheng's eyes. After turning around showily, he remembered something else. Oh, right, should I come up with a code name? After all, you have the alias Joker, so what about me? How about using a name from playing cards? Like King or something? Just call yourself Van, I think it suits you. Su Sheng said with a malicious smile. No way, I don't know why, but I feel like you're up to no good. Itsu refused without even thinking. Su Sheng started organizing his equipment. Meanwhile, Itsu struggled in front of the mirror for a long time, still unable to come up with a code name. Stop wasting time, let's get ready to go. If you can't think of anything, just use a fake name. We can call you Itsu, Little I, or something like that. Huh? That nickname isn't cool at all. Itsu expressed his dissatisfaction. You should be glad I'm not calling you Goldenkin or something. Su Sheng retorted. Finally, on the way, Itsu pinched his chin and struggled for a long time, even clenching his right fist and knocking it into his left palm. I've got it. How about magic? My outfit was made with magicians as a reference, sounds good, right? Su Sheng thought for a moment and said, why not Jack Ma? Nearing dusk, many upper-class individuals from the Johto region, dressed in splendid attire, entered Pearl's mansion one by one. When the security guards saw Su Sheng and Itsu without any adults accompanying them, they were initially suspicious. But after seeing the invitation, they immediately let the two in. Wow, there are quite a few celebrities here. Itsu turned his head left and right, and before long, he spotted several faces he often saw on TV. To think that we're about to do bad things under the eyes of these big shots, waku waku. We haven't decided what we're going to do yet, and also, can you not say that in such a disgusting tone? Su Sheng said that if it wasn't a pink-haired mind-reading loli, don't just randomly say waku waku. However, Su Sheng himself also noticed several familiar faces. Among the gym leaders, there was Chuck from Qianwood City, and also Faulkner from Violet City. But what attracted Su Sheng's attention the most was, standing beside Pearl, a short old man wearing armor similar in style to Madara Uchiha's, with a Rayquaza headdress on his helmet. Behind him, on his left and right, were two figures resembling attendants, one of whom Su Sheng recognized. It was Claire, Lance's cousin. And beside her were two Dragonair. The head of the Blackthorn City Dragon Clan, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four, known as the Dragon Elder, and the two behind him are the current Blackthorn gym leader, Arthur, and his daughter, Claire. Noticing the direction of Su Sheng's gaze, Itsu whispered. Absolutely top-notch figures in the Johto region, even the league chairman, Good Show, has to give them some respect. As soon as Itsu finished speaking, another little old man walked up. But unlike the Dragon Elder, whose white hair and beard completely covered half of his face, this old man, although similarly short, was more bloated, leaning on a cane, with a shiny bald head, wearing black-framed glasses, and a constantly smiling and amiable expression. Behind him was Alder, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four, whom Su Sheng and Itsu had seen at the construction site a few days ago. And on Alder's other side, there was a middle-aged man with extremely similar features to him, also wearing sunglasses. But his hair color was different from Alder's blue hair, instead, it was a red middle part. Haha, sorry for being late, Brother Dragon, long time no see. The bald old man smiled and reached out to the Dragon Elder. It's an honor to have you here. Pearl's face was all smiles. He was currently surrounded by the two most powerful old men in the Johto region. Itsu whispered, that person is Chairman Sith, real name Death Gold, Elite Four Alder's father, the richest man in the Johto region, and also a famous philanthropist. And that red-haired uncle is said to be his second son, that is, Alder's younger brother, I remember his name is. Elites, yes, that's the name, he's the gym leader of Olivine City, known as the strongest gym leader in the Johto region. I have to say, that bald uncle is quite good at having sons, one League Elite Four and one Elite Four level gym leader. And the Alder and Elite's brothers each had a Pokémon protecting them. They were Alakazam and Marowak, respectively. Su Sheng shifted his gaze slightly. The Olivine gym leader, in his memory, should be Jasmine of the Steel type, right? A cute little girl. But the current timeline is still very far from Ash's adventure. Even the Goldenrod gym leader is Whitney's grandfather. It's normal for the current Olivine gym leader not to be Jasmine. After all, Jasmine is probably not even as old as Itsu yet. Speaking of which, many people here have released their Pokémon and brought them with them. Itsu noticed another thing, among the guests, many had released their respective Pokémon. Not to mention the security guards standing at the door, all of whom had intimidating Pokémon standing beside them. And the older brothers, as well as the experts from the Dragon Tamer family. Similarly, they released some smaller Pokémon, acting as bodyguards, following them. But the next second, Itsu thought of the reason. To guard against Joker's magnetic remote control. You could say you've changed the world, right? Itsu's tone carried a hint of respect. Obviously, these people were doing this to prevent a sudden attack from Team Rocket. Although Itsu himself already knew that Joker wasn't from Team Rocket. But the League didn't know. Su Sheng glanced at that Chairman Sith a few more times and discreetly withdrew from the center of the banquet hall. Let's get to work. Su Sheng and Itsu officially began their operation. But at that moment, neither of them noticed. That gray-haired girl, who looked to be about the same age as them, following beside Pearl with a distracted look. Father, I want to go back to my room to rest. The gray-haired girl tugged at Pearl's pants leg. All right, go ahead. Pearl waved his hand, not paying attention. He was busy trying to please the two most powerful figures in the Johto League. Rika, the daughter of real estate mogul Pearl, let out a sigh of relief after leaving the banquet hall. I still can't handle this kind of atmosphere. Rika sighed. Her face was full of helplessness and disdain. If she were an ordinary rich lady, Rika would most likely become a sacrifice to strengthen the family in the future, forced to marry another tycoon's heir or a high-ranking trainer. But fortunately, she had shown extremely high trainer talent since she was a child, so she was given a considerable degree of freedom. But even so, Rika still didn't like the atmosphere of this house. If she had the chance, she would also want to leave this place. At this time, Rika came to the third floor of the villa. When passing by the storage room, Rika paused. She remembered the Pokémon that her father had people move into the house a few days ago, who were roaring wildly. She heard her father say that after tonight's banquet, they would be given to Chairman Sith as gifts, right? But Chairman Sith seemed to be finding a good place for them, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? After a brief hesitation, Rika finally opened the storage room door. Chapter 37. In the Pear Flower family's storage room, a massive cage was placed. Inside were the Mightyena, Ursaring, and Murkrow that had suffered a crushing defeat against Aldous at the construction site outside the city. They were all confined within the iron cage. Although not as miserable as the Swellow and Slowpoke abused by Beardick in the mysterious forest. The Ursaring and others were also dull and listless, collapsed on the ground. Presumably, they had been sedated. All the Pokémon were shackled. However, only one had its mouth covered with a muzzle. It was the Houndour, whose parents had been crushed by a falling pillar. Pear Flower pursed her lips and walked up to the Mightyena, squatting down in front of the cage and whispering. You can rest assured, Dad said he'll hand you over to Grandpa Cai Shen, and then he will help you find suitable owners. As soon as Pear Flower finished speaking, the Mightyena, who had been snoring on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes, startling Pear Flower. Before Pear Flower could react further, the Mightyena suddenly raised its hand, its sharp left front claw reaching through the gaps in the iron cage bars, viciously scratching Pear Flower's arm. If its claws hadn't been locked, preventing it from fully extending, there was no doubt that Pear Flower's entire arm would have been severed. Woof woof woof. Because its mouth was also muzzled, the Mightyena couldn't fully vocalize, only glaring fiercely at Pear Flower with Sharingan-like eyes. You destroyed my homeland and killed my parents. Now you have the audacity to say you're going to help me? Pear Flower, whose flesh had been almost torn off, did not cry out, but instead calmly met the Mightyena's gaze. I heard about what happened to you, I'm sorry for what my father did. I'll let you go, find a way to escape and find a new place to live. Immediately, Pear Flower quickly left the storage room, soon finding the key to unlock the Mightyena. The Mightyena, after stepping out of the cage, glanced at her a couple of times, and after a moment of silence, did not attack this time. But this Mightyena did not run away, instead turning its head to look at the other might hyena. Pear Flower instantly understood its meaning and opened the iron locks of the other cages. Hurry up and leave. Letting them go this way, I'm afraid they'll be completely wiped out. Just as Pear Flower finished speaking, a strange voice suddenly rang out from the storage room doorway. Pear Flower was startled and suddenly turned her head to look. She saw two mysterious teenagers, not much different in age from herself, but wearing masks, standing at the door, sizing her up with a smile that was not quite a smile. You are. Pear Flower stared blankly at Su Sheng. That face, that mask, she had seen it on the news. Su Sheng, in Joker mode, stepped forward and placed his hand on the pulse of these half-dead Pokémon. They've been sedated, and your dad has kept them here without giving them proper treatment. In their current state, trying to escape from this villa with such a large flow of people is simply a pipe dream. As Su Sheng spoke, he performed a physical examination on each of these wild Pokémon. Concluding, the Murkrow family is the least injured, and with their inherent ability to fly, their chances of escape are the highest. Followed by the Ursaring family. This Ursaring is more heavily injured, but these Teddy Ursa are less injured because of its protection, and their chances of escape are not low. As he spoke, Su Sheng finally walked up to the Houndour and placed his hand on their pulse. Woof woof. Seeing a human touch its compatriots, the might hyena released by Pear Flower immediately let out a threatening growl. However, as soon as it howled, Umbreon immediately stood in front of it, its scarlet blood eyes staring straight at the might hyena. To be honest, if it weren't for Umbreon's compassion for the might hyena, it would have slapped it upside the head long ago. At this moment, Su Sheng also withdrew his hand from the Houndour's neck. Well, they're completely hopeless. They were already seriously injured, and they haven't received good treatment recently. Now, let alone escape, they probably can't even walk steadily. From a rational point of view, we should abandon them at this time, but... Woof! Su Sheng hadn't finished the words after but, and the might hyena could no longer restrain the anger in its heart, roaring and pouncing towards Su Sheng. As expected, humans should die. Die! How dare you make me abandon my compatriots? Everything happened too suddenly. By the time the astonished Itsuki and Pear Flower reacted, the sharp claws that had slashed 3 cuts on Pear Flower's arm were less than half a centimeter away from the mask on Su Sheng's face. In an instant, a black and white flash darted out from below, slamming into the might hyena's abdomen. Bang! The might hyena was slammed hard against the wall. Pear Flower took a closer look. The one who attacked was that black EV. According to the previous Professor Oak's popular science program, I remember it was named Umbreon, right? Su Sheng's eyebrows under the mask slightly raised. What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking. However, the might hyena, who had just landed and climbed up, suddenly opened its fangs and mouth wide. A raging flame was released. Flamethrower. After being captured by Pear Flower, it had been locked in a cage. When it closed its eyes, all it could see were the scenes of its parents being crushed to death. Now, it was holding back a belly full of anger. Want to vent your anger? Su Sheng flicked his hand. Umbreon also opened its mouth, and a dark black wave shot out to meet the flamethrower. Dark Pulse. Itsuki, who was guarding the door, was shocked. Hey! If we fight here? A loud bang was heard in the air. Without any suspense, Dark Pulse completely suppressed Flamethrower, and once again knocked the might hyena away. The storage room, which was not too large, immediately shook violently due to the explosion. It even affected the banquet hall on the first floor. What's going on? In the hall, influential figures, including Pear Flower and Aldous, had slight changes in expression. As the host, Pear Flower sternly shouted to the security guards standing at the door. Go and see what's going on. In the storage room, Su Sheng and Umbreon stared coldly at the might hyena, whose physical strength was already like a candle in the wind, collapsed on the ground. I don't object to you wanting revenge, but if you want to vent your emotions like a mad dog, then you need to be cured. Your enemy is Pear Flower, who contracted the project, the Pokémon League, which implemented the urban expansion plan, and Aldous, the Elite Four who killed your parents. I haven't participated in it from the beginning to the end. If you have fire, go find them to vent it on. What's the point of messing with me? Why don't you dare to fight the Pokémon League? Su Sheng hates this kind of psychopath who shouts it's all the world's fault all day long and then goes crazy everywhere. It's like Uchiha Obito, the woman you like is dead, you go find the hidden mist Umbu, find Madara to take revenge. Why did you kill your teacher and his wife? They didn't hurt your woman. Oh no, no Harurin isn't your woman, right? Crazy. Chapter 38. Hey! Joker, someone's coming up. Itri, who was guarding the door and heard the footsteps, paled and turned to shout at Su Sheng in the storage room. Huff! Su Sheng exhaled, his eyes behind the mask quickly sweeping over the wild Pokémon in the cage. Although I don't think it's reliable, if you choose to stay here, maybe that blue-haired old man can really provide you with a long-term meal ticket. Now that there's so much commotion, you might not be able to escape even if you want to. It's your choice. Hearing Su Sheng's words, the merc rose, and Ursaring's in the cage looked at each other. Finally, they stood up in unison. Just as Su Sheng had expected. Having their homes taken away by humans, it was already good that they didn't suddenly become Earth Sons and shout something like, I don't acknowledge this world. Become a human's domestic Pokémon? What a joke. Okay. Su Sheng spoke again. Originally, according to the original plan, after releasing you, you would turn right out the door, break into the room at the end of the corridor, break through the room, and jump off the balcony. That was the closest route to the back door. This was originally the escape route I made for you. But now, because of this stupid dog, the plan can't be used. Su Sheng glanced at the Houndour with disdain. Seeing Houndour lower its head and remain silent, Rika secretly felt sorry for it and reached out to hug its neck tightly. There's no way, let's split up and run. In this situation, we can only rely on fate. Su Sheng spread his hands. Just then, Rika suddenly spoke, raising her hand like an elementary school student asking a question to the teacher. If there's a decoy to attract attention, wouldn't it buy us more time? Decoy. Su Sheng hadn't spoken yet, and Itri blinked. A few seconds later, he suddenly came back to his senses, his expression like a Bapomofo sent by the nine-headed serpent to kill Tang Santang and his disciples, pointing at his own face and saying, No, no, you don't want us to be decoys to attract fire power, do you? Is this young lady out of her mind? There are several Elite 4-level trainers downstairs. Being focused on is actively seeking death, isn't it? I, Itri, only like to look for fun, not to die. Su Sheng also found it funny. Did this little girl really think she was a white working saint like Luffy? He could occasionally help, but only to the extent of a helping hand. You want me to sacrifice myself to help you? Heh, in your next life. Not to mention helping this Houndour with a terrible temper. No, it's not. Rika quickly explained. I mean, you can take me as a hostage, that way it's safer. Isn't that what they do in TV dramas? Isn't that the same thing? Itri roared loudly. After all is said and done, aren't they still making the two of them attract attention? Found them. In the storage room. Someone entered the storage room. Just then, several security guards in charge of the banquet's security came up. Run! Su Sheng whispered. The Ursarings with their cubs and the Murkrows looked at each other, and the next second they rushed out of the room in groups, heading in two directions, left and right. The goods are running away. Quick! Stop them! This is what the president wants to give to Mr. Cai. The security guards were taken aback and hurriedly had Machops, Scythers, and other Pokémon act as human walls to block the way. Wow! The Ursaring used its huge size to knock away a Scyther. The Murkrows also took action closely behind, and the scene was chaotic. Seeing that the strength gap between the two sides was too large, the few security guards who had just come up hurriedly took out Pokeballs to summon new Pokémon. Beep! Seeing this, Su Sheng pressed the central button on the magnetic remote control. The security guards collectively discovered that the Pokeballs in their hands were not responding. The next second, the Ursarings leading the Teddy Ursas and a group of Murkrows knocked them dizzy. It's Joker. Team Rocket. Team Rocket is here. Alarm. Alarm. Team Rocket invasion. Requesting backup. The security guards, who were knocked senseless, kept shouting downstairs. One of them gritted his teeth and got up, slapping the alarm on the wall. Do do do. The piercing alarm spread throughout the villa. Joker? Team Rocket. Many celebrities downstairs changed their expressions upon hearing these two words. That guy. Koga was also taken aback and immediately thought of Su Sheng's incredibly strong beadrill. The dragon elder blinked his narrow eyes under his white eyebrows and whispered to his son and granddaughter. Protect the people. Yes. Koga and her old man immediately called on all the guests in the hall to gather together and used two dragonaires to use a double safeguard move to protect everyone inside. The dragon elder himself took out a pokeball from under his armor and pressed the power button twice. It really can't be started, it's no wonder Lance lost. I kind of want to meet that Joker, did he invent it? Hearing his family patriarch's words, Aoxiang smiled wryly. Dad, don't run around. Another old man, Mr. Cai, asked curiously. The commotion seems to be coming from upstairs, let's go take a look. Mr. Cai, you are a guest, this little thing won't bother you. Riri hurriedly dissuaded. At the same time, she guessed something. Upstairs? Could it be? Team Rocket's target is those imprisoned Pokémon. This commotion is not small, let us help, Aldous, Elis. Mr. Cai winked at his two sons. Except for their hair color and clothing, the two brothers, who looked exactly alike, made an ancient yes gesture and quickly left the hall. Then I'll excuse myself, excuse me. Riri also hurriedly followed, scolding Joker and Team Rocket in her heart. Damn it, you came to my house for such a piece of junk? If you want it, you can contact me privately, I'll sell it to you for some money, won't I? Spend some money, spend it, it won't cost much. Tui. Disgusting. Inside the storage room, the three Houndours worriedly looked at the lame Houndour next to Riri. It was already the most seriously injured in the team, and it had been ignoring the food sent by humans for the past few days of captivity. It was hit twice by Umbreon just now. Now it can't even stand up. If you don't leave, you really won't be able to leave. Su Sheng reminded. Woo woo. The three Houndours were conflicted. They couldn't bear to abandon their compatriots, especially the offspring left by the clan leader. Tisk. Su Sheng clicked his tongue and threw a pokeball to Riri. You catch it and hide it. Riri picked up the pokeball that was thrown over, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then said with a hint of request. Houndour, please, let me catch you. Hearing this, Houndour first looked at Riri, then looked at its compatriots. This time, knowing that it would only delay its compatriots if it continued to be stubborn, it lowered its head. Chapter 39. Afterward, Pear Blossom successfully captured this Houndour. Where should I hide it? A fleeting joy flashed in Pear Blossom's eyes as she captured the Houndour, but another problem immediately occurred to her. She was wearing a dress, with neither a belt for holding pokeballs nor pockets for storing things. You can hide it in your chest. Someone I know used to do that. Su Sheng said casually. It's just that he knew her, but she didn't know him. Hiding a ball in the chest really stunned Dr. Su back then. Now, can you run away with peace of mind? Su Sheng then turned his eyes to the remaining three Houndour. Compared to Pear Blossom's Houndour, the remaining three black dogs, who were more normal, nodded and prepared to escape together. However, the seriousness of the situation had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Joker, the situation doesn't seem too good. Looking at Aldous and the Eltz brothers, each leading an Alakazam and a Marowak, walking towards them. Yi Shu swallowed, feeling immense pressure. That fat pig bias was definitely not in the same league as these two. Even he could sense it. And even more visually striking. Behind them were an Ursaring lying upside down, several Teddy Ursa, and 2 Murkrow. Without a doubt, these wild Pokémon that had just been released failed to escape and were intercepted by these two brothers. If it had gone according to my plan, at least half of the Pokémon would have successfully escaped, but it turned out like this. Su Sheng complained. The Houndour in Pear Blossom's Pokeball secretly lowered its head. What do we do now? Joker, fight! Yi Shu barely managed to calm down, glancing sideways at Su Sheng. Fight my ass, you give way, let me go, you add oil to the road. Without saying a word, Su Sheng turned around and ran in the opposite direction. That Aldous was definitely a Elite 4 level master. Moreover, being able to serve as a Elite 4 in a headquarters like the Indigo League meant he was definitely not a watered-down Elite 4 like those in the Kalos region. And there was also Altz, a gym leader who was also said to be at the Elite 4 level. Why fight? There was no benefit to it. Yi Shu was stunned for a moment, but the next second he reacted and immediately followed behind Su Sheng, running in the opposite direction. The remaining 3 Houndour hesitated for a few moments, looking at the fallen Ursaring and Murkrow. In the end, they also followed behind Su Sheng and ran in the opposite direction. They were smarter than Pear Blossom's Houndour, knowing that there was no way to save them. Should I do it or will you? Aldous asked with a calm expression. Altz silently took a step forward, raising his arm with his palm facing the fleeing Su Sheng and others. Marowak threw the bone club in his hand, drawing a curve that defied the laws of physics in the corridor, hitting the ankles of the 3 Houndour in succession. One after another, the Houndour were knocked down like bowling pins. Oh, that accuracy! A look of surprise flashed in Su Sheng's eyes. The bald old man's 2 sons were both strong. The bone boomerang didn't stop, continuing to fly towards Su Sheng and Yi Shu. Seeing this, Umbreon braked and thrust his right arm forward, flashing with black light. Feint attack! The bone club was immediately knocked back. The Marowak in the distance jumped up and caught the returning bone club again. Joker, them! Yi Shu pointed at the Houndour lying on the ground, screaming in pain. There's no choice, let's try this. Su Sheng grabbed one of the Houndour. Then, in everyone's unbelievable gaze, the wound on the Houndour's ankle healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woof! Even the Houndour itself looked incredulous. Then, Su Sheng picked up the second and third Houndour. Although he didn't completely heal them, he at least temporarily restored their ability to move. What are you waiting for? Run! Su Sheng kicked one of the Houndour's butt. Woof woof! The Houndour quickly reacted and ran towards the end of the corridor without looking back. Joker, what was that just now? Amazing! Yi Shu exclaimed as he ran. No time to explain now. While running, Su Sheng couldn't help but reach out and scratch his left arm. Tisk, is the adaptation not enough? I have to improve it after I go back. On the other side, Li Yu also followed closely behind the Aldous and Altz brothers. When he saw the messy corridor and the 2 masked kids running away in the distance, he pretty much guessed what was going on. Damn Team Rocket! Li Yu internally blamed Team Rocket. But soon, his attention was drawn to his daughter. More precisely, he was attracted by the 3 bloody claw marks on his daughter's left wrist. Pear Blossom, what happened? Li Yu quickly crouched down and grabbed his daughter's arm. Father, this is... Pear Blossom panicked, her brain momentarily blank, unsure how to explain. But before she could come up with a reasonable excuse, Li Yu immediately noticed the Pokeball in his daughter's hand. And through the translucent ball cover, he noticed the Houndour inside. This is, that one from before. Li Yu's pupils dilated. He had a deep impression of this Houndour. A few days ago, when he asked the workers to move these wild Pokémon into the house, several security guards were scratched and bitten by this beast. They had to put more iron locks and muzzles on it than other Pokémon. Did it scratch you? Li Yu immediately remembered. The scars on the hands of the workers who had been scratched before were similar to his daughter's. No, it's not. Pear Blossom was shocked, but Li Yu had already reached out to grab the Pokeball in her hand. Give it to me. This damn beast shouldn't be kept. I'll deal with it immediately. Deal with it. Hearing these 2 words, the pupils in Pear Blossom's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank. In this situation, this occasion, what did the word deal with mean? Could she not understand? No. Pear Blossom didn't know where she got the strength, but she desperately broke free from Li Yu's hand and turned to run. Pear Blossom! Li Yu was startled. He didn't know what was wrong with his daughter. What to do, what to do, what to do. Pear Blossom bit her pink lip tightly, looking at the Houndour in the ball as she ran. It had no stamina and couldn't escape on its own. And the Pokeball couldn't be opened because of that person's remote control. Wait! Pear Blossom remembered Susheng's move to heal the other Houndour. Recalling the direction in which Susheng and Yishu had escaped, Pear Blossom turned and changed direction, went downstairs, and climbed out the window. Almost at the same moment, Susheng and Yishu jumped down from the second floor one after another. What the hell are you doing? Susheng, who almost stepped on Pear Blossom, cursed directly. Please, my father wants to catch it, please save it, with your magical power. Pear Blossom held the Pokeball containing the Houndour in both hands, raised it, and presented it to Susheng. Chapter 40. Susheng glanced at the Houndour in the Pokeball and said without hesitation. Kotoru. Why? With the power you just used, it should be no problem to heal this child. Rika became even more agitated. She had seen with her own eyes the amazing power that Susheng displayed. Potion sprays and the like were no match for it. First, I don't like this dog. It has a terrible temper. If it weren't for it, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Second, I'm not skilled enough with that ability. Using it on those 3 Houndour just now was already my limit. If I use it again, I'll be in danger too. I'm not going to be a saint and risk my life to save a dog I don't like. Rika's expression became even more desperate, and she was on the verge of tears. Then what about this child? Are you just going to let it fend for itself? Susheng was too lazy to pay attention to her. Was this woman going crazy? Couldn't she just take it straight to the Pokémon Center? Why was she bothering him? Joker, he's here. Itsuki reminded him. Susheng turned his head to look in the direction Itsuki was pointing. Althea, and his Marowak, were here. Unfortunately, you have nowhere to escape. Surrender. Althea approached slowly. This person's temperament is slightly different from that of his ice-faced brother. That's not for sure, Mr. Althea. Susheng said with a smile. Is that so? Then. Marowak, earthquake. Althea decided to capture the 2 of them first. Marowak raised the bone club high in its hand, then jumped up and slammed it heavily on the ground. Earthquake. The considerable force caused the ground of the entire villa courtyard to tremble violently, and invisible shockwaves rippled out. Even the people inside the villa staggered. At the back door. In the hall, Xiao Zhuang's eyes lit up, and she shouted to Elder Ryu. Grandpa! I'm going to catch that guy and avenge my cousin. Hey! Xiao Zhuang! Axu wanted to stop her, but Xiao Zhuang had already jumped out of the window. Father, will she be alright? Axu turned his head and asked Elder Ryu. It should be fine. After all, both of Shin's children have gone. Xiao Zhuang shouldn't encounter any danger. To be honest, I kind of want to go too. Elder Ryu stood on his tiptoes and peered into the distance. He had something in common with Sakeke, which was that he liked to cultivate young people with potential. The Ryu family actually had a secret tradition. That was, when they discovered a gym challenger with potential, they would invite them into the family's sacred ground, the Dragon's Den. As long as they could pass Elder Ryu's test, they would be given a Dratini. Generous enough? This was the decision made by Elder Ryu. Seemingly like a nouveau riche scattering money, in reality, this move could be described as playing the long game to catch big fish. Because those who were qualified to receive these Dratini were all elite trainers, 1 in 1,000. After these trainers obtained the Dratini, they would definitely be grateful to the Ryu family. Once the Ryu family, or rather, Elder Ryu, had any requests, how could they not go to great lengths to fulfill them? Jinx! On the courtyard battlefield. Itsuki's eyes narrowed slightly, and he shouted. A Jinx that had been hiding behind him suddenly jumped out. Ice Beam! Under its master's command, silver light gathered in front of Jinx's thick lips, and it suddenly shot at the ground, refilling the cracks that had appeared in the ground due to the shockwaves of the earthquake. in order to reduce the destructive power of the earthquake. Rock slide. Althea immediately changed his strategy. Marowak once again struck the ground with its bone club. Scattered flying rocks shot towards Jinx like a rainstorm. Psychic. A light purple glow from Jinx's body, and in the next instant, it turned into ripples that rippled out. Rock slide and psychic were temporarily deadlocked. But only for 2 seconds. Rock slide clearly suppressed the psychic barrier. In the third second, it completely broke through and pressed towards the opposite side. But Umbreon, go! Su Sheng's smiling command came. Jinx stepped aside. In the next instant, Umbreon darted out from behind her. A smaller body, but its muscles were as strong as steel, and the bulging veins seemed like they were about to burst at any moment. Umbreon allowed the flying rocks to hit its body, proudly not affecting its forward pace. Did it strengthen itself while Jinx was stalling for time? Althea saw through the trick. Bone meringue. Althea sighed inwardly at how flawlessly these two children, whose combined age was far less than his, coordinated, and immediately gave Marowak a command. Marowak charged forward and swung its bone club horizontally. Darkest Lariat. Umbreon rose into the air, its body spinning wildly in mid-air. In the instant before it was about to collide with Marowak's bone club, it suddenly extended its claws. Feeling the pressure from the bone club, Marowak gritted its teeth secretly. To think that it, a member of the Elite Four, could feel such pressure. How much had this black fox strengthened itself in those few seconds? Water pulse. Just as Marowak and Umbreon were deadlocked, Itsuki's command sounded again from behind. Althea was startled when he heard this. He looked up. The Jinx behind Umbreon put its palms together and condensed a high-density water ball, and in the next instant, it slammed it heavily on the ground. Splash! A wave 4 or 5 meters high splashed up and surged straight over Marowak. Retreat! Althea shouted to remind it. However, Umbreon was one step ahead and grabbed Marowak's shoulder, pressing it hard to the ground, making it unable to move. The wave behind it was coming. Attacking its own people too. Althea was shocked. Were Team Rocket members so ruthless to their own people? The wave surged over, covering Umbreon and Marowak together. Dark Pulse. Su Sheng suddenly ordered. Boom! A dark shockwave suddenly erupted in the wave. In Althea's incredulous gaze, a figure jumped up and jumped back in front of Su Sheng. It was Umbreon. Althea looked at Umbreon, who was shaking off the water but whose expression hadn't changed at all, and the shock in his eyes under his sunglasses was even greater. How was that possible? Although Umbreon's defenses were excellent, and it wasn't weak to water. But under such an attack, how could it still have the strength to attack? Looking at his Marowak again. At this moment, it was kneeling on one knee on the ground, holding the bone club tightly with both hands to support itself on the wet ground. Although its overall level was definitely better than Jinx and Umbreon, the water type was too disadvantageous for it, and it had also taken a dark pulse. Ability swap. Althea realized. One of Jinx's abilities was Dry Skin. This ability allowed it to be unaffected by water-type moves and recover some HP. So that was it. In those few seconds just now, Umbreon hadn't strengthened itself, but had used ability swap to swap its ability with Jinx's. The rock slide just now had hit it, but in reality, it was definitely not as calm as it appeared on the surface. But it pretended to have been strengthened, as if it had used a defense-boosting move in the previous gap. In reality, it had used ability swap to change its ability. Even if it was injured, it could then have Jinx use a water-type move to heal itself. To be able to think of so much in an instant, I now believe that you invented the magnetic remote control. Althea said with emotion. The plot of the Shadow Organization is very important, it concerns the protagonist's first legend and the plot direction of the entire book. It doesn't matter if you haven't played the original game, little sister will write it so that everyone who hasn't played the original game can understand. Please be shameless and give some food, a little encouragement. Chapter 41. That Umbreon's acting is really good. I hope readers remember our domain name here, Taiwan Novel Network rightward arrow. Else then turned his gaze towards the Umbreon at Su Sheng's feet. Although he knew from Professor Oak's lectures that Umbreon had an innate excellent defense. Taking his Marowak's rock slide head-on like that must have hurt like hell. But even so, she still maintained a queen-like serene smile on her face. To make him lower his guard. So scheming, so terrifying. Thank you for the compliment. Su Sheng glanced at the Umbreon who was receiving Jinx's hydrotherapy and chuckled. Just like this guy responded to my expectations, I will also reward her with a perfect victory. Final blow. Dark pulse. Umbreon suddenly opened her mouth. Violent dark energy shot out in a beam, heading straight for the staggering Marowak. Given time, he will definitely become a headache for the entire Pokémon world. Eltz silently evaluated Su Sheng in his heart, feeling inexplicably excited. Rock slide. Hearing his master's command, Marowak took a deep breath, mustered his last strength, and slammed his bone club into the ground. The splashing rocks flew out again. However, Marowak's stamina was already like a candle in the wind. After only a second or so of stalemate, Marowak's movements suddenly faltered, and a flaw appeared in his attack. In that instant, Dark Pulse broke through Rock Slide's obstruction and hit Marowak. Ichiki timely provided commentary with a smile. Marowak is unable to battle, Umbreon wins. Enrika and her Houndour in her Pokeball were completely stunned. He really defeated Elite Four Eltz? Although it was 2 against 1, it can be considered a successful level-up challenge, right? Su Sheng smiled. Can I ask a question, Mr. Eltz? Eltz looked at Su Sheng in confusion. Only to hear the other party continue. Are you really trying to find suitable owners for those wild Pokémon you asked Riri to collect? Upon hearing this, Eltz's eyebrows reflexively furrowed. Su Sheng asked again. As an Elite 4 level trainer, can't you see? These Pokémon have had their homes taken away by humans, and some even had their parents taken. Do you think they will live in harmony with humans and even obey human commands? Do you really believe that? Eltz remained silent. Although he was wearing sunglasses and couldn't see his eyes, some micro-expressions and unnatural small movements still revealed his guilt. So there really is a problem. Ichiki interjected. His brain wasn't that great, but after listening to Su Sheng, he also felt that something was wrong. Now it was confirmed. The Houndour in Riri's Pokeball once again felt a surge of nameless anger. Damn humans, they really have ulterior motives. If it weren't for Su Sheng's magnetic remote control causing the Pokeball switch to malfunction, he would have rushed out and bit this human to death. Mr. Eltz, what are you and your family up to? Su Sheng asked with a smile. Eltz remained silent, but this time someone answered for him. He doesn't need to answer that question. Walking out from behind Eltz was his older brother, Aldous, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four. Not only that. Joker, you criminal. I will punish you on behalf of my cousin Lance. A girl rushed over with her Dragonair. Oh, isn't this little Claire? Is Pidgeot doing well? Su Sheng asked with a grin. My cousin is not called Pidgeot. The Siscon girl cursed. Do. It wasn't over yet. A siren sounded. Several Officer Jennies, accompanied by Growlithes and Manectrix, arrived in the courtyard, raised their megaphones, and shouted. Joker! You are surrounded, surrender immediately. Buzz buzz buzz. Not only that, above the villa, a helicopter with a TV station logo flew over the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Azure TV, this is Azure TV. As you can see, the League's wanted criminal Joker and one of his companions have been surrounded by League Elite Four Aldous and our city's police in the villa of Mr. Riri, a successful entrepreneur in our Azure City. We believe that this criminal, who has caused so much trouble in the Johto region recently, will soon be brought to justice and deal a major blow to Team Rocket. At this moment, many celebrities who knew Su Sheng, but whom he didn't know, were squatting in front of their TVs, tuning to Azure Channel in Johto. Pallet Town, Kanto region. Professor Oak, wearing a white coat, was slurping instant noodles, his eyes fixed on the 11 or 12-year-old boy on the screen. He's the one who invented the controller that can make Pokeballs malfunction. Such a young child. Ever since Su Sheng created the magnetic remote control, The League immediately approached Professor Oak, hoping he could find a way to counter this machine. Professor Oak was speechless. "I'm in biology, not mechanics. Shouldn't you be looking for Devon or Silphco for this kind of thing?" And on the sofa in the lab, a beautiful woman, who looked to be in her early 20s, was hugging two boys, aged 7 and 4, one on each side, and said gently, "Red, Ash, you can't become bad kids like that." And next to her, another chestnut-haired girl, about the same age as Riri, also said to her two younger brothers, "Green and Blue too." Blue Oak rolled his eyes. "This young master is going to become the league champion, I wouldn't be stupid enough to commit crimes." Red. Goldenrod City, Johto region. Whitney and her best friend, Casey, were sitting on the sofa, holding hands. Casey nervously watched the news, her grip tightening. "Big brother. Pewter City, in the secret base under the Pewter Gym. This doesn't seem good, boss. Should we contact the Johto branch to prepare bail?" Apollo stood beside Giovanni, watching the news broadcast on the projector with concern. "No hurry." Giovanni sat in his boss's chair, stroking his beloved Persian with one hand. "I want to see how this kid gets out of this situation." And just then, Su Sheng in the news footage spoke. "Mr. Eltz, let me tell you a trick for being a bad guy." Su Sheng raised his right index finger, smiling with a tone of earnest instruction. "No matter what kind of desperate situation you encounter, never panic, always remember to keep a poker face. Because once a look of panic appears on your face, then you have already lost. Even if your tricks are exposed, never lose your composure, whether your opponent is a heinous criminal or a powerful trainer. We constantly remind ourselves to keep a poker face, even if it hurts, we must endure it, just like my Umbreon, never expose our weak side to the enemy. So, as a bad guy, you don't qualify." Chapter 42. As soon as Su Sheng said this, the audience in front of the TV exploded. Nanamai, the eldest daughter of the Omaka family, looked at her grandfather in disbelief. "This book is first published on the entire network by Dot. Grandpa, what does he mean?" Professor Omaka himself was also dumbfounded, and muttered Su Sheng's words in a low voice. "As a bad person, you are not qualified? In other words, doesn't that mean Altaz is a bad person? How is that possible?" Professor Omaka muttered to himself in disbelief. And the other viewers watching the news live also had the same expression. Not only the general public, but even the high-level members of the alliance felt the same way. Sinnoh region, Canalave City. In an unremarkable small house, Kikuna, a famous historian in the Sinnoh region, and her two granddaughters showed the same expressions as Professor Omaka. "Gym leader Altaz is a bad person? This guy, is he kidding?" Cynthia, who was about the same age as Su Sheng and had a Jibble standing next to her, looked incredible. She had also heard of Altaz's reputation. He is an excellent trainer who, although called gym leader, actually possesses champion-level strength. Moreover, he has an excellent reputation among the Alliance gym leaders, and he often hears news about him helping the weak. Like Mr. Sakeke, the strongest gym leader in the Kanto Alliance, he is a typical good old man. This kind of person, Joker actually said he is a bad person? Slander, right? He wants to use this method to distract the opponent and create an opportunity for himself to escape. Dr. Kikuna speculated. And sitting between her sister and grandmother, licking a lollipop, the 2-year-old Lan family little sister Suzuran said in a milky voice. "What my sister and grandma are saying is so profound, Lun family doesn't understand, but this masked big brother feels so handsome." Well, Suzuran's words are also the common thoughts of many children and little girls in front of the TV. Regardless of whether Joker is slandering or confirming. But when he said those poker face remarks with a smile and an extremely confident tone. "It's really handsome. Suzuran, don't admire bad guys." Cynthia lightly knocked her little sister's head. "At this point, do you still want to use this kind of words to delay time?" On the scene, Aldous sneered and said. "It's a pity, you slandered the wrong person. My brother's reputation in the Alliance, no, in the entire Pokémon continent, is obvious to all. You might be believed if you slander me, but slander him. Hehe, you might as well say that all the gym trainers in the Kanto Alliance are members of Team Rocket. Aldous' words made many viewers in front of the TV nod secretly. That's right, this must be a slander. Aldous is a well-known good old man gym trainer in the Johto region, how could he be a bad person? It must be the inherently evil Team Rocket kid who is making false accusations. Think what you want, anyway, I'll take my leave today. Although it's a bit different from the original plan, the harvest is quite substantial. Goodbye, everyone. With that said, Su Sheng pressed a button on his uniform. The windbreaker behind him swished open and turned into a triangular glider. Well, a black version of Phantom Thief Kid. Want to fly? Gym leader Hayate of Kikyo Gym saw this and instantly guessed Su Sheng's thoughts. Unfortunately, the Pokeball switch is malfunctioning now, and he can't send out his proud flying-type Pokémon. Itsuki, let's go. I have a code name myself, okay. Itsuki muttered and complained. Saying that, Su Sheng took out the remote control again and pressed the button on it. Instantly, Jinx turned into a red light and automatically returned to the Pokeball on Itsuki's waist. The eyes of all the trainers on the scene changed. There is no doubt that it was a magnetic remote control. And that masked chubby kid can take the Pokémon back, which means, the Pokeball can be used. Go. Machoke. Please, Dodrio. Almost instantly, all the trainers around subconsciously reached for the Pokeballs on their belts. But Joker is running away. Officer Jenny shouted. I saw the motor under the glider behind Su Sheng making a starting sound, and the masked chubby kid began to ascend along with it. Don't even think about running. Watson, who was also planning to take the ball, rushed up with his Dragonair. However, Umbreon raised its head slightly. An extremely dazzling beam of light burst out from that dark body. For a time, everyone couldn't open their eyes. It's Flash. Damn it! Watson put his hands in front of his eyes, trying to grope forward in the strong light. Through his fingers, he vaguely saw Su Sheng's annoying face full of ridicule. Watson's sister, let me tell you something. If I am a skilled artist, then your cousin is just a person who will follow behind me and pick on faults. At best, he is just a critic. In the flash, Umbreon also turned into a red light and flew back into Su Sheng's Pokeball. And the strong light disappeared. Skarmory. Hayate released his Skarmory as soon as possible and ascended to the high altitude of the villa. However, Su Sheng and Itsuki had long since disappeared. Gym leader Hayate. Which way did that guy fly? The female captain of the Officer Jenny team looked up and shouted at Hayate. And Hayate himself, sitting on Skarmory's back, was also dumbfounded. After looking around for a long time, he answered the following in a daze. No, there are no flying objects in the nearby sky except my Skarmory and the TV station's helicopter. Officer Jenny was shocked. What did you say? Watson also opened her mouth in astonishment. How is that possible? Two living people, how did they disappear out of thin air? Elder Ryotaro blinked his eyes under his white eyebrows, as if he had thought of something, but only smiled slightly, but didn't say much. Provoking Lance in front of so many people. Hehe, this young man. Su Sheng, who was wearing casual clothes and also pretending to have a dumbfounded expression, standing behind Elder Ryotaro, said after hearing his words that the old man thought too much. I just suddenly felt that it would be cool to say that line in the atmosphere just now. As for why mention Lance's name, purely because he has the highest level among the people I have dealt with. Can't say Sakeke, right? Woof woof. Just when everyone on the scene didn't know what to do next. Accompanied by a dog barking, a houndour jumped out from somewhere, rushed to Aldous, and bit him. Fortunately, Alakazam next to Aldous was quick-witted. At the moment when the dog's incisor teeth touched his master's arm, it was directly a thunder punch that hammered over. Houndour! Karen exclaimed and ran up, hugging the houndour that had been punched again in her arms. What's wrong with that dog? Aldous covered the wound, which was only a skin trauma, but was already bleeding, and looked at the houndour in Karen's arms with a bad expression. And houndour's move also attracted everyone's attention to this beauty and wild dog combination. Chapter 43. I'm so sorry, Mr. Aldous. Pear Blossom, the host of the banquet, rushed over, covered in sweat. The image of the handsome uncle was completely gone. He scolded his daughter, somewhat exasperated. Pear Flower, why do you still have that thing? Give it to me now. He had originally planned to use this banquet to win over the high-ranking dignitaries of the Johto region. But he had actually caused such a big commotion. What was even worse was that the disturbance was almost over, and there was still a damn dog causing trouble. Mr. Pear Blossom, is that Houndour your daughter's Pokémon? Sir Kane asked at this moment. No, no, no. Pear Blossom quickly distanced himself from the Houndour, scolding in an even harsher tone. What are you still standing there for? Bring it over here now. No. Pear Flower also shouted loudly. She knew what would happen if she handed over the Houndour at this time. Not to mention that her father was currently in a fit of anger and desperately needed a punching bag to vent his frustration, just like the Houndour in the storage room earlier. Moreover, the Houndour had just bitten the League Elite Four member, who was the object of her father's flattery. Once she handed over the Houndour, Pear Flower didn't dare to imagine. Thinking of this, Pear Flower quickly returned the Houndour to its Pokeball and ran out without saying a word. You! Pear Blossom wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Due to the commotion, more and more citizens were gathering here. Pear Flower disappeared into the crowd and was soon lost from sight. Elder Long, when will Elite Four lands subdue these criminals? Mr. Kane, why would Joker say such a thing? Does Gym Leader Elites have some unspeakable secret? Gym Leader Hay8, can you answer how Joker escaped? A large number of onlookers and reporters were blocking the area around the villa. They were asking questions. Elder Long, Sir Kane, Hay8 and other public figures faced all sorts of questions. Meanwhile, in Elite Four Lance's room at the Indigo League headquarters, a news replay was playing on TV. In the flashes of light, the smiling face of Joker, full of mockery, could be vaguely seen. If I am a highly skilled artist, then your cousin is just a nitpicking critic who follows behind me, at best. That's right, it was what Su Sheng said to Plum before leaving. Click. The remote control in Lance's hand cracked. The next second, he got up, took off the cape hanging on the wall and put it on, his tone revealing a chilling coldness. Then, let me show you the power of the so-called critic. Good, good, good. I haven't gone looking for you yet, but you dare to provoke me in front of the whole world? Good, very good. Then I will personally meet you. At that time, I must tear off your mask, I must slap your face. Come to Johto, you're definitely not going to have a good time. More than half of the citizens in the vicinity had run to the villa where the incident occurred to watch the excitement, and the streets seemed particularly empty. On the streets late at night, Pear Flower was holding the Pokeball in her arms, staggering forward with difficulty. Pokémon Center. How much further? Plop. Finally, Pear Flower collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Her physical condition was also not optimistic. Don't forget, she still had the 3 scratches on her elbow from the Houndour earlier. The Pokeball that was originally held in her arms fell to the ground, and the Houndour jumped out, vaguely hearing the human woman's voice. You, hurry, leave. The Houndour hesitated slightly, and finally endured the pain in its body, bending its front half down to carry her on its back. Fortunately, this was just a loli in her early teens. If it were an adult woman, its size would definitely not be able to carry her. Woof woof. Just when the Houndour was also about to faint, a familiar bark suddenly came. The Houndour turned its head to look. Those were actually its fellow brothers. Woof woof. The 3 Houndour that had escaped gathered next to the son of the pack leader, looking excited. One of them kept telling it in dog language. That masked, kind human brought us out. We are free. Let's leave this city together. The Houndour remained silent upon hearing this, quietly looking at the unconscious Pear Flower, and then replied in dog language. Help me with something. More than half an hour later, there was a knock on the door outside the Su family's cottage. Su Sheng and Itsuki, who had just returned, had a slight change in expression. Sakaki was gone, and they didn't have any acquaintances in this city. Moreover, someone came looking for them just after the operation ended. Could it be? Su Sheng and Itsuki exchanged a look. The two released Umbreon and Nata respectively. One on the left and one on the right guarded the gate. After ensuring that the formation was foolproof, Su Sheng nodded to Itsuki. Itsuki signaled Nata to use Psychic to twist the doorknob and open the door. At the moment of opening the door, Umbreon opened its fangs and small mouth, and the shadow ball had been charged and ready to fire. However, when he saw who it was, the shadow ball condensed in Umbreon's mouth stopped abruptly. The ferocity on his face also turned into surprise. Umbreon, it's you. Su Sheng and Itsuki were also stunned. Squatting at the door were the three Houndour that had been released half an hour ago. No, there was one more that had fainted. At the same time, there was also Pear Flower, who was lying on the ground and had already fainted. Damn, why did you bring them here? Itsuki was startled. How coincidental. Su Sheng guessed the reason and looked speechlessly at these Houndour. Woof woof. One of the female Houndour squatted in front of Su Sheng, let out a pleading howl, and stretched out its paw to scratch the Houndour beside Pear Flower. Without translation, Su Sheng could guess what she was saying. Woof woof. Woof woof. The other two Houndour also transformed into whiny monsters. Like the Kashokabe Defense Force 5-member group, they stared at Su Sheng with tears in their eyes. They were just short of writing the words please, please on their faces. This world is too magical. Dark-type Pokémon have also started to act cute. Please don't look at us with that kind of look, okay? Itsuki lowered his body in embarrassment and roughly checked, surprised. Ah Sheng, this girl is seriously injured. Plop. Woof woof. At this time, the Houndour next to Pear Flower barely opened its eyes, howled twice, and fainted again. Seeing this, Su Sheng also squatted down and raised his hand to stroke its back. A voice sounded in Su Sheng's mind. Save her. I know you look down on me, but, save her. The voice stopped abruptly. It also fainted. What to do? Throw her into the sea. Itsuki blinked and pointed to the sea 100 meters away. Su Sheng twisted the Houndour's scruff of the neck with one hand, turned around and walked towards the house, turning his back to Itsuki and saying. Ask for the price after they wake up, prepare for surgery. It seems we are not bad enough. Itsuki winked at Natu. Natu once again used Psychic to grab Pear Flower and transport her to the operating room. Seeing this, the other three Houndour showed obvious joy on their faces and followed with their tails wagging. The last one did not forget to close the door when entering. Chapter 44. Lua's eyelids twitched slightly as she felt a warmth spread across her face. Instinctively, she reached out and rubbed her eyelids before opening her eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling. Lua suddenly straightened up, feeling a sharp pain from her left arm. Looking down, she saw her left arm wrapped in thick bandages. Then, Lua realized that it wasn't just the ceiling that was unfamiliar, but also the living room, the sofa she was lying on, and the blankets. Where is this? Lua turned her head left and right, and just happened to see a Houndour snoring beside the sofa. Don't move around, or the newly stitched threads will break open. Lua looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man about her age sitting at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. You are just a passing Cayman, doctor. Su Sheng transformed into a heartless rice-eating machine, chewing on a fried egg expressionlessly, and said. These dogs brought you here. You've been asleep for 2 days. It's a miracle that one patient carried another patient so far. Only then did Lua notice that there was also a Houndour by Su Sheng's feet. And there were 2 more beside him. One was lying on his lap, and the other was lying on his abdomen. Without a doubt, they were the same species as her Houndour. Lua then stared blankly at the Houndour sleeping at her feet, and instinctively reached out to stroke the fur on its back. You two have saved your lives, now get out of here quickly. Su Sheng issued an eviction order without any mercy. Lua, who was about to thank him, looked incredulous. How could he be so heartless? Luo hesitated for a long time before barely squeezing out a sentence. I can't go back. If she went back, her father would definitely kill Houndour. Luo pursed her lips and suddenly remembered Su Sheng's identity, and said expectantly. You just said you were a doctor, right? Then can you? This is not a hospital, nor is it a nursery. As soon as Luo lifted her butt, Su Sheng knew what she was going to say. But he refused. Although keeping this Houndour who knew his identity by his side was indeed the best choice. But Su Sheng didn't have a good impression of this Houndour who was grumpy and hated humans. He wanted to take the elite route like Luffy, and if he took in a Pokémon, he would share the joys and sorrows with it. He would never include Pokémon he didn't like in his team. Wouldn't that make him the scum woman he hated most in his previous life? Clearly didn't like it, but still dangling others. But this way this child will be homeless. Luo said anxiously. That's none of my business. Su Sheng said. These guys should be its kind, right? I don't plan to adopt them either. Anyway, they are all going back to the wild, so just be companions. Seeing that Su Sheng was determined not to take them in, Luo stared blankly at the four Houndour gathered together. Well, indeed it is more suitable for it to be with its companions than with me. Luo stepped out the front door, and Yusha popped his head out of the basement. Hoo-hoo! Why do I have to hide? Yusha said dissatisfied. Because you are too clumsy, you will accidentally reveal it. Nonsense! I'm very smart, okay? Yusha retorted unconvinced. Until almost noon, Luo came to Route 47 on the west side of Indigo Plateau. Although the time we spent together was short, I was really happy. Go with your companions and find a new place suitable for living. Luo released Houndour, squatted down and said with a light smile. Woof! Houndour let out a low sound, looking at Luo. I don't know what it's saying. But it didn't leave immediately. Are you worried about me? It's okay. Luo's smile was even brighter. I'll be confined at home by my father for a few months at most when I go back. Okay, goodbye. In order not to worry Houndour, Luo took the lead in turning her head back to the city, trying not to look back. She was afraid that if she looked back, she would regret it. However, it was precisely because Luo didn't look back that she didn't see. Houndour never left, but stared straight at her back. Woof! The other three Houndour also reminded it that it was time to leave. However, when Luo's back was about to disappear, this Houndour shook its head, howled and replied to its companions, and ran back to the city without looking back. What's with that guy, looking so great? Taking in a Houndour wouldn't do anything. On the way back to Indigo Plateau, Luo walked while muttering and scolding Su Sheng. Although Houndour returned to the wild with its companions, Luo was obviously still reluctant to part with it. If that annoying guy was willing to adopt it, she could go see it often. When passing by the square, Luo found that the news of what happened at her home the day before was being played on the big screen in the square. The female host reported. 2 days ago, Team Rocket member Joker and a boy suspected to be a new member of Team Rocket sneaked into the home of Mr. Liu, an entrepreneur in our city. According to the official response, the purpose of these two people was the poor wild Pokémon that Mr. Liu took in at home and prepared to hand over to Mr. Cai Shen's Pokémon Protection Association. Everyone knows that Team Rocket often illegally captures wild Pokémon on a large scale, and even does not hesitate to rob other people's Pokémon. It seems that this is the reason why these wild Pokémon in Mr. Liu's hands are coveted by them. But please rest assured, the Alliance official said that it has dispatched Investigator Nova to serve as the Dragon Messenger of the Elite Four of the Indigo League, Mr. Adu, to investigate this matter. Seeing Joker's face appearing on the news screen one after another, Luo secretly pursed her lips and muttered to herself in a low voice. Both of them are annoying. When Luo returned to the gate of her home, she found a large number of Officer Jenny and Interpol gathered around. When she saw Luo, a security guard shouted, "Miss is back." Soon, several maids swarmed up and said in a hubbub, "Oh, Miss, you are finally back. The master is waiting for you, hurry, hurry, hurry." As soon as Luo entered the yard, before she had time to drink a sip of water, she was taken back by these maids. just stepped into her house hall. Lua almost turned around and wanted to run away again. Fortunately, the maids were prepared and immediately closed the door, turning into a human wall to block the door. Completely different from the situation that Lua expected to be confined for a period of time at most. Sitting in the hall were not only her father, the dragon elder of the Yanzi dragon clan, Adu, one of the elite four of the quartz, and her cousin Xiao Zhuang. Cai Shanai, the richest man in the Chengdu alliance, and Aldous, one of the elite four. And, the highest person in charge of the Pokémon League, President Dama Lankai. Child, sit down. Dama Lankai patted the seat next to him with a smile, but Lua couldn't feel a trace of warmth. Finally, under the stern gaze of her father, she bit the bullet and sat down. Well, get closer to Dama Lankai. At least this way, if her father wants to hit someone, he has to take into account the family ugliness should not be exposed. Don't hit in front of outsiders, right? Lua, right? According to my investigation, you should be the first person among everyone present to meet Joker. As soon as Lua's butt sat down, Adu immediately spoke. Lua's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This atmosphere, it seems that it can't be finished by being confined for 2 days. Chapter 45. Being stared at by a group of big shots, Erica felt like Emperor Xian of Han surrounded by a bunch of Huo Guangs, extremely uncomfortable. Lance was the first to speak. As the first person in the entire house to encounter Joker 2 nights ago, do you know what his purpose was in infiltrating this place? Erica recalled, opening her mouth several times, looking hesitant. If Joker wasn't lying, then his purpose was indeed good. That was, he suspected that Aldous, one of the elite four of the Indigo League, or rather, the Cai family, the richest family in the Johto region, had other plans. Because those wild Pokémon locked in their own storage room would be doing well to not seek revenge on humans. And you want them to live in harmony with humans and become domesticated Pokémon? What a joke! After being awakened by Joker, Erica also found it strange. As a trainer of the Elite Four level, Aldous shouldn't be unable to understand such a simple question, right? But she couldn't say it out loud. After all, the other party was one of the Elite Four of the League, wouldn't saying it offend him to death? What's more, that Cai gentleman was someone her father wanted to please. No, I don't know. I just wanted to go into the storage room to see those Pokémon, and then I met Joker and his companion. Erica buried her head and said with a forced tone. I see. Lance wasn't a psychology expert. But he was quite knowledgeable and experienced. Seeing Erica's avoidance, he knew she definitely wasn't telling the truth. At least, she hadn't told everything she knew. Then, when you ran away from home the day before yesterday, did Joker approach you? The Houndour he released seemed to be of the same species as the one you took. According to the habits of the Houndour clan, they like to live in groups. Lance keenly noticed a problem and said in a deep voice. Where did the Houndour you took go? According to their clan's habits, they should have reunited afterward, and the other 3 Houndour were taken away by Joker. Lance's words made Erica's face change drastically. That's right, she remembered. The other 3 Houndour were rescued by Joker. And this morning, they appeared at that annoying doctor's house. Although it was possible that after she fainted, the 3 Houndour found her. And then they were rescued by that annoying guy together. But after careful recollection, Erica remembered that those Houndour were too affectionate towards that annoying guy. Although the other Houndour didn't hate humans as much as her own, they were at least disgusted. How could they be so affectionate towards humans? If Erica had to think of a human that the Houndour might be affectionate towards, she could only think of one. Their savior, Joker. In other words, those 2 annoying guys were the same person? Noticing the fleeting change on Erica's face, Lance narrowed his eyes and said. It seems you do have some information we don't know. Can you tell us? Erica bit her teeth tightly. I don't know, I really don't know. Now Erica understood why Su Sheng had kicked him out. But, she couldn't betray him. At this moment, everyone in the hall realized something was wrong. And Mr. Cai also discovered the blind spot. Little Erica, did Joker treat the injury on your hand? Liu also frowned, staring at her daughter's left elbow wrapped in bandages. No, it wasn't. Erica quickly hid her hand behind her back. However, her startled attitude deepened everyone's suspicion. Aldous, who had been silent, finally spoke. If Miss Erica is unwilling to speak voluntarily, why not let my Alakazam do it for her? As he spoke, Aldous's Alakazam took the initiative to jump out. Everyone instantly understood what Aldous meant. He was going to use hypnosis. Erica's pretty face turned pale. Of course, she understood the horror of hypnosis. Any human under the control of hypnosis would spill all the secrets hidden in their hearts. Father. Erica could only turn to her father, Liu, for help. However, after a brief moment of thought, Liu's answer made Erica feel as if she had fallen into a valley. You may. Erica's pupils instantly lost focus. Why? Erica obviously didn't understand the ways of the world. The day before yesterday, her Houndour almost bit off Aldous's arm, putting Liu in an extremely awkward situation in the Celadon business circle. This was considered returning the favor. No. However, although Liu, as a father, agreed, two people objected. One was the good old man, Damarake. The other, somewhat unexpectedly, was Lance. Damarake frowned. Liu, it's dangerous to use hypnosis on people. Not everyone is like Ash, the super rookie, who gets hit by Thunderbolt and Flamethrower every day and is still fine. For humans, the power of Pokémon is too strong. Letting psychic powers invade the brain, if the strength isn't controlled properly, it could turn people into idiots. Damaraki even explicitly opposed the police using such interrogation methods on criminals. Lance also said, she's not a criminal, there's no need to use this method. Although Lance felt that Team Rocket and Shadow Triad deserved to die, he would definitely support using hypnosis on them. But Erica wasn't a criminal, Lance wouldn't, and wouldn't bother to use this method. It could only be said that Lance, who hadn't yet turned to the dark side and wanted to carry out the human elimination plan, still had a pretty good moral compass. That is, if he hadn't encountered Team Rocket. All right, the child just came home, it's not good for so many of us to surround her and ask questions. Damaraka spoke again. Let the child go back to rest first, and have a good sleep before talking. Seeing that the league's president had spoken, the others didn't say anything and got up to leave. Erica, from today onwards, you are not allowed to leave home. No, you are not allowed to leave your room. Liu said coldly. Erica silently walked up to the second floor and returned to her room. Oh my, occasionally going out, I saw a lot of rare things. As expected, the longer you live, the more things you encounter. After going out, Elder Long said with a smile. Elder Long, this is not a small matter. Damaraka smiled wryly. Joker's matter could be said to have caused the league to lose face. What made Damaraka feel a little speechless was that the kid seemed to be gaining more and more fans among the people. Lance, he publicly challenged you, the commentator, can't be looked down upon. Elder Long teased Lance, a little afraid that the world wouldn't be in chaos. Mainly, he felt that Lance's growth path had been too smooth, and it was necessary to knock him down a peg. Humph. Regarding his grandfather's teasing, Lance had 1,000 words, all contained in this displeased humph. Chapter 46. Seriously, why are you back again? At the seaside cottage, Yushu opened the door and was stunned by the sight of the 3 Houndour pups whining at the entrance. He had been staying with Susheng for some time. In these short 2 days, the number of people knocking on the door was probably more than in the entire previous month. Oh, wait, it wasn't people knocking. The 3 Houndour were too lazy to pay attention to Yushu. After staying with Susheng for 2 days, they knew this chubby guy didn't have much authority in the house. As soon as the door opened, they slipped through the crack and rushed inside. Seeing Susheng in front of the experiment table, one of the pups excitedly jumped up, trying to climb into Susheng's arms. Umbreon, who was lying in the corner of the experiment table, instantly stood up. With a slam, it knocked the pup out of the air and onto the ground. Before, to prevent Lua from suspecting, Susheng had kept Umbreon in its poke ball. Now that it was finally released, would it tolerate you all competing for affection? As long as I'm here, you'll always be consorts. Woof woof. Seeing the black fox dare to hit its sister, the other two houndour raised their heads and barked at Umbreon. Quiet. Su Sheng frowned and uttered two words. Instantly, both Umbreon and the houndour fell silent. But they still glared at each other, 8 eyes meeting, with faint sparks flickering between them. At the experiment table, Su Sheng extracted a bit of his blood and dripped it under the microscope for observation. The cells of the evergreen force still need to be stabilized. Su Sheng muttered to himself. After temporarily finishing his research, Su Sheng turned his attention to the three houndour. Tell me, why are you back again? And where's that guy? Su Sheng turned his head and glanced around. He didn't see the figure of that houndour with the annoying personality. Woof woof. One of the pups squatted in front of Su Sheng, wagging its tail non-stop. Seeing this, Su Sheng crouched down and reached out to touch its head. Eevee. Umbreon bared its teeth, looking unhappy. Su Sheng found it amusing and said, Umbreon, I need to touch the target to activate my ability. Eevee. Umbreon puffed out its cheeks and lay back down. Su Sheng placed his hand on the houndour's head. The houndour shook its head and nuzzled Su Sheng's hand. It didn't act like a dog, but more like a cat. Woof woof. Woof woof. The other two houndour crowded around. Me too, me too. Umbreon's forehead popped with a cross mark. Is this never ending? Su Sheng covered the head of the first houndour with his left hand, and petted the other two with his right hand. I see, that reckless dog chose Liwa. Hearing Su Sheng's words, Yushu also guessed what had happened and said in surprise. That hot-tempered houndour went with that woman? Really? It would actually choose to become a human's partner. Perhaps something happened between them when we weren't looking. Su Sheng wasn't very interested, and after withdrawing his hand, he said to the houndour who looked like they hadn't had enough. What about you? Does coming back mean, you want to stay here with me? This time, there was no need to use the evergreen force to translate, Su Sheng guessed their thoughts. The dog squad sat side by side in a row, nodding in perfect unison. It's a pity they looked too fierce. If they were replaced with cute-looking Eevee, or at least Growlithe, it would definitely cause a wave of screams from the girls. Taking a picture and posting it online might even make the trending searches. But Su Sheng, a straight man, still liked these ugly cute dogs. In his previous life, his cousin raised a French bulldog, which was ugly, but Su Sheng still loved to pet it. Hey Ashen, are you going to take them in? I thought you didn't like houndour, after all. Recalling Su Sheng's attitude towards Liwa's houndour, Yushu was a little surprised. That's because that one had a terrible temper. Su Sheng curled his lip. He didn't dislike any Pokémon. Even Surskit, as long as there was a connection, he wouldn't mind raising one. But personality, Su Sheng valued it very much. For example, Ash's Charizard. Although it later became Ash's main force and gained countless fans, and was also the main reason why Charizard's position rose steadily in GF. But to be honest, he really didn't like the early Charizard. Although Ash's level as a trainer was not high at that time, he was at least your lifesaver, right? But you treated him like that? It was really ungrateful. To be honest, Ash really had a good temper to put up with it for nearly 100 episodes. If it were him, even if he didn't release it on the spot, he would have thrown it at Professor Oaks to sit on the bench long ago. Woof woof. Seeing Su Sheng agree, the three houndour swarmed up, licking him while woof woof woofing. Bang! 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 This time, Umbreon couldn't bear it anymore and directly used Quick Attack 3 times in a row, sending the three dogs flying. Is this never ending? Umbreon felt it necessary to let these three little B*****s know who was the master of the harem. As noon approached, Su Sheng began to prepare lunch. Sigh, suddenly I feel that Ash is so happy. When adventuring, he has a male mommy who is like a Pokémon little master to help him with logistics. Don't cut the meat too thick and too thin. Otherwise, it will be half raw when stir-frying. Seeing Yushu's knife skills, Su Sheng really wanted to hit someone. Yushu shrugged, I said we should capture a gardevoir and have her do housework for us. Su Sheng rolled his eyes. A person like you would be hung on a lamppost in my previous life, you know? Umbreon, Houndour, it's time to eat. Su Sheng first prepared the Pokémon food and put it down. Compared to Umbreon, who was used to being elegant, the three Houndour, who had not yet gotten used to transitioning from wild to domestic, directly showed Su Sheng what is called the perfect golden spin. Don't be like this, there's enough for everyone. Su Sheng separated the three of them. There was no way, there were no extra Pokémon food bowls in the house at the moment. He could only make do with his own wash basin. Seeing that the three Houndour were a little more civilized, Su Sheng thought of another question. Should he give the three of them names? Otherwise, if he called out Houndour in the future, they wouldn't know which one he was calling. Umbreon, who was chewing slowly next to him, sneered at this scene. Secretly laughing in his heart, Tui hicks. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang. Ah! The moment Yusha was distracted, he cut his hand with the knife, and was so anxious that he jumped up and down, yelling like Tom the cat. Su Sheng silently threw a band-aid to Yusha. Yusha put on the medicine while opening the door, muttering. Has the house been too lively lately? Opening the door and seeing the dog at the door. Yusha was silent again for the second time. Thinking that this house has been lucky with dogs lately? Woof! The three Houndour in the house, who were eating with their mouths full of oil, also had question marks on their faces. Thinking, didn't you leave with that human woman? Yusha was numb. Is this never ending? Chapter 47. Woof woof woof. Houndour tilted its head, seemingly trying to say something. Kazuki shrugged. I don't understand. Saying this, Kazuki turned his head towards the inside of the house and called out, Hey! Ashen, it's your turn to step up. Sushin stood up and walked to the door, a look of distaste on his face. Are you guys never going to stop? Woof! Woof woof! Houndour's emotions were even more agitated than before. Sushin instinctively sensed trouble, but after thinking about it, he still placed his hand on the Houndour's back. Speaking of which, to prevent confusing this bad-tempered Houndour with the three in my room in the future, I should decide on their names soon. So? What did it say? Kazuki asked curiously. Rika has been put in confinement. Sushin's first sentence didn't change Kazuki's expression at all. After all, after such a big commotion, Rika even let this Houndour escape. Being confined is nothing, right? But Sushin's next sentence made Kazuki unable to remain calm. Our identities might be exposed. Hi! Kazuki's eyes widened as he used the Great Desolation imprisonment finger on Houndour. You dog, you betrayed us. Woof woof. Feeling that its personality had been insulted, Houndour roared at Kazuki. Scared, Kazuki quickly retracted his finger. Although I don't like this guy either, it's not its fault. Sushin retracted his hand, unable to help but chuckle. Dodrio's observation skills are really sharp. Kazuki didn't want to ask, nor did he have the leisure to ask what exactly happened. The only thing he cared about now was, then what do we do now? Should we run away? Two paths, either move everything that can be moved, destroy what can't be moved, and run away like you said, or... Sushin turned his eyes to his own hard work inside the house, and after a short thought, spoke again. Let Rika join us. In fact, an even more ruthless method would be to silence Rika. Dead people are the best at keeping secrets. But Sushin said that he wouldn't be that cruel. Since that's the case, if we're exposed, we can only pull you into our group. Impossible, right? Rika Ritsuki of the Sand/Real Estate Company is a somewhat well-known rich person in the Johto region. Kazuki threw cold water on the idea. How could a young lady like her give up a life of wealth and comfort to live this kind of life where our heads are always on the line? Woof woof. Woof woof. Houndour barked again. Kazuki, what is this dog saying again? Sushin, most likely it's saying that it thinks Rika will agree. Sushin guessed correctly. Houndour, who had been tracking Rika and sneaked into the villa, had clearly seen Rika's experiences. It believed that if it was the current Rika, she would be willing. Seeing Houndour nod in response, Kazuki was even more incredulous. Really? Sushin pressed the hidden compartment behind the bookshelf. The poster of Diantha on the wall turned around. What appeared was Sushin's phantom thief outfit. Hey, are you really going? Kazuki was still very doubtful. At least I want to see that young lady's attitude. After all, she might have already guessed our identities, so we have to observe her. Sushin answered while changing his clothes. No way. Kazuki rolled his eyes and pressed another hidden compartment. The other poster next to it, along with the wall, also reversed. It was Kazuki's phantom thief outfit. By the way, that poster is of Elisa, a child model from the Unova region. Sushin made this set of equipment by imitating that kid. Although he doesn't really like that little brat. Ashen, that guy can always make strange things. Well, my mission is complete, I'll run away quickly. When the room was left with only herself again, Rika finally raised her face and stared blankly at the crescent moon outside the window. All of this made her feel disappointed. A father who would use any means to achieve his position, an Elite Four whose true motives were unclear in killing Houndour's parents, and the Pokémon League, who was aggressive and wanted to get information from her. Right now, she just wanted to escape from here. Woof woof. A familiar bark came. Rika, who was paralyzed on the bed, straightened her body violently. She would never forget this bark. Houndour, Houndour. Opening the window and coming to the balcony, Rika found that the dog she had been dreaming about was sitting in the center of the balcony. You, how could you? While Rika was excited, a look of doubt appeared in her trembling eyes. Looks like you're not in a good mood, Miss Rika. A slightly frivolous teasing voice came from above. Rika looked up violently. She found that the figure who had appeared in her storage room a few days ago was now sitting on her roof with his legs crossed. You seem to know a little too much, Miss Rika. Sushin in Joker mode smiled. This expression, these lines. It's extremely similar to the villains in shonen manga. Chapter 48. Why you, what do you want to do? Joker's line was just like those of the malicious villains in Pear Blossom's dramas. It immediately put her on guard. You've probably guessed my identity, right? Really, I never thought I'd make the same mistake as Kaido. Su Sheng rubbed his temples, self-deprecatingly. In his previous life, he had complained that if Kaido had just killed that beast Momonosuke directly at the fire festival, instead of just tying him up and saying a bunch of inexplicable nonsense, he wouldn't have been defeated by the Straw Hat crew with their plot armor. And his own situation 2 days ago was somewhat similar. If he hadn't chosen to save Pear Blossom and this Houndour, but had thrown them into the sea as Yi Shu suggested, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But Su Sheng didn't regret it. If he were in Kaido's position, he would definitely have killed Momonosuke. At the very least, he would have stripped him naked and let some of the crew's members with special kinks enjoy him. As for Pear Blossom, even though Su Sheng didn't know much about her, he couldn't bring himself to do that to an 11-year-old girl. Hearing Joker's words, Pear Blossom lightly bit her lower lip. She didn't know who the Kaido he was talking about was, but she understood Joker's meaning. Do you need companions? After a brief silence, Pear Blossom asked, her voice trembling slightly. Of course, she knew what this sentence meant. But in this world, there was nothing worth her staying for anymore. Whether it was Aldous, the Elite Four member who killed her Houndour's parents, or her father, who treated her as a tool to strengthen the family and even pushed her into a desperate situation for that purpose. All of this filled Pear Blossom with disgust. Since the light has abandoned me, then I would rather throw myself into darkness. But Pear Blossom was, after all, only an 11-year-old child this year. Abandoning everything she currently possessed and going to an unknown world still made her instinctively feel fear. Su Sheng's eyes behind the mask flickered briefly. Wow, I didn't even open my mouth, and you took the initiative to surrender? It seems the League didn't do a good job with this girl's psychological work. Su Sheng muttered to himself. But this was indeed a great opportunity. After thinking quickly, Su Sheng decided to take Pear Blossom away first. If the League sent a mouthfu expert like Naruto later to persuade Pear Blossom, then he would have no chance at all. Thinking of this, Su Sheng bent down and extended his right hand towards Pear Blossom. Pear Blossom bit her lip tightly, and finally, holding Houndour with her left hand, she offered her right hand. Whoosh! The next second, Su Sheng's black windbreaker unfolded into a glider. This all-black look was more like Batman than Phantom Thief Kid. Oh, wait, isn't Batman in Paldea? Willem main entrance. Officer Jenny led her police force to gather here. What's going on? Where's Joker? Faced with the captain's question, the officer guarding the gate looked dumbfounded. Joker? Captain, what are you talking about? We didn't see him. Officer Jenny was also dumbfounded when she heard this. A team member just told me that Joker appeared at the main entrance. The guards responsible for guarding the main entrance were even more confused, and after looking at each other, they asked. No, we didn't see him. Captain, who was the team member who told you? The expression on Officer Jenny's face changed from anxious to confused. Wait. Come to think of it, the police officer was wearing his hat very low at the time, and she didn't see his face at all. And she rushed out impatiently when she heard him say the name Joker. She didn't even check his police officer number. Damn it! I fell for his diversion. Realizing something was wrong, Officer Jenny said, Everyone, follow me back. Captain. There. Officer Jenny didn't even have time to say the last word go, when a police officer under her pointed to the upper right and shouted. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw in the night sky that the wanted criminal who had turned this place upside down just 2 days ago was now growing black wings and flying over their heads. In his arms, he was holding a girl. It was Pear Blossom, who was currently the League's key protection target. Officer Jenny's face turned extremely ugly. Sure enough, she fell for it. Damn it, don't even think about escaping, Pi. Officer Jenny took out a Pokeball and pressed the center switch button, wanting to call out her other partner besides Growlithe. However, Officer Jenny pressed it several times, but the Pokeball in its reduced state did not respond at all. The Pidgeot inside also looked at its owner with an innocent expression. Damn it! That damn machine again! Even if she was unwilling in her heart. At this moment, the Aza police could only watch helplessly as the other party took away the key protection target that Chairman Damaraki had ordered. 2 hours later, Seaside Cottage. You really brought her back. Yi Shu, who had returned to join them, saw Pear Blossom cooking for Houndour, and even though he had expected it, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw a new member in the house. But is it okay? Sheng, you even took off your mask. Yi Shu noticed another problem. That was that Su Sheng had taken off his mask, revealing his true face, which was a bit risky, right? To be honest, I don't quite trust her. Although she can't compare to a wealthy family like the Yulong family, her family is also considered a financial group. Is she really willing to give up a life of luxury and follow us? Yi Shu, cosplaying as a washing machine, stroked his chin and kept looking at Pear Blossom. When you joined, why did I believe you? Su Sheng asked back. Yi Shu felt that Su Sheng could hold this over him for the rest of his life, and said speechlessly. Do you call that believe? You were clearly threatening me with that video, okay? Hi. Speaking of which, Yi Shu suddenly reacted. He guessed some of Su Sheng's thoughts. Su Sheng continued with a smile. Only those who have a common secret are considered their own people. Today is not yet, but tomorrow, Pear Blossom and us will be our own people. As he said that, Su Sheng's pupils shifted slightly, glancing at Pear Blossom. But isn't tomorrow too soon? It's okay to rest here for a few days to adjust your mentality. Although she would be one of the Elite Four in the future, she was still only an 11-year-old girl. She had experienced so many things in just 2 short days, and Su Sheng didn't plan to push her too hard. And even if Pear Blossom regretted it, Su Sheng still had a backup plan. It's okay. Pear Blossom placed the nutritious meal mixed with Chansey egg pieces, slowpoke tail pieces, various berries, and Pokémon food in front of Houndour. Seeing Houndour eating heartily, Pear Blossom raised her hand to stroke its back, her eyes firm. As long as I'm with this child, I have nothing to fear. Chapter 49. The next day, in an alley at a crossroads in Cerulean City. According to the preliminary investigation, the CAI Shinai conglomerate's vehicle will be passing by on the opposite road in 5 minutes. He pointed to the opposite road while holding a laptop towards Su Sheng. Is it okay? This is the city center. Shouldn't we choose a more secluded place to strike? Yushu hesitated. We need to make a big enough scene so that more people know that Rihua is with us. As he spoke, Su Sheng handed Rihua a rather ornate mask. There's no time to ask for your opinion in this hurry. How do you like this design? Rihua took the mask and placed it on her face, simultaneously putting on gloves to conceal her fingerprints, and said calmly. This is enough. We're playing the villain anyway, why bother with the styling? Yushu rolled his eyes, feeling like he was caught in the crossfire. He had spent a long time designing his Phantom Thief outfit. After Rihua completed her transformation, Su Sheng looked her up and down. All right, I wish you a triumphant return, our new comrade. Su Sheng smiled. Comrade? Hearing this word, Rihua's eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't say anything. By the way, Rihua, do you want to come up with code names for us? Ashen already has one, and it feels like we're being overshadowed by him without any. Yushu was still preoccupied with the code name thing. Here they come. Su Sheng reminded her. Rihua secretly rolled her eyes, mentally calling Yushu a lunatic before releasing Puchayana, her gaze fixed on the truck with the CAI Shinai conglomerate logo behind the zebra crossing. Charge, flame charge! Rihua ordered coldly. Puchayana's body ignited with raging flames, transforming into a ball of fire that slammed heavily into the truck's carriage. Instantly, the drivers in the surrounding vehicles and the citizens crossing the zebra crossing were dumbfounded. Hey! What are you doing? The CAI Shinai conglomerate employee in the driver's seat shouted, while taking out a poke ball to stop Rihua. At this moment, Rihua coldly took out a remote control with an antenna from her collar. That's a magnetic remote control. The driver's expression changed drastically. Puchayana, flamethrower. Rihua spoke coldly. Puchayana, who had landed, opened its mouth again, further burning and expanding the hole in the truck's carriage. Inside were the Teddy Ursa and Murkrow clans who hadn't been rescued the other night. That's right, they had still been packaged and sent to the CAI Shinai conglomerate by Liu. But the information was once again learned by Su Sheng, or rather, by Sakeke. Originally, Su Sheng wasn't planning on getting involved in this matter. After all, regardless of whether the CAI Shinai family genuinely wanted to find the Teddy Ursa a new home or had some other unknown plan. This kind of thing happens every day all over the world. He couldn't possibly manage everything. But since Rihua wanted to join, it was just right to use this as practice. The Teddy Ursa, Ursaring, and Murkrow locked in the carriage were dumbfounded. Everyone, hurry and leave. Rihua waved her hand and shouted. Teddy Ursa twitched its nose. Confirming that the masked female human in front of them was one of the 3 people who had saved them 2 days ago. Without further hesitation, it hugged its children and jumped out of the carriage with the Murkrow. Meanwhile, Su Sheng wasn't idle either. In a public telephone booth across the road, Su Sheng held the receiver, pretending to be anxious and shouting loudly. This is terrible. There's a robbery. Officer Jenny. Please come quickly. Don't be afraid, young man, we're dispatching immediately. After ending the call with Officer Jenny, Su Sheng called the TV station again. Hello, Cerulean TV? I have a scoop to break. When Su Sheng came out, Yushu, who was waiting at the door, couldn't help but smile mischievously. Ashen, you're getting more and more wicked. You used to just threaten me with videos, but now you're directly forcing people into prostitution, aren't you? Making Rihua rob in public was her entrance ticket to joining Su Sheng's group. It perfectly echoed a saying from Su Sheng's previous life: it's better to do one bad thing with the boss than 100 good things. Without a shared secret, how can you make me feel at ease? Su Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Sigh, but I still have a question. Yushu remembered something else, and regardless of whether Su Sheng was willing to answer, he started talking on his own. Since we want to grab her weakness, we don't necessarily have to make her wear a mask, right? Wouldn't it be better to let her act directly with her bare face? Then she would have no other way out except to rely on us. If she acts with a mask, the League won't know who she is, and she might still betray us in the future. What Yushu said was indeed reasonable. Letting Rayquaza do things with her real face would push her into a more desperate situation. In this way, she would have no other place to go except to Su Sheng's side. Cooperation would be safer, or to put it bluntly, it would be easier to control her. Yushu didn't think that Su Sheng's mind hadn't thought of this. She's just a young girl, there's no need to push her too hard. Su Sheng said calmly. If Rayquaza wasn't allowed to wear a mask, then it would truly be pushing her to the brink. If her real face wasn't exposed, there would still be room for maneuver in the future. You kicked by Xiaoxi's Ukinkin so enthusiastically before, I didn't expect you to be unexpectedly gentle, Ashen. Yushu said with a serious face. You're really too gentle. Ah. You're simply the most gentle person in the world. Get lost. Do-woo do-woo do-woo-woo. The siren became clearer and clearer, Officer Jenny's team was here. Su Sheng and Yushu looked outside. Not only Officer Jenny, but also TV reporters had arrived. This was the effect they wanted. On the other side, Cerulean City Police Station. Dama Lankai slapped his forehead, feeling a headache coming on, and looked at the group of police officers who were lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. I don't even know what to say to you guys anymore, you can fall into such a simple trap. In the end, the kind-hearted Dama Lankai still didn't scold them, all the complaints turning into a helpless sigh. I'm sorry, Director, at that time, as soon as we heard the name Joker, we rushed out without thinking. Officer Jenny said with a face full of shame. Why would Joker kidnap a young girl? Could he have also deduced that the other party guessed his identity and wanted to silence her? Adu frowned and suspected. This. Officer Jenny panicked even more. Murder? No, it shouldn't be. During the previous Full Metal Train incident, Joker had even saved people. We interrupt this program with a news flash. Just then, the TV screen in the police station suddenly changed, and the female host's voice came. Now, a mysterious female robber is carrying a Pokémon and attacking the CAI Shanghai conglomerate's transport vehicle, openly and boldly robbing Pokémon. The female bandit is estimated to be 10 to 12 years old, and she is holding a magnetic remote control invented by Team Rocket executive Joker. It can be confirmed that this woman is also a member of Team Rocket. Seeing the masked woman commanding Pokémon to wreak havoc on the news broadcast, the atmosphere was once again extremely awkward. Chapter 50. It seems she wasn't kidnapped by Joker, but willingly left with him. After a brief, awkward silence, Lance suddenly stood up, his gaze turning cold. Originally, his attitude towards Erica had been relatively mild. He thought her withholding information might have been due to the shock from Team Rocket's villains, causing her to have some unspeakable reasons. It seems he misjudged her. Calm down, Lance. Maybe there's some misunderstanding here, Damon suggested. With a magnetic remote control, what misunderstanding could there be? Lance sneered. Joker actually gave such an important item to Erica. In Lance's view, there was only one reason they were in cahoots. Did Joker convince Erica last night? Or had these two been mixed up together even earlier? Lance didn't want to think so much, he was in a hurry to get over there. No matter what reason Erica had for joining Team Rocket, as long as he could catch her, he could follow the vine and catch Joker. Lance, don't reveal Erica's identity in public. I suspect, the child must have her reasons, Damon instructed. Erica was a very talented child, and Damon hoped she could contribute to the League in the future. As long as her true identity wasn't exposed, cleaning up the mess afterward would be much easier. Lance frowned secretly, then quickened his pace and left without a word. Just then, the police received an emergency call, and Lance set off with the police force. Damon didn't say anything more. He knew that with Lance's personality, silence meant agreement. What exactly happened? Damon turned to look at Erica on TV, who had transformed into a fierce bandit, looting and plundering. He had met Erica before, and in Damon's opinion, she was definitely a good candidate to be a trainer. Now that Koga was getting older, when Erika grew up, she might be able to seamlessly take over Koga's position. How could she now be? Intersection. The Officer Jenny's police force that arrived had evacuated the public to 100 meters away. Only the police cars surrounding the intersection and the Azure Television's camera crew remained. Ursaring and Murkrow had successfully blended into the crowd and escaped. But to cover these Pokémon, Erika didn't have time to run. "Little friend, put your Pokémon away and don't move," an Officer Jenny shouted from the front of the leading police car, holding a loudspeaker. Facing the dense police force opposite, Erika couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Where did Joker run off to? He doesn't expect me to handle this situation alone, does he? Erika muttered to herself. When she contacted him just now, Su Sheng's reply was, "Just stand still." Erika couldn't understand what that guy was thinking at all. The Officer Jenny holding the loudspeaker flashed a hint of sympathy in her eyes and shouted again. "Little sister. Why are you doing this? Do you have any difficulties? You can tell me, and I'll help you find a way." Woof woof. Woof woof. However, Officer Jenny's Growlithe and Erika's Houndour looked at each other as if they were natural enemies and started barking. Erika's brow furrowed slightly under the bandages. "That guy, he doesn't really want me to break through alone, does he? Or does he want me to add another charge of assaulting a police officer to make things even bigger?" Erika gritted her teeth secretly. Well, now that she had chosen this path, she might as well go all the way. "Let's go, Hound! Dragonite, Dragon Pulse!" Just as Erika was preparing to force her way through with her Houndour, a beam of violent dragon fire descended from the sky, separating the spraying Houndour and Growlithe in a horizontal line. "Stop barking! You two stupid dogs!" Everyone looked up in the direction of the majestic shout. The cameraman of Azure Television also subconsciously aimed the camera at the sky. "Oh oh oh! It's Champion Lance! Champion Lance is here!" In Viridian City, a little girl only about 4 years old clapped her hands excitedly when she saw the imposing figure standing on Dragonite. Her name was Chris, and she was a fan of Lance of the Indigo League 4. Although Lance wasn't as approachable as Leon, his popularity in the Kanto and Johto regions was indeed not inferior to the latter. On the one hand, his strength was indeed strong enough, and on the other hand, the Alliance was also willing to support him. Standing on Dragonite's back, Lance slowly descended, with 2 Dragonair coiled around his shoulders like left and right guardians. During the descent, Lance crossed his arms in front of his chest, and questioned Erika with the same imposing manner. "I'm not interested in why you did this, but I know that as long as I catch you, I can force that guy out." Lance slowly jumped off Dragonite's back, his eyes without any fluctuation, and said again. "You have some talent, but you're not stupid enough to think you can beat me, are you? Are you going to put them on obediently, or call that guy to save you?" As he spoke, Lance threw a silver bracelet in front of Erika with a backhand. "So handsome." Also living in Viridian City, a boy of about 4 years old named AJ also watched with shining eyes. It had to be said that in terms of pretending, no one on the Pokémon continent could compare to him, Dragon Master Lance. Erika gritted her teeth secretly. Damn Joker, this wasn't in the plan. At this moment, Erika's mood was the same as that of a cannon fodder. "Huh? Me fight Dragon Master Lance? Champion Lance? There!" Suddenly, an Officer Jenny behind Lance pointed to the sky and shouted. Lance and everyone at the scene looked up in the direction she was pointing. Lance's pupils shrank. "He's here! He's really here! It's Joker!" Joker appeared. Many residents of the surrounding streets also saw it. On the top of the department store, the Alliance's A-level wanted criminal Joker, controlling a hang glider, appeared. "Don't even think about using the same trick on me, Lance, twice." Lance jumped onto Dragonite's back and rose into the air. 2 Dragonair followed closely behind. He had seen the ability of the magnetic remote control many times. So when he came out of Erika's villa, he released Dragonite and 2 Dragonair in one go. With the combination of the 3 dragons, even that beedrill was nothing to fear. I have no interest in how you persuaded that little girl. I'll just throw you into the Alliance prison and slowly interrogate you. Riding on Dragonite's back and flying to Joker, Lance's mouth raised high, come on, release your beedrill. Don't think that the previous tricks will work on me a second time. In an instant, almost the entire Johto's attention was focused on the two people in the sky above Viridian City. The audience in front of the TV stared unblinkingly at the two dueling figures in the picture. And the citizens of Viridian City on the scene, one by one, craned their necks and stared at the two black and red figures above. Without noticing that while they were all looking up, a beam of spider silk shot out from the crowd, stuck to Erika's shoulder, and pulled her into the crowd. Say something, or are those crooked ways of yours useless in the face of such a situation? Seeing that Joker on the opposite side didn't say a word, Lance spoke again. However, the only response he received was silence. At the same time, Lance also noticed something was wrong. Joker had been in a flying state parallel to the ground, with his hang glider open. But at this moment, he was frozen in place as if he had been hit by a body-fixing technique, which was a bit contrary to the laws of physics. Dragonair! Catch him! Lance became more and more certain that something was wrong, and the next second he suddenly raised his hand and ordered. A Dragonair on the left flew out, its slender body like a golden rope, instantly tying up the opposite Joker. Chapter 51. We got him! Remember the original website domain. The officers below all looked delighted. But Agatha and Lorelei, who were at the Indigo League, frowned secretly. No way, was it that easy? The next second, the Dragonite that was binding Joker changed its expression drastically. With a poof sound, the Joker being squeezed by external force suddenly split open from the inside, rapidly deflating like a balloon. It's a dummy. And that's not all. From the cracks in the dummy, a large amount of dark green powder was emitted. The Dragonite binding the dummy was instantly hit, its eyelids visibly heavy, and in less than 2 seconds, its head tilted and it fell asleep. It's sleep powder. It was too sudden, even Lance's Dragonite didn't have time to react. Dragonite! Hurricane! Seeing the sleep powder, nearly turning the blue sky green, blowing towards him, Lance shouted sternly. Another Dragonite flying closer was also hit. Dragonite quickly flapped its seemingly comical little wings on its back, unleashing a strong wind that severely mismatched the size of its wings. However, Lance forgot something. There were still a bunch of onlookers below. The hurricane move stirred up a whistling gale, finally blowing the sleep powder away at the last moment. But, the entire street was covered. Ugh! In an instant, thousands of onlookers gathered on this street, one by one, as if they had heard Jigglypuff sing, only feeling their eyelids getting heavier, and before long, their heads drooped, and they fell asleep on the street one after another. Officer Jenny, who was leading the officers on the scene, had already noticed that Lua was missing and wanted to thoroughly check the scene. But the next second, she couldn't resist the sleepiness that surged up, her head tilted, and she fell asleep leaning against the police car. The Azure TV station's camera crew who came to film was also the same. The citizens of the entire city only saw the camera tilt, the picture completely frozen on the citizens who had fallen asleep on the street, and the dragon tamer descending from the sky. Joker, you bastard! Lance's indignant roar echoed in the ears of viewers across the entire Pokémon world in front of the TV. Beep beep beep! Before long, the sound of sirens echoed through the TV in the viewers' ears. Obviously, the Azure Police reinforcements had arrived. But everyone knew that it was impossible to catch Joker now. Subsequently, the live broadcast was cut off. Chansey, use Heal Bell. Joy Shaori, who arrived, released her Chansey, using Heal Bell to wake up the people who had fallen asleep due to the sleep powder. What just happened? That's right, it seems like a lot of powder suddenly sprinkled from the sky, and then I fell asleep. That must be sleep powder, right? Every time my wife asks me to pay public grain, I let my Butterfree secretly sprinkle some in the house, it's so useful. It seems to have come out of Joker's body. Where's Joker? Huh? Wait. That female bandit is also gone. Joker my ass. That was obviously a dummy. We were all fooled. That, the sleep powder just now, seems to have been blown down by Dragon Tamer Lance's Dragonite. The awakened citizens were talking about it. Damalanchi saw that the situation was getting more and more out of control, and quickly opened his mouth and shouted. Okay, everyone, go back quickly. Don't watch the excitement when you encounter this kind of thing in the future, otherwise it is easy to fall into danger like today. To be honest, Joker's trick today really scared him a lot. Fortunately, it was harmless sleep powder that was stuffed in the dummy. What if it was replaced with poison powder or something? Phew! I was scared to death when I saw so much sleep powder being sprinkled down. The Jenny captain, who also rushed over from Pear Moon's villa, patted her impressive chest. It was also the second time she had witnessed Joker's strategy. Although not as dangerous as facing thugs like Shadow or Team Rocket. But it gave her a strong sense of powerlessness. There are too many tricks, I can't play with them. Damalanchi was silent, turning his head to look at Lance, who had already fallen from the sky, holding the Joker dummy that was only one layer of skin left. At this moment, Lance lowered his head and remained silent, but no one dared to approach him. Damalanchi took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. Joker's case will be handed over to the International Police. The International Police is also an organization under the Pokémon League. Although they are the exclusive institutions for combating criminal organizations such as Team Rocket and Shadow, just like the investigators to which Lance belongs. Compared to the high-profile and swaggering investigators like the Imperial Guard, the International Police Organization is more like the Embroidered Uniform Guard and Shadow Warriors, living underground and conducting secret investigations. This group of people, at least in the current situation, is more suitable for this task than Lance. Chairman. Lance's expression changed drastically, looking at Damalanchi in disbelief. However, what greeted him was the old man's rare serious look, which forced back the words that Lance had reached his throat. Go back and have a good rest. Different from his past good old man style, this time Damalanchi's attitude was like a strict father. And he is indeed one of the few people in the Alliance, no, even in the entire Pokémon world who can suppress Lance. Yes. After a long time, Lance uttered a word and left with his dragons. Damalanchi secretly sighed. Lance is still too young and needs more training. When encountering someone with as many tricks as Joker, this child is easily played with. Moreover, Damalanchi did this not because he was afraid that Lance could not beat Joker, but more to protect Lance. Although the official Alliance report is that Joker and Lance's first meeting ended with Joker fleeing in embarrassment and Lance's victory. So even if Lance lost face on TV this time, it was not enough to lose all face. It can be said that the two's encounter is still one win and one loss. But Damalanchi, who knows the truth, understands that the real situation is that Lance lost both times. Although it is not a head-on confrontation like a trainer battle, to be honest, if he lost in a head-on confrontation, Lance might feel better. He is not someone who cannot afford to lose. After losing, he can continue to train and continue to fight. But he lost because of the other party's tricks, which is very uncomfortable. Moreover, Damalanchi also discovered that although Lance has unlimited potential, he is really not good at dirty tricks. If he let him confront Joker again, Damalanchi is afraid that this future champion, who he has designated as Agatha's successor, will have his mentality broken by Joker. The next day, the headlines of major newspapers and news media came out one after another. The most eye-catching newspaper was from the Galar region, the Galar Daily. The title was, Dragon Tamer Lance's disgraceful defeat has become the biggest topic in the Pokémon League these 2 days. Chapter 52 is still speaking for Wataru, one of the Elite Four of the Quartz Alliance. The Alliance's Class A criminals are afraid of King Wataru's power and dare not fight him head-on. They can only threaten the public to find King Wataru's flaws. Fortunately, under the protection of King Wataru, there were no casualties in the Azure Department Store incident. We have reason to believe that in the near future, when King Wataru takes over Champion Kikyuko, he will lead our Quartz Alliance into a new era. Google searched Kin. To be honest, this is a bit of an exaggeration. Anyone who isn't blind and has watched the news, or anyone with a little practical experience, can see that in yesterday's battle, Lance lost. Although the two never fought each other from beginning to end. But in terms of this battle of wits, the Dragon Messenger was completely defeated. He was too careless. Seeing that the other party didn't make any moves, he pulled the distance too close. However, when the sleep powder was sprinkled, he obviously panicked. He even made the low-level mistake of using gust to blow the powder to the ground. It can only be said that Dodrio is still young, after all, he has only just come of age. However, Full Metal TV is a TV station affiliated with the city capital area, so it is reasonable for them to say good things about their own heavenly king. Moreover, the people in the Pokémon world are more tolerant. Although there are keyboard warriors, they are not as exaggerated as in Su Sheng's previous life. Lu Firan was sprayed for retiring from a competition due to injury. And the reports from other regions are not so polite. Flying Cloud daily from the Unova region, although King Wataru is the most outstanding and youngest trainer to emerge from the alliance in recent years, he still lacks experience when fighting against villains like Team Rocket who use unscrupulous means. We hope he will improve. But considering that King Wataru recently had the experience of defeating Joker, we have reason to suspect that he was just careless this time and will never make the same mistake again. Well, regions like Unova, Hone, and Sinnoh are relatively neutral in their evaluations, but they are still more inclined towards Wataru. However, the reports from two regions are more, stand out from the crowd. First of all, there is Orange Academy news from the Paldea region. As the most promising rising star king of the alliance, King Wataru made the low-level mistake of blowing sleep powder towards the public. We hope that he will not have the same problem again. At the same time, the citizens of Azure City obviously lack awareness of the crisis. When they know that a dangerous incident is happening nearby, they do not stay away as soon as possible, but stay nearby to watch the excitement, which gives criminals an opportunity to take advantage of. If it happened in our Paldea region, this would never happen, because our citizens have received higher education at Orange Academy. While belittling Wataru and the city capital area, he also praised himself. Absolutely. But the more amazing thing is yet to come. An interview video of Rose, the chairman of the Galar Alliance, became popular online. Mayaman Television, a male host facing the camera first said, King Wataru's shameful defeat has become the biggest topic in the Elven League in the past 2 days. Let's take a look at Mr. Rose, the chairman of the Galar Alliance, for his comments. President Rose, who has always been straightforward, said bluntly that the Quartz Alliance is losing so badly that it is afraid that it will not even want face. The media in various regions are dancing wildly. Su Sheng, who returned home, didn't know how much messy news he had read. To sum up, the media in the Kanto and city capital regions are completely ignoring the facts and speaking well for Wataru, trying to cover up the matter. Hone, Sinnoh, and Kalos are relatively neutral and objective, and their attitudes are also biased towards King Wataru. This is normal, after all, Wataru is an alliance king, even if he is not from his own region, he is still one of his own. As for Paldea and Galar, this attitude is very thought-provoking. Paldea is taking a critical attitude. Galar is completely like beating a dog in the water. The main reason is that the alliance chairmen of these two regions are more ambitious. Chairman Yasei of the Paldea Alliance is also vigorously developing the elf education industry, making Orange Academy the largest Pokémon school on the elf continent. He hopes to cultivate the strongest trainers who can lead Paldea to become the strongest alliance. And Rose is playing with money. While discovering potential young trainers and spending money to cultivate elves, he also goes to other regions to poach people. His attitude towards the Quartz Alliance is completely written on his face. He can be replaced. Now that Wataru, the signboard of the Quartz Alliance, is making a fool of himself, Rose certainly doesn't mind hurting the other party a few words. Such a lively event has naturally caused huge discussions among the people. Zhengzhen Town, Kanto Region. Ha! The Supernova King of the Quartz Alliance is not very good. If I were there, I wouldn't fall for that masked man's trick. A boy with light brown hedgehog hair, about 5 years old, put his hands in his pockets and looked disdainful. Green, you're talking nonsense. King Wataru was just careless. A boy with a childish face and clear and stupid eyes, about 4 years old, refused to accept it. At least, we can't make the same mistake. Another 5-year-old boy wearing a red baseball cap said sparingly. Another boy about 4 years old looked shocked. It's really surprising. Red actually said so much at once. His facial features are extremely similar to the hedgehog-headed boy next to him, more than 80%. It's just that the hair color is darker, more dark brown. The relationship between these 4 children is as good as ever. Not far away, Aunt Hanako, who is under 30 but already the mother of 2 children, looked at them with a loving smile. It's a pity that they are all boys. If there was a girl in here, maybe they could become in-laws. Dr. Dama behind him joked. In a seaside cabin in Azure City. The TV in the living room is broadcasting news reports about yesterday's incident. The media obviously intends to help Wataru divert attention, and the focus of the report is on Rika. The power shown is limited, and there are no casualties, so it did not cause much impact on the alliance. But because she is in the same group as Joker, she was given an additional B-level wanted rating. After preparing food for the Pokémon, Susheng and the other 2 took their seats and prepared to eat. Susheng patted his hands to attract their attention and said, "From now on, everyone will be companions who act together. In order to enhance the relationship between us, let's have a brief self-introduction." If Yushu said this, Rika would probably say, "I'm not interested in enhancing my relationship with you." But these days, Rika thought about it carefully, and she did owe Susheng a lot of favors, so she did not refute. "What do you want to say?" Yushu was a little curious. Susheng spread his hands and cosplayed a certain 55 open channel. "Just names, things you like, things you hate, and future dreams, interests, well, that's about it." Chapter 53. Then I'll go first. Itsuki said with great interest. "My name is Itsuki, I like psychic-type Pokémon, and what I hate is following the rules, because I think the unknown is the most interesting. If everything that will happen in the future is known in advance, it would be too boring. My hobby is having fun, so after guessing Ashen's identity, I decided to act with him. As for future dreams, well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll just maintain this kind of life for now, it's pretty good." After listening to Itsuki's introduction, Rika secretly glanced at this guy, and thought to herself. As expected, he's an unreliable guy. At this moment, Rika noticed that Susheng was looking at her. When their eyes met, Susheng even raised his head, signaling that it was her turn. After a little thought, Rika said indifferently. "My name is Rika, and you also know my background. What I hate? I hate anything hypocritical, as well as self-righteous guys. There's nothing I particularly like, but if I had to say, it would be my Pokémon." Speaking of this, Rika lowered her hand and stroked her Houndour, who was enjoying a Pokémon nutritional meal at her feet. Dreams are just slogans. I never think about them, but I do have a goal recently, and that is, to kill a man. When she said the last part, Rika Uchiha couldn't help but increase her voice. Feeling the intimidating aura emanating from Rika, Itsuki swallowed secretly and muttered to himself, "Wow, the person she's talking about shouldn't be me, right? Woof." And Houndour, who heard Rika's words, also temporarily stopped eating, emitting a trace of murderous intent similar to Rika's. Cough cough. "Alright, now it's Ashen's turn." Itsuki clapped his hands to ease the atmosphere. "My name is Susheng, and what I like is a bit like Itsuki, unknown things, or rather, exploring the unknown. As for what I hate, there are many, and I can't finish talking about them all at once. I also have many interests. Currently, the main one is researching Pokémon. Dreams are too distant, and my recent goal is to help my Pokémon discover their potential." After listening to the 3 people's self-introductions, Itsuki's initial partner, Natu, also chirped. "Natu, chirp chirp, let's get to know each other too. I'm Natu, what I like is..." After Natu started, Itsuki's Jinx, Slowpoke, and Executor responded one after another. Then they looked at Rika's Houndour, who was a bit out of place, with hopeful eyes. Being stared at by Itsuki's Pokémon, Houndour felt uncomfortable for a while, and then said impatiently. Woof woof. I'm Houndour, what I like is meat, I hate humans. I'm currently following this human girl because I currently have the same goal as her. As long as I complete this goal, I will leave. My dream is to revitalize the family and kill a male human. Awoo. As soon as Rika's Houndour finished speaking, one of Su Sheng's Houndour responded. Translated, it means, we won't stop you if you want to leave, but we're staying here. When they thought of the days of living in the wild, Su Sheng's 3 Houndour felt that, living with a rich woman, oh no, living with the master is really great. Although the training is also hard, it is definitely better than wandering in the wild. And Su Sheng's care for them can definitely be described as meticulous. The first time they had special training, the 3 Houndour were stunned. They didn't expect that they could improve their strength like this. Although they haven't integrated into human society for a long time, they can also see that these things are definitely not available outside. During training, their bodies are also connected to an electrocardiogram. This ensures that every Pokémon training session can challenge their limits while preventing them from getting injured due to excessive force. And in addition to training, the master uses that magical mind dialogue ability to chat with them every week. Then, according to the changes in their tastes during this period, he makes changes in their diet. Life is so good, why should I return to the wild? Am I sick? Huff. Rika's Houndour turned its head to the other side, seemingly not wanting to join this topic. Natu and Jinx looked at each other, feeling that this guy was not easy to get along with. Will it be okay to be colleagues in the future? Then they looked at Su Sheng's Umbreon and 3 Houndour. Umbreon believed that as the head of the harem, she should speak first. I'm Umbreon, I don't have anything I particularly like, I just fight for that person, to realize his dream, that is my dream. Saying that, Umbreon raised her eyes and looked at Su Sheng. Clap clap clap. Infected by the atmosphere, Natu, Slowpoke and Jinx applauded in unison. Executor didn't have hands, so he nodded to show his approval. Although they didn't quite understand what she meant, they felt it was amazing. However, someone immediately came to ruin the atmosphere. One of Su Sheng's Houndour licked its paw while teasing. Woof woof, ho ho, as expected of Sister Yu, her ideological awareness is high. Another one interjected, woof, but Sister Yu is already 8 years old this year, right? I heard that you were only adopted by the master in the last few months, so there isn't much room for improvement, right? The last one also showed a human-like smile, woof woof. Don't worry, Sister Yu, we will take action if we encounter stronger opponents in the future. Old people should just sit in the back and eat energy cubes leisurely. Compared to domestic Pokémon, wild Pokémon understand how much age affects strength. Many wild Pokémon often face the threat of natural enemies from birth, so they must seize the best growth period of their body development. And the elderly, especially those without strength, either do the dirtiest and most tiring work, or even be kicked out of the team. And Houndour can also see that Umbreon's age has long passed the best growth period. As Sakeka said, Umbreon's upper limit is the Elite 4 level. It is almost impossible to break through. Umbre. You're asking for death. In a fit of rage, Umbreon opened her claws and rushed towards the 3 Houndour. Instantly, the table was directly overturned. Su Sheng, Itsuki and Rika looked down at the same time. They saw a fierce battle erupting under the table. Umbreon stepped on the back of one Houndour with her right paw, and bit the throat of another Houndour with her teeth. If Jinx hadn't held her back with both hands, Umbreon would have lifted a piece of the ceiling. And Natu and Slowpoke blocked the last Houndour on the left and right, preventing the situation from further deteriorating. And Rika's Houndour silently retreated to the corner to weaken its sense of existence. Itsuki was directly stunned. What the hell is going on, are they fighting each other? What are you doing? Su Sheng scolded. This made Umbreon and Houndour restrained. Completion check, the entire original text has been translated. Length comparison, the length of the English translation is comparable to the original Chinese text, ensuring no content has been omitted. Confirmation statement, the translation is complete, accurate, and of high quality. Chapter 54. 10 minutes later, Rika and Itsuki were cleaning up the overturned table, the shattered plates, and the soup spilled on the ground. Su Sheng lowered his hand from Slowpoke's head and coldly said to the silent Umbreon and the 3 Houndours, "For the next 3 days, Umbreon's Pokémon food will be sour, and Dai, Lulu, and Bye Bye's will be sweet for a week." Dai, Lulu, and Bye Bye were the names Su Sheng gave to his 3 Houndours. To distinguish them, he had originally thought of names like Chocolate and Vanilla, but they didn't seem to fit them, so he gave up on that. Sour was Umbreon's least favorite Pokémon food flavor, while sweet was the Houndour's least favorite flavor, which was their punishment. And through the testimony of the third-party Slowpoke, Su Sheng learned that the Houndours had provoked first. So even though Umbreon attacked first, Su Sheng still imposed a heavier punishment on the Houndours. Awoo! Bye Bye, who had said, "Auntie Moon is old, but can she still eat?" was a little unconvinced. Clearly the old vixen had made the first move. But Dai held her down. Now was not the time to be a troublemaker. Time came to the afternoon, and the matter of Umbreon and the Houndours was temporarily put to rest. After a short nap, Rika approached Su Sheng with her Houndour. Su Sheng, about the man I mentioned, can you help me?" Itsuki, with his poor brain, hadn't guessed it yet, but Rika didn't believe that Su Sheng's mind wouldn't be able to figure it out. The man she wanted to kill was naturally Aldous, the Elite Four member of the Indigo League who killed her Houndour's parents. "Do you think you're a match for an Elite Four member right now?" Su Sheng asked rhetorically. Rika frowned slightly. "That's why I want to ask you for help. Don't worry, I'll repay you." After all, she had personally witnessed Su Sheng using tricks and teaming up with Itsuki to defeat the Elite Four level Altus. "Do you think using tricks will work every time against Elite Four level trainers?" Su Sheng's repeated questioning left Rika speechless. Tricks are effective because they are used sparingly, so people find them unexpected. This world is reality, not a game. There are no level 1 got errant or protect, don't protect tactics. Tricks can certainly be used, but more importantly, it's still about hard power. Upon hearing this, Rika was speechless. "Let's train together." Su Sheng patted Rika's shoulder and walked onto the beach. "Yo! Finally starting to train? Can't wait." Itsuki, who was waiting on the beach, stretched heavily. "Yeah, let's start." Su Sheng nodded in response. Then, under Rika's puzzled gaze, Itsuki turned around and took out one by one from the nearby suitcase, vests. But not for the 3 of them to wear. After taking them out, Su Sheng and Itsuki put these black vests on their respective Pokémon. Rika was even more confused. Have times changed? Are boys also paying attention to a sense of ritual? Does training require dressing up Pokémon? Noticing the confusion in Rika's eyes, Su Sheng picked up one and explained to her. "This vest has a GPS satellite embedded inside, which can record the detailed parameters and physical changes of each Pokémon." As he spoke, Su Sheng unzipped the small zipper on the inside of the vest, took out a data logger that looked like a small USB drive, and inserted it into the laptop that Itsuki had taken out. Rika leaned in to take a look, and saw that Su Sheng had already pulled up the training data of Umbreon and the others earlier. Running distance, maximum sprint speed, instantaneous start speed, jumping power. Rika's eyes widened. She felt like she and Su Sheng were not from the same world. As the child of a wealthy family, she could definitely be described as knowledgeable, but she had never seen Pokémon trained like this. However, what surprised Rika was far more than just this. "Itsuki, take that out." "Okay." At Su Sheng's gesture, Itsuki took out another new gadget from the box. That was a gas mask? Su Sheng and Itsuki put the masks on their respective Pokémon's faces, and they looked like they were specially customized. This is... Seeing the Pokémon wearing vests and masks, as if they had traveled to the set of Call of Duty, Rika once again felt her worldview being refreshed. Oxygen restriction mask, which limits the volume of air entering the Pokémon's body, in order to enhance cardiopulmonary function and endurance. As he spoke, Su Sheng turned the vent on Dai's oxygen restriction mask, and explained at the same time. Air enters through different valves. Using this method, you can control the thinness of the air to simulate high-altitude training and enhance respiratory function. Rika was completely numb. What was he saying? Why couldn't she understand? Su Sheng smiled slightly, but no matter how much theory there is, it still depends on practice. Itsuki, let's have a practice match with our team, you and Rika. Then I won't be polite. As the old brother, it's necessary to teach the new members the rules. Itsuki rubbed his hands together excitedly. As he spoke, Itsuki pointed at Jinx. Rika was stunned when she saw this. Her Houndour was fire plus dark type, and could completely counter the ice plus psychic type Jinx. I'm really being looked down upon. Rika's expression was a little cold. Okay, since you're asking for a beating, then I'll grant it to you. Houndour, flamethrower. Rika raised her hand and waved. Houndour's mouth accumulated intense flames, and in the next instant, it turned into a jet of flames that slammed towards Jinx. Jinx, use psychic to block it. Under Itsuki's command, the surface of the flamethrower in midair was plated with a layer of light purple psychic waves, as if time had stopped, freezing it. It had to be said that there were really many ways to use psychic-type moves. Petty tricks, fire spin. Houndour suddenly changed its move. The beam-shaped flame turned into a spiral tornado. Fire spin, which could trap the target in a sea of fire. The power was not as good as flamethrower, but it was better in terms of range. Whoosh! The scorching flames fell on the beach, igniting billowing smoke. The flames floated around the ice-type Jinx, constantly eating away at her stamina. Bite! At Rika's command, Houndour charged through the sea of fire, opening its mouth to reveal fangs with a faint dark glow. However, just at the last moment when the super effective bite was about to hit. Aura Sphere! Mino! Jinx suddenly raised her hand, and the orange light ball condensed in her palm flew out, accurately hitting Houndour's forehead. What? Looking at Houndour, who was wailing and being knocked into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Rika had an unbelievable look on her face. Surrounded by fire spin, vision and breathing would be disturbed. How could she still hit so accurately with Aura Sphere, a move with such a low hit rate? Su Sheng then opened his mouth to explain. Generally speaking, in a fire spin environment, while the Pokémon's stamina is constantly being consumed, the body is also being eroded by the flames. This pain will deform their movements, and the accuracy of their skills will also decline. Halfway through speaking, Su Sheng took out an oxygen restriction mask. In order to prevent this situation, using an oxygen restriction mask to simulate a hypoxic environment can exercise the Pokémon's will to not deform their movements in such a situation. Rika, who was applying medicine to Houndour, opened her small mouth slightly. Really amazing, I've never seen such a breeding method. To be honest, without external assistance, Su Sheng didn't think his breeding methods could compare to Blue, who was called breeding person by Professor Oak. But I can use technology. In the future, Su Sheng was still thinking about whether he could create something like the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 55. In just a few days, Perflower's understanding of Su Sheng's abilities reached a new level. Before meeting Su Sheng, she had also learned how to train Pokémon from many famous teachers. But none of them were as comprehensive as Su Sheng. She suddenly understood why that idiot Yisha was willing to follow him. Taiwanese novel website rightward arrow diamond suit. He my friends, let me show you something good. At this moment, Yisha made an old BA-like sound, approaching like a golden retriever who had learned a new skill and wanted to show it off to its owner. By the way, he had learned the word my friends from Su Sheng by chance. Did you find a wallet? Su Sheng replied casually, knowing that if he didn't respond, this guy would only get more excited. Of course not. Yisha smiled even more exaggeratedly, took out a poke ball, and opened it. A flash of white light, and a brand new Pokémon appeared between the three of them. Slowbro. Also known as Shelder. How is it? Just now, a Shelder bit onto my Slowpoke's tail, and then it evolved. Yushu recalled what had just happened and said with emotion. It's amazing, there's actually such a way to evolve. Slowbro likes to use its tail to fish for food. Once bitten by a shelter, it will evolve into Slowbro. Pearflower interjected. The one who discovered this case was Professor Oak, and it caused a lot of academic debate back then because such evolution had never been seen before. Noticing that Su Sheng was not speaking, Yushu asked curiously. Sheng, why aren't you talking? He saw Su Sheng staring straight at the shell on Slowbro's tail, revealing a pair of fierce-looking pagoda-shaped shells. That was what Shelter had evolved into. However, unlike the silly-looking Shelter, the shell that had become part of Slowbro's body had a fierce expression more like Shelter's evolved form, Cloyster. Su Sheng did not immediately answer Yushu, but instead squatted down and observed the connection between the shell and Slowbro's tail. He found that the fangs at the bottom of the shell were tightly biting Slowbro's tail. What do you think will happen if it lets go? The question raised by Su Sheng stunned Pearflower and Yushu at the same time. They really hadn't thought about it. Su Sheng got up and went to the side of the training field, rummaged through the medical kit, and then took out a syringe. When he walked over, he even exchanged a glance with Espion. Espion seemed to have read something from Su Sheng's eyes. A subtle change appeared in her eyes. Hold it down. Su Sheng squatted next to Slowbro again. After Yushu's jinx held the shell down tightly, he inserted the syringe into the mouth of the shell that had transformed from Shelter. The shell felt a burst of soreness in its gums and subconsciously smacked its lips. What Su Sheng had just injected was a special anesthetic made from paralysis powder, used for Pokémon surgery. The pagoda-shaped shell fell to the ground. Almost at the moment of landing, a light blue light of evolution emitted from its body, turning back into Shelter. Should it be called devolution light? And the Slowbro, which had just been standing on 2 feet, also returned to a crawling state. It turned back into Slowpoke. It really devolved back. Yushu and Pearflower both had expressions of disbelief. Shelter biting Slowpoke will evolve into Slowbro. Then if it lets go, pushing it back, wouldn't it devolve? They had originally guessed this. But they didn't expect it to actually be possible. Perhaps it can. Su Sheng pondered slightly and turned to Yushu and said. Lend me Slowpoke and Shelter for a while recently. Oh. Yushu nodded blankly. It was rare to see such a serious expression on Su Sheng's face. He was completely overwhelmed by his aura. A month later, after a day of training, after the 3 of them and the Pokémon had dinner together, Su Sheng got up and said. Everyone rest, Espion, come with me. Saying that, Su Sheng opened the door and walked out. Seeing this, Espion spat out the last mouthful of Pokémon food she was chewing and quickly followed. Yushu and Pearflower, who saw Su Sheng showing that serious expression again, tacitly didn't say much. Pretending not to see, they began to clear the dishes. Not to mention the 2 of them, even Dai, Lulu, and Bibi, who loved to cause trouble, obediently shrank back into their poke balls. Hopefully, that female fox is okay. Su Sheng and Espion walked on the streets of Vermilion City. Because of Joker's invention of the magnetic remote control, trainers in various regions have gradually become accustomed to releasing at least one Pokémon to follow them, like Ash in the future. It seems that the games Heart Gold/Soul Silver have a following system. Later, I don't know why it disappeared in the games. Is this the butterfly effect I caused? Moreover, with Professor Oak constantly popularizing knowledge about Dark-type Pokémon, Su Sheng's Espion walking on the street is no longer as conspicuous as when he first captured her. Half an hour later, Su Sheng stopped. Espion looked up and saw that wasn't this a cemetery? Su Sheng continued to walk in, and Espion didn't have time to ask and continued to follow. Until Su Sheng stopped again, Espion didn't have time to look up. Then she heard Su Sheng say, Grandma Yingzi is dead. Hearing this name, Espion's expression was struck by lightning. Yingzi was her former owner. That is, the name of the old woman who abandoned her half a year ago. Looking up, she saw that the photo on the tombstone was that person. Although I don't want to, but after all, she took care of you for more than 7 years. I considered it for a long time and thought it would be good to bring you to pay respects." Saying that, Su Sheng took out 3 incense sticks from his backpack, released Lulu to light them, and inserted them into the soil in front of the tombstone. Espeon was silent for a long time, and finally bowed slightly to the tombstone. "No matter what, thank you." A few seconds later, Espeon opened her eyes. She saw Su Sheng taking out a test tube containing a potion from his arms, digging a small pit in the soil in front of the tombstone, and putting the test tube into it. "Bye." Espeon tilted her head curiously. Su Sheng replied, "This is the devolution agent I invented by studying the structural changes of bloodline factors before and after the evolution of Slowpoke and Slowbro, tentatively named APTX4869. Espeon's eyes widened. She remembered the agreement she made with Su Sheng on the evening of their first meeting half a year ago. "Actually, I developed it last week, but I haven't told you because I'm afraid of losing you." Su Sheng picked up the soil and buried the devolution agent. "But now, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, it's useless now." The next second, Espeon threw herself into Su Sheng's arms. The sentence "I'm afraid of losing you" meant more to her than anything. Seeing this, Lulu also immediately arched up. "Don't you guys form small groups?" Dai Dai and Bibi also jumped out of the ball one after another. Their fierce faces clearly wrote 3 words, "Hug me." Espeon, who had only enjoyed less than 2 seconds of warmth, was arched from her chest to her navel, and her face was squeezed into an emoji. "Damn it, you little bitches!" Chapter 56. A new day, the beach training ground. Dai Dai, don't make the flamethrower too powerful. You need to coordinate with Lulu and Bibi. Su Sheng was giving his 3 Houndour special training. Meanwhile, Rika and Itsuki were engaged in battle training. "Slowbro, Ice Beam." Under Itsuki's command, Slowbro opened its mouth towards the sky, its dull gaze locked onto the Murkrow soaring in midair. This Murkrow was one of the Pokémon released and imprisoned when Rika attacked the Saijanya group's truck earlier. When Su Sheng took Rika away, it voluntarily followed, hoping to become Rika's Pokémon. The next second, a winding ray composed of several ice shards pierced through the air and struck upwards. "Murkrow, payback!" Rika ordered coldly. Dark energy ripples surged around Murkrow's body as it circled rapidly above Slowbro, dodging the ice beam shots while approaching its target. The dark-type move payback would be super effective against Slowbro if it hit. And the strength of Rika's Murkrow was not to be underestimated. Although it had only just been caught, its movements were surprisingly agile. Several times, it narrowly avoided the edges of the ice beam. It was getting closer and closer to Slowbro. In less than 3 seconds, the Murkrow in the sky was less than 2 meters away from Slowbro. When the distance between them was less than half a meter, Itsuki suddenly grinned, revealing a mischievous smile. "Such agile movements, the complete opposite of my Slowbro, or so it seems." As soon as he finished speaking, the shoulder that had become Slowbro's tail slammed downwards into the ground like a plug. This caused Slowbro to stand upside down, barely avoiding the payback attack. But that wasn't the end. The shoulder with its fierce eyes spun like a top. The Slowbro above also turned a full 180 degrees, with an ice beam charged in its mouth, aimed directly at Murkrow's head. The ice beam fired again, hitting accurately. Super effective. Murkrow crashed to the ground in pain. "How was my Slowbro's double team?" "Rika," Itsuki said triumphantly. As someone who would be able to serve as a member of the Elite Four in the Indigo League in the future, Itsuki's talent goes without saying. Not to mention that after spending time with Su Sheng, his Pokémon had received the most scientific training. Rika silently recalled Murkrow. Because Murkrow had fallen backward, Itsuki hadn't seen it at all. The last trace of a cruel smile on Murkrow's face as it fell. Boom! Rika sent out her second Pokémon. Houndoom. That's right, it was that Houndour with the terrible temper. It had evolved a few days ago. Itsuki glanced at Su Sheng, who was training his 3 Houndour not far away. Rika's Pokémon had evolved, so there was no reason why Su Sheng's 3 would still be in their baby form. Was there a reason? After all, Pokémon weren't cultivation novels, with some kind of accumulated realm perfect breakthrough. Unless it was something special like Growlithe, where some skills had to be learned before evolving. Otherwise, in most cases, they should evolve when they're ready. But since Su Sheng was doing this, there must be a reason. After all, he had been taking those 3 dogs to the basement recently, messing around with something. Itsuki pondered to himself. Houndoom, Dark Pulse. At this moment, Houndoom had already opened its fanged mouth, releasing a dark shockwave. Boom! The Dark Pulse, with an attack range far greater than Payback, hit head-on. Before the smoke from the explosion could dissipate, the beach where Itsuki and Rika were located was surrounded by a layer of translucent crystalline space, like Trafalgar Law's Op-Op fruit ability. The power is really strong, but it doesn't seem enough to defeat my Slowbro directly. Itsuki and Slowbro's figures emerged from the smoke. At this moment, Slowbro was covered in wounds from the Dark Pulse, and its movements seemed a bit staggering due to the injuries. But, its expression was extremely confident. But in that case, the outcome has already been decided. Itsuki also showed the same confident smile as Slowbro. Trick Room. Rika glanced at the strange space. A special space that Psychic-type Pokémon can create. As long as you are in this space, both sides' speeds will be reversed. Slow Pokémon can instead unleash faster speeds. That's right. Scald! Itsuki shouted. Slowbro, which was almost the slowest in the Pokémon world, unleashed super speed like a Dragonite's extreme speed the moment its master finished speaking. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Houndoom, opening its mouth to release Scald. However, at that moment, Slowbro froze in place, its expression becoming even more sluggish than usual. Slowbro, what's wrong? Seeing his Slowbro suddenly stop moving, Itsuki was immediately confused. Slowbro just wanted to respond. But it immediately tilted its head, spun around, and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Itsuki looked at the Slowbro with swirling eyes and quickly ran over. Wah! My Slowbro! What's going on? That move just now, was Perish Song. Su Sheng walked over. As expected, I can't hide it from your eyes. Rika wasn't surprised by this. In the last moment when Slowbro's ice beam was about to hit, Murkrow used Perish Song, a special skill that causes the listener to lose their ability to fight after a certain period. Payback was just a feint. Rika's real purpose was to have Murkrow approach Slowbro to ensure that the quiet Perish Song could be heard. Damn it, Dark-type fighting styles are just despicable. Itsuki said angrily, knowing what had happened. Woof! Houndoom bared its fangs and roared at Itsuki, scaring him half to death. Itsuki fell to the ground with a thud, and noticed the 3 Houndour with equally unkind eyes following Su Sheng's feet, and then remembered that Su Sheng's current handheld Pokémon were also dark types. Oops, I accidentally offended both teammates. I won this 2v2 battle. Rika stared straight at Su Sheng. Su Sheng, you promised me that as long as I beat Itsuki, you would help me with my revenge plan. Not only Rika, but Houndoom's eyes were also full of desire. What Rika was talking about was naturally the revenge plan against Aldous, one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League. As early as when Rika first joined, she had stated that she wanted to do so. But because of insufficient strength, Su Sheng did not agree at the time. In the following days, Su Sheng gave the reply, if you can beat Itsuki, then I can consider it. And today, Rika did it. You're really in a hurry. Su Sheng's gaze swept over Rika, Houndoom, and Itsuki one by one. In fact, he was willing to help Rika, not for her, or rather, not entirely for her. One big reason was that Su Sheng himself was also very interested in Aldous, or rather, the Saijanya family. You know, Saijanya is the richest man in the Johto region, and both of his sons are champion level. Such a family is not much worse than the Dragon Master family. Why is there no trace of them at all in the era of Ash a few years later? Dr. Su Sheng, who likes to explore the unknown, is very curious. Chapter 57. Inside the living room of the beachside cottage. Although Aldous is one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League, he's different from Champion Lorelei and the other 3 Elite Four members. He doesn't spend much time at Indigo Plateau. Instead, he stays by his father, Lord Taylor, giving the impression that he's not an Elite Four member at all, but rather his father's bodyguard. Itsuki revealed a blackboard filled with information about the Aldous family, including the bald old man, Lord Taylor, who attended the banquet held in Violet City. This scene was reminiscent of the protagonist group planning their heist in Grand Theft Auto V. Speaking of this, Itsuki clicked his tongue. His father is the richest man in Johto and has donated a lot of money to the League, so the League turns a blind eye to it. Itsuki wholeheartedly approved of the plan to target Aldous. He originally joined because staying by Sauciai's side wouldn't be boring. Attacking an Elite Four member? Doesn't that sound exciting? Then should we find that Lord Taylor first? Lyra asked, tilting her head. But that would probably be difficult. As the richest man in Johto, Lord Taylor's assets are spread throughout the region. And unlike Silphco, which has branches all over the world but its headquarters in Saffron City, Kanto, Lord Taylor's business doesn't have a so-called headquarters, or rather, no one knows which one it is. Therefore, finding him won't be easy. Not necessarily. Sauciai posted a photo in the center of the blackboard. It was Lord Taylor's youngest son, who they had fought at the villa before, Aldous' younger brother, Altus. Lyra's expression changed slightly. She remembered that Altus was the gym leader of Olivine City. Unlike his elusive father and brother. As a gym leader, he naturally had to stay in his territory most of the time. After all, in the future, when Brock and Misty were away traveling with Ash for a long time, they would leave the gym leader positions to their younger siblings. Altus is one of the top trainers in the Johto region. No, he should be the strongest, right? It's said that his strength is comparable to that of the Elite Four. Itsuki bit his lip excitedly. With such a big event, I think it's necessary to inform the reporters before we take action so they can publicize our victory. Don't cause trouble, Lyra said unhappily. She didn't want to be a show-off. The purpose of targeting Altus was, in the end, to track down Aldous. If they alerted the enemy or attracted the League's attention, then the operation would be ruined. We're not acting for the sake of fighting, Sauciai said. The key is to find Aldous' whereabouts and investigate what shady dealings his family is involved in. Ah! What a pity, I wanted to fight a trainer-level powerhouse. Itsuki looked regretful. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to fight in the future, the target is Aldous. Lyra couldn't stand this idiot anymore, but unfortunately, to face an Elite Four level opponent, she still needed Itsuki's strength. Olivine City, like Vermilion City, is a coastal city located in the Johto region. It is also one of the largest cities in the Johto region. From the harbor here, you can take a long-distance ship to Kanto. In Ash's time, the gym leader here was Jasmine, who specialized in Steel-type Pokémon. However, even the future Jasmine was considered young among the gym leaders. She should still be traveling around as a regular trainer now. In a restaurant across from the Olivine gym, Sauciai and the others sat on the outdoor seats, looking across the road at the gym's main entrance. They had already found out that Altus was currently at the gym and they could take action. Shoo shoo. Itsuki slurped his spaghetti, speaking somewhat unclearly. Shouldn't we do this kind of thing at night? Let's fill our stomachs first. By the way, Lyra, aren't you going to eat this creamy strawberry cake? If you're not, then. As he spoke, Itsuki's thieving hand reached towards the cake in front of Lyra. Smack! Lyra picked up a fork and slapped the back of Itsuki's pig hoof. You creep! 2 options, one is to sneak in at night when he's asleep to see if there's anything shady inside, the other is to wait for him to accept a gym challenge and have the challenger stall for time. Sauciai analyzed. Hearing this, Itsuki and Lyra exchanged glances and unanimously chose the first option. After all, there should be more time to take advantage of when someone is asleep. Hello, I'm Ami, and I have an appointment to challenge Mr. Altus today. Just then, a girl who looked 2 years younger than Itsuki, probably only 6 or 7 years old, walked to the gym entrance and said to the security guard in a childish voice. Ami? Hearing this name, Sauciai subconsciously looked up towards the gym entrance. It was a fair-skinned little girl with grey, shoulder-length short hair. Was it that Ami? That's right, there's nothing to do during the day anyway, let's go watch the fun. The little girl's words attracted more than just Cao Ci and the others. Because Kanto and Johto share the same league. The Kanto and Johto regions combined have more than 20 gyms, the anime version explicitly stated that the Kanto region has more than 10 gyms. As long as you collect 8 of them, you can participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Therefore, most adventurous trainers will choose relatively weaker gyms. Such as the Pewter Gym managed by Brock's father, and the Cerulean Gym currently managed by Misty's sisters. And Altus, as the strongest gym leader currently recognized in the Johto region, whose strength is comparable to the Elite Four. Not many reckless people dare to challenge him. It's the same as Giovanni of the Viridian Gym. That's why Giovanni was able to stay in Johto with Cao Ci for so long. Because no challengers dared to come anyway. And after hearing that someone was challenging Altus, the stands of the Olivine Gym were immediately packed with people who wanted to see who was so fearless. That's why Cao Ci, Lyra, and Itsuki were sitting inside without attracting any attention. This little kid, you don't seem to have reached the league's prescribed trainer age, right? Altus frowned behind his sunglasses, standing on one side of the field. The league stipulates that the minimum age for trainers to choose their initial Pokémon, go on adventures, and participate in gym challenges and league conferences is 10 years old. And the girl in front of him, no, the little girl, clearly didn't meet the standard. Yes, I'm 6 years old this year, and I just got my first Pokémon from my grandpa yesterday. The lowly version of Ami had a bit of Hinata Hyaga's vibe. Under the gaze of countless people in the gym, her little face was slightly red, and she said nervously, I grew up in Olivine City, and I've always heard people say that Mr. Altus is the strongest trainer in the Johto region, so I want Mr. Altus to be the first opponent of my initial Pokémon. As soon as lowly Ami said this, the audience immediately started discussing. Wow, this kid is brave enough, she just got her initial Pokémon yesterday and dares to challenge Mr. Altus today. This is probably a newborn Tauros calf isn't afraid of an Incineroar. Sigh, I thought I could see an exciting duel, but it turned out to be a baby game, boring. Needless to say, it'll definitely be a one-sided slaughter, let's go. Many viewers immediately got up and prepared to leave. After all, judging by Ami's age, they didn't think she could be that strong. Now that they heard her say that she had just received her initial Pokémon yesterday, they were even less interested. What's so interesting about a one-sided slaughter? Seeing a large number of viewers getting up to leave, lowly Ami's face turned even whiter, she was frightened and didn't know what to do, and her eyes even started to glisten with little pearls. Just as Ami was at a loss, Altus shouted sternly. Why are you laughing at this child? Isn't her courage worth learning from? As soon as he said this, those viewers who were about to leave immediately looked ashamed, not knowing whether to leave or stay. And those who were still sitting showed more or less admiration. Well said, Mr. Altus. As expected of the pride of our Olivine city. Lyra sneered softly, tch. What an act. As the younger brother of the person who killed her Houndoom's parents, Lyra hated Altus as well. Cao Ci remained silent. To be honest, he didn't think Altus was putting on an act. Having lived for 3 lifetimes, Cao Ci was quite confident in his ability to judge people. Of course, if Altus had an acting ability of Aizen's level, then Cao Ci admitted that he couldn't see through it. Chapter 58. Onyx is unable to battle, Electrike wins, therefore the victor is Ecruteak Gym Leader, Elites. In less than 5 minutes, the middle-aged referee with glasses and a large belly raised his flag to announce the battle result. It should be said that it's already a miracle that Jasmine, who just got her initial Pokémon, could fight for nearly 5 minutes. This is mainly thanks to Elites, who was just using her for teaching purposes. It's evident from the fact that he sent out a pure electric type Electrike against the rock plus ground type Onyx. Your biggest problem right now is that you're not confident enough when giving commands. You need to know that once a trainer shows signs of panic, their unease will also be transmitted to their Pokémon. Elites walked up to Jasmine and said earnestly. Jasmine recalled Onyx and bowed slightly to Elites to express her gratitude. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Mr. Elites. Clap clap clap. A wave of applause erupted from the scene. Although the level of the match couldn't be called exciting at all, Elites' careful guidance was indeed seen by everyone. Mr. Elites is so considerate, constantly pointing out that girls' mistakes. Not only is he strong, but he's also very gentle. I heard that Mr. Elites is still single, his father is the richest man in Johto, and he himself is strong. Although he's not much to look at, that doesn't matter. Ah, that's great, I wonder if I have a chance. Auntie, does your husband know you're saying this? Hearing the surrounding audience's praise for Elites, Rika's expression became even more disdainful. Humph, pretending so well. She still didn't think that Elites, as Aldous' younger brother, was anything good. Everyone has two sides, Rika. Shengsu reminded her. To give a simple and crude example, Giovanni. Would you say he's bad? Bad. And thoroughly bad. The things he does in secret, the words too numerous to record are not enough to describe it. On the other hand, Giovanni also likes to discover talents. He wrote the book The Essence of the Earth, which helped countless trainers fall in love with ground types. And as a boss, Giovanni is also impeccable. For example, if a Kidian transmigrator transmigrated to Konoha, their first reaction would basically be how to rebel against Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. But if they transmigrated to Team Rocket, basically no one would think about rebelling against Giovanni. Because as a boss, Giovanni's personal charm is indeed unquestionable. If you want to rebel, you can't find a reason for a while. Only that Shorty, who was single-mindedly thinking about taking over in the future, broke down and rebelled after learning that Giovanni had a son. But Shengsu felt that the Shorty was ignoring a problem. That is, even if the candidates were selected within Team Rocket, it still wouldn't be his turn. Night fell. The Ekrutique gym staff observed the surroundings, and after confirming that there were no safety hazards, they closed the gym door and locked it from the inside. Immediately afterward, the lights in the entire battlefield were turned off, and the entire gym was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. However, at this moment, three figures appeared out of thin air in the audience seats. It was Shengsu, Rika, and Itsuki. Wow! This thing is so convenient. As expected of Sheng, always able to come up with new things. Itsuki, in his phantom thief form, touched the wristband with the number 3 written on it with an excited expression. In fact, after Jasmine's battle with Elites during the day, the three had not left. They used the Phantom Thief suit's invisibility ability to hide in the audience seats. It's just a small gadget made by borrowing the Kecleon's bloodline factor and the technology developed by a certain emo family. Shengsu also put away the wristband with the number 1 written on it. Rika's wristband had the number 2 written on it. Itsuki couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and jokingly shouted. In the future, if I want to go to the women's bath. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Rika gave Itsuki a smack on the back of the head from behind. Give it to me. Sis Hwa, no. Sis Hwa, no. No. Rika grabbed Itsuki's collar with her left hand, and forcibly snatched the wristband despite his fierce opposition. Don't make too much noise. Shengsu couldn't help but remind them. In the end, Itsuki's transformation wristband was still snatched by Rika. Facing Itsuki's resentful eyes, Rika had no sympathy. I'll keep this during non-mission times. She didn't want a womanizing thief as a teammate. And Shengsu next to her had already put on thermal sensing glasses, turning his head to look around. How is it? Sheng, is there anything wrong? Rika couldn't wait to ask. Shengsu didn't answer, raised his hand and beckoned, signaling the two to follow. Before long, the three discovered that 2 gym staff members were each leading a Mightyena, patrolling the entrance hall of the accommodation area. They're still on duty late at night? Their vigilance is strong enough. Itsuki muttered in a low voice, and they even released their Pokémon, obviously to guard against your magnetic controller. I knew there was something wrong with this family. Rika's expression was unkind, and she immediately asked Shengsu, use the transformation suit to hide again. Merely hiding can't fool the noses of canine Pokémon, pay attention to keeping your distance, we'll do this. Shang Su pointed to the tip of his nose and told his two companions the next course of action. Itsuki is responsible for the left, Rika you are responsible for the right. Rika threw the transformation wristband she had just snatched to Itsuki, and the two once again used the battle suit's invisibility ability, slowly approaching the two staff members guarding on both sides while sticking to the wall of the audience seats. The moment the two Might Hyena's eyes suddenly changed. Shang Su, who was observing in the distance, suddenly put down his raised right hand. The invisible Itsuki and Rika suddenly threw the poke balls in their hands. Natu. Thunder Wave. Murkrow. Wing Attack. Obviously, Itsuki used Thunder Wave to paralyze the opponent. Rika, who was eager to help her Houndoom complete her revenge, was even more ruthless. She directly had Murkrow use Wing Attack to knock the back of the right staff member and his Might Hyena's necks. Shang Su walked up to check the staff member who had been knocked unconscious and his Might Hyena. Fortunately, they were alive. I don't object to revenge, but don't kill indiscriminately. Shang Su didn't want Rika to become a female version of Toji. If Rin was killed, you can go to Kirigakure to take revenge, or go to Uchiha Madara. Don't spout the nonsense of I don't approve of this kind of world. What did the world do wrong? You bunch of lunatics are thinking about destroying it every day. Rika was silent, and nodded under Shang Su's gaze to indicate that she understood. On the other side, Itsuki released Jinx again, and added a few licking the brother and Might Hyena until they couldn't get up again, and directly fainted with their eyes rolled back. It is estimated that they will not wake up in a short time. Investigating slowly is too troublesome, it's easiest to just grab elites, and then let my executor control him to ask for clues. The three groped their way to outside the gym leader's bedroom, and Itsuki suddenly suggested. The aspect that his executor focuses on cultivating is hypnosis, and he is fully confident in controlling the target without damaging the brain. I'll do it. Rika reached for the doorknob. However, in the last moment before her fingertips were about to touch it. Beep. Beep beep. Beep beep beep. The eardrum-piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire gym. Not only that. In a short moment, the lights in the entire gym automatically turned on, illuminating the masked faces of Shang Su and the others clearly. What's going on? We didn't touch the alarm. Itsuki shouted in disbelief. Bang. The answer to Itsuki's question was a loud noise that shattered the door in the next second. Shang Su was quick-witted and pulled Rika, who was originally standing at the door, back. Almost in an instant, a bone club shattered the door. The three were all too familiar with this thing. After the bone club flew around once, it rotated in the air like a boomerang, flying back into the house through the shattered hole. A Pokémon jumped out from it, it was Marowak. And the one who appeared right after was none other than Elites. What an unexpected surprise, I didn't look for you, but you came looking for me instead. A hint of surprise flashed in Elites' eyes behind his sunglasses. I'm sure we didn't accidentally trigger any alarms along the way, can you tell us why we were caught? Student Shang Su's desire for knowledge came up. Chapter 59. Facing Su Sheng's question, Ai Taishi was silent for a moment, but still answered his question. The security guards of the dojo are equipped with special alarm remote controls. They have to press the remote control every 10 minutes, otherwise the alarm will be triggered automatically. My god, is it that serious? Yusha was shocked. No wonder they triggered the alarm even though they didn't touch anything. What's going on? Is it necessary for ordinary dojos to go to this extent? Sure enough, your family is hiding something shady. Liwa sneered. Ai Taishi turned his head to face Liwa, and after a few seconds, said. Liwa, little friend, it's not too late to turn back now. As the person who personally experienced the villa incident, Ai Taishi, like Dama Lankai, could guess the identity of the masked girl in front of him. Shut up! Before Ai Taishi could finish speaking, Liwa rudely interrupted him. Woof! Helgar also couldn't wait to jump out of the ball. Did you hear about this child from your brother? We're back from hell to take revenge on him. Liwa's expression was a little manic. Helgar. Flamethrower. As soon as Helgar's front paws landed, deep red flames had already gathered between his fangs. The instant his 4 feet landed, a swift pillar of flame shot out. "It doesn't matter if we're discovered, if being nice doesn't work, we'll do it the hard way. Tell me the whereabouts of your bastard brother." Lua's shout stunned Ai Taishi. Of course, he knew his father and brother's style of doing things. From Lua's tone, and Helgar's attitude as if he wanted to burn everything to ashes. Although Ai Taishi didn't know the details, he could guess the general idea. While Ai Taishi was pondering, the flamethrower had already rushed over. However, Galaga had already caught up. The bone stick in his hand spun faster than a helicopter propeller, and the flamethrower hit it and was directly dispersed into flames. "Ashen, look at now." Yishu looked sideways at Su Sheng. "Lua is more excited than I imagined, but she's right, at this time we can only do it the hard way." Seeing that Su Sheng had also spoken, Yishu no longer hesitated. Kissing lips, water pulse. Just like 2 months ago. Facing Galaga, Kissing Lips faced each other with the palms of her hands, condensed a high-density water ball the size of a tennis ball, and slammed it on the ground the next second. The water ball exploded and splashed waves several meters high, hitting Galaga. Helgar quickly retreated, avoiding the attack range of water pulse. "Rock Tomb." Ai Taishi responded calmly. Galaga, who had resisted the flamethrower, knocked the floor with a stick. Boom! 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 Spike-shaped rocks rose from the ground, gathered together in several pieces, forming a shield to help Galaga block most of the waves. Woof! On the other side, Helgar saw that his water-based ultimate move had been blocked, and he had no scruples. He opened his fangs and ran towards the target. Crunch! Earthquake! Galaga didn't look back, keeping his back to Helgar. He slightly raised the bone stick that he had just knocked on the ground, and the next moment he slammed it on the ground with even greater force. Rumble! Full-range earthquake attack! The ground of the dojo cracked under the impact from the ground, and the walls began to collapse. The devastating impact from the ground also caused Helgar to lose his balance. After staggering a few steps, he stabilized his body and looked at Galaga, enduring the pain, wanting to attack. But Galaga has recovered. The bone that was spinning in the air, making a whirring sound, hit him. Bone boomerang. The aftermath of the earthquake was still there. In this case, the jumping height was limited, so Lua had a flash of inspiration. Helgar. Use flamethrower on the ground. Helgar suddenly lowered his head, and the flamethrower released with all his strength actually lifted his body high like a pole, using this method to avoid the bone boomerang. Ho ho! Lua has also learned Ashen's moves. Yishu said in surprise. But, the battle with the Elite 4 level opponent is not that simple. I saw Galaga rushing out quickly, as if to catch the flying bone stick. But the next second, everyone realized something was wrong. The flying bone stick was about to fall back into Galaga's hands, but Galaga didn't reach out, but kicked it with his short legs in an inverted golden hook position. The flying bone stick instantly changed direction and rushed towards Helgar in midair. He was about to be hit. At the last moment, a black shadow rushed between Helgar and the bone stick. It's Umbreon. Umbreon in midair put his 2 front paws in front of his chest, crossed into an X shape. The slightly petite and exquisite arms, if you observe carefully, you will find that the bulging veins and tight muscles seem to have come out of the JoJo set. Boom! The Elite 4 level bone boomerang hit it, but it couldn't make Umbreon's face show a trace of pain. Even Umbreon was hit by a stick, but instead showed a ferocious laugh. This time it's not acting, the speed of progress is really fast. Ai Taishi said bluntly. Last time, Joker's Umbreon tricked himself with his acting skills and won the victory surprisingly. But this time, Ai Taishi could see it. Just now Umbreon didn't have any acting components in it. Her defense power has been trained to be able to withstand her Galaga's attack head-on. Feint attack. Bone Club Barrage. Su Sheng and Ai Taishi issued orders at the same time. Umbreon in midair and Galaga, who had recaught the bone stick below, also opened their sharp claws and waved their weapons, hitting each other hard. The claws and bone stick collided fiercely. The shock wave caused to hit the surrounding walls from a distance. The walls, which had been cracked with countless spider web cracks due to the earthquake just now, were impacted in this way. It's like an old camel being crushed to death by the last straw. It collapsed completely with a boom. In the process of the confrontation, Galaga was ultimately the better one, holding the bone stick in both hands, trying to suppress Umbreon and trying to knock him away in a home run posture. But it's not that easy. I saw Umbreon holding the bone stick tightly with his left front paw to prevent the opponent from throwing himself away. He raised his right front paw, grinned and showed a sinister expression, and the next moment his body hair stood on end. If you look closely with a magnifying glass, you will find that Umbreon's body hair on his right front paw exudes strands of deep purple turbid liquid. Ai Urtaishi also noticed something was wrong. Galaga, cancel the attack. But it was too late. I saw Umbreon suddenly waving his right arm. Make a swinging arm movement like a big elbow hit. Although he didn't elbow Galaga, the body fluid had splashed into Galaga's eyeballs. Galaga screamed in pain and fell from mid-air. Fortunately, he turned around in the air at the last moment and landed on his feet, avoiding the greatest damage. But Ai Urtaishi raised his eyes and found that his Galaga's expression was turning purple. Poisoned? When Umbreon is excited, his pores will secrete poisonous sweat. Su Sheng walked slowly behind Umbreon and smiled lightly. Although he is not a poison type, he is also very good at using poison. After a brief silence, Ai Urtaishi said, "You have become stronger." Chapter 60. Our original plan was to get information about your older brother, Aldous, from you, Mr. Erdas, but your brother and father's whereabouts are too elusive, so we can only focus on you. Su Sheng smiled. To avenge your companions. Erdas' expression didn't change much. To be honest, his older brother had offended too many people, even he, as the younger brother, couldn't keep count. It was even a bit numbing. Half of it is, and the other half is. I myself am a bit interested in your family. The desire for knowledge in Su Sheng's eyes behind the mask grew even more. He had already deduced that the current era was about 5 or 6 years away from when Xiaozai would become a rookie trainer and begin his adventure. And Su Sheng was genuinely curious as to how a financial magnate almost comparable to the Yulong family of Yanmo City could disappear completely in such a short period of time. Interesting. Do I look like the kind of person who would betray their family? Erdas retorted. Then there's nothing to talk about. As early as when the alarm went off and Erdas showed himself, Su Sheng had expected things to develop to this point. Erdas expressionlessly recalled the poisoned Galaga, and threw out a high-level ball with a backhand. The ball cap popped open, and the moment white light shone out. A pair of huge blood wings opened in the night sky. Feng Yuan Kuei God, Salamins! Roar! The roar of the king-level Salamins caused the windbreaker behind Su Sheng to rustle. It also made the three people's Pokémon squint slightly, with more or less a hint of fear in their eyes. He's sending out his trump card, this guy. Lua raised her hand to protect her face, to resist the wind pressure caused by the Salamanquis sonic waves in front. Dragon Wave! Erdas decisively ordered Salamins. Light Screen! Su Sheng ordered the Moon EV almost at the same moment. Salamins opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce dragon flame shockwave. A translucent large square wall suddenly rose in front of Moon EV. Rumble! The dragon wave heavily collided with it, and after entering the light wall, the diameter of the entire shock wave was obviously reduced by 1 level. But it was still quite powerful, hitting Moon EV heavily and detonating on its body surface. The bursting shock wave lifted Moon EV into the air. As expected of the trump card of a king-level trainer, that Salamanquis level is probably already half a foot into the champion ranks. I can probably imagine what Big Brother did, but sorry, that doesn't mean I'll betray them. Erdas pressed on, Dragon Claw. The light wall reduced the power of the dragon wave just now, and in addition, Joker's Moon EV has the best defense among all the Pokémon he has ever seen. In that case, let's use physical attacks. Salamins raised its right arm, and the 3 sharp claws ignited with blue flames and turned into blade shapes. It fell down fiercely like a giant trident. However, at the instant of the impending hit, Moon Eevee's body in midair seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand. It moved irregularly to the side, avoiding Salamanqui's move. Ertas was shocked, but the next moment he discovered a layer of light purple arc light enveloped Moon Eevee. That is telekinesis. At this time, Ertas noticed again that on Yusha's shoulder behind Su Sheng, the natural sparrow's eyes were glowing. So that's it, using telekinesis on a companion to help Moon Eevee avoid the attack? But psychic moves should be ineffective against dark types. But immediately, Ertas discovered again that the pupils in natural sparrow's eyes were faintly glowing with golden light. That is Miracle Eye, an auxiliary move that allows psychic attacks to work on dark-type Pokémon. Dark Pulse. In an instant, Su Sheng and Lua gave orders at the same time. One after the other, Moon Eevee and Hellhound opened their mouths at the same time. Dark energy waves bombarded Salamanqui's neck and back. Aqua Tail. However, Salamence is, after all, the trump card of king-level trainer Ertas. Its level is too much higher than the elves of Su Sheng and the other two. Even if it took 2 dark pulses, it was not enough to put him in a passive situation, let alone lose his fighting ability. Sure enough, hearing the master's order, Salamence, who was impacted by 2 dark pulses one after the other, suddenly opened its eyes, and its tail rolled up a spiral of water waves. It swept out like a heavy axe. At the moment of the collision, Aqua Tail first shattered the dark pulse of Hellhound, who was already behind. The next second, almost without any resistance, it slammed on Lua's Hellhound's neck. Boom! Under the heavy sound, Hellhound was directly knocked into a wall in the ruins on the right. Hellhound! Lua exclaimed and ran over quickly to check on her partner's injuries. Even if it wasn't a native skill, it was still restrained by attributes, coupled with the huge difference in level. Hellhound must have been unable to fight. However, Salamanqui's attack was not over yet. Although the power of Aqua Tail, which gave Hellhound a slap, was slightly reduced, it still retained considerable destructive power, and continued to smash towards Moon Eevee like a sweeping leg. A semi-transparent shield with colorful rainbow light suddenly spread out, covering half of a Satsukinagi gym. In an instant, Salamanqui's attack speed slowed down, as if it had been pressed to 0.5x speed in the eyes of the onlookers. Curse! At Su Sheng's command, Moon Eevee tensed all its muscles. The whole body's petite but hard muscles are as hard as steel. When Salamanqui's Aqua Tail knocked on it, it did make a crisp sound like hitting metal. Trick Room. Ertas once again turned his gaze to Yushu, who was standing at the back of the team, and the Slowbro next to him. At that moment, Trick Room swapped the speeds of Salamence and Moon Eevee. So that's it, let Joker and Lua be the main attackers, and then let the little fatty stand at the back of the team to assist. Is this their tactic against me? It's not just that. Lua's ghostly voice suddenly sounded behind Ertas. Ertas frowned and looked back at Lua, who was guarding the Hellhound who had lost his fighting ability. What does she mean? Whoosh! Before Ertas could guess the reason for Lua's words, a flame suddenlied from Salamanqui's tail. Although it was only a little bit, it still made Salamence frown uncomfortably. That is Will-O-Wisp, which can weaken the target's physical attack power. Just now when Hellhound was knocked away, he still had the energy to do this. Ertas thought for a moment, and soon guessed that this was Hellhound's handwriting just now. Hellhound used Will-O-Wisp at the moment when he was knocked away by Aqua Tail. That Hellhound, who is not at a high level, can do this kind of thing? Our Pokémon are very good at enduring pain. Lua sneered. From the beginning, I didn't think how much damage Hellhound's attack could do to your Salamence. From the beginning of the battle, Hellhound's task was to apply Will-O-Wisp to Salamence, but Will-O-Wisp is not fast in attack and the hit rate is not very high. If you use it directly, you don't have much certainty to hit your Salamence, but... Speaking of this, the corner of Lua's mouth raised a bit more. When Hellhound was hit, Salamence would more or less lower his vigilance, right? After all, in his opinion, Hellhound was no longer a threat at that time. Erta's face became more and more gloomy. I thought Joker's tactic was for the little fatty to assist, and then he and Lua would output. But I was wrong, the little fatty and Lua are both support. And they cooperate seamlessly with each other. What a terrifying trio! Chapter 61. Beep. Beep beep. Beep beep beep. The piercing alarm sounded again. No, this time it's not an alarm, but a siren. That's right, the Officer Jenny's squad is here. It's not surprising, after all, the Asagi gym is located in the city center. Now that there's such a big commotion, it would be strange if Officer Jenny didn't come. The Officer Jennys are coming, we need to end this battle sooner. Listening to the siren sound getting closer, Itsuki took a step forward with his Slowbro. A change of pace. Water and ice types are basically inseparable, and now there's Trick Room support. His role shifted from support to attacker. Slowbro, Ice Beam. Itsuki waved confidently. Several zigzagging beams of ice shot out. At first, Airthice thought Itsuki was a support, and Susheng and Rika were attackers. Now he thinks Susheng is the attacker and Itsuki and Rika are supports. But actually, both guesses are wrong. The real answer is that Susheng has formulated multiple strategies for this operation to deal with different situations. If necessary, Susheng can also play support. Pokémon battles in reality aren't like games where you can only bring 4 moves and the roles in the team are fixed. Indeed, there's not much time left, let's end this battle quickly. Watching the ice beam rushing towards Salamence, a look of determination flashed in Airthice's eyes. Sorry, Salamence. Airthice muttered to himself, lowering his head. Could he still be holding back some tricks? Noticing the change in Airthice's expression, Susheng felt a sense of unease in his heart. After all, the other party is a character who didn't appear in the original timeline, and even Susheng, as a transmigrator, can't judge Airthice's strength. But Susheng felt that no matter how much the other party hides his strength, it's impossible to break through the Elite 4 level and reach the champion level, right? If you were that awesome, then why are you gone by the time Ash goes on his adventure? Come on! Salamence! Airthice changed his usual silent style and suddenly raised his voice and shouted. Roar! Salamence also let out a sharp roar. Itsuki and Rika couldn't see it. But Susheng, who possesses the power of artificial viridian, could vaguely feel it. An extremely fierce, even savage, energy fluctuation erupted from Salamanque's body. This energy made Susheng, who possessed the viridian power symbolizing nature, very uncomfortable. In that instant, Slowbro's ice beam had already hit Salamanque's head. Roar! However, in less than 2 seconds, Salamence roared, and the sound waves erupted from its fangs, forcibly dispersing the ice-type attack that was 4 times effective against it. Impossible! Itsuki's eyes almost popped out. Even if there is a level difference, he has also become stronger, and this is 4 times effective. No matter what, it shouldn't be so easy to block his Slowbro's ice beam, right? What's going on? Suddenly so strong. Although she had seen incredible things during her time with Susheng, this was the first time she had seen something so exaggerated. A champion-level Pokémon has broken through to the champion level? Earthquake! Airthice uttered 2 words lightly. Boom! Salamence raised its right foreclaw slightly, and then slammed it hard on the already scarred ground due to the previous battle. The ground of the gym split even more severely, and violent storms mixed with endless rubble indiscriminately attacked the surrounding 3 people. Slowbro was the first victim of this move. The impact from the ground cracks and a large number of rubble hit his honest face. Slowbro was instantly knocked away and fell to the ground with a thump. Slowbro is unable to battle. How could this be? Itsuki couldn't believe it. His Slowbro actually. A look of surprise flashed in Susheng's eyes. He defeated Itsuki's Slowbro in 1 hit. This is not something an Elite 4 level Pokémon can do, but a champion level. Rika, who had recalled Houndoom, had released Murkrow, relying on its flying ability to save it from the disaster. But Salamanque's next round of attacks is coming. Flamethrower. Salamence turned its head to look at the dead bird flying in the back of its head. It opened its mouth and fired a giant pillar of flames. Not only is the physical attack power different from just now, but even the special attack power is on another level. Rika gritted her teeth secretly and waved her hand to order. Murkrow, use that move. Murkrow flew in an S-shaped path, avoiding flamethrower while approaching Salamence. It wants to use Perish Song. Just like when its master fought that little chubby human before. Fire Blast! Instantly, flamethrower split into 5, turning into a huge character. The attack range has also expanded several times. 5 towering pillars of fire almost burned half of Asajai City's sky red. What's going on? In an unremarkable house in Asajai City. Akari, who had already fallen asleep, felt the light outside the window and thought it was dawn. She subconsciously moved her eyelids and opened her eyes. However, when she got up and saw the fire burning in the direction of the city center, she was dumbfounded. What happened? Beep beep beep. Not only the burning flames, but also the echoes of sirens, reverberated in the ears of the citizens. Plop! Murkrow, who didn't even have time to sing Perish Song, fell down. Rika has lost all the Pokémon that can fight. Rika's vision is dark, just kidding. This is not a game after all, but Rika really has no ability to fight anymore, that's true. What is going on? A drop of cold sweat fell on Rika's pretty face. Whether it's Dragon Dance, Swords Dance, or Quiver Dance, no enhancement skill can increase Salamanque's level so much at once. Could it be a potion? After all, some berries and potions developed by the Pokémon Company can indeed improve a Pokémon's abilities in a short period of time. But that's not right. I didn't see Erthice feeding Salamence anything just now. And Susheng and the others don't know. In their eyes, Salamanque's appearance has not changed. And in Erthice's eyes, through the sunglasses on his nose, he can clearly see the strange dark energy rising from Salamanque's body, like the dark fruit of Blackbeard. Joker! The Officer Jenny's squad car has stopped at the door, let's retreat. At this time, Itsuki, who had Nate grab his shoulder and fly high in the sky, saw a large number of police cars gathered at the door of Asajai Gym and shouted to Susheng below. That won't do. Susheng hasn't answered yet. A large number of trainers suddenly surrounded this area. They are the staff of Asajai Gym. Mr. Saijin is very interested in you, since you took the initiative to come to the door, then stay obediently. The one speaking was the referee who was in charge of Erthice and Akari's challenge match during the day. But at this moment, he doesn't have the righteousness he had when he was a referee during the day at all, and his expression is a complete villain. No problem, right? Lord Erthice. Referee then turned his head and shouted to Erthice. This gym really has a problem. Rika and Itsuki frowned. Which gym's staff is like this? And their address to Erthice is also very strange. The general gym staff's address to the gym leader is Mr./Ms. XX, how can there be a call of Lord XX? But the most important thing right now is how to run away. According to the official game settings, dark Pokémon are no different in appearance from ordinary Pokémon, only special glasses can see them, and only one can be distinguished in appearance. I believe everyone can guess who it is. Chapter 62. Let Nate grip his shoulder. Kazuki, still in the sky, glanced again towards the entrance of the gym. Janine of Asajai City was already leading many police officers, preparing to enter. But they were blocked outside by the Asajai gym staff. Something's wrong, definitely wrong. The gym staff are also part of the Pokémon League. Since that's the case, the police officers are their comrades, so why are they stopping the police from entering? Joker, there's something fishy about these people. Kazuki had Nate put him down and shouted at Susumu. The referee, seeing Kazuki's shocked expression, seemed very pleased and sneered. Of course, we're going to capture you and offer you to Master Tailais. How can we let Janine get in the way? Vassal, you talk too much. Seeing that this chatterbox seemed to want to continue, Altaeus scolded with a dark face. The man called Vassal grimaced and turned his face away, muttering inwardly. Damn it, we're both executives, I only call you master to give commander's face, do you really think I'm afraid of you? But although he cursed Altaeus internally, on the surface, This ugly man called Vassal didn't dare say anything, returning to the main topic and shouting to the surrounding subordinates. Capture these 3 kids, there will be great rewards. Nearly 20 Asahi Gym employees around them wore wicked smiles, approaching Susumu and the others. If this were Gardevoir, it wouldn't be allowed to be broadcasted. Whoa whoa whoa, the situation isn't good. Kazuki and Rika were forced to retreat, forming a triangular stance back to back with Susumu. No choice, I originally wanted to practice a bit more, but I have to take them out early. Susumu sighed softly, retrieved the Moonlight EV's poke ball, and then threw out 3 poke balls in one breath. Boom boom boom. The 3 poke balls simultaneously opened their lids. 3 Houndours stood neatly side by side in front of Susumu. Vassal and his ill-intentioned subordinates on the opposite side were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought you were holding back some trump card. Turns out it's just 3 little dogs. Vassal laughed, clutching his slightly bulging belly. His subordinates around him had similar expressions. Thought you were holding something big, but it turned out to be a big turd? Kazuki and Rika also looked at each other in dismay. As companions who had been together for nearly 2 months, they certainly understood the strength of Susumu's 3 Houndour. Okay, even if Susumu occasionally gave them some special training. But after all, they had only been captured for 2 months. No matter how much special training, how strong could they be? Facing the ridicule of the surrounding people. Dai, Lulu, and Bye-Bye's expressions were the same as their masters, not showing joy or anger. Idiots, pay attention. At this moment, Altaeus, who had intended to recall his Salamins, noticed a trace of something wrong. A strong light emanated from the 3 Houndours' bodies. Their bodies became more robust, and demon-like horns grew from both sides of their heads. Their slender tails slammed hard on the ground, making paw-paw sounds. Woo! A woo woo woo! The 3 Houndoom, enveloped in the light of evolution, howled to the sky at the same time. The roar resounded throughout the entire street. Janine and her police force at the gym entrance naturally heard it clearly. Still fighting. The leading Janine captain was shocked and shouted anxiously. Hey! Let us in quickly! The gym employees guarding the door chuckled and stopped them. Officer Janine, you don't have to worry, you don't understand Mr. Altaeus's strength? He will definitely take care of these thieves. If you go in, you might be caught up in the battle. That wouldn't be good, would it? Janine frowned. It sounded like the police would be a hindrance. But thinking about Altaeus's champion-level strength, it seemed, it wasn't unreasonable. Helpless, Janine could only order her subordinates to surround the front and rear entrances of the Asahi Gym, to prevent the suspects from escaping in any way possible. And more people came to watch the excitement. Asahi Gym backyard. The light of evolution dissipated. The 3 Houndoom, looking at the trainers who had just wanted to approach, exhaled turbid air, their eyes fierce, like messengers from hell. For a time, more than a dozen people around them dared not approach. Why, you bunch of idiots, what are you afraid of? Seeing the fear on the faces of his subordinates, Vassal immediately suppressed the panic in his heart and scolded. Even if they evolved, they're still just 3 dogs. Not to mention there are so many of us, and how can that kid command 3 Pokémon at once? What are you afraid of? Hearing his superior's words, the surrounding lackeys' eyes lit up. That's right, in the end, they were just Houndoom. If it were 3 Dragonite or Tyranitar, it would indeed be more troublesome. What's there to be afraid of with mere wild dogs? Moreover, Vassal also stated a truth. It was very unrealistic for Susumu to command 3 Pokémon at once. Because a trainer's judgment and reaction ability are limited. Commanding 2 Pokémon in double battles was already the limit. In the past, the Unova, Kalos, and other regions also tried to promote triple battles where 3 Pokémon were sent out at once. But it has never been approved by the League. Because the League found that almost no trainer could perfectly command 3 Pokémon at the same time. Not to mention reaction, your speaking speed probably wouldn't be that fast. Even with Lance's 2 Hakamo plus 1 Kamo. He seemed to have brought out 3 Pokémon. But in fact, Lance didn't really manage the 2 Hakamo, he was focused on commanding the one Komodo. The two Hakamo were basically left aside to provide support, giving Komodo weather and buffs. Is that so? Susumu said playfully. Slightly raised his hand and curled his index finger. Woo woo woo. Bye Bye suddenly raised her head, howling to the sky and sending energy. The originally gloomy night sky revealed a glimmer of light, and it became bigger and bigger, shining over the Asagi gym. Sunny day. And at the same time as Bye Bye howled, Dai opened her mouth. A huge big-shaped flame net almost covered everyone on the opposite side, whether it was vassal or his subordinates. In sunny weather, the power of fire-type moves would skyrocket and water-type moves would decrease. Block this kid! Vassal took a step back and waved his hand, shouting. The subordinates quickly threw out poke balls. Graveler, Tentacruel, Donphan, all were types that resisted fire. Stone Edge. Water Pulse. Protect. Attacking and defensive skills were used together, competing with Dai's enhanced Fire Blast. The two sides were temporarily deadlocked, but suddenly, Vassal took out a Pokeball and threw it. Quagsire, Aqua Cutter. The Quagsire that jumped out of the ball had water ripples on its right arm, which instantly turned into a water blade, leaped up, and split the weakened Fire Blast in two. But, the third Houndoom jumped out from inside. Everyone looked in disbelief. There was a third Houndoom hidden in the flames. Lulu, Flare Blitz. Lulu, who jumped out of the Fire Blast, opened her mouth and devoured the flames of Dai's Fire Blast like a Fire Dragon Slayer mage. The next moment, her body was burning with raging flames. Boom! The completely unresponsive Quagsire took this move head-on. The hit Quagsire's mouth grew wide, feeling that its internal organs were dislocated at this moment. And then, it didn't know anything anymore. Chapter 63. In Vasili's eyes, the Hellhound engulfed in flames, as if crawling out from the abyss, sent his Swamp King flying and was now rushing towards him with its blood-drenched maw. Ruru's figure rapidly magnified in his pupils. Salamence, Dragon Pulse. Airtight, who had originally planned to recall Salamence into its Pokeball, had to act again. Ruru, using Flare Blitz, had no time to break or change its move. Fortunately, Dai and Bibi rushed forward to stand between them. A full force burst, scorching flames burning in their throats, fiercely met the attack. Flamethrower Duet. With a deafening roar, the ground of Asagi Gym collapsed at the epicenter of their collision, and large cracks spread in all directions. Whether it was the Jenny police force blocked at the entrance, or the citizens watching the excitement from over a mile away in the outer areas, all clearly saw a blue and red intersecting shockwave soar from the backyard of Asagi Gym. Hasn't it been resolved yet? Is Gym Leader Airtight going to be okay? Seeing the battle still continuing, the Asagi Police Department's Jenny captain was also anxious. The strongest gym leader in the Johto region, unable to subdue the opponent after so long? Bang! 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 In the center of the battlefield, Dai, Ruru, and Bibi crashed into the walls of the gym's courtyard almost simultaneously, causing 3 cracks to appear. In Airtight's eyes, Salamence, engulfed in dark aura, still stood motionless in place. The difference in their levels was evident. Those 3 Houndoom, they're the ones that escaped before, right? Airtight squinted and said. To have grown to this extent in just 2 months is truly astonishing, but not enough to threaten my Salamence. After speaking, Airtight added in his mind, especially since it's a dark-type Salamence. At this moment, Vasili received a message through the communicator, his face changed drastically, and he shouted at Airtight. Airtight, this is bad. The Asagi police are here. Due to his panic, Vasili even forgot to add the word sir. Airtight frowned behind his sunglasses. I have no choice, don't blame me. Muttering in his heart, Airtight raised his hand and waved. Salamence. Hearing his master's extremely heavy tone, the dark energy on Salamenki's body erupted even more exaggeratedly. However, in ordinary people's eyes, Salamenki's appearance didn't change much except for its more violent aura. Only Airtight, wearing sunglasses, could see the changes in his partner. That's Joker? And his 2 accomplices. At this moment, the Jenny captain of the Asashai police department also arrived with a group of officers. The situation on the battlefield and the amount of information were too much, she couldn't even recover for a moment. But seeing Salamanqui's unstoppable appearance, could it be that today they can finally bring this Team Rocket member, who has turned the Johto region upside down for more than half a year, to justice? However, what the Asashai Jenny would never have expected was that what would shock her even more was yet to come. It's gotten stronger again. Although Su Sheng couldn't see it, the power of the Everstone could vaguely sense that Salamanqui's power had increased another level. Airtight, what exactly did you do? Su Sheng became more and more interested in this Heavenly King-level master who had never appeared in the original work. Feeling the constant stream of violent aura emanating from Salamanqui's body, a trace of helplessness flashed across Su Sheng's expression, but in the next moment, it completely turned into anticipation. There's no other way, use that, die, Ruru, BB. With Su Sheng's excited shout, the three Houndoom simultaneously raised their heads, and the eyes of the three hellhounds glowed with a creepy purple light. What's going on? The aura of those three Houndoom is completely different from just now. Captain Jenny felt uneasy, and a strong sense of foreboding surged into her heart. Howl. Die, standing in the middle, took the lead in raising its head and letting out a howl, a move that can increase the attack power of one's own side in a short period of time. Ruru and BB sprinted out to the left and right. The three Houndoom stood in the front, left, and right directions of Salamins, respectively, forming a triangle, surrounding Salamins. Airtight also vaguely felt that something had changed in those three Houndoom, but he didn't have time to think so much now. With Salamanqui's current state, he had to make a quick decision. Dragon Pulse. Salamins flicked its slender neck, and an incomparably powerful dragon flame wave attacked Dai, who was directly in front of it. Liwa and Yushu's faces under their masks were pale. The level gap was too big. Taking that move head-on would definitely result in an immediate loss of combat ability. In the next moment, a light green semicircular shield surged from Dai's body. That was the Protect move. But it's not like in the game where a level 1 Pokémon's Protect can block a level 100 Arceus's move. The level difference between the two sides was quite large, and Dai's Protect only blocked Salamins for a little over a second. In just 3 seconds, one could see huge, visible cracks appearing in the shield, like fragile glass breaking apart. Woof! In that 1 second gap, Ruru on the left jumped up, her fangs gleaming with lightning, and pounced towards Salamanqui's neck. Salamanqui's eyes turned fierce, and its long tail swept out a vortex of water waves. Aqua Tail. However, at the moment of impact, Ruru suddenly tensed her body. Bang! The Aqua Tail, with effective power, slammed into Ruru's waist, but did not cause her to lose her combat ability on the spot. That was a defensive skill that could concentrate power and withstand the opponent's attack as much as possible. Endure. Airtight, who noticed this scene, and some experienced trainers present realized something was wrong. The Aqua Tail just now attacked the Houndoom on the left from a blind spot on the side. In that case, why could she predict it in advance and use Endure? Pain Split. Su Sheng's command was issued. Ruru's whole body glowed with a white light symbolizing explosive power, and she roared like a small missile, slamming into Salamanqui's back. Woo! Salamins cried out in pain. Pain Split, which can divide the opponent's HP and one's own equally. Ruru was almost knocked unconscious by Salamins just now. One can imagine how much HP she took away from Salamins with this split. Ruru, whose HP was restored, grinned ferociously, and her fangs charged with lightning again, wanting to use Thunder Fang again. Twister! Airtight ordered sternly. Salamins flapped its huge blood wings, and the wind pressure it created mixed with the dirt on the ground. Ruru was rolled up into the higher sky, and the wind pressure was so great that Ruru couldn't even open her eyes. Dragon Claw! Salamins flew up, and sharp claws rose with a cyan light on its right arm, like a large machete slashing towards Ruru. Take one down first! The trainers at Asashai Gym shouted excitedly. Liwa and Yushu's faces turned pale, watching helplessly as Salamanqui's sharp claws got closer and closer to Ruru inside the twister. Ha! At this moment, the corners of Su Sheng's mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, Ruru tilted her head in the high sky, making Salamanqui's sharp cyan glowing dragon claw almost graze her face. Immediately afterward, a dark wave of light surged from her right forepaw, grabbing fiercely onto Salamanqui's eyeball. Roar! Salamence screamed in pain. That's sucker punch? But why? Not to mention Airtight's subordinates, and those Jenny forces who came to reinforce. Even Liwa, who was one of their own, was dumbfounded. As a trainer specializing in dark types, she certainly knew that the move was the priority-based dark type move, Sucker Punch. But to use Sucker Punch, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to see the opponent, right? You can't even see, how are you fighting? At this moment, Liwa noticed that Dai Dai and Bibi on the ground, their purple eyes, were staring intently at Ruru and Salamence in the high sky. Chapter 64. Although Salamence took a hit from quick attack, it wasn't a super effective move, and the level difference between them was too significant. Thus, it wasn't enough to knock Salamence out. Woo! Salamence landed beside its master with a slightly distorted expression, shaking its head. The damage wasn't significant, but the humiliation was extreme. What baffled Salamence even more was how that darn hound, whose eyes should have been shut tight from its dragon wind, managed to hit it. Erdes also noticed the other two Houndooms stationed on opposite sides of the battlefield, staring intently at his Salamence. He suddenly realized something and exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be, the three of them, share their vision? This revelation shocked everyone present. Shared vision? Could something like that even be possible? As expected of a gym leader at the Elite 4 level, your insight is truly sharp. Su Sheng said with a smile. That's right, this is the upgraded version of the bank record, the Joker record. Joker record? Erdes frowned. Indeed. One of my teachers once invented a system called the bank record. This system allows the brains of different life forms to be connected, sharing knowledge, experiences, and skills with each other. I used this on my three Houndooms, allowing them to sense each other's thoughts at any time, achieving seamless coordination. Their growth rate is also 3 times that of ordinary Pokémon. Su Sheng tapped his head and explained with a chuckle. Moreover, I upgraded my teacher's bank record, allowing the Houndooms to share not only experiences and knowledge but also their 5 senses. In other words, what they see, smell, and hear can be transmitted to their companions. This is the Joker record. Upon hearing Su Sheng's explanation, Officer Jenny of Asajai City was covered in cold sweat. How could something like this exist? Woo! Just then, Salamanqui's expression became even more distorted than before. Erdes's face changed drastically as he thought, this is bad. Salamence was reaching its limit. Roar roar roar! The next second, Salamence let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain. Twisting its neck and body, it first crashed into the surrounding buildings, then wildly unleashed flamethrower, burning everything in the vicinity. Officer Jenny exclaimed in horror, what's going on? Gym leader Erdes, what's wrong with your Salamence? Erdes, in a moment of quick thinking, shouted. It's the side effect. The side effect of outrage from the previous battle has kicked in, and Salamence has entered a state of confusion. Erdes's explanation left Erika and Will stunned. They indeed knew that using the high-power dragon-type move Outrage would cause the Pokémon to become confused. But, you haven't used Outrage at all so far, have you? But there was no time to think further. The confused Salamence was already unleashing Flamethrower at the police force. Lapras. Hydro Pump. Seeing this, Erdes quickly called out a new Pokémon. The appearing Lapras opened its mouth and released Hydro Pump, trying its best to weaken the destructive power of Flamethrower. However, Salamence didn't recognize its own teammate and used Dragon Claw to attack Lapras. Let's go! The scene was chaotic. Su Sheng recalled Dai Dai, Lulu, and Bibi and shouted to Will and Erika. Erika was unwilling to leave without obtaining information about Aldous. But she also knew that now was the best chance to retreat. If they missed it, they might be sent to a league prison. Will patted his chest and said, "Phew, it's a good thing that Salamins became confused, otherwise, the three of us might have been done for." Confused? Was it really that simple? Su Sheng glanced at the rampaging Salamins thoughtfully. "Captain, Joker is running away." An officer from a Sajai police station pointed at the three of Su Sheng, who were leaving the battlefield. "Do we even have time to care about that right now?" Officer Jenny was also exasperated, but the most important thing now was to subdue the rampaging Salamins. "Your Salamins is in great pain." As Su Sheng passed by Erdes, he left a sentence behind. Erdes's face changed drastically, but he quickly regained his composure. "Manectric. Thunder Wave. Flygon. Dragon Pulse." Erdes ignored the departure of Su Sheng and his companions, sending out 2 more Pokémon. Cooperating with Lapras, they finally managed to temporarily restrict Salamenki's movements. And the sunglasses on his face were also partially broken, revealing the corner of his left eye. "Salamins, return." Taking advantage of this moment, Erdes quickly took out a Pokeball and recalled Salamins. The scene was already a mess. "Ha! Thank you, Gym Leader Erdes." The still shaken officer Jenny patted her chest and saluted Erdes. "It's nothing, it was my problem to begin with." Erdes clenched the Pokeball tightly. Through the sunglasses, one could see that Salamins, engulfed in dark energy, was still rampaging inside. "Mr. Erdes, you're too modest. It's all Joker's fault." Another officer chimed in, indignantly shouting. "Damn it, I thought he was a righteous thief who punished evil, but he's no different from those Team Rocket members from Kanto. They're all thorough villains." That's right, that's right." Vassal couldn't wait to interject, "Officers, you must make these little brats pay the price. Damn it, if I could offer these 3 kids to the boss, I could definitely be promoted again. Excuse me, I need to go and treat Salamins and Marowak first." Erdes didn't want to stay here any longer, quickly finding an excuse to leave. Returning to his room, Erdes opened the closet and threw all the clothes inside out. Hidden inside was an elevator. Erdes strode into the elevator, and after pressing the button, the elevator descended. When Erdes came out again, a young woman quickly greeted him. "Oh my, Erdes-sama was actually forced to use Dark Evolution. Joker-kun is getting stronger and stronger." The signature coquettish green tea voice belonged to none other than Eliana, the Shadow Triad's chief scientist, whom Su Sheng and Will had met once at Goldenrod Station a few months ago. "Quickly heal Salamins." Erdes was too lazy to deal with this woman, directly throwing Salamenki's Pokeball to her. At this moment, Su Sheng's parting words echoed in his ears. "Your Salamins is in great pain." About half a mile from a Sajai gym, a large number of citizens gathered in this area to watch the excitement. Completely unaware that 2 young boys and girls, with an average age of only 12, were walking in the opposite direction of the crowd. "What's wrong with that Salamins? Why did it suddenly go berserk?" Erica, who had already taken off her mask and changed into casual clothes, asked, closely following behind Su Sheng. Will patted his chest, still in shock. "Anyway, it's a good thing for us. If that stupid dragon hadn't gone crazy, we might not have been able to get out. It seems that the enhancement method has unimaginable side effects." Su Sheng muttered to himself. Then, he looked at a piece of broken glass in his hand. "A Sheng, what's this?" Erica and Will leaned in. "Su Sheng, a piece of Erdes's sunglasses." Chapter 65. The next day, reconstruction work began at the Asajai gym. Meanwhile, the Judo media had already begun to frantically report on news regarding the Joker trio. Goldenrod TV, clearly, the previous acts of chivalry were nothing more than a performance by Team Rocket to disguise their crimes. This public attack on gym leader Alpheus is enough to prove that Joker is no different from the Team Rocket members who commit crimes in Kanto. As Elite Four member Lance said, "Once a Team Rocket member, always a Team Rocket member. We hope everyone will not be deceived by the false and benevolent face disguised by criminals." Google searched Can. Saffron TV, the league has decided to intervene and block the accounts of netizens who claim to be Joker fans online, as this will have a negative impact on the online environment. Furthermore, given the uncontrollable power Joker demonstrated last night, the League has officially decided to raise Joker's wanted level from A to S. A Nova flying cloud daily. Obviously, Team Rocket's behavior is a serious provocation to the League. However, as everyone knows, the Johto region is the main activity area of the Shadow Triad organization. We hope the Indigo League can eradicate these two major organizations as soon as possible. Finally, welcome everyone to visit our Unova. Our Unova has simple folk customs and will never have criminal organizations like Team Rocket or the Shadow Triad. Goldenrod Gym Backyard. Whitney and Janine were together. Their Pokémon, Smeargle and Moltank, were playing around. This was in stark contrast to Whitney's worried expression. Whitney, do you think Joker is that kind of person? Well. There must be some misunderstanding. Whitney, whose introverted personality resembled Hinata Hyuga in the early Naruto series, suddenly shouted excitedly, startling Janine. Janine scratched the back of her head awkwardly. She knew that her best friend was a high-level member of the Joker fan club. And as a survivor of the Goldenrod train incident, she was being honest when she said that her impression of Joker was not bad. After all, he did save over 1,000 passengers. But as the granddaughter of the gym leader, she couldn't possibly speak up for a wanted criminal, right? I've decided. Just then, Whitney spoke again. Hi. I want to become a journalist, a news anchor. I want to investigate the truth myself and tell everyone the truth. Seeing her best friend's determined look, Janine blinked her eyes twice. Are you serious, girl? Around noon. At the Indigo League headquarters located in the Indigo Plateau. The Elite Four and the Champion were gathered together, which was a rare occurrence. This even included Alder, whose whereabouts were erratic. The counselors are very happy. Lorelei took a sip of red tea, crossing her black silk-stockinged legs and said. Joker's previous acts of chivalry had always put the League in a very passive position. Now that he's caused such a thing, it's ruined all the reputation he's built up before. Repeatedly capturing wanted criminals in public, plus the Goldenrod train incident where he saved 1,000 people. More and more people were giving Joker the title of chivalrous thief. At the same time, this also caused the League to be questioned. Because Joker always caught criminals one step ahead of the League and the police. More and more people were saying, is the League even competent? However, this incident allowed those high-level officials who disliked Joker to seize the opportunity. Ha, watch me blacken you to death. Humph. It's just dogs biting dogs, and they have quite a few tricks. Lance sneered. A thief is a thief, what chivalrous thief? How laughable. But why did Joker attack your brother? Does he have something Joker wants? The current Indigo League champion Agatha looked sideways at Alder. Even as colleagues, it was not easy for them to see this Elite Four member on a normal basis. Who knows? How can normal people guess the minds of criminals? Alder still had a deadpan expression, or rather, no expression. Is that so? Agatha looked at him a few more times, but didn't say anything more. Because someone she was more interested in had arrived. Champion Agatha, Elite Four members, Professor Oak has arrived. I used the Houndoom that Professor Birch from Hone sent me to try it out. Houndoom Pokémon don't have any special abilities to share vision. In the conference room, Professor Oak was lecturing the people in the room as if he were giving a lecture. It's just that the audience was more high profile. League President Damalanche, the Indigo Champion and Elite Four, as well as some gym leaders and senior league counselors. Next to Professor Oak, there was also a middle-aged man with a small beard, a big belly, and a very kind face. It was Professor Birch who came from Hone. And at their feet, 3 Houndoom were sleeping. 2 of these 3 Houndoom were raised in Professor Oak's backyard, and the other one was borrowed by Professor Birch from Flannery, one of the current Elite Four in the Hone League. By the way, he is the grandfather of Flannery, the future gym leader of Lavaridge Town. After learning from Officer Jenny of Asagi that Joker's 3 Houndoom could share vision, and even share all 5 senses, in last night's battle, Professor Oak was immediately shocked and immediately called his friends in the academic world, asking them to also get a Houndoom. See if they can do the same thing. However, things did not go as planned. However, the development of the situation was as disappointingly as expected. It's impossible to do such a thing at all. Obviously, Joker made special modifications to those 3 Houndoom. Agatha disdainfully turned her head to the side at Professor Oak's popular science lecture on the stage. To this day, she is still indignant that Professor Oak gave up the path of a trainer and switched to becoming a researcher. You betrayed the trainer class. Old Man Oak. Scene, could it be because the level, or the feelings between the Pokémon, are not enough? Damalanche raised a possibility. This, at least in terms of level, it's unlikely. Professor Oak thought for a while and then replied. The 2 he brought were fine, but the one Professor Birch brought was an Elite Four's Pokémon. There shouldn't be a problem with insufficient level. The people at the scene started talking. Only Giovanni secretly showed a look of joy. You've come up with new tricks again, Shang. As expected of you. Perhaps it's Pokémon modification. Alder said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Lance and Lorelei's expressions changed drastically. What they hated the most was this kind of thing. Calm down. Lance, Lorelei. Damalanche whispered, we can't say for sure yet. I don't think Team Rocket can master such technology. Giovanni smiled and looked at Alder a few more times. To be honest, he was also very curious. Why did Su Sheng attack this guy's brother? The League's report said that Joker had psychological problems and was retaliating against society. Giovanni said that was bullshit. That kid wouldn't do such a boring thing, these people definitely have problems. Chapter 66. 2 days have passed since the Asahi Gym incident. It was noon on this day and Sugo and his friends were having lunch at home. The TV in the living room was broadcasting the news. Goldenrod TV, Mr. Aldous, one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League, gave an interview, saying that Joker's behavior is a major provocation to the League and a contempt for the lives of citizens. Everyone in the Johto region knows that his younger brother, Eltz, is a kind gym leader, and Joker will pay the price for this act of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Itsuki curled his lip in disdain. Their whole family is the problem. Now they're the ones making false accusations. Hey! Sugo, aren't you angry? Itsuki asked Sugo. Even he, who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, could see that there was a big problem with the Eltz family. Could Sugo not see it? Yet now, the other family was occupying the moral high ground. It was infuriating just thinking about it. What's there to be angry about? Besides, when have we ever been the good guys? Sugo asked in quick succession, leaving Itsuki somewhat speechless. Sugo hadn't paid attention to the outside voices from the start. Well, whatever. Since you don't care, I won't be a Growlithe interfering with Aratata's business. Itsuki picked up the remote and changed the channel. Tabletop TV, in addition to Joker, we have learned that there are 2 accomplices by his side. These 2 juvenile suspects are estimated to be around 12 years old. It is hard to imagine that children so young would become criminals. This makes us very suspicious of the level of education in the Johto region. We hope that parents in all regions will pay attention to their children's education. Next, let us introduce the oldest Orange Academy in the history of the Pokémon world. Haha. The Paldea League still likes to cause trouble for headquarters as always. Hearing Tabletop TV, the mouthpiece of the Paldea region, say this, Itsuki couldn't help but gloat. The 2 regions that are most at odds with the Indigo League, which is the headquarters of the League, are Paldea and Galar. Mentioning this topic, Sugo couldn't help but smile slightly. During the 6 months or so that he had been causing trouble in the Johto region, whenever it made the news, the reports from the Galar and Paldea regions would more or less cause trouble for the Indigo League or make sarcastic remarks. The reason was simple. The chairmen of these 2 regions were ambitious and wanted to develop their own regions to replace the Indigo League as the boss. Chairman Tsubaki of the Paldea League, although young and a woman, attached great importance to talent cultivation. She ran to the Orange Academy every other day to see if there were any good seedlings. Once discovered, she immediately focused on cultivating them. And Chairman Rose of the Galar League was even more heavyweight. To avoid the possible resource shortage in Galar 1,000 years later, he directly released Eternatus. Of course, there was another reason. That was that he hoped Leon could subdue Eternatus, ascend to the throne of the strongest trainer, and lead Galar to become the strongest region. He was also a ruthless person. Speaking of which, Sugo, did you have your Houndour hold back from evolving because of that Joker record? Rika didn't care much about the infighting between the leagues. She glanced at the Pokémon who were also enjoying lunchtime at the table, suddenly remembered something, and asked Sugo. Sugo's 3 Houndoom were obviously at a higher level than hers. But their evolution time was a little later. Obviously, it was Sugo's intention. After thinking about it, Rika felt that only the Joker record was possible. That's right. Although the Joker record allows Dai and the others to share experience and achieve 3 times the growth rate, the tacit understanding between them still needs to be developed through training. This kind of tacit understanding is more suitable for Houndour, which is smaller, to practice. When their size increases, the difficulty of training also increases. Sugo continued to explain to the two. As for Dai, Lulu, and Bye, I hope they can exert the effect of 1+1+1/U003E3, just like the 6 paths of pain. I see, so you always have the 3 of them training together. Rika suddenly understood, then a question mark popped up on her head again. Wait, what is the 6 paths of pain? Sugo smiled without saying a word to this question. Looking back, the 2 months of special training. Sugo did not divide the 3 Houndour's training methods according to the differences in their combat styles. Instead, he mainly practiced cooperation. Speaking of which, this thing is like the EXP share in the game, but the effect is not so heaven-defying. Sugo suddenly thought of the cheat-like item in the game that had the same effect as rare candy, the EXP share. After equipping the Pokémon with it, they could get half of the experience. However, the Joker record created with reference to the bank record was not so heaven-defying. Because the experience that the Joker record can share is only experience, not the experience value in the game. Only combat experience can be shared. And in battle, experience is certainly important. But more important is one's own body. This can only be achieved through one's own training. While chatting, Sugo suddenly seemed to remember something, got up and took out a box of Pikachu chocolate biscuits from the cupboard, and 3 cans of Toros. He poured them into a Speon and the 3 Houndoom's food bowls respectively. Everyone has worked hard before, eat as much as you like. Woof woof. Dai, Lulu, and Bye howled excitedly twice. Because Sugo had checked the ingredients of the Toros cans before and found that there were too many additives in them. In the words of the previous life, they were all science and technology. For the sake of the Houndour's development, he rarely bought them to eat. Today was a splurge. And Pikachu chocolate biscuits had a special meaning for a Speon. Because this was the trophy she and Sugo won in their first battle together. Although the opponent they won against was an elementary school student, it was not worth showing off. But this snack was indeed very special to her. Noticing the stark contrast between the 3 Houndoom on the opposite side who were gobbling up their food, a Speon didn't eat after he poured the biscuits, which made Sugo a little puzzled. The next second, a scene that shocked Sugo, no, everyone in the house and all the Pokémon happened. I saw a Speon lightly raise her front paw and push her food bowl containing chocolate biscuits in front of the 3 Houndoom. Really? Itsuki looked incredulous. You know, these 2 groups had fought when they were eating not long ago, but now they have recognized each other. Rika smiled slightly with her hand on her cheek. Woo! Dai, Lulu, and Bye, who still had meat grains on their mouths, widened their eyes one by one. They wondered if they were dreaming. Eee. A Speon shook her head, the corners of her mouth raised on both sides. The meaning was self-evident. Woof woo. The 3 Houndoom on the opposite side also returned a smile, pushing their food bowls forward. Chapter 67. Ashen, are we not going to make a move on A? The warm lunch time ended, and it was time for the afternoon's cultivation session again. During the break, Liwa walked to Su Sheng's side and asked. They will definitely strengthen their guard during this period, and who knows how many cards that family is still hiding. Su Sheng looked sideways and said, "Don't worry, let's become stronger ourselves first. The second pillar took 8 years to avenge the weasel. You, Liwa and Gozi, haven't even been 3 months old, what's the rush?" I know." Liwa looked a little, but she also knew that Su Sheng was right. "But if you want to find that guy Aldous, I have a way." Yushu suddenly came up and joined the two's conversation. Although Liwa didn't think this idiot could have any good ideas, she still behind her head with the thought of treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor, and asked without expectation. "Oh? Then please tell me, Mr. Yushu." Yushu didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in Liwa's tone. After making two strange hee laughs, he said, "Although that guy doesn't know what shady things he's doing in secret, he is a genuine Quartz Alliance 4 Heavenly Kings on the surface. In that case, the Heavenly King challenge after the annual Quartz Conference, he will always show up, right?" As soon as these words came out, Liwa's eyes lit up. The Quartz Conference is held once a year. Trainers who have collected 8 badges in a year will gather at the Quartz Plateau to hold a regional conference. The winner will be qualified to challenge the Quartz Alliance 4 Heavenly Kings. If you defeat the original Heavenly King, you will become the new Heavenly King. If you defeat the 4 Heavenly Kings, you may even have the chance to challenge the champion and even become the new champion. As Yushu said, although that guy Aldis's whereabouts are usually secretive and uncertain, he has the superficial identity of 4 Heavenly Kings after all. He always has to come to the Heavenly King challenge, right? I didn't expect you, to come up with reliable advice. This may be the first time Liwa has praised Yushu since joining the group. Yushu rolled his eyes. He didn't know whether this bad woman was praising or him. He remembered something again and said, "However, the champions of the past 2 years have not been able to pass KNA, so Aldous has not shown his face in the Heavenly King challenge." That's right, although Aldous is one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, he has not shown his face in the Heavenly King challenge in recent years. Because the current strength ranking of the Quartz Alliance 4 Heavenly Kings is KNA/U003C Shiba/U003C Aldous/U003CA, refer to the game version. Therefore, challengers choose KNA as the first challenge target. Naturally, Aldous, who is ranked second, will not show up. Sure enough, it's more convenient to find a chance to dig out Aldous's clues, and then find him and kill him, right? Yushu suggested. If Liwa uses this method to find Aldous, then she has to challenge 8 gyms all the way, participate in the Quartz Conference, and then continuously defeat the 2 Heavenly Kings, KNA and Shiba. Finally, you can fight Aldous. In Yushu's opinion, this is too troublesome, it's simply deliberately taking a detour. In this regard, Liwa did not answer immediately, but looked at her Hellhound. "Hellhound, what do you think?" Mentioning the name of the enemy, Hellhounded twice in a low voice. "I can't understand it at all, Ashen, translate it." Yushu shrugged. "Don't compare me to Meowth." Su Sheng punched Yushu this lightly, then raised his hand and patted Hellhound's back. After using Changpan's power to perceive Hellhound's thoughts, Su Sheng said to Liwa. He asked, "If this is the case, can I kill my enemy in front of the whole world?" Liwa showed a bright smile. "You have the same idea as me, Hellhound. Secretly seeking revenge is not as being above board, right? I will not only kill you, but also in front of the whole world. Let you pay the price for your previous behavior." Su Sheng silently watched the excited Liwa and Hellhound. To be honest, he felt that the ideas of this person and dog were a bit childish. But Liwa is a child now, so it doesn't matter what she thinks. And this kind of revenge is really... The Quartz Conference this year is less than a month away, right? It's too late. Su Sheng remembered one thing and said. In less than a month, even if you run back and forth between 8 cities, I'm afraid it's too late. Not to mention that the number of challengers will only explode as the registration date approaches. And if you want to conduct a gym challenge, you will most likely have to queue up. I have 7 badges here, do you want to borrow them? Yushu reached into the inner pocket of his clothes and took out 7 shiny badges. Oh, I almost forgot, before following Su Sheng, Yishu was also fighting in the gym. The gym closest to Zanlin City should be Kaji Gym, right? Do you want to go there? Yishu asked. After following Su Sheng, Yishu has lost interest in the Quartz Conference. But he really wanted to see Liyue avenge Aldous. Killing a heavenly king in front of the whole world must be very interesting, right? Idiot, who has participated in the gym challenge and who has obtained the badge, the Alliance has records. Su Sheng said angrily. Do you think the Alliance is a fool? Every time the gym accepts a challenge, it will register the contestants' information and then transmit the information to the headquarters. When you go to register, the examiner will verify the information. Otherwise, who would fight in the gym? Isn't it more cost-effective to directly rob other people's badges? And Liyue, do you think you can beat Kana and Shiba with your current strength? Su Sheng asked Liyue the sole question again. He silenced the excited Liyue and Hellhound. That's true. If you secretly seek revenge on Aldous, then Su Sheng and Yishu can help you find Aldous's whereabouts. When the real fight comes, you still have to take action alone to end all these grievances. At that time, you must have enough power. Since the final result of both methods is that you will single out Aldous alone. But why not choose a method that you and Hellhound both like more? After leaving these words, Su Sheng continued to train Yu Bu, Dai Dai, Lulu, and Bibi. At the same time, he sat on a rock by the beach, holding the egg left by the Tanabata bluebird, and doing prenatal education. Look, everyone is working hard to welcome your birth. You will definitely grow up healthy, which is also what your mother hopes. Yishu for a long time and squeezed out such a comforting sentence, and also slipped away. Liyue and her Hellhound and Dark Crow stayed in place. 2 days later, Liyue made her choice. Ashen, I have decided that I will complete my revenge with Hellhound under the attention of the whole world. She figured out that even with the help of Su Sheng and Yishu, she would at most ask the two to help find Aldous. When it comes to the real action, she still has to take action alone to end all these grievances. At that time, she must have enough power. Since the final result of the two methods is that she will single out Aldous. But why not choose a method that makes her and Hellhound more like it? Chapter 68. Hearing Liyue's decision, both Su Sheng and Yishu turned their heads to stare at her. That's not an easy path, is it? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yishu was the first to speak. You need to register in advance to participate in the Quartz Conference, but right now. At this point, Yishu pointed to the blackboard they usually used to list plans before taking action. There were 3 wanted posters stuck on it. Right now, you're a wanted criminal. How are you going to participate in the conference? Yishu pointed to the wanted poster of Liyue wearing a mask and asked helplessly. That's easy to solve. Su Sheng immediately offered a solution. Do you know any Pokémon that can transform into humans? As soon as he said this, Yishu and Liyue shouted out the same name in unison. Ditto. That's right, when it comes to the most well-known Pokémon with transformation skills, Ditto is definitely the one. After all, it's the most famous egg-laying machine. It was also one of the Pokémon most desired by that group of LSP, lustful perverts, in Su Sheng's previous life. According to them, as long as they had Ditto, they could have any variety of women like Kyoko Tachibana, Akane Nanami, Hydrangea, etc., without repeating the same type every night, right? Ahem. Stop. Su Sheng said that people can't, or at least shouldn't, do that. Ditto is indeed a good choice. You can have it stick to Liyue's face and use its transformation ability to change her face into someone else's at any time, but... Liyue, you've already decided to specialize in dark-type Pokémon, right? Liyue nodded, then squatted down and placed her hands on either side of Helgar and Dark Crow. They are the Pokémon most discriminated against and treated unfairly by humans, just like me, so I want to walk this path with them. Su Sheng temporarily ignored Liyue's outbreak of sentimentalism and returned to the main topic. Then there's a Pokémon that also fits your aesthetic, it's called Zorua. Zorua? Hearing this name, the two were stunned again. It's no wonder, after all, the dark-type attribute was only discovered in recent months. And the Zorua family is a relatively rare Pokémon. Of course, Liyue and the others hadn't heard of it. It's a relatively rare Dark-type Pokémon with a characteristic called Illusion, which can. Su Sheng explained Zorua's characteristic ability to the two. If Ditto's ability is Transformation, allowing it to transform itself into other humans or Pokémon. Then Zorua's is Projection, which can make others see you as someone else. But it doesn't matter, as long as it can help Liyue achieve her goal of deceiving the League. As for the fake trainer qualification certificate, that's even easier to handle. Don't forget we still know a big shot. As soon as he said this, Yushu immediately made a connection. Mr. Sakeke, right. This time, Liyue was the only one confused. Sakeke, could it be that Sakeke, the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region? They even knew this person? After getting these two things sorted out, you can use a fake identity to challenge the gyms. Su Sheng laid out a revenge route for Liyue. As Liyue nodded, Su Sheng remembered something else. Oh right, don't go challenge Kajidai Gym. Ah! Liyue was stunned. Why? Yeah, why? Yushu was also a little confused. Speaking of which, he had already collected 7 badges, and now only Kajidai Gym was left. Su Sheng didn't explain much about this, because he couldn't explain it clearly. Wasn't it because of that cheating old man, Yubilai? If you go, you might get caught. In fact, according to Su Sheng's predicted timeline, Yushu and Liyue should have been caught by now. But perhaps the storm stirred up by his butterfly effect had allowed them to stay here. But even so, he still had to keep his distance from Yubilai. There was no way, that old man wasn't as easy to talk to as Sakeke. For the sake of 2 Lapras, he could turn the Johto region. No, he could even say he could turn the entire Quartz League upside down. He was truly half angel, half devil. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Sheng didn't want to deal with this kind of person. After a day of training, Su Sheng and the others returned to the beach hut. After dinner, Liyue washed the dishes, Yushu cleaned the room, and Su Sheng turned on the computer to check the Pokémon's data for the day, to see if he needed to change the training plan to better stimulate their potential. Before he had looked for long, Su Sheng discovered a problem. Moon EV's data for the past 2 days had hit a record low for the past month. What was going on? If it was just 1 or 2 items, it could be said that she wasn't in good condition. But if every item was like this, then something was wrong. Su Sheng didn't immediately call Moon EV over to ask. Instead, he observed for a few more days. Su Sheng also discovered that Moon EV's training direction these past few days had mainly focused on support-type moves. Originally, this wasn't strange. After all, Moon EV's innate advantage lay in her abnormal defense. And Su Sheng's Moon EV was even more so. Her main development route was also defense-oriented. But Su Sheng discovered that recently, Moon EV's main research direction wasn't on skills that strengthened herself, such as Curse and Meditate. It was more on skills that strengthened her teammates, such as Helping Hand and Baton Pass. Moreover, Su Sheng always felt that Moon EV's condition wasn't quite right. Xiaoyu, what's been going on lately? Late at night, after confirming that Yushu, Liyue and the other Pokémon, including Dai Dai, Lulu and Bibi, were asleep, Su Sheng brought Moon EV to the beach, and the two sat by the sea after a long time. Yi! Moon EV responded softly. Su Sheng placed his hand on top of Moon EV's head, understanding her thoughts. Moon EV said that she wanted to completely switch from a tank position to a support role. Just like Yulongdu's 2 Hakuryu, their position in the team was only as support, specializing in applying buffs. Did you have this idea after seeing Dai Dai and the others' performance? Su Sheng saw through Moon EV's little thoughts at a glance. Su Sheng knew very well that with Moon EV's self-esteem, it was impossible for her to willingly act as a supporting role in the team. But she also clearly felt that those 3 juniors had already caught up at rocket launch speed. Before long, they would definitely surpass her. Therefore, instead of waiting to be forced back to the second line by them in the future, it was better to transform in advance and obediently play support. This was also Moon EV's self-esteem at work. Moon EV, don't lie, follow your heart and tell me, are you really willing to play support? Su Sheng's eyes met Moon Eevee's directly, making Moon Eevee afraid to look at her master's eyes. Willing? How could she be willing? As the initial Pokémon saved by Su Sheng, Moon Eevee had decided to fight for him a long time ago. Although playing support was also fighting for Su Sheng. But how could Moon Eevee really be willing? She wants to fight. She wants to fight on the front line. She doesn't want to be a supporting character for the other Pokémon in the team. But, what can she do? Moon Eevee suddenly remembered Sakeka's words from more than half a year ago. That Moon Eevee, that's her limit. Chapter 69. Pokémon's psychological problems are a serious field of study. In the anime, Ash's Sceptile once couldn't use its skills for a while because of a broken heart. It was a rare but definitely unforgettable dark chapter in the history of the Hone champion. The current Umbreon is the same. If we don't help her overcome her mental hurdle, the gap will only widen. Eventually, it will reach a point where it can't be fixed. Finally, under Su Sheng's burning gaze, a determined look flashed in Umbreon's eyes as she shook her head. This was her true feeling. And the answer Su Sheng expected. Let's sleep first today, and your exclusive strengthening plan will start tomorrow. Su Sheng didn't waste words and promised on the spot that he would definitely help Umbreon break through its limits. The next day, breakfast time. Huh? Going to Alola. Kazuki was stunned when he heard the news from Su Sheng. What's going on? Are you going to relax after cultivating for too long? The Alola region has not yet become part of the Pokémon League, but it is indeed the most famous resort in the Pokémon world. The Hawaiian-style beaches and beach beauties are widely praised by tourists all over the world. There are also quite a few excellent scientists there, and the content of their research may help Umbreon break through its strength limit. Su Sheng glanced at Umbreon, who was still calm on the surface, but whose eyes still revealed uneasiness about the future from time to time. This looks just like the dog author when he first started writing a book, especially worried. Of course, he is still afraid now. Then let's all go together. Kazuki couldn't wait to say, Meli Beach on Meli Island in the Alola region is said to be the best beach in the world. It is said that there are many beauties in bikinis, hehe. Speaking of the latter, Kazuki couldn't help but let out two strange laughs. Rika gave him a look of disgust, the same look she gives to trash. Kazuki smacked his lips and quickly explained that he was just joking. But it still couldn't stop his image in the other party's heart from plummeting. Resort? Do we have time to be so leisurely? Rika lowered her hand and stroked the back of the Houndoom who was eating. Revenge is revenge, but life must go on as usual. Su Sheng reminded. Don't you want to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference and kill Aldous in front of the whole world? Then you need at least 6 Pokémon, right? It just so happens that the pleasant climate in Alola is suitable for any Pokémon to live in. Maybe you can find a suitable new partner there. At this moment, Su Sheng really felt a little tired. After doing psychological counseling for Pokémon, he also had to do it for people. If Rika's character isn't corrected, she might really become the Sasuke of the Pokémon world. Okay, I got it. If there is anyone Rika can listen to now, it is only Su Sheng. In Rika's impression, he has never been wrong in what he said. Seeing Rika agree, Su Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief. If this girl was too stubborn, he might even release Rika. After all, he is not like Ash, such a nice guy, who can tolerate an disobedient Charizard for nearly 100 episodes. If it were him, wouldn't it be better to release it and then catch a obedient Charmander to train? Azure Airport. Hey, is it okay? Sheng. When entering the hall, Kazuki suddenly remembered something, leaned close to Su Sheng, and whispered. It's okay for the two of us, but... Speaking, Kazuki pointed at Rika and whispered. Once Rika registers, won't the League immediately know where she is? Although the League's wanted list has photos of the 3 of them wearing masks. But unlike the situation with Su Sheng and Kazuki, the League must know that the true identity of the iron-masked marauder is Rika. It's just that maybe it's because Damalanchi was merciful, or because of Rika's father's connections. This matter has not been made public. But once Rika buys a plane ticket, the news will naturally be known to the League. Then wouldn't Susheng and Kazuki's identities also be exposed? It's okay, we were taking a private plane. Susheng didn't look at the ticket gate at all and strode into the boarding channel through the VIP entrance. Hi! Kazuki was stunned for a moment before following. 2 minutes later, he saw a small plane with Sakeka's head printed on the tarmac and slapped his forehead. Damn it, I forgot that Susheng also knows a big shot. Welcome 3 to Sakeka-sama's number 2 private plane. I am Yamato from Rocket, no, the pewter gym, responsible for receiving the 3 of you. After the 3 boarded the plane and sat down, a young orange-haired woman dressed as a flight attendant came up to them and introduced herself. This flight from Cerulean City, Johto to Meli Island, Alola will be served by me and my partner, Kosaburo. It's Kosaburo. Just after Yamato finished speaking, a man's roar came from the cockpit. Thank you for your hard work, please give this to Sakeka-san for me. Susheng threw something to Yamato casually. Yamato quickly caught it when she saw this. As an ordinary member, she is not very clear about the relationship between Susheng and Sakeka. But for this mission, Sakeka personally summoned them and asked them to take good care of them. This shows the status of these 3 brats in Sakeka's heart. And what Susheng gave Sakeka was the aptX 4869 he developed. That is, the de-aging agent. The reason for taking such a nickname is purely a little bad taste of Susheng himself. After sitting down, Susheng looked at Yamato again. Yamato and Kosaburo, this combination is also one of the Team Rocket members with a high frequency of appearances. However, although they have more funds than the comedy trio and are slightly better in strength, as long as the episodes they appear in, it seems that the plan has never succeeded. Maybe they succeeded in private, but the others were ruined by the comedy trio. However, what made Susheng even more incredible in his previous life was that these 2 resigned from Team Rocket in the end. It seems that one opened a coffee shop and the other opened a bakery. What a good boss! Susheng couldn't help laughing. Young Master Susheng, is there any order? Noticing the change in Susheng's expression, Yamato quickly came up. She has secretly decided to serve these 3 masters comfortably. In that case, it is not a dream to get a raise and become a coder and be promoted to branch minister after going back. It's nothing, do a good job, Sakeka-san is a good boss. Susheng is not really flattering Sakeka when he says this. Sakeka has done a lot of outrageous things, and Susheng never denies this. But in the second dimension where the Konoha elders in the Naruto world, the pink octopus in JoJo, and the 5 elders in the pirate world are full of scumbag bosses, Sakeka can definitely rank in the top 3 in the good boss ranking. As the leader of a criminal organization, his subordinates want to leave but he doesn't kill the donkey after it's done, but can resign at any time. It's really a great conscience. Moreover, it is said that Sakeka doesn't even do the coquettish operation of adjusting holidays. Chapter 70. Marinara Island, located in the northwest of the Alola region. The private plane carrying Susheng and his companions smoothly landed at Hau'oli Airport in Hau'oli City. It's really beautiful. Walking out of the airport terminal, she could see the distant azure sea and the light white sandy beach. Since joining the group, Rika, who had been on edge, couldn't help but be captivated. It's really beautiful. It is indeed a world-renowned resort paradise. Although Alola is one of the smaller regions, its pleasant climate makes it suitable for almost any Pokémon to grow, so you can even find rare Pokémon from other regions here. Susheng explained. Rika, see if you can find a Zorua here. If not, we'll find another opportunity to go to Unova. Okay. Rika nodded and then whispered a thank you in a voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. However, Susheng probably didn't even hear what she said clearly. What shall we do next? Now that we've finally come to Alola, should we first buy some Alola-style floral shirts and beach pants? Itsuki rubbed his hands together excitedly. Susheng didn't want to dampen his companion's enthusiasm, nodded, and they entered the city together. Before leaving, he bent down and touched Umbreon's head. Don't worry, Umbreon. Umbreon responded understandingly. She also knew very well that Susheng had traveled halfway around the Pokémon planet to come here for her sake. Soon, in a clothing store in Honorary City, Susheng and Itsuki changed into floral shirts and beach pants with Alola style, a standard tourist look, somewhat similar to Kojiro's look when he participated in the Manalo conference under the alias James. Rika's new clothes were not as flashy as theirs, just a change from a white dress to a suspender top, with a pair of white capri pants below. It must be said that this yellow suspender top, coupled with the imposing big dog beside her, Rika now has some of the bad woman temperament of a Dark-type Elite Four member in the future. Oh! Itsuki pinched his chin and sized Rika up. What are you doing? Rika asked unhappily. She instinctively felt that this little fatty couldn't say anything good. No, nothing. Itsuki suddenly realized, I just suddenly remembered that you're also a girl, Rika. Rika kicked Itsuki in the knee with a dark face. Rika, try this on. Susheng came over with a set of clothes at this time. Rika took a closer look and found that it was a black suspender dress. Under the background music of Itsuki wailing while clutching his knee, Rika stared at Susheng for a few seconds, took the clothes, and walked into the fitting room. That kind of feminine clothes is not suitable for this violent woman, right? Itsuki rubbed his knee and came over. Who told you to be so mouthy? The style of the set Rika had chosen herself earlier was actually very close to the set she wore when she was an Elite Four member of the Indigo League in the future. But how should I put it? Susheng felt that something was missing. Finally, Rika walked out of the fitting room. This time, Itsuki, who had just been chattering and scolding Rika for being a violent woman, was also stunned. Although Rika, who is the same age as Susheng, is only 12 years old this year, her already extremely delicate face, coupled with the increasingly unconventional temperament after running away from home, and the black suspender bodycon dress, show the charm of the bad woman a tribute to the fullest. Especially with the equally all-black dog and bird beside her. It is the finishing touch. If there is anything to say that there are shortcomings, I am afraid that the 12-year-old girl's face is still too young. Can't hold up the bad woman temperament of Makima. Don't keep looking at me. After being stared at by Susheng for a long time, Rika turned her head to the other side uncomfortably. Itsuki was dumbfounded. This guy is shy? Oh my god, even the wicked woman is shy? Isn't this very good? Wear this style from now on. Susheng praised. Recalling Makima's dressing style, Susheng wondered if he should put the template on Rika. The trio spent a rare little daily life. After enjoying the Alola region's specialty malasadas with their partner Pokémon, it was evening. Sitting in the malasada shop, looking at the picturesque sunset on Honorary Beach through the transparent window, Susheng took another sip of tree fruit juice and said, "It's quite late, let's find a place to stay and take care of business tomorrow. Whose turn is it to choose the hotel?" Itsuki said unclearly with sugar frosting from the malasada still on his mouth. "No, we won't stay in a hotel. During these few days in Alola, let's camp in the wild. After all, another main purpose of this operation is to help Rika find wild Zorua." As a Zorua family as rare as the Lucario family, Susheng felt that the possibility of finding it in the few days he stayed in Alola was really not high. Although it is common to encounter Pokémon from other regions in the pleasant Alola environment, this is not Unova after all. And even in Unova, it is not so easy to find. Do you think everyone is Ash, and mythical beasts are rushing to you as if they don't cost money? But in any case, the possibility of encountering them in the wild is much greater than in the city. 2 hours later, the forest on the outskirts of Honorary City. Oh! This place is really good. It's simply a natural perfect campsite. Looking at the small cave in front of him covered by vegetation and with a towering tree at the top, Itsuki was pleasantly surprised. Good job, Dai, Lulu, Bibi. Susheng bent down and rubbed Dai's head first. They discovered this place. Seeing this, Lulu and Bibi came up a little unhappy, and kept arching against Susheng's arm. Okay, all of you are great. Susheng stroked each of them. After that, the three began to tidy up their secret base in Alola. Susheng sorted out those scientific research tools, Itsuki was responsible for daily necessities, and Rika was responsible for the Pokémon area. Itsuki, who finished first, directly lay on the futon spread on the ground, and said weakly, "Phew, I'm exhausted." Itsuki, who was rolling around, suddenly found that Susheng was checking a Pokémon egg on a medical device. That is, the Swablu egg that was obtained from that newbie Bishus in the bewildering forest a few months ago. That egg is... Rika, who joined the team one step later than Itsuki, was also stunned while combing the fur of her Houndoom, Murkrow, and Susheng's Umbreon, Dai, Lulu, and Bibi in turn. She didn't know how the egg came from. SHH. This time Itsuki was rarely tough, raised his index finger and placed it in front of his lips, signaling Rika to keep her voice down. Looking at Susheng's expression, the situation of that egg must not be optimistic. That's right, after all, its mother's appearance was already horrible, and in the end, Susheng took out the egg in the form of a cesarean section when she was on the verge of death. If possible, I still hope that it can see this world in place of its mother. Itsuki, who always feared that the world would not be in chaos, rarely showed a sad look at this moment. The picture is Rika from the fan-made manga Festival of the Kings. I feel that this outfit is more beautiful, so I used it. In fact, the original first female lead of this book was Sister Bike. The setting was that the male protagonist, as the deputy leader of Team Rocket, and Sister Bike, as the champion of Sinnoh, fell in love and killed each other, but that opening was champion level, invincible too fast, and I was afraid it would collapse, so I changed it. Some readers say that this is just a cool novel. Yes, Xiao Mei writes cool novels. I have been writing for 10 years. I even started writing books because I was socially phobic and targeted. Reality is too bitter. In the book, I want to be the protagonist. I hope that I can write books that are cool for me to write and enjoyable for everyone to read here. After all, life is so bitter, let's watch something cool together. The female lead issue has been confirmed to be Rika, and the characters have also been updated. I am still organizing the outline. However, characters such as Lucamine and Cynthia have already appeared in the manuscript and will be released when it is put on the shelves. Chapter 71. The next morning. Liwa's cooking is as terrible as ever. I'm going to capture a new Pokémon too. I've decided on Gardevoir. During breakfast, the baby fat on Yishu's face jiggled as he chewed, complaining about Liwa's cooking. Seeing that Susheng was in a bad mood, Liwa had gotten up early to make breakfast. But judging by the current situation, if Susheng and the Pokémon weren't here, Liwa would have turned Yishu into breakfast. Sheng, you haven't told us what you plan to do yet. Liwa silently noted Yishu's behavior, then changed the subject. She'd deal with this little fatty later. Yishu stopped chewing and turned to look at Susheng with curiosity. Although he knew Susheng came to Alola to help Moonlight EV break through its bottleneck. But what exactly was he going to do? We're going to Ether Paradise. Ether Paradise? Hearing this, both Yishu and Liwa were stunned. That was a large artificial island located in the center of the 4 Alola Islands. Many even called it the 5th island of the Alola region. It was the headquarters of the Ether Foundation. Ether Foundation? I remember it's an organization dedicated to protecting Pokémon, right? Yishu thought for a moment and said. They seem to rescue wild Pokémon that have been abandoned by their groups and can't live on their own. They also adopt Pokémon abandoned by trainers. It's a charitable organization. More than that. Liwa interjected. They also seem to have conducted in-depth research on Ultra Beasts. Ultra Beasts? What's that? Yishu was completely puzzled. Liwa rolled her eyes. Read more books when you have time. Saying that, Liwa threw a book she had bought at the bookstore yesterday to Yishu. Ultra Beasts were strange Pokémon that had been appearing out of nowhere in various parts of Alola in recent years. Not only in Alola, but throughout the entire Pokémon continent, they were unheard of in the past. They often possessed considerable power. Almost every time they appeared, only the island kahunas or even the 4 guardian deities of the islands could suppress them. Alola has always wanted to become a member of the Pokémon League, and the local Pokémon Professor Kukui has been working hard to promote it, but the Indigo League has been hesitant to agree. Su Sheng said, one reason is that Alola itself lacks strength, and the other is that the secret of the Ultra Beasts has not yet been revealed. The headquarters believes that there is a risk in allowing a region with uncertain security to join the League. But what does the Ether Foundation's research on Ultra Beasts have to do with helping Moonlight EV break through its bottleneck? Yushu, who had a preliminary understanding of what Ultra Beasts were, raised a new question. Su Sheng got up to clear the table, and Yushu and Luo followed closely behind. As the three cleaned up and prepared to leave, Su Sheng explained. Ultra Beasts are a very special kind of Pokémon. One of their special characteristics is that it's difficult to judge their attributes by their appearance. For example, do you know the Pokémon Sudowoodo? Hearing this, Luo didn't hesitate to say. Its Bonesli's evolved form looks like a grass type, but is actually a rock-type Pokémon, right? That's right. Ultra Beasts also have this characteristic. Through their appearance, you often can't judge their true attributes. Speaking of this, Su Sheng remembered Nihilego again. Who would have thought that the jellyfish was rock/poison at first glance? So, in order to deal with Ultra Beasts, the Ether Foundation began trying to artificially create a Pokémon with all attributes. Yushu and Luo were both shocked upon hearing this. Their hands trembled, and the plate fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yushu's Nato was quick-witted and used Psychic to catch the plate before it hit the ground. A Pokémon with all attributes? How is this possible? Yushu ignored the plate that almost fell and shouted in disbelief. Although Luo wasn't as loud as Yushu, the shock on her face was no less than his. Although in the real world, Pokémon-type matchups aren't as exaggerated as in the games, and there are many ways to compensate for the disadvantages between types, but, a Pokémon with all types? Wouldn't that be invincible? To be precise, it's not having all attributes, but being able to switch between any attribute. That's right, Su Sheng was talking about the artificial Pokémon Silvally. It can switch attributes by changing the memory. Unlike in the game where you have to fight to the death once you use a memory. In this real world, you can switch the memory at any time. Gladion has done this before. Switching attributes. Wait. A Sheng, are you thinking of? Luo had already guessed what Su Sheng wanted to do. That's right, strictly speaking, isn't Eevee the type of Pokémon that has multiple attributes? Currently, there are 5 types of Eevee evolutions that have appeared in Professor Oak's lectures: Fire, Water, Thunder, Sun, and Moon. In the future, who knows if there will be other types? It's just that after Eevee evolves, its attribute is completely fixed. But if it can switch, Luo couldn't imagine how strong that would be. That would be Arceus CV. Su Sheng smiled. That's right, isn't this the EV version of Arceus? Abbreviated as Arceus CV. Su Sheng's reference template was Arceus, not Silvally. Although in this real world, Silvally can switch memories at any time. But that also requires the owner's help. When experts fight, victory or defeat can often be determined in a second. Where is there time for you to leisurely change memories? But Arceus is different, I can change it myself. Moreover, Arceus has a powerful feature for switching attributes, that is, once I switch attributes, that attribute is completely ineffective against me. This is just the ability of a clone, who knows if the main body has any ultimate moves left. However, although Silvally's method of switching attributes is more cumbersome, Su Sheng still has to refer to Silvally's development data to modify Moonlight EV's genes. I have to say, geniuses exist in every world. Although Su Sheng learned everything from Vegapunk. But he hasn't claimed to be invincible. For example, the person who can develop the Silvally AR system is definitely a genius. There are still many things to learn. Su Sheng said with emotion as he wiped his hands after washing the dishes. Leave one to guard the base, let's go. Su Sheng turned to the two and said. Leaving one to guard the base is not only to prevent wild Pokémon from invading, but also to protect the Pokémon eggs soaked in the nutrient solution. Yushu and Luo exchanged glances. Finally, Yushu left his Nata to guard the base. The trio came to Howley City Harbor, bought 3 tickets to Ether Paradise. and advanced towards the pure white island in the center of the Alola Sea. Chapter 72. Alola's area is really not that big. In just over an hour, the three of them arrived by boat at the fifth island of the Alola region, Ether Paradise. The Ether Foundation has areas open to ordinary tourists, the most famous of which is the Pokémon Conservation Area. It's used to house wild Pokémon that can't survive on their own in the wild or Pokémon abandoned by humans. But the person Susheng is looking for this time is not here. Hello, I'd like to see Chairwoman Lucamine. Susheng walked straight to the front desk and said to the receptionist. Seeing a child who looked about 12 years old asking to see the highest person in charge of the Ether Foundation, the receptionist couldn't help but smile. But she still asked in an official tone. Oh, sure, do you have an appointment? No. Hearing these two words, the receptionist shrugged regretfully, then I'm sorry, little brother, the chairwoman can't see you without an appointment. Damn. So, the plots in those fanfics where you can easily meet the league champion or Elite Four are really nonsense. Can I make an appointment now? Susheng changed his words and asked. The receptionist blinked and asked, trying hard not to laugh. Then, little brother, what do you want to do when you make an appointment to see the chairwoman? I heard that the chairwoman is very interested in Ultra Beasts and would like to discuss academic issues. Susheng told the truth. Pfft. This time, the receptionist couldn't help but laugh out loud, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was a little bit unable to hold back. Little brother, if you want to play games, I can send you to our Lost Children's Center, there are many children there. Susheng expressed that he was speechless, and they didn't believe him when he told the truth. But in the end, this body couldn't bear the capacity of Dr. Susheng. By the way, why can Shinichi Kudo, as an elementary school student, have unimpeded access to crime scenes? It's more troublesome than I thought, I can't even see anyone. Rika complained softly from behind. Sheng, how about using the old method? Itsuki leaned close to Susheng's ear and suggested quietly. The old method he was talking about was naturally sneaking in after disguising themselves. Just like the three of them sneaked into the Asatsuki gym before. No, if we can use a fair and square method, try not to use underhanded tricks. Although Susheng didn't like Konan Edogawa, there was one thing he agreed with. That is, as long as you do something, no matter how secretly you do it, you will definitely leave clues. So, as long as it's not something shady, Susheng prefers to use the identity of Susheng rather than Joker. Then what should we do? We can't see them, and we can't get the information. Rika frowned. Wait a few days, Lucamine isn't like a Diglett hiding underground all day, when she shows up, we'll go find her. Susheng had studied Lucamine's related reports before coming. Although Alola has not yet joined the league, this extraordinary woman who has developed the Ether Foundation into the leading enterprise in the Alola region has been called by the locals as the person most likely to serve as the Alola League champion in the future. And Lucamine herself often shows her face in the media to accept interviews, expressing her love for Pokémon to the public and promoting her set of ideas of hoping to love Pokémon like a mother. This has captured the support of a large number of local Alola residents. Therefore, seeing her shouldn't be difficult. If it takes too long, let's use Itsuki's method. After leaving the last sentence, Susheng left Ether Paradise with the two of them. After all, his patience has a limit. Or we can use Uncle Sakeka's connections. On the boat back to Meli Meli Island, Itsuki thought of another way. As long as we tell others that you are Uncle Sakeka's nephew, and then have Uncle make a phone call, we can enter Riri's villa. Didn't we use this trick? Hey! Noticing the change in Rika's attitude when she heard the name Riri, Susheng's tone became a little heavier. Itsuki also immediately realized that he had misspoke, coughed twice, and moved his butt away, further away from Rika. It's best to use Uncle Sakeka's connections as little as possible. The main reason is that Sakeka's identity as Team Rocket's boss will be exposed sooner or later. If he gets too close to the other party, it will definitely be traced back to him. The Pokémon world is not like the pirate world, where being wanted is not a shame but an honor. No matter if you are wanted for hundreds of millions or billions, it doesn't prevent you from swaggering on the street. That world is completely rotten. In the Pokémon world, once you are wanted, especially if your real face is wanted, it is very troublesome. Although there are ways to disguise, such as Ditto and Zoroark. But if you can use your own face, why hide it? Huff. I'm starving, let's not eat what Rika makes for lunch, let's go to that Malasada's shop from yesterday, and bring some back for Nata to eat. Back on Melimeli Island, Itsuki started chattering again as soon as he got off the boat. Rika had a dark face, she would tear this bastard's mouth apart sooner or later. Let's take out everything and eat it when we get back, I have an invention that is almost finished. Su Sheng decided. Itsuki made an okay gesture and quickly got into the Malasada's shop. That guy is just a chatterbox, he doesn't have any malice. Su Sheng smiled. You're so kind. Rika said unhappily. You haven't seen a really annoying guy, the most regrettable thing for me is that I didn't kill them all. Su Sheng shrugged. Someone who can make you hate so much must be a very bad guy, right? Rika couldn't help but become interested. Even Espion and Mimikyu beside her secretly pricked up their ears. Gossip time. It's not a question of whether they're bad or not, they're just the kind of, heaven-defying, how should I describe it? Recalling the behavior of those people in his previous life, Su Sheng showed a long-lost disgusted expression. I really want to meet them if I have the chance. Seeing this disgusted expression on Su Sheng's face for the first time, Rika became more and more interested. Don't, their whole family has problems, being with them can easily lower your IQ. Su Sheng rolled his eyes. Yamato is a typical case, just like being possessed by a hero. Guys, I'm back. What are you talking about? Itsuki came back with a bag full of malasadas. None of your business. Rika immediately turned her face away and left quickly. What's wrong with her again? Itsuki expressed that this woman was obviously targeting him. None of the people under him are easy to deal with. Su Sheng expressed that Akainu, is this the price you paid for being a marshal? Whoosh. When Su Sheng and the others were about to arrive at the base, suddenly, they heard the scraping sound of wind pressure rubbing against the air. Itsuki's expression changed drastically immediately. That was the sound of his Natu using air cutter. The three of them quickened their pace and quickly rushed to the front of the cave in half a minute. They saw a native flying in the air, flapping its wings at high speed and slashing out air blades. That's my Natu. Itsuki's expression was both surprised and delighted. It evolved? And Su Sheng and Rika focused their attention on the ground. Dong-o! Dong-o! On the ground, a Pokémon was moving quickly, dodging the attacks of Itsuki's Natu, which had evolved into a Zatu. That is... Stufful? Stufful ran in an S-shape on the ground, almost brushing past Nata's air cutter every time, avoiding the attack at the smallest angle. So fast! Is that Pokémon so fast? Rika exclaimed. The mist air cutter cut off a big tree next to it, and it fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, Stufful stretched out its two small hands and unexpectedly lifted up the tree trunk, which was more than 10 times its size. Now, not to mention Rika and Itsuki, even Su Sheng was taken aback. What great strength! At this time, Su Sheng thought of an adjective: a muscular Barbie. Chapter 73. The Beware, swinging a tree trunk more than 10 times its own size, smashed the large stick towards the Natu in midair. Natu hurriedly flapped its wings to retreat. Although it was a flying type, its agility wasn't particularly outstanding. The huge tree trunk almost grazed its beak, nearly disfiguring it. Although I don't know why we're fighting, I'll let you be my Natu's opponent for its first battle after evolution. Itsuki shouted with a bit of excitement. Natu, psychic! Natu, who had almost been hit by the stick, heard its trainer's command. It spread its wings wide like hands, high above. Purple-pink energy rapidly condensed into countless light particles, shooting out like a purple version of Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama. Don-o. However, Beware was still showing off its skills. After swinging the tree trunk around, Beware stood on its two hind legs and used the trunk for a pole vault. Unable to jump well, it used this move to leap 7 or 8 meters into the air, almost level with Natu. Bang! 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 The light particles fired by Psychic continuously struck the ground and the tree trunk perpendicular to the ground. But they just couldn't hit Beware. Seeing that the tree trunk was about to be pulverized, "Don-o!" Beware shouted loudly. Its hands, or rather its front paws, grabbed the upper end of the tree trunk again. Swinging the big stick with immense force, it actually created a tearing sound in the air. Bang! Nata took a direct hit on the top of its head. A staff stance, huh? Su Sheng was both amazed and amused. This Beware is so strong. My Natu! Watching the Nata crash to the ground in a sorry state, Itsuki was also dumbfounded. His beloved Nata's debut battle after evolution was suppressed to this extent? Don-o! At this moment, the Beware on the opposite side had already landed. The tree trunk in its hand had already been continuously struck by Psychic, and it had just hit Nata with it. When Beware landed, it had already turned into useless fragments. But now, golden lightning erupted from Beware's right front paw. It was Thunder Punch. "BB!" Su Sheng suddenly spoke. A ghostly black shadow shot out from the poke ball on Su Sheng's waist. It landed in front of Beware like a divine descent. Woof, woof. BB slightly arched its back, crouching down, adopting the ready-to-attack posture of a carnivore, and a low growl symbolizing a warning came from its throat. Beware's movements froze. After hesitating for a moment, it stopped in its tracks. Phew! Itsuki behind him breathed a sigh of relief and quickly rushed up to help Natu up. Su Sheng also walked up at this time, touched BB's head to show encouragement, squatted down 2 or 3 meters away, and said to Beware. "Excuse me, can you tell me why you and Itsuki's Nata started fighting?" Su Sheng tried his best to release his goodwill, hoping that this seemingly irritable Beware would stop. If not, feeling the eagerness coming from the other 2 poke balls on his belt, Su Sheng indicated that he could only solve it in the most primitive way. Whether it was accurately feeling the goodwill from Su Sheng or out of biological instinct, feeling that this big black dog was not as easy to bully as that stupid bird just now. Beware finally retracted the lightning from its right front paw and kept shouting, "Don-o, Don-o! Haha, I can't understand you like this, sorry, can I touch you?" Although Pokémon and humans can have simple communication, complex content is still impossible. At this time, the importance of Meowth in the Team Rocket trio is reflected. But fortunately, Su Sheng also has his own way. "Don-o!" Beware tilted its head. Looking at Su Sheng's hand slowly reaching towards it. At the moment when Su Sheng's fingertip touched Beware's forehead, Beware shuddered uncomfortably, but eventually allowed the human's hand to rest on its head. "A Sheng, what exactly is going on?" Liwa also walked up at this time. She and Itsuki knew something about Su Sheng's special ability. To perceive the thoughts of Pokémon, physical contact is required. Before long, Su Sheng took his hand off Beware's head. This child said that this cave was chosen by her as her nest yesterday morning, and then she went to collect tree fruits to move back, but when she came back, she found a bird guarding it. Su Sheng didn't say the rest, but Liwa and Itsuki already understood what was going on. Territory dispute. This is also one of the main reasons for wild Pokémon fights. But it shouldn't be such a fierce fight, right? Itsuki took out a super potion spray and kept spraying it on Nata's head, while whispering complaints. "Pack things up, let's go." Su Sheng stood up straight and said to the 2 of them. According to Beware's statement, she felt that this tree hole should be her nest yesterday morning. And the 3 of them came in the afternoon. According to the principle of first come, first served, this place should indeed belong to Beware. Liwa and Itsuki hesitated to speak. They had worked so hard to clean up the place yesterday, but they were actually going to move for a wild Pokémon? But seeing that Su Sheng had made a decision, the 2 of them didn't say much after all, walked into the tree hole and started packing. Beware was also extremely surprised. These humans are so easy to talk to. But no matter what, this place will be hers from now on. Beware walked behind Su Sheng with a swagger, preparing to watch them leave. Don-o. Soon, Beware's attention was attracted by Su Sheng. Or rather, attracted by Su Sheng's actions. He saw the easygoing human take a Pokémon egg out of an oxygen tank. Beware's eyes lit up immediately, and it approached Susheng a few steps, shouting, "Don-o, Don-o non-stop." Susheng lowered his eyes and looked at Beware, who was looking at him with a curious face. He bent down again and pressed his hand on its forehead. After learning about Beware's question, Susheng replied, "This child is very weak. If you just use ordinary methods, it will not be able to hatch normally, so it needs to be soaked in nutrient solution to deliver nutrients." Saying that, Susheng weighed the Pokémon egg in his other hand. This oxygen tank is a bit like the healing tank that Kakarot used to heal on Namek. Susheng soaked the egg left by Altaria in it, also to deliver nutrients to the Swablu inside. Because it was dissected in advance, it cannot be successfully hatched without external means. Don-o. Beware tilted its head again, expressing incomprehension. This time, there was no need to use the power of the evergreen to read minds. Just from her big eyes, Susheng could guess what she wanted to ask. "Are you curious about the origin of this child? Well, if you don't mind, let's sit down and chat while eating." After thinking about it, Susheng took out the malasadas that Itsuki had bought in Howoli City, greeted Liwa and Itsuki to eat lunch first, and took one and handed it to Beware. "Come on, don't be polite." Chapter 74. Li Hua was actually quite interested in the origin of The Spirit Egg. Previously, she only knew that Susheng had obtained it from a Pokémon poacher, but she hadn't heard Susheng talk about the specifics. Ying ying ying. After Susheng and Itsuki finished recounting what happened in the bewildering forest, someone suddenly transformed into a Ying Ying monster. Itsuki subconsciously looked towards Li Hua, who glared back at him, displeased. "What are you looking at? How could I possibly make that kind of sound?" However, Li Hua's mood was indeed not very good. Although she knew that beneath the seemingly beautiful surface of this world, there were many shocking darknesses. Hearing it firsthand still left a bad taste in her mouth. Susheng glanced under the table. He discovered that the one who had turned into an Ying Ying monster was none other than Beware. At this moment, the diamond Barbie looked like Anya, her eyes turned into fried eggs. Little pearls, tears, streamed down. Dong-o dong-o. While Beware was shedding little pearls, it directly pounced towards the spirit egg placed on the table. "Ying ying ying, this child's life is too hard, come. Let big sister give you a hug." Seeing Beware, who seemed like a future Ash Ketchum hugging his Dragonite, Susheng, with quick eyes and hands, lifted the spirit egg in advance. Beware, missing its target, pressed its two front paws on the table. Crack bang! Instantly, the wooden dining table was smashed to pieces by Beware's hug. Dong-o! Beware looked at Susheng with a puzzled and somewhat resentful gaze. As if saying, "Why won't you let me hug it?" Susheng helplessly pointed at the wood chips scattered on the ground. "If I let you hug it, would this child even survive?" Looking at the wood chips scattered all over the floor, and also in the Pokémon food of Susheng, Li Hua and Itsuki's Pokémon. Neither Li Hua's hot-tempered Houndoom nor Itsuki's Natu, who had just lost to Beware, got angry. Instead, they looked at the little one in disbelief. Where did this muscle girl come from?" Ying ying. Beware once again transformed into an Ying Ying monster, as if saying, "You're bullying me, not even letting me hug it. You should learn how to control your strength first, assuming we even have a chance to meet again." Susheng gently patted Beware's head, then said to his two companions. "We're full, let's clean up and leave." Dong-o dong-o dong-o. However, before Li Hua and Itsuki could move, they saw Beware, who had been looking aggrieved just now, suddenly cry out excitedly. "What's wrong with this muscle bear again?" Itsuki asked curiously. Susheng had no choice but to reach out and touch Beware's head again. 10 seconds later, Susheng turned to the two and said. "Beware said it hopes we can continue to live here, provided that it takes care of Swablu." Hi! Li Hua and Itsuki, hearing this kind of request for the first time, were stunned. 2 seconds later, Itsuki chuckled and said. "What can it do? It's not even certain if that Swablu can hatch successfully. Successfully hatching can only rely on a Sheng's technology, or is it saying that after the child is born, this muscle bear can help take care of it?" Letting it hug the child might accidentally crush Swablu to death. Dong-o! Beware's face darkened, it took a few steps forward, and punched Itsuki's slightly bulging stomach. Oof! Itsuki immediately vomited out the lunch he had just eaten. Li Hua and the other Pokémon silently stood further away. How disgusting! Dong-o! Dong-o! After giving Itsuki a punch, Beware ran to Su Sheng and gesticulated constantly. Without needing to sense it, Su Sheng could guess what it wanted to say. After a brief thought, Su Sheng decided. How about this, you first cultivate with Umbreon and the others, if you can learn to control your strength well, I'll let you hug it, okay? Dong-o! Beware nodded excitedly. Just so happy for such a small thing. Pokémon are truly a very simple creature. But this Beware has an unexpectedly strong maternal instinct, it seems like I've seen it somewhere. In the afternoon, the new day's training routine began again. But Beware's training method, who had just joined the team, seemed out of place with the other members. Umbreon, Houndoom, and Natu, as in the past, put on training vests equipped with recorders and wore oxygen masks. But they weren't eager to train as usual, instead, they tilted their heads towards Su Sheng and Beware on the other side of the training ground. Beware, try kicking this soccer ball. Su Sheng took out a soccer ball he had just bought from Howli City and threw it towards Beware. Dong-o! Facing the slowly flying soccer ball, Beware gently jumped up, then performed a spinning hook kick. Bang! Li Hua, Itsuki, and the Pokémon preparing to train heard a loud noise. Smash! 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 Immediately afterward, there were several consecutive crashing sounds. Looking up, they found that they didn't know how many large trees had been snapped in half, collapsing one after another like dominoes. Woo woo woo! It wasn't over yet, the next second, the wails of a Pokémon came from afar. Li Hua frowned slightly, took a few steps forward in the direction of the sound, and found that the one wailing was a Pharaohst. And next to it, there was a deflated soccer ball. The next second, the Pharaohst, which had wailed, directly fainted. My god! Li Hua simply couldn't believe her eyes. Anyone who has fought against a steel-type Pokémon once will not forget how strong their defense is. Yet with just this one kick, it actually... Itsuki, go put some potion on that Pharaohst. After a brief silence, Su Sheng handed a bottle of potion spray to Itsuki. Su Sheng then turned to look at Beware, who looked innocent, as if asking did I do something wrong, and took out another soccer ball. That's not how you kick it, it's like this. Su Sheng threw the ball up again, but this time he didn't throw it to Beware, but instead juggled it himself. Well, his level isn't very good, but it's enough to give Beware a demonstration. After juggling it 4 or 5 times, Su Sheng stopped and said. Use this method to learn to control your strength, understand? Learning to control strength is very important, not just to prevent accidentally killing the opponent. It's also to increase accuracy. After all, as everyone knows, the greater the strength, the clumsier and less precise it tends to be, unless you're the invincible Star Platinum. Dong-o! Beware nodded to show it understood. Okay, try again. Su Sheng threw the new soccer ball to Beware. Oh! This time, Beware opened its front paws and gently patted it like playing volleyball. Shoo! In the distance, Itsuki, who was applying medicine to that Pharaohst, only felt a gust of wind brush past his cheek, making his face sting. Thud! The next second, he saw a soccer ball embedded in the mountain wall on the right, spiderweb-like cracks constantly spreading around. Are you trying to kill me? Itsuki's roar came from afar. Su Sheng rubbed his temples, pretending not to hear, it can only be done slowly. Chapter 75. In less than a week, everyone, from Umbreon, who had been with Su Sheng the longest, to Dai Dai, Lulu and Bai Bai, who had mastered sensory sharing and gradually become the main force of the team, were shocked by Stufful's terrifying talent. This guy not only had natural brute strength, but also such amazing learning talent. In just 1 week, Stufful's ball juggling skills had evolved from the level of the national football team to the level of a world champion. Well, but if he joined the national football team, he could probably play as a substitute. Today, Su Sheng replaced the soccer ball with a water polo. No, to be precise, it was a foam ball made by a certain Slowbro's bubble beam. It was softer and more fragile than a soccer ball. This was also so that Stufful could better control its power. Su Sheng's reference for this move was the pervy sage, who used a similar trick when he taught Naruto the Raise Non. And the talent shown by Stufful was no less than that of Naruto. Su Sheng couldn't quite remember how long it took Naruto to learn the Raise Non. Anyway, Stufful only took 10 days to skillfully control its innate terrifying brute strength. It's improving too fast, isn't it? During training, Itsuki noticed Stufful playing with the water polo like a basketball alone in the corner, almost making it look fancy, and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. I can only say there's always someone better. Rika's shock was no less than Itsuki's. She had great confidence in her Pokémon, but even ignoring Stufful's innate brute strength. In terms of learning ability alone, she and her Pokémon were far behind. Speaking of which, the way it plays with the ball is a bit strange. Itsuki noticed a problem. That is, compared to its feet, Stufful preferred to use its shoulders to bump the ball. Iron shoulder tackle? Today's training is over, everyone has worked hard. Su Sheng clapped his hands and shouted. He also couldn't help but glance at Stufful a few more times. This iron shoulder tackle always reminded him of an old friend. Don't know. Stufful was the first to run up, showing Su Sheng the intact water polo in its palm. Its expectant expression was like that of an elementary school student holding a perfect score test paper and asking for praise. Su Sheng smiled when he saw this. Okay, I'll let you hold Swablu's egg today. Don't know. Stufful jumped up and down excitedly. To be honest, Su Sheng wanted Stufful to practice for a while longer, but seeing how expectant it was, he really couldn't bear to refuse. Watch it later. Su Sheng said to Itsuki's group of psychic-type Pokémon. Natu, Executor, and Slowbro nodded. Soon, inside the base. Surrounded by Itsuki's group of psychic-type Pokémon, Su Sheng handed the Swablu egg to Stufful. A faint layer of light purple halo was attached to the surface of the egg. It was the psychic power released by Natu and the others. Through this layer of psychic power, once Stufful used too much force, they could feel it immediately and transfer it out. Oh! Finally holding the egg, Stufful showed a blissful and satisfied smile, drool even flowing out. Is there a need to be so happy? Itsuki said he couldn't understand. It's like women don't understand why men don't cry when watching Titanic. People just like children, it's maternal instinct. Rika curled her lips. Speaking as if you have it. Itsuki muttered in a low voice. Anyway, he couldn't imagine Rika being a mother. Rika's temper flared up again. If it weren't for not wanting to break this warm atmosphere, she would have given Itsuki a slap. Okay, don't hold it for too long, the egg still needs to soak in the nutrient solution more. In Stufful's reluctant gaze, Su Sheng took back the egg and put it back into the nutrient tank. During this period, Stufful grabbed Su Sheng's trouser legs and climbed all the way to Su Sheng's shoulder to lie down. Fortunately, Stufful was only a little over 10 kilograms, which Su Sheng could barely handle. After all, he didn't have a super pallet town physique that could carry a nearly 150-pound larvitar all the way without panting. Don't know. Stufful, lying on Su Sheng's shoulder, kept calling out, looking at the egg that had been put back into the nutrient tank, and its thoughts echoed in Su Sheng's mind. After half a month of getting along, Stufful also knew that Su Sheng had to make physical contact with it to understand its thoughts. So now it simply didn't need Su Sheng to reach out, it could do it itself. How long will it hatch? It's hard to say, after all, this child's situation is too special. Speaking of this topic, Su Sheng's mood was also a little heavy. After all, when he took this egg out of Alteria's belly, the situation was not optimistic. At that time, Alteria's condition was already terrible. If this egg was described in human terms, it would be a premature baby among premature babies. Although the nutrient tank invented by Su Sheng was also constantly providing nutrition to the egg. But can the root cause of the disease really be saved? He couldn't guarantee it. Stufful once again transformed into a whimperer, calling out worriedly. Su Sheng, who understood its thoughts, smiled and comforted it. Don't worry, I will definitely let it see this world well in place of its mother. Oh oh! Stufful waved its claws excitedly. Because it was too excited, it forgot to control its strength. Umbreon used quick attack to knock Stufful away. And Stufful, who landed on the ground, just happened to slap the ground with its palm. Bang! A dent the size of a pokeball appeared directly on the floor of the base. The teammates were dumbfounded. If this slap was slapped on Su Sheng's shoulder. Good job, Umbreon. Su Sheng stroked Umbreon's head. Umbreon. Umbreon raised its head and rubbed Su Sheng's palm. And Stufful on the ground scratched the back of its head embarrassedly. Don't worry about it, but it seems you still have to continue training. Su Sheng also comforted Stufful. Umbreon. When preparing to sleep at night, Umbreon suddenly got into Su Sheng's quilt and arched his cheek with its head. And Umbreon's thoughts also echoed in Su Sheng's mind through the power of Tokiwa. Master, when are we going to that island again? Umbreon didn't say it clearly, but the meaning was already very clear. It was when will you help me upgrade? In fact, Umbreon couldn't wait, nor did it want to urge Su Sheng. But as Dai Dai, Lulu and Bai Bai comprehended sensory sharing, their strength increased day by day. Now there was also Stufful, who had innate unparalleled brute strength and extremely heaven-defying learning ability. This made Umbreon's pressure double. It had to admit that it was starting to get anxious. I don't want to be left behind, I also want to become stronger. Looking at Umbreon's eager eyes, Su Sheng made a decision without much hesitation. If we still can't find a chance tomorrow, we'll just rob, oh no, steal. Well, we're not a bandit group, how can we rob? Su Sheng silently said sorry to Lucamine in his heart, if I don't see you tomorrow, then sorry, for the sake of Imperial Concubine Umbreon, I can only use some crooked tricks. Chapter 76. During breakfast, Su Sheng informed Yishu and Lua of his decision from last night. If they couldn't find an opportunity to meet Lucamine today, they would directly resort to forceful measures. Although I was in favor of doing it this way from the start, why did you change your mind, Sheng? Yishu asked curiously. As the team's #1 troublemaker, Yishu indeed wanted to go hard from the beginning. But forced by Su Sheng's request, he had to endure it. Now that Su Sheng suddenly changed his mind, he felt a bit unaccustomed. It's nothing, just a bit tired of waiting. Su Sheng didn't say it was because Umbreon couldn't wait, as that would hurt the little fox's self-esteem. Yishu, being thick-headed, didn't think much about it and just excitedly patted Su Sheng on the shoulder. That's how it should be. We're not the type to be law-abiding, we're the type to cause trouble, oh no, to turn the world upside down. As a woman and someone skilled at observing Pokémon emotions, Lua saw more clearly than Yishu. Responsible for the Pokémon's meals, she noticed that Umbreon had been eating less and less these past few days. Coupled with Su Sheng's sudden change of mind, she vaguely guessed something. But Lua didn't say anything. Seeing Yishu's silly look, Lua coldly smiled inwardly. Ignorant people are truly happy. Thinking of Su Sheng's behavior of changing plans for Umbreon, Lua couldn't help but admire how good Su Sheng was to his Pokémon. Always considering things from their perspective. No special training today, everyone take a good rest, Su Sheng said to everyone after breakfast. Umbreon's condition wasn't suitable for training. After breakfast, Su Sheng began to fiddle with various things on the experimental platform that his companions couldn't understand. Yishu was preparing equipment for action. Lua picked up a comb and sat on the sofa, grooming the three's Pokémon while watching TV with them. Dono. I want to watch Professor Oak's lecture. Beware had no interest in the TV series starring child star Carne from the Kalos region and protested loudly. She was more interested in the knowledge popularized in Professor Oak's lectures. Mo-cha! Mo-cha! Yishu's Jinx shook her head non-stop while holding the remote control. Today was the most exciting episode. The girl the male lead had a crush on for a long time turned out to be his father's illegitimate daughter. In utter despair, the male lead's mother revealed that the male lead and his father were not related by blood. Jinx was looking forward to the next plot development. Dono. Beware flashed her fist. Even without the telepathic ability of the Celadon gem, Lua could guess what Beware wanted to express. If you don't give me the remote control, then this bear also knows a little bit of martial arts. Everyone needs to get along well, understand? Lua frowned slightly, acting as a peacemaker. It doesn't matter how heavy you are on enemies, but infighting is absolutely not allowed among companions. Beware, if you are interested in knowledge, you can let a Sheng teach you, you can't treat your companions like this, understand? Lua thought for a while and decided to stand on Jinx's side. Although Jinx's master was annoying, Jinx herself was not at fault. Moreover, Lua felt that letting Beware's character be so domineering was definitely not a good thing. Dono! Beware ran towards Su Sheng angrily. Damn bipedal female beast, I'll change my name if you can enter this house in the future. Looking at Beware's sulking back, Lua shook her head with a light smile, and suddenly noticed a news banner at the bottom of the TV screen, which read: The 9th Alola Woman of the Year Award will be held in 2 days at the Space Research Institute in Honorary City, Akala Island. The biggest favorite for this year's Woman of the Year Award is still Lucamine, the current chairwoman of the Ether Foundation, and this is. When she saw the name Lucamine, Lua couldn't care less about the content behind it, immediately stood up, and quickly walked into the laboratory. A Sheng. I found a way to meet that Lucamine. 2 days later, Akala Island, one of the 4 islands of the Alola region. Because Lucamine was going to travel here to hold the Alola Woman of the Year Award ceremony. So Su Sheng and his companions came to Honorary City, hoping to talk to her this time. Although Alola doesn't have as many cameras as Johto, Lua still put on a sun hat and sunglasses that almost completely covered the upper half of her face, just in case. However, this kind of dress is common in Alola and doesn't attract attention at all. Su Sheng wore a pair of unremarkable black-rimmed glasses. He had less of his usual madness and more of a scholarly air. Why go to so much trouble? Why don't we just sneak into Ether Paradise and rob her? Just entering Honorary City, Yisha drooped his shoulders and complained weakly. Idiot! Don't say such things in public. Lua gave Yisha a chop on the head from behind. The Ether Foundation's strength is average, but once our tracks are discovered, it's easy to suspect us. Su Sheng walked in the front and explained. Ah! We wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, would we? The Ether Foundation is just a Pokémon Conservation Association, it can't be more dangerous than else's Asagi Gym, right? Yisha didn't understand. Idiot! Our last action was in Johto, this time it's changed to Alola. If the action in Alola is exposed, then the League will naturally investigate the people who have gone from Johto to Alola during this period. Lua said unhappily. So what? Alola is the most famous resort on the Pokémon continent. There are tens of thousands of tourists coming here every day, even if it's not hundreds of thousands. How can they find us? Yisha still didn't understand. Lua silently quickened her pace to get away from him, lest she be assimilated by this guy. Although there are many tourists, if you concentrate the screening range on those around 12 years old, there won't be many. Su Sheng reminded him. Now Yisha finally reacted. That's right, after all, although his group wore masks when they acted. Their figures were still small children around 10 years old. Once they acted as a phantom thief group in Alola, and their tracks were exposed. The League only needs to check which children have run from Johto to Alola during this period. It's easy to lock the suspected target on the 3 of them. We're here, the Space Research Station. Su Sheng suddenly opened his mouth. Yisha raised his eyes and looked forward. There are so many people. Yisha was frightened by the scene in front of him. At a glance, it was full of people. Isn't it just an awards ceremony? It's like a celebrity fan meeting. You're right, chubby brother, Chairwoman Lucamine is a celebrity in Alola. As soon as Yisha finished complaining, a little girl next to him immediately interjected. The 3 turned their heads to look. They found a little girl with purple hair similar to Yisha's, bangs tied into a sky-high braid, slightly upturned eyes, and a small mouth slightly pouting, as cute as a kitten, about 3 years old. Su Sheng also said, well, the Alola Woman of the Year award is given to women who have made outstanding contributions to Alola. Since it was established 9 years ago, the first 8 sessions have been awarded to Lucamine, and this 9th session is estimated to be. The winner is Miss Lucamine. On the temporary podium, Kukui, the Pokémon professor of the Alola region, called out the name of the winner. There was a burst of cheers and applause from the audience. Immediately afterwards, a peerless beauty wearing a pure white long dress, with golden waterfall-like long hair almost reaching her heels, stepped onto the podium amidst the thunderous applause of the crowd. Super beauty! Yusha was directly stunned. Prime Minister, I understand. Su Sheng was not only looking at Lucamine, but also at the twin brother and sister, who looked to be only 4 or 5 years old, following behind Lucamine. In Su Sheng's opinion, it was precisely because of the foil of that pair of siblings that Lucamine appeared even more beautiful. Hey! Luo looked at Su Sheng a little confused, completely unable to understand what he meant. In this situation, we have no way to talk to her, right? What should we do? Luo felt it was necessary to remind the two that they were here to do business. Although Su Sheng was not as exaggerated as Yushu, he also stared for a long time. So annoying. Su Sheng touched his chin and pondered for a while, then suddenly took a deep breath and shouted. Mrs. Lucamine, I like you. The entire awards venue fell into a strange silence. To be honest, if an adult man said this, it would only make people laugh it off. After all, in Alola, there are too many people who covet Lucamine. But if it were a little kid of 12 or 13 years old, it would be another matter. Instantly, Su Sheng became the most handsome boy in the audience. Yushu. Luo. Chapter 77. Lucamine, a widow over 30 years old. Already a mother of 2, she, despite being a woman, single-handedly developed the Ether Foundation into a leading enterprise in the Alola region. Coupled with a face seemingly meticulously crafted by Arceus, and a perfect figure that is neither too much nor too little. Not just in Alola, but throughout the entire Pokémon League. There are countless people coveting this Alolan gem. But even so, this is the first time someone has publicly confessed to this wealthy woman. Immediately, everyone turned their heads in unison. When they realized it was a delicate-looking Shota, countless SBS immediately had one phrase in mind: a small horse pulling a large cart. Immediately afterward, the media representatives holding microphones or carrying cameras unanimously decided that he would be the headline tomorrow. Big news! Unless Lance and Leon announce they are coming out of the closet on the spot, no one can steal the heat from this bespectacled kid. Lucamine, who had just received the trophy from Kukui on the stage, was also stunned for a while. A few seconds later, she bloomed into a brilliant smile, like a blossoming grassidia flower. Is that so? Thank you for your affection. Lucamine didn't doubt Su Sheng's words at all. She was quite aware of her own charm, and secondly, Su Sheng's current appearance was quite deceptive. The black-rimmed glasses gave him a lot of bonus points, immediately giving people the impression of a hard-working student who would only hide his feelings for the person he likes in his heart. If Su Sheng acted like he did with Rika Ichijo before, the effect probably wouldn't be so good, and the impression would become that of someone who sows seeds everywhere, and wouldn't be worthy of his big bad wolf temperament if he hadn't cheated on a few girls. However, Su Sheng's actions continued. He took out a palm-sized gift box from his pocket and kept approaching the stage, shouting. Mrs. Lucamine, this is a gift I prepared for you, I made it myself, please accept it. The citizens who were originally crowded in front spontaneously made way. Many aunties even had adoring smiles on their faces, engrossed like they were watching a drama. Alas, looking at how honest and reliable the child looks, he must have suppressed this feeling in his heart for a long time, and only mustered the courage to say it today, right? If I don't help him, am I even human? Could that be a ring? Lily, the island queen of Akala Island, who was responsible for maintaining order on the scene, blinked and muttered to herself. Damn it, I haven't even been confessed to by a Shota like this. Gladion and Lily, the siblings in the corner of the stage, looked at each other. What's going on? Are we going to have a new dad? Lily's expression was very complicated, she didn't want a new dad who wasn't much older than her. Mrs. Lucamine, please accept it. Su Sheng finally went on stage and handed the gift box to her. Oh, kid. I'm rooting for you. Little brother. Great job. Chairwoman, you can't let the boys' courage down. The audience cheered, not only the aunties with adoring smiles on their faces, but also many LSP who were lusting after Lucamine shouted louder than anyone else. This was mainly because in their eyes, Su Sheng was too young and impossible with Lucamine. If it were Lance, who was nearing adulthood, or Giovanni, a middle-aged man a few years older than Lucamine, do you think they would be laughing? They would probably want to stab the other party's heart. Lucamine couldn't laugh anymore either. Looking at the box that Su Sheng handed over, which looked like a ring box, Lucamine couldn't help but wonder. Kid, are you serious? Auntie can't commit a crime. Oh dear, Chairwoman Lucamine, boys at this age will more or less have those kinds of thoughts about mature women, it's normal, just accept it first, don't reject the child's good intentions. Professor Kukui leaned close to Lucamine and whispered. As he said that, he winked at Su Sheng, with an expression of young man, I understand you. It has to be said that most Pokémon professors in the region are typical good-natured people, and the one in front of him was no exception. Hearing this, Lucamine suddenly saw the light. The smile on her face became even brighter, and she took the gift box. Then thank you little kid. As if to remind them of the age gap between them, Lucamine deliberately emphasized the words little kid. The next second, Lucamine slightly opened her lotus root-like white arms and gently embraced Su Sheng. Thank you for your affection too. Although she was suddenly confessed to, Lucamine was actually quite pleasantly surprised. After all, she was over 30, and yet she was confessed to by a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Isn't that also a kind of recognition of her charm? Secondly, Lucamine was a simp for looks. Although Su Sheng's appearance was slightly diminished after putting on the black-rimmed glasses. But many older sisters like the easily bullied temperament of Shota, which can stimulate their maternal instincts. Oh! The atmosphere at the scene instantly boiled to the extreme. However, Ichijo in the back silently took a few steps back. Mainly because he wanted to stay away from his companion. Because in front, Rika was staring at the stage with cold and indifferent eyes. An hour later, Lucamine returned to the Space Research Institute with her children. Ha, Chairwoman's charm is really great, there's even a little boy confessing to you, are you secretly happy in your heart? As soon as Lucamine entered the Research Institute, a young woman with short grey hair and an outgoing personality approached her. Her name was Burnett, and she was a researcher at the Space Research Institute. She was also Professor Kukui's lover, but the two of them had only recently confirmed their relationship, and not many people knew about it yet. Lucamine rolled her eyes. Anyway, she couldn't admit that she was a little happy inside. Quick! What style of ring did he give you? A kid like that probably can't afford a real gemstone ring, right? Did he make it himself with flowers? Wow! That would be even more romantic. Burnett's eyes lit up as she kept urging Lucamine, looking like she wanted to watch the drama. You're so interested, why don't you open it? Noticing that Lily was secretly looking here, Lucamine, who was originally also very curious, could only pretend to be uninterested. She didn't want her daughter to mistakenly think that she really wanted to find her a new dad before she went dark. That won't do, this is someone's confession gift to you. Burnett said with a smirk. The two of them kept pushing back and forth. In the end, Lucamine had no choice but to open the box. Professor Kukui, Lily, and even Gladion, who was pretending to be cool, as well as many of the Research Institute's staff, gathered around to watch the excitement. However, to everyone's surprise, inside was not the ring that Lucamine and Burnett had imagined, but a small, deep red disc about the size of a bracelet. Immediately afterward, everyone discovered that there was also a note under the disc, with a phone number written on it, and it was obvious who it belonged to. There are words on the back. Professor Kukui picked it up and said, "Please use it on a Pokémon that can learn Flamethrower." Chapter 78. Barnett was a little disappointed to see that it wasn't a ring or necklace, or any other essential item for a confession. Kukui, holding the note, read its contents and asked curiously. Use on a Pokémon that can learn Flamethrower, what does that mean? Saying that, Kukui picked up the small disc in the box. Seriously, what is this thing? Looking around, Kukui couldn't figure it out, adhering to the principle of practice makes perfect. Kukui decided to do as the note said. Come on out, Litten. As the Pokémon professor in the Alola region who gives starter Pokémon to new trainers, Kukui always carries the Alola starters with him most of the time. Under everyone's curious gaze, Kukui crouched down and handed the disc to Litten, wondering to himself. But having said that, how do I use this? As soon as he said that, Litten, being a curious feline Pokémon, reached out and pawed at the disc. However, the moment Litten's right forepaw touched the disc, the surface of the disc glowed faintly and entered Litten's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Litten, are you okay? Kukui asked worriedly. But the next second, he noticed that the original deep red disc had turned colorless and transparent. Meow. Before Kukui could study it, Litten suddenly became extremely excited, raised its head high, and breathed flames. An ultra-small flame column with a diameter of about 5 centimeters shot out. Whoa! Zossi, the branch manager of the Ether Foundation who was standing opposite, was caught off guard and fell flat on his face. His pants were burned off, revealing his shriveled butt. Gladion quickly stepped forward to block it, he couldn't let his pure sister see such a dirty thing. Branch manager! Are you okay? A group of Ether Foundation employees quickly surrounded him. Damn it, that damn cat! Zossi cursed in exasperation. But now, neither Lucamine, as his superior, nor Kukui, as a Pokémon professor, had time to pay attention to Zossi. They were all staring in disbelief at Litten, who was raising its paws and scratching itself. That just now was Flamethrower. Burnett also had a look of disbelief. A starter Pokémon that's prepared for new trainers, knows Flamethrower. You know, in order to avoid the situation where Pokémon are too high level and don't listen to trainers, the Pokémon partners that the league prepares for new trainers are often very low level. Some haven't even mastered moves like Water Gun or Ember. Not to mention Flamethrower. However, although the power of the flame column just now was pitifully small, it was indeed Flamethrower. The silent Lucamine finally spoke. If this thing is announced, it will cause a huge uproar in the academic world, no, in the entire Pokémon continent. Currently, there are basically 3 ways for Pokémon to learn new moves. First, Pokémon can comprehend on their own as their level increases, just like the Litten in front of them. When it slowly becomes stronger, evolves into Torracat, or even Incineroar, it will naturally learn Flamethrower. But the skills learned in this way are basically skills that are consistent with their attributes. Second, is through genetic inheritance from parents. For example, Charmander relies on its own training. Even if it evolves into Charizard, the skills it can autonomously learn are basically Fire-type and Flying-type skills. But in fact, Charmander can also learn Dragon Rush and other Dragon-type skills, but it is basically impossible to comprehend on its own, but if one of the parents knows it, it may be passed on to the child. Third, is to learn by imitation. Let a Pokémon that has already learned the relevant skills be a teacher and teach it hand by hand. For example, Ash's Grovel learned Bullet Seed from someone else's Sceptile in the anime, and May's Skitty learned Blizzard from someone else's Delcatty. And with this disc, Pokémon can instantly learn high-power skills. Although restricted by level, low-level Pokémon can't exert too much destructive power, just like the Litten just now. But it's also terrible. At least it can save a lot of training time. This was invented by that child. Kukui said in disbelief. If that's the case, then it's too scary. It's simply comparable to that joker who has been making waves in the Johto region recently and invented the magnetic remote control. Kukui, didn't he leave a number? Contact him quickly. What happened at the Space Research Institute has not spread. The most widely circulated discussion on the Alola local network is about Su Sheng's confession to Lucamine. I was there, and I cheered him on, although I knew it was impossible, but I encouraged his courage. I think he might have a better chance if he's with Luzamine's daughter. If I had been as brave as him back then, I wouldn't be single now. Alas, I won't say any more, I'll hug my ditto and cry for a while, tonight I'll let it turn into Diantha. The upstairs is a noob. Although Diantha is a celebrity, she's only 12 this year, and she's still a child star. That's right, at least you should choose an adult, such as Lorelei of the Indigo League. I think Electros is still charming. This one is even more heavyweight. Su Sheng's trio returned to the suburban forest base of Haoli City. The atmosphere at the scene was as quiet as a funeral parlor. I'll go out and pick some berries. Hao chose to slip away first, staying here. He suspected that he would be made into lunch. When only Su Sheng and Liwa were left in the base. Even the fearless Stufful didn't dare to act rashly at the moment, hugging Swablu's egg across the nutrient tank, its small eyes turning back and forth between Su Sheng and Liwa. Liwa, who was swiping her phone, opened her thin lips slightly. That's really good. The internet is saying that you're going to work 30 years less immediately, one step at a time. Liwa, I want to improve so much. Su Sheng replied subconsciously. But Su Sheng was just saying it in his heart. Liwa probably wouldn't get this reference. Of course, if she got it, things might be even more serious. There's no way, in order to make the people around me make way, and also to attract Lazamin's attention, I can only use this trick. Su Sheng shrugged, indicating that the responsibility was not on him. There's no way, I can't confess to Lily, can I? At that time, Su Sheng also noticed the delicate doll-like girl in the corner. But even if Su Sheng had the courage, the League Law wouldn't agree. Choosing the lesser of two evils. After weighing it, he said that it's better to directly lock the target on Lucamine. After all, Su Sheng didn't expect any words that could attract the other party more than this sentence at that time. Chapter 79. Chapter 80. Hat. Liwa responded with two cold laughs. But this time, Su Sheng didn't reply. Because he knew very well that when a girl is angry, it's just like when she's having her period. At this time, even your breathing is wrong. The awkward atmosphere continued, and after an unknown amount of time, Su Sheng suddenly spoke. Yushu, you can come in after you've picked the tree fruits. Yushu at the door shuddered, and finally walked into the base with a brave face. Where are the tree fruits? Liwa glanced at him coldly. Doesn't this guy have nothing in his hands? Yushu was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. I didn't really go to pick tree fruits, I was just looking for a chance to slip away. Speaking of which, it's been so long, why is the atmosphere still so stiff? I knew I should have come back 2 hours later. Ashen, will Lucamine really meet us? Yushu forcibly changed the subject. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. He felt like he shouldn't have mentioned that name at this time. Yushu didn't even dare to look at Liwa's face, his expression like Yu Ishigami seeing Kaguya Shinomiya. He wondered if he would be killed? Yes, definitely. Su Sheng's tone was very firm. Skill machines can also be called move tutors. Among the things Su Sheng has created so far, this is definitely the most practical invention, if not the strongest. Its bug level is comparable to rare candy. Actually, rare candy is even more buggy. The main function of the move tutor is to save training time. In the future, Ash's Pikachu learning Iron Tail, and Charizard learning Steel Wing, these non-primary type moves, all took a lot of time. And luckily, they basically learned them all. Some Pokémon with poor comprehension might not even learn them. But if there is a skill machine, it can greatly save time, and they will definitely be able to learn it. This practicality is too strong. Su Sheng didn't believe Lucamine wouldn't be tempted. Really? What kind of treasure is inside? Hearing Su Sheng's affirmative tone, Yushu became interested. Liwa, who originally looked unhappy, couldn't help but look over at this time. Listening to Su Sheng's words, what he's giving away shouldn't be diamond rings or necklaces. Although the Ether Foundation is far inferior to Silphco and Devon Corp, Lucamine, as the leader, cannot be moved by such things. Buzz. Su Sheng was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this the glasses boy? I'm Kukui, do you remember me? I'm the one who presented the award to Lucamine this morning. A slightly eager voice came from the phone. Su Sheng smiled slightly and gave the two a thumbs up. Yushu, Omega. Liwa, Carrot. Liwa, who had just revealed a hint of a smile, suddenly remembered that she should be angry now. She immediately restrained her smile and coldly turned her face to the other side. But from an angle that Su Sheng and Yushu couldn't see, the displeasure on Liwa's face immediately returned to the faint smile she had just had. Su Sheng and Kukui agreed to meet at Ether Paradise the next day. And in just one day, the words Glasses Boy, Lucamine, and Confession occupied the front pages of newspapers in major regions. This was mainly because there were no major events in the league recently, and neither Team Rocket nor organizations like Team Shadow had any activity. In the absence of any serious matters, the media naturally turned their attention to gossip. And to be fair, people quite liked reading it. Manalo TV, Ether Foundation chairwoman Lucamine won the Alola Influential Women Award for the 9th time, but there was a small interlude during the award ceremony. A young man boldly expressed his feelings to chairwoman Lucamine, allowing us to see once again Lucamine's influence on young people. Although it is difficult for this brave young man to get the result he wants, we are willing to offer our blessings for his courage. Verbank Daily, Unova's top child star model, Elisa, held a press conference stating that although she and Drift Veil gym leader Clay both have the character Lay in their names, she is not gym leader Clay's daughter. Gym leader Clay also stated that he does indeed have a daughter, but it is not gym leader Elisa. Galar Daily, Chairman Rose encourages excellent trainers to travel to Galar more often and said he is willing to give Dynamax bands to trainers participating in the All-Star Games for free. Goldenrod TV, according to our investigation, this brave Glasses boy who confessed his love is from our Johto region. We encourage his brave behavior, but we are not optimistic about his success. However, we heard that Chairwoman Lucamine has a daughter, so he can challenge her. Saffron TV, the Cerulean gym leader stated that she plans to retire soon, but is still struggling with which of her 3 daughters to pass the gym leader position to. The youngest daughter is too young and is not within her range of choices. Su Sheng was speechless when he saw these related reports while eating breakfast. He didn't expect the people in the Pokémon world to be so gossipy. Let's go to the Ether Foundation. Su Sheng said as he got up. Okay. Yushu said somewhat excitedly. Anyway, he gets excited when he goes to a new place. Liwa remained silent. Her mood had already improved a lot, but as a result, she was disgusted again after seeing the news. On the other side, Celadon City, Kanto region. Located underground in a large game building, in a Team Rocket secret base. Boss, this is indeed a new evolution stone, my Gloom has successfully evolved. The woman reporting to Giovanni across the desk is Ariana, one of Team Rocket's executives. Standing at her feet is Vileplume, one of Gloom's evolved forms. Originally, Gloom could evolve into Bellossom using a sunstone. But compared to grass type, Ariana is more proficient in poison type, so she has never let Gloom evolve. Unexpectedly, after using the evolution stone that Giovanni brought back, the evolved Vileplume still retains the poison type. Making Ariana very satisfied. This is just the most unremarkable item in that kid's research. Giovanni smiled slightly and took a sip of coffee. Recalling the scene of Su Sheng using the power of Viridian in front of him, Giovanni said that this was simply the most worthless item in that kid's research. Giovanni-sama, this is today's Lumiose City newspaper from the Kalos region. At this time, a female secretary with purple bobbed hair, frameless glasses, wearing an OL uniform, and about the same age as Lance, handed the newspaper to Giovanni. Giovanni took the newspaper, but was a little curious as to why Toriyama gave him a newspaper from the Kalos region. After all, Kalos was 108,000 miles away from Team Rocket's activity area. Moreover, Kalos News is mainly known for gossip. After all, the future league champion is a celebrity. Compared to other regions, the style of the Kalos media is like the sun. He opened it and saw. The headline was prominently written. Small horse pulling a big cart, Glasses lowly confesses to married chairwoman. Below the explosive title was a photo of Su Sheng, wearing black-rimmed glasses, handing a gift box to Lucamine. Pfft! Giovanni, who hadn't completely swallowed the coffee, sprayed half of the newspaper. Giovanni opened his mouth slightly, staring at the photo that was mostly wet with coffee. Although he didn't say a word, his expression was very similar to a meme from Susheng's previous life. Chapter 81. The trio of Susheng arrived at Ether Paradise again after half a month. But this time, they didn't come by boat, but on a private plane with the Ether Foundation logo. Ah Sheng, why don't you like helicopters? As they disembarked, Yishu asked Susheng curiously. Just now, Susheng was adamant about not getting on the helicopter, and even wanted to buy a ticket to continue taking the boat. Susheng chose to decline answering this question. Noticing the three people getting off the helicopter, a woman with pink glasses and a voluptuous but not at all bloated figure quickly stepped forward. Hello, everyone, I am Bic, the Deputy Branch Chief of the Ether Foundation. Please come with me. Director Lucamine and Dr. Kukui are waiting for you. Bic, a confidant of Lucamine, said gently to the three. Thank you for your trouble. Susheng adjusted the glasses on his nose and nodded. The temperament is different. Bic muttered to herself as she led the way. Although Susheng still wore glasses, revealing that scholarly aura, it was different from the full-fledged Chunin flavor when he confessed to Lucamine yesterday. Now, she could feel confidence emanating from his bones. Before long, Bic led the three to the white villa behind the Ether Foundation. This is the Lucamine family's residential area, a zone that tourists must never set foot in. Please come in. After entering, Bic stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. Wow! Although he had seen her once, Yishu couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he watched her up close. Was this beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, as gorgeous as a jewel, really the mother of two children? Even the proud Luo had to admit that this woman was indeed too beautiful. Lucamine stood up and looked at Susheng, smiling gently. Welcome everyone, but speaking of which, I still don't know your name. Susheng. Susheng shook hands with Lucamine in a manner that was neither arrogant nor humble. This made Kukui, Barnett and others present look at him with interest. Their thoughts were the same as Bic's. The temperament Susheng showed was completely different from yesterday. Mr. Sheng looks completely different from yesterday. So, doing that was just to get the thing into my hands, right? After all, how could anyone like an old woman in her 30s like me? Lucamine covered her pink lips, her eyes narrowed into a slit as she chuckled. She investigated and found that Susheng and his two companions had come to the Ether Foundation half a month ago to look for her, but they were unsuccessful. Now that this kind of thing happened again, Lucamine was already certain that Susheng just wanted to hand over the mysterious disc to her, and then put on this act. No, actually there's a little bit of that kind of thought too. Susheng replied in his heart. Susheng wouldn't hide his desires. He wasn't that kind of impotent protagonist who would force out the drug with internal force even after the heroine was drugged, or even lock the heroine up and let her solve it herself. However, considering Luo's feelings, Susheng was just being cheeky in his heart and didn't say it publicly. Seeing Susheng's silent acquiescence, Lucamine felt a little disappointed, but quickly put it behind her and made a please sit gesture to the three of them. Student Susheng, this disc. As soon as Susheng sat down, Dr. Kukui couldn't wait to take out the thing. It's a TM, or technical machine. Susheng corrected. Oh. Kukui nodded repeatedly, swallowed hard, and barely suppressed the tension in his heart. Did you invent this TM? Before Susheng could answer, his two companions cast curious glances at him. Yishu, TM? Ah Sheng, what's that? Luo, what new trick have you come up with without saying a word? I only recently succeeded in developing it, and haven't had time to tell you. Susheng shrugged and said to Kukui. Looking at the color of the TM, Dr. Kukui, you've already used it, right? Which Pokémon did you teach it to? Hearing this, Kukui immediately released Litten. After the little Hakamai landed, Kukui immediately ordered. Litten, use Ember. When they heard the words Ember, Yishu and Luo were a little confused. However, when this Litten actually spewed flames, they were even more confused. Yusha pointed at the little Hakamai in disbelief. This, such a small thing, can spew flames. Lua didn't speak, but her expression said it all. Kukui said with a wry smile, "Didn't your companion invent this? Why do you seem even more surprised than me?" Litten, hi? Then it should also know this. Su Sheng took out a new disc from his pocket. Kukui and the others' eyes changed, and they immediately noticed the difference between the one in Su Sheng's hand and the Ember TM they had used before. The one in Su Sheng's hand was dark blue, not the previous fiery red. Here. Su Sheng handed the TM to Litten. Having had the experience last time, Litten no longer hesitated this time, placing its small paw on it. As before, the energy emitted from the TM surged into Litten's body. The dark blue halo on the surface of the TM faded, turning into a grey-white color symbolizing no attribute. Lucamine had already guessed what would happen. Could it be? Litten, show your new power. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Meow. Little Hakamai let out a loud cry. A dark red, violent wave surged from its body. That is Zhao Bo, the current chief scientist and branch chief of the Ether Foundation, was dumbfounded. The next second, Litten, unable to suppress its violent desire to fight, slammed hard into the wall of the living room. Bang! A huge hole was smashed into the pure white wall. That was definitely not the power that a starter Pokémon could have. The main thing was the move bonus. What was that just now? Gladion, who was cowering in the corner with his sister, was stunned. It's outrage. Lua opened her eyes wide and said. Among the dragon-type moves, it was also a top-notch powerful move, outrage. Litten actually learned it. Meow. Meow meow. Litten, who jumped out of the hole, was still roaring. Litten, come back quickly. Kukui quickly recalled Litten. After using outrage, it would fall into confusion due to side effects, but fortunately, it could recover by resting in the Pokeball for a while. A Litten that can use Ember and outrage is probably the strongest Litten in history, right? Kukui muttered in a low voice. Doctor, can this Litten be trained by my companion? Su Sheng suddenly suggested. Hi. Kukui was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Su Sheng raised his thumb and pointed at Lua. This kid can't be controlled by a rookie trainer anymore, right? In that case, I have a partner who is most suitable for him. It just so happens that Litten's final evolution, Incineroar, also has the dark type, Enli. Huali is very good at training dark types. Su Sheng temporarily changed Lua's name. Although Lua's first goal was currently Zorua, Su Sheng felt that the number 1 Incineroar in the universe was also a good match for Lua. Chapter 82. Of course, the title of number 1 roaring tiger in the universe is a bit unrealistic in this real world. After all, in-game data and tactics can only be used as a reference and cannot be directly applied to real combat. For example, the speed of Rayquaza and Slowbro are undoubtedly worlds apart. But even with such a big speed difference, in the game, it's still a turn-based system where you hit me once, and I hit you once. But in real combat, can that really happen? By the time Slowbro makes one move, Rayquaza would have made more than a dozen. However, even so, Su Sheng still doesn't deny that Incineroar is an extremely excellent Pokémon with great potential. Lua, who was pointed at by Su Sheng, was slightly stunned, then muttered with a pout. This guy. Hey, hey, hey. That's so unfair, isn't it? Why don't you get me a new Pokémon? Yusha shouted playfully. Su Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to this clown and said to Kukui. Is it okay? Doctor, I can pay for it. No problem, no problem. Indeed, this child's current state is not suitable for new trainers to raise. It would be great to have a suitable trainer for him. Kukui was a warm-hearted person and immediately agreed. Moreover, he was now certain that the heaven-defying invention of the so-called technical machine was developed by the young man in front of him. He would definitely become a big figure who would shock the entire Pokémon world. It wouldn't be a loss to gain his favor. When handing over the Litten's Pokeball to Lua, Kukui said. Are you trying to please me? Because you're my companion. Su Sheng knocked Lua on the head irritably. Regardless of whether you become a member of the Elite Four or something else in the future, don't even think about being arrogant in front of Dr. Su. Pleases? Su is not a simp. In his previous life, he looked down on those simp protagonists who couldn't move when they saw female characters. Okay, Lucamine, chairwoman of the Ether Foundation, has seen the effect of the technical machine twice now. What are your thoughts? Su Sheng sat down again, his eyes meeting Lucamine's again. A genius design, just like the Poke Ball, once it's released, it will definitely trigger a revolution in the entire Pokémon world. Lucamine didn't hesitate to give the highest praise. She even felt that it wasn't enough. But, Sheng, you shouldn't have gone to great lengths to see me just to show off, right? Lucamine rested her chin on her hand, showing the charm of a mature woman. I am a scientist and I am very interested in the Ultra Beasts that have frequently appeared in Alola in recent years. Su Sheng also got to the point. I know that Chairwoman Lucamine's Ether Foundation is cooperating with Dr. Kukui's Space Research Institute to study Ultra Beasts. I hope to get all the information about this. In return, I am willing to exchange the development diagram of the technical machine. As soon as these words came out, everyone present, whether it was the Ether Foundation led by Lucamine, Kukui, and Burnett, or Su Sheng's companions Liwa and Yushu, had a dramatic change in expression. Su Sheng's interest in Ultra Beasts was not surprising. Because as a genius scientist who can develop technical machines, it is normal for him to be interested in unknown creatures like Ultra Beasts. But to exchange it for a technical machine, that's too generous, isn't it? These two things are not equal at all. It's like exchanging a Larvitar for a Rattata. Are you crazy? Sorry, I have something to say to this guy. Liwa grabbed Su Sheng's arm and pulled him out. Yushu chuckled twice and followed. Leaving the Ether Foundation and the Space Research Institute looking at each other. Liwa pulled Su Sheng all the way to the backyard. What are you doing? Liwa scolded fiercely. What's wrong? Su Sheng was a little helpless. Why are you exchanging the patent for the TM? Do you know how valuable this thing is? If it is given to a company, that company can immediately become a business giant comparable to Silphco and Devon Corp. Looking at Su Sheng's nonchalant appearance, Liwa really felt that she was seeing an eunuch next to the emperor at this moment. The emperor is not worried, but the eunuch is. The things they are researching can help Umbreon break through its bottleneck. Su Sheng gave his explanation, moreover, I don't have any other inventions suitable for trading at the moment. This. Liwa didn't know what to say for a while. To be honest, she admired Su Sheng's dedication to Pokémon, but this price was too high, wasn't it? Yushu also scratched his head, not knowing how to interject. He couldn't say your invention can be exchanged for hundreds of Umbreon with excellent qualifications, right? Wouldn't he be beaten to death by Su Sheng? An Umbreon in the poke ball on Su Sheng's waist, tears welled up in his eyes. All for me. Master is. Liwa pondered for a long time, and finally said fiercely. You shut up later, I'll talk to them. Su Sheng and Yushu followed behind Liwa like followers. Yushu whispered, it feels like you're even more angry than after you confessed yesterday. Su Sheng made a shut-up gesture to him. At this time, don't keep talking. After returning to the living room and sitting down, before anyone else could speak, Liwa's mouth outputted like a cannon. The patent for the technical machine must be in our hands, and it must be stated all rights of interpretation belong to Su Sheng when selling it. At the same time, 70% of the profits earned must belong to us. Of course, we must also get the research data on Ultra Beasts. As the daughter of a businessman, Liwa has learned a little bit. At least much better than Su Sheng. 70%? This little girl is asking for too much, isn't she? Zhao Bo said with some dissatisfaction. Liwa sneered, what help did you provide during the research and development process? In the end, you just provided a sales platform and a mass production factory, picking the fruits with our invention. 30% is enough to give you face. If you don't agree, I think Silphco in Kanto, Devon Corp in Hone, and Macrocosmos in Galar will be very interested. Su Sheng gave a thumbs up in his heart. Actually, to be honest, Su Sheng can only cooperate with the Ether Foundation. Because the data of type, null, which is the key to allowing Umbreon to break through the bottleneck, is in their hands. But at this time, Lua deliberately put on an attitude of I have many choices, but you can only choose me. This reversed the situation all at once. This. As expected, as soon as Lua said this, even the mean and harsh Xiao Bo couldn't think of a retort for a while. You don't agree, right? Let's go. Lua looked like a domineering CEO, got up and took the two younger brothers to leave. This posture is very similar to an old mother who fails to bargain and then says I won't buy it, let's go to the next one. Please wait. Luzamin's anxious shout came from behind. Lua raised her eyebrows at Su Sheng through her sunglasses, as if saying look. Su Sheng really gave a thumbs up this time. Awesome, awesome. Chapter 83. Ultimately, after negotiations, both parties decided to sign the contract in 2 days. They would each use these 2 days to organize their materials. Su Sheng's side would organize the research and development data for the TM. Luzamin's side would organize the research data on Ultra Beasts from recent years. Bulletin UI. After returning to the base in the suburban forest of Howoli City, Su Sheng noticed that Umbreon's mood was a bit low while organizing the data. It's okay, it's not anything precious. This thing was meant to be used anyway. Su Sheng stroked Umbreon's little head. 2. Umbreon lay down in front of Su Sheng, letting him pet it, thinking that it must become stronger, constantly becoming stronger, strong enough to repay its master. A Sheng, phone. Itsuki reminded him. Su Sheng turned his head to look. He saw a video call request displayed on the computer screen on the other side. Su Sheng tapped to answer, and Sakeka's face immediately appeared. Oh uncle, long time no see. Su Sheng sat down and waved his hand. You never take the initiative to contact me. Sakeka smiled slightly, then asked with a strange expression, you're in Alola now. Uncle, you saw the news? This kind of flowery news travels far enough. Alola is quite far from Kanto, after all. The concept of choosing a partner is a matter of freedom. I don't want to interfere with your love life, but I've investigated this woman Lucamine. To be honest, this woman is very deep, and I'm a little afraid you can't handle her. Sakeka held a stack of documents in the computer. They were all related to Lucamine and the Ether Foundation. After learning about Su Sheng's scandal yesterday, he asked his secretary, Madarin, to investigate this woman. On the surface, this woman is indeed as perfect as the rumors say. Beautiful, gentle, and full of love. It feels like she has no shortcomings except for having 2 children. Well, of course, in some people's eyes, this may not be a shortcoming, but rather a bonus. But after careful observation, Sakeka still found some problems. On the surface, the Ether Foundation is not too different from ordinary Pokémon protection associations. They all adopt Pokémon that have been abandoned by trainers or groups and cannot survive in the wild. Then they release them back into nature or find suitable trainers for them. Their side business is participating in research related to Ultra Beasts. But, how could they be so rich with just this industry? You must know that research is just burning money. Sakeka himself doesn't know how much money he burned on Su Sheng and the strongest artificial Pokémon projects. So much so that Team Rocket is now facing funding shortages. Where did this Lucamine get so much money? He felt that this woman was not simple. How deep she is can be discussed later. In short, I can get what I want soon. Did you get the thing I sent you, uncle? Su Sheng changed the subject. Hehe, that aptX 4869 de aging agent is a very interesting thing. Sakeka said with a smile. To be honest, I'd rather use it on people than on Pokémon. Instead of that damn lance, turning him into a kid, ha ha ha. However, I think it's a bit difficult for you to get Lucamine at your age. Do you want me to teach you? Sakeka brought the topic back again, feeling quite interested in this matter. Su Sheng was a little speechless. Could it be that you were a CAO when you were young? We'll talk about it later. The only thing I want to get now is the research results in Luzamine's hands. Su Sheng admitted Luzamine's beauty. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it. But compared to Lucamine herself, he is now more concerned about the research data on Silvally. Well, it's definitely not because his little brother hasn't evolved from the adolescence stage to the mature stage. Oh? Tell me about it in detail. Sakaki asked curiously. He was also quite curious as to why Susheng ran to Alola. He didn't think Susheng borrowed his plane to run over there just to confess to a married woman. Having not chatted with Sakaki for a long time, Susheng also chatted with this empty-nest elderly man who had lost his son for a while. He recounted his purpose and what happened today to Sakaki in detail. Rika is very good at bargaining. I didn't expect her to have this talent. Susheng said with a smile. However, compared to the relaxed Susheng, Sakaki frowned more and more tightly. Noticing this, Susheng asked, "What's wrong? Uncle Sheng, can you give me the sales rights for the TM?" "Oh." Sakaki explained, "Actually, the research funding I gave you, and the 2 projects of the strongest artificial Pokémon that I asked my subordinates to prepare, have burned so much money that Team Rocket's finances are a little overwhelmed, so I'm being cheeky and want you to give me the sales rights." In fact, Sakaki also planned to seize Silphco. But he felt that doing so was too risky. After all, Silphco is one of the leading business giants in the Pokémon world. Even if Team Rocket succeeds, once something goes wrong in the intermediate links, it will trigger a chain reaction like dominoes. Sakaki didn't want to use such a dangerous trick unless it was absolutely necessary. It wouldn't have been a problem a day ago, but now I've already promised Lucamine, and the research data I want is still in their hands, so I'm afraid it won't be easy. Susheng also frowned slightly. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. "I have a way." Suddenly, Sakake's eyes lit up. "Ah!" Susheng was stunned and subconsciously asked, "What way?" Sakake smiled and said, "Sheng, don't worry. Just go see Lucamine in 2 days according to the original plan. I'll give you a surprise then." "A surprise? I'm afraid it will turn into a fright, right?" Susheng muttered in his heart. But he didn't ask any more questions. In terms of scheming and tricks, even he, who has lived for 3 lifetimes, would not dare to say that he can outplay Sakake. Let the professionals handle the professional field. 2 days later, the Susheng trio, who had organized their data, came to the Ether Foundation for the 3rd time to meet with Lucamine. This time, Kukui and Burnett were not there. "Sheng, this is the research data on Ultra Beasts and Ultra Space that we have compiled over the years." After reaching a cooperative relationship, Lucamine's address to Susheng also became more affectionate. She handed a USB drive to Susheng. Susheng nodded to express his gratitude, and also handed the USB drive containing the TM data to Lucamine. Susheng inserted the USB drive given by Lucamine into his laptop and couldn't wait to read it, while muttering in his heart what Uncle Sakake wanted to do. And Zhao Bo, who was standing next to Lucamine, swallowed nervously for some reason. "This is the contract." Wick placed 2 copies of the contract in front of Susheng. Rika picked it up and read it. "Director Lucamine, what does this mean?" Just as Rika confirmed that there was nothing tricky in the contract and was about to hand Susheng a pen, Susheng's questioning voice, filled with suppressed anger, suddenly sounded. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the scene changed directly. Rika and Itsuki's eyes sharpened. And Lucamine and Wick on the opposite side looked puzzled. They didn't understand why Susheng's attitude changed so quickly. Zhao Bo was so frightened that he took a step back, thinking, "Have I been discovered?" Lucamine frowned, "Little. Mr. Susheng, is there any problem?" Seeing Susheng's attitude change so much, Lucamine also changed her address back. "You didn't give me all the data." Rarely, anger appeared in Susheng's eyes. This data did not contain the research data related to Silvally, or rather, to the AR system, which Susheng valued most. In other words, the Ether Foundation held back. "That's impossible," Lucamine said in disbelief. She had personally reviewed this data several times, and there could be no problem. However, what Lucamine didn't know was that the relevant data on Silvally that Susheng wanted was managed by Zhao Bo, who was the director of the research department. However, Zhao Bo lied to Lucamine not long ago, claiming that project type, Null has completely failed in order to cover up the secret that he had privately opened the Ultra Wormhole. Therefore, the failed data was naturally not recorded. And project type, Null was actually successful. Now that Pokémon is locked in the basement of the research department in charge of Zhao Bo, but Lucamine doesn't know. Thus, a misunderstanding was born. However, this is no longer important, because... Bang! The door of the villa was rudely kicked open. A small mustache like a gangster walked in with a group of people, walking in crab steps, and said with a strange smile. Everyone is not allowed to move. Chapter 84. The leading man had a mohawk and walked with a crab-like gait. Anyone's first impression of him would be that of a common street thug. But when they saw the uniform he was wearing, which had a large R printed on it, no one would dare to treat him like an ordinary hoodlum. Team Rocket! Lucamine cried out, revealing the intruder's origins. Alola was far from Kanto, but that didn't stop Team Rocket's notorious reputation from crossing the sea and reaching Lucamine's ears. Heh, I didn't expect such a big harvest in a backwater place like Alola. Standing at the front, presumably the leader of this Team Rocket squad, the mohawked man grinned wickedly. Su Sheng recognized him. It was Lambda, one of the future Team Rocket executives. He didn't know if he had become an executive yet, but he should at least be a squad leader. Why is Team Rocket here? And, why didn't the security system? Wick's face was pale with fright. She couldn't understand why Team Rocket would travel so far across the sea to attack the Ether Foundation in Alola. And why they had arrived at the chairwoman's villa so silently. What about the security guards? What about the alarms? Why wasn't there any commotion at all? Of course, it's because we have an inside man. At this moment, another person walked out from behind Lambda. Compared to Lambda, who looked like a small-time gangster, his appearance was much better. He was the type that was popular with scene girls. However, the malicious smile on his face was no less impressive than Lambda's. Su Sheng recognized him too. Like Lambda, he would also become one of the executives in the future, Archer. Inside man. Lucamine's willow eyebrows furrowed tightly. Sorry, chairwoman. At this moment, a person stepped forward. Lucamine and Wick immediately cast incredulous gazes at him. The one who spoke was indeed the branch chief and head of the research department of the Ether Foundation, Zinzalin, whose status was second only to Lucamine. Zinzalin twirled his mustache, walked to Lambda and Archer's side, and said with a smile. They found me yesterday and said that Team Rocket was preparing to establish a branch in the Alola region, and for this reason, they had set their sights on the Ether Foundation. Chairwoman, I hope you understand my good intentions. With the power of the Ether Foundation, it is impossible to stop Team Rocket. Instead of fighting a meaningless battle with no chance of winning, you might as well join me and surrender early. There was something else Zinzalin didn't say, and that was the promise from Team Rocket. Once Team Rocket's Alola branch was established, he would be appointed as the branch chief. Although Zinzalin was already the branch chief of the Ether Foundation, even a fool knew that the Ether Foundation's branch chief and Team Rocket's branch chief were two different things. Was the captain of the national football team on the same level as the captain of Brazil's team? Lucamine's face turned green with anger. Zinzalin, you. Lambda interjected with a strange laugh. Little brother Zinzalin also told us that there would be a very important transaction today. Move tutors, our boss is very interested in those. As he spoke, Lambda raised his index finger and pointed at Lucamine. To be precise, he was pointing at the USB drive in Lucamine's hand. A Raticate flew out from Lambda's side, its conspicuous fangs locked onto the USB drive in Lucamine's hand. When the Raticate was halfway there, a shadow darted out from Acerola's poke ball. Sturdy and powerful front paws slammed hard on the Raticate's back. It was Acerola's Houndoom. Are you punks ignoring our existence? Even though most of her face was covered by sunglasses, one could still feel Acerola's icy expression. Acerola didn't know about Su Sheng's relationship with Team Rocket. She simply regarded Team Rocket as mere troublemakers. In that case, she would just eliminate them all. Flamethrower. Under Acerola's command, Houndoom stepped on the Raticate's back with its left foot, lowered its head, and spewed out flames. Golbat! Lambda quickly ordered the other Pokémon perched on his head, a Golbat, to attack. Air Cutter was unleashed from Golbat's wings, blocking the flamethrower. Air Cutter and flamethrower collided. It goes without saying what would happen when fire and wind energies came into contact. Boom! The wind pressure and flames spread around. In less than 5 seconds, this pure white villa was turned into a flaming mountain. The chandelier on the ceiling was scorched and looked like it was about to fall. Careful! Su Sheng grabbed Acerola's wrist and pulled her behind him. Bang! Almost less than 2 seconds after Su Sheng pulled Acerola behind him, the chandelier crashed down with a loud bang. Slowbro! Will also released his Slowbro to extinguish the fire with water pulse. Take them down! Psychic! After slightly controlling the fire, Will turned around and pointed at Team Rocket. Slowbro opened its arms, and substantial psychic power poured out, turning into a light purple wave that rushed toward Team Rocket. Oh, right, although Will knew Giovanni, he didn't know Giovanni's true identity. Hypno! Psychic! Zinzalin immediately sent out Hypno, who often appeared in some less than serious Pokémon comics, and ordered it to use the same move as Slowbro. The two energy waves collided and competed with each other. After a stalemate of no more than 2 seconds, Slowbro's psychic clearly suppressed Hypno's. Coughing! Archer decisively sent out Coughing to float in the center of the two sides. Will, quick, defend! Su Sheng reminded him. Hi! Will didn't react for a moment. The next second, dangerous white light gushed out from Coughing's body. Will guessed what the other party was going to do. Slowbro, use Protect! Boom! The exaggerated explosion directly blew off the ceiling of the villa's first floor. Rumble! A large amount of rubble fell. Will, who was protected by Slowbro's Protect barrier, immediately looked at the collapsed living room behind him. Hey! Are you okay? Bang! The next second, an exaggerated gust of fist wind was unleashed. It directly crushed the endless falling rubble wall into powder. But it wasn't over yet. This gust of fist wind not only turned the collapsed ceiling into powder, but also punched through the second and third floors of the villa all the way, and finally with a bang sound. It directly punched a hole in the roof of the villa. That was a high horsepower. I'm fine. Su Sheng's response sounded. Beside him were Acerola, and behind him were Lucamine and Wick. And in front of him, the one who unleashed the high horsepower just now was Beware. Looking at Beware raising its right front paw and making a punching motion. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The high horsepower just now was unleashed by such a small thing? Go, Beware! Su Sheng said lightly. Although he didn't know what Uncle Giovanni planned to do. But in the current situation, if he didn't take action, he would be letting down the atmosphere. Don't know. Beware slightly bent its limbs and suddenly jumped up. Orange-red strong light gushed out from its right front paw. That was the fighting type move Brick Break. Claydol, Psychic. Because Hypno failed to defend in time just now, Zinzalin could only send out his second Pokémon to fight. Claydol opened its short hands and released a circular psychic ray. Seeing this, Beware punched in advance. Puff whoosh! The fist wind punched out actually blocked the psychic outside. Impossible! Zinzalin's eyes behind his glasses widened like copper bells. Fist wind could block his Claydol's psychic? How strong was that Beware's power? Brutal swing! Su Sheng's command sounded again. Dark light gushed out from Beware's arms, and after landing, it accelerated again and crashed into Claydol's abdomen. After knocking it to the ground, it rode on its stomach. Like a berserk eye or a Yagami, it frantically hammered Claydol's face with its fists. Bang! 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 The continuous hitting sounds were not only hitting Claydol's face, but also hitting the hearts of everyone present. So scary. Is that really a Beware? Lucamine was numb. Was she sure it wasn't changing into a Urshifu or Zeraora? And the extent of Acerola and Will's shock was no less than Lazamine's. It should be known that Beware was the most recent addition to Su Sheng's team. It's really God rewarding him, no, it's completely God chasing after him to feed him. Will muttered with emotion. Chapter 85. Hey, this isn't going according to plan. Seeing his ground-type Alolan Dugtrio being beaten to a pulp by the fairy-type Mimikyu, Lambda swallowed hard, taking a while to react. According to Giovanni's plan, they were supposed to suppress the Ether Foundation and wait for the boss to take over. How did he end up being suppressed instead? Suddenly, Lambda felt a chill rising from his feet. He looked down. He discovered that his feet to his knees were firmly frozen to the ground by a layer of ice. Don't move, or your legs are done for. Hearing the threat from behind, Lambda subconsciously turned his head. He saw that the little fatty was standing behind him at some point. Hey! Lambda panicked and immediately wanted to call for help from his colleague. Bang! However, just as he turned his head to signal Lance, he saw a high heel ruthlessly kick Lance in the butt. It was that little girl with sunglasses. You dare to cause trouble with this little ability. Lily stepped on Lance's back, who had fallen face first into the ground, although both her figure and voice seemed immature. But at this moment, she revealed a full queen's demeanor. Lance was about to struggle. However, Lily's Houndoom had already approached, lowering its head with its fierce eyes fixed on Lance, making threatening woof-woof sounds in its throat. Drib. A drop of saliva dripping from Houndoom's teeth landed on Lance's face. This Team Rocket executive, known for his cruelty to enemies, chose to shut up obediently. So strong. Wick said in disbelief. Lucamine also had a similar expression. She thought that among these three children, only Su Sheng had extraordinary research abilities, but she didn't expect his skills as a trainer to be equally outstanding. What surprised Lucamine even more was that his two companions were also so powerful. But right now, what Lucamine was most concerned about was Zar, oh, Bo. Lucamine called out the name of her subordinate, or rather, her former subordinate, word by word. Her tone was as cold as Qram's frozen world. Just as the Straw Hat Pirate's biggest crisis was not a powerful enemy, but Robin's betrayal in Water 7. What makes a boss most angry is often not the failure of the business, but the betrayal of subordinates. Director, I can explain. Zerobo was so scared that he fell to the ground. Damn, this wasn't what he expected. What kind of losers did Team Rocket send? They were so easily subdued by a few kids? Seeing Lucamine walking towards him with a frosty face, Zerobo was so scared that he almost wet his pants. In the eyes of the public, Lucamine is a perfect woman. But as the earliest employee to follow Lucamine, and even cooperated with Lucamine's missing husband, Zerobo knows very well the true face of this superior. Ever since her husband Mon disappeared several years ago, Lucamine has become increasingly closed off. Although she hasn't turned as exaggeratedly evil as in the original game, her style of doing things has become increasingly sinister, including some shady deals. If Lucamine really catches him, the consequences. Zerobo doesn't even dare to think about it. Bang! 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 Just then, there were 3 consecutive loud sounds. Su Sheng's Mimikyu, Lily's Houndoom, and Acerola's Slowbro were all knocked away in an instant. That was a beedrill. Lucamine's face changed drastically, and her steps also stopped. Please calm down, Director Lucamine. A man wearing a high-collared black coat, covering the lower half of his face, and a felt hat on his head pressed very low, covering the upper half of his face, almost only showing his nose, walked towards them slowly. They are just carrying out my orders. Drill's wings made a high-frequency flapping sound, flying back to its owner's side. Boss! Lambda, Lance, and a group of Team Rocket grunts present shouted respectfully. Team Rocket's boss! Lucamine, Wick, and other Ether Foundation personnel's faces changed drastically. That was an extremely mysterious existence that even the Pokémon League hadn't investigated. Even the boss has personally come out. Lily frowned. What happened just now? Was it that beedrill that did it? Acerola helped up his Slowbro, his eyes staring straight at that beedrill. We plan to establish a branch region in Alola, and Ether Paradise is just a ready-made base. I hope Director Lucamine can part with it. Giovanni, who completely covered his face, had a voice like a kind elder, but he couldn't hide his undeniable majestic aura. Of course, we intend to carry out this plan in secret, and you who know this secret naturally cannot leave, so we will also bring all the members of the Ether Foundation under Team Rocket's command. Lucamine was almost laughed to death. After so many years, I finally developed the Ether Foundation to where it is today, and as a result, you Team Rocket come and want to take the fruits? Melodic. Lucamine immediately released Melodic, known as the most beautiful Pokémon. With a flick of her slender fingers, Melodic turned its head and spat out a water gun attacking Giovanni. However, Beedrill casually slashed back as if swatting a fly. The sharp stinger neatly split the water gun in two. How could this be? Lucamine's pretty face turned pale. And Susheng was very calm. An expected result. Among the organization bosses in various regions, Lucamine is the weakest. It is estimated that she can only suppress those problem children in Paldea. In addition, Maxie, Archie, Cyrus, none of them can she beat. Not to mention Giovanni. At this moment, Susheng noticed that the corner of Giovanni's eye under his felt hat was winking at him. What is he trying to do? Susheng muttered in his heart. To be honest, he didn't guess what Giovanni was trying to do. But this wink should be asking him to take action, right? For a dignified Team Rocket leader, it's a bit ungentlemanly to hit a woman, right? Susheng took the initiative to come out. I took the initiative to show goodwill just now, but I didn't expect Director Lucamine to be so uncooperative. I can't help it. Giovanni had a tone of I am also a victim. Lucamine's chest rose and fell with anger. Her mood was like Lily's Puchayana who was beaten to shit by Gladion back then. You broke into my house, wanted to take over my nest, and turned around and said it was my problem? I have never seen such a shameless person. Little friend, do you want to meddle in other people's business? Giovanni pretended not to know Susheng. I don't like it, but I still have business to discuss with Director Lucamine, can you please leave? Susheng also pretended to be confused. That won't work, I'm going to take the Ether Foundation today, not even Damel can protect them, I said so. As soon as Giovanni said this, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely heavy. Completely unaware that an old and a young fox were singing a duet. Mimikyu. Brick break. Agrin. Iron head. The next second, the two foxes simultaneously issued instructions to their respective partners. Giovanni secretly said in his heart, Wingman plan, start. Chapter 86. The Beware leaped up, raising its right forepaw that radiated an orange glow. The significant size difference between the two made the Beware look somewhat comical, like it was jumping up to hit your knees. In response, the Agrin opposite it had the sharp horn on its head shimmering with a silvery white metallic luster, and it rammed straight into it. Thud. A dull thud that set teeth on edge echoed. The steel behemoth's expression shifted slightly. Although this iron head attack looked imposing, it hadn't actually used its full strength. Its master had instructed it before the battle that it was supposed to lose this fight. But it couldn't lose too obviously. Therefore, Agrin had only used 70% of its power for this iron head. But now, from an outside perspective, it looked like the Beware, which had jumped up and struck Agrin's horn with a chop, was faintly suppressing the Agrin, which was 7 or 8 times its size. Agrin, as if it were Sun Wukong pinned under the five-finger mountain, was forced to lower its head due to the pressure of the impact. That Beware's strength, could it actually be greater than Agrin's? Lucamine said in disbelief. Giovanni, hidden beneath his felt hat, also had a flash of disbelief in his eyes. He was indeed planning to lose to Susheng in this battle. Giovanni's original plan was to put on a coordinated show with Susheng, a staged match, where he would lose to the other with a slight disadvantage. This would allow Susheng to show off in front of Lucamine, thus winning the beautiful woman's favor. It was similar to how some wealthy young men would hire thugs to intimidate a girl, then play the hero to save her. And Giovanni's move was a super-plus version of that. That's why Giovanni hadn't sent out Beedrill or Nidoking, his mainstays, but instead used this Agrin that he had just caught recently. But what Giovanni hadn't expected was that this Beware's strength was so astonishing. It actually suppressed Agrin. Agrin, round. Giovanni felt that he couldn't let the battle end too quickly. Otherwise, people would really suspect that he was acting. Roar. The Agrin, with its head pinned down, let out a huge roar. The wind pressure caused by the sound waves directly blew the Beware into the air. Metal Claw. Giovanni seized the opportunity. Agrin's right hand, with 3 sharp claws, gleamed silver, drawing an arc in the air and tearing through it as it slashed towards Beware. Stomp! Hearing Su Sheng's command, the Beware tensed its body in mid-air. The next second, it fell vertically like a rock, its tense limbs and soles slamming down hard to meet the metal claw coming from below. The two collided again. This time, the Agrin, no longer holding back, gained a slight advantage and suppressed the Beware. Ouch! Beware's face showed a hint of pain. Agrin took the opportunity to open its palm, grab Beware's neck, and slam it hard into the ground. It's over, Double Edge! The burly Agrin tensed its body. In the next instant, it charged towards the Beware, which hadn't yet gotten up from the ground, like a heavily armored tank. The terror of this scene was akin to a tank running over a baby on the battlefield. A Sheng! Itsuki and Rika's expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to step forward to assist. But they were blocked by Lambda and Lance. Normally, the two wouldn't fear these two small fries at all. But at this moment, Lambda and Lance each had a coughing in front of them. Moreover, their bodies were constantly flashing with dangerous white light. Clearly, this was a sign that they were about to use self-destruct. Double Edge is the most powerful rock-type move. If Beware gets hit by that move... Physalis' face turned pale with fright. And Giovanni seemed to be taking advantage of Su Sheng's weakness, but in reality, he was constantly winking at Su Sheng. Double Edge was indeed a powerful move, but it also had equally huge side effects. The fact that he would suffer great damage himself was only one reason. For his Agrin, which had the rock head ability, it didn't matter at all. The main reason was that this move was a headbutt attack that erupted with all the power in the body. Because it charged forward blindly, the attack trajectory was completely straight. Therefore, the hit rate was low. Giovanni believed that Su Sheng had ways to deal with this move. Then, what will you do? Giovanni thought inwardly. Although the plan was to lose to Su Sheng in this battle and act as a wingman, Giovanni also wanted to take this opportunity to see Su Sheng's growth. That's about enough. Su Sheng said abruptly, leaving everyone a little confused. About enough? What does that mean? Just as the Agrin using Double Edge was getting closer and closer to Beware. Suddenly, a strong blue and white holy light surged out of Beware's body. That was, the light of evolution? Her level was already very high to begin with. Amidst the incredulous gazes of those around, Su Sheng said calmly. That's right, Beware already possessed a considerable level when it joined the team. His training of her was just acting as a key to unlock the shackles. In the light of evolution, Beware's body visibly swelled, and it clearly changed from crawling on all fours to standing on 2 feet. Boo! Finally, a cry that was slightly immature before, but now more sonorous, rang out. The light of evolution also dissipated at this moment. Beware had evolved into a Stufful. An Agrin had already charged to within 2 meters of Stufful. Go, Stufful! Su Sheng slightly raised his hand. Stufful took a step forward, swinging its right arm back. When Agrin charged to the final moment, less than 1 meter away from itself, it violently swung its entire arm out. This posture is, the Ushigarashi, lit. Bull killing, thunder plow. Cough cough, just kidding, it just looks like the posture. In reality, this move is arm thrust. Thud boom. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Stufful's right arm slammed hard into Agrin's face. Half of Ether Paradise felt like it was violently shaking under this pure collision of strength against strength. Finally, a deep crack started from the feet of the 2 tank-type Pokémon and continued to spread around. Who won? Everyone craned their necks, eager to know the result of this battle. Agrin, you. Giovanni frowned slightly. He had already seen that Agrin had used its full strength in that double-edge attack. This kid actually forgot his instructions. Didn't we agree that you could only use 70% of your power? If Agrin knew what Giovanni was thinking, it would definitely have a black question mark on its face. In this situation, I would dare to only use 70% of my power? Wouldn't I be beaten to death by her? Cow ho! However, at this moment, what sounded first was Agrin's painful cry. The wind pressure from the fist finally dissipated. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out. The steel behemoth fell to the ground face down, its face full of pain. And in front of him was the expressionless Stufful. "Boo!" Stufful turned around and walked over, hugging Su Sheng tightly and rubbing its face against him. "Let go, let go, let go. Your strength has increased again." Feeling his bones being squeezed tighter and tighter, Su Sheng quickly stopped Stufful. After evolving, her strength had become even greater, and she had to relearn how to control her strength. The same as planned, but a little unexpected. Giovanni's face, hidden behind his high collar, rarely revealed a hint of shock. Although it was just a new Pokémon that he had just caught and was not qualified to enter the first-line team, it was actually defeated in full power mode. Amazing! Giovanni looked sideways at Su Sheng, who was constantly twisting his arms, and the Stufful, who had a slightly resentful expression. Chapter 87. Boss, lost. Lance and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew that Agrin was just a newly captured Pokémon by Giovanni and was not yet fully developed in all aspects. It was definitely a champion-level Pokémon. But it was actually defeated by that kid. No, what's astonishing isn't just that kid, but also that Beware. The overall level of that Beware was definitely not higher than Boss's Agrin. Even a scumbag like Lambda, who came from a background of petty thugs, knew that Agrin's evolution level requirement was far above Beware's. Although the data in the game can only be used as a reference, Beware only needs to reach level 27 to evolve from Stufful, while Laren needs to reach level 42 to evolve into Agrin. This reference is enough to show that the newly evolved Beware could not possibly be higher in level than Agrin. In other words, that Beware defeated Agrin despite being a lower level. Our boss was successfully challenged by someone of a lower level. Lambda also looked incredulous. How could this happen? Ah! The next second, Lambda felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Immediately afterward, he clutched his crotch, convulsing and shrinking on the ground like a butterfly chrysalis. Next to him, Proton sneered, "Didn't your boss teach you not to let your guard down until the very last moment in battle?" As he spoke, he shook the right foot that had kicked Lambda in the groin. Ever since he kicked Archer's jewels, he had grown fond of this feeling. On the other side, Petrol also seized the opportunity, kicking Lance in the stomach with her high heels. Directly kicking him to the point of vomiting stomach acid, and kneeling on the ground again. The situation has reversed, Mr. Boss of Team Rocket. Lucamine cast a grateful glance at Su Sheng, then put one hand on her hip and said coldly to Giovanni, who had recalled the fallen Agrin into its poke ball. However, facing Lucamine's naivete, Giovanni couldn't help but laugh. She was clearly only a few years younger than him, yet she was so naive. "What are you laughing at?" Although she couldn't see Giovanni's expression, upon hearing his sneering laugh, Lucamine instinctively felt a strong sense of foreboding. "Chairwoman Lucamine, you should be glad that you met me. If you had encountered other organizations, with your naive personality, you would probably have been eaten until there wasn't even any residue left." Giovanni's smile deepened. "What did you say?" In her anger, Lucamine wanted to have her melodic attack. However, the next second, Lucamine was surprised to find that her feet were stuck to the ground as if glued in place. "Woo woo!" Her melodic next to her also cried out in pain. It was also frozen in place, unable to move, as if its pressure points had been targeted. "Chairwoman! There!" At this moment, Wick noticed the cause and pointed behind Lucamine. Lucamine turned her head to look and discovered that a Dugtrio had emerged from the ground on her left rear at some point. A large area of white tiles centered on the Dugtrio had turned into quicksand. These quicksands firmly wrapped around the feet of the people and Pokémon in this area, making them unable to move. It was Dugtrio's arena trap ability. Little kid with glasses, if you don't want to. Giovanni prepared to wrap up this operation. Murkrow. Sucker punch. However, Giovanni hadn't finished speaking to Su Sheng. Suddenly, Petrol kicked aside the fallen lance and released her other Pokémon, attacking Giovanni, who had just recalled a grin. Attacking the trainer directly, huh? Who can't do that? However, Giovanni didn't care at all. Bang! A Pokeball inside his coat automatically opened. An equally burly Pokémon jumped out from it. Giovanni's main force, Nidoking. Nidoking didn't even use any special moves. With the reach of his hand, he accurately grabbed the flying Murkrow by the neck. Gah! The Murkrow, with its throat pinched, let out a duck-like cry of pain. Murkrow. Petrol's expression changed drastically. But she didn't have time to care about her partner. Nidoking, who was holding Murkrow in its right hand, took a step forward and covered Petrol's head with its left hand. If it wanted to, it could crush this little human girl's head like an egg in the next second. So fast. Completely different level from the Agron from before. Proton was frightened by Nidoking's smooth and flowing movements. He also realized that the man in black hadn't used his full strength at all. Petrol, feeling the temperature from Nidoking's big hand on her head, was instantly drenched in cold sweat on her black dress. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she was on the verge of death. Now, can you listen to me properly? Giovanni said with a smile. Let her go. Su Sheng said in a deep voice, I'll be your hostage. Sheng. Petrol looked at Su Sheng in disbelief. Su Sheng raised his hand to signal that Petrol was okay. Su Sheng recalled Beware into its Pokeball and adjusted the Pokeball to a miniaturized state. This way, the Pokémon could not come out of the ball on its own. Su Sheng threw out all 5 miniaturized Pokeballs on his body, then slowly walked towards Nidoking. Let her go, take me, as a hostage. Nidoking turned its head to look at its master. Giovanni was also a little confused. This is a bit different from the plan. You know, Giovanni originally planned to help Su Sheng win over Lucamine, so how did it become that ash-haired little girl? But given the current atmosphere, let's just follow this kid's lead. Giovanni nodded. Seeing this, Nidoking released Murkrow and Petrol. Seeing this, Su Sheng grabbed Petrol and immediately pushed her away. A Sheng. Seeing Nidoking's hand pinching Su Sheng's head, Petrol couldn't help but shed small tears under her sunglasses. Stand back. Su Sheng kept waving his hand to signal Petrol to retreat. Truly righteous and affectionate. Wick murmured in admiration. Lucamine also nodded in agreement. Although she was now in a situation where she could barely protect herself, unsure if she could survive. But Lucamine had to admit that the young man named Su Sheng was truly outstanding. If she could survive, she would introduce Lily to him. What do you want? Su Sheng turned to look at Giovanni. Don't worry, there's still plenty of time, we can chat slowly. Giovanni walked to the center of the ruined villa, which had been destroyed beyond recognition, and picked up Su Sheng's laptop, which was barely usable. That, boss, this is the research data for the TM. Faba handed the USB drive that Su Sheng brought to Giovanni with a fawning smile. Su Sheng silently watched this scene. He suddenly remembered the Rainbow Rocket incident in the future, which was because Faba, this dead fly, acted as a guide, allowing Rainbow Giovanni to easily invade Ether Paradise, right? Although even without Faba, Su Sheng felt that Ether Paradise's abilities wouldn't be able to stop Rainbow Rocket. But in any case, this Faba betrayed them. Good guy, acting as an internal traitor so many years in advance. Su Sheng complained inwardly. However, in the eyes of others, Su Sheng's head was being pinched by Nidoking, yet he still maintained a calm demeanor even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Too handsome. Gladion, the future Pokémon's #1 Choyunibyo boy, who was currently trembling in a corner with his sister, admired. And this majestic figure also left an indelible mark on Lily's heart, who was currently of kindergarten age. Chapter 88. Sakamaki, with a pressed felt hat and high collar obscuring the upper and lower halves of his face respectively, sat on a chair that Lance had somehow procured. He inserted the USB drive that Su Sheng had brought into his laptop and began to read its contents carefully. This is amazing, truly amazing. This time, Sakamaki wasn't deliberately acting, he was genuinely expressing his admiration. He had previously heard about the technical machine from Su Sheng. However, he hadn't expected Su Sheng to actually create this thing. Perhaps only the Pokeball could narrowly surpass it in terms of practicality. Any company that possessed this would immediately become a giant enterprise comparable to Silphco or the Devon Corporation. Did you invent this? Sakamaki glanced sideways at Su Sheng. So what if I did? Su Sheng retorted with an unfriendly tone. You brat, watch your tone. You're speaking to the leader of Team Rocket. Zhao Bo, the Durant of the Pokémon world, immediately pledged his loyalty, scolding Su Sheng while flattering Sakamaki. Silence. Sakamaki sternly stopped Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo was startled but dared not say anything, retreating sheepishly. Then, Sakamaki, with his legs crossed, began to explain slowly. Originally, my plan was to take over the Ether Foundation and make it Team Rocket's stand-in branch in Alola. Therefore, anyone who knows about Team Rocket's operation this time should be executed on the spot. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Team Rocket members revealed fierce expressions. As long as Sakamaki gave the order, they would release their Pokémon and dismember everyone present who wasn't a member of Team Rocket. Sakamaki raised his hand to signal his subordinates to calm down. Even with his face obscured by the high collar and hat, one could still detect a smile in his tone. But unexpectedly, coming to this rural place, I was able to unearth such a treasure. Young man, become my subordinate. Sakamaki reached out to Su Sheng, making an inviting gesture. This action immediately reminded Su Sheng of Whitebeard's catchphrase from his previous life. With such a mind, it would be a pity to die now. Why not join Team Rocket and turn this world upside down in the name of Team Rocket? It must be said that Sakamaki's eloquence was quite good. This was also one of the purposes of Sakamaki's plan this time, to take this opportunity to reveal his identity to Su Sheng. What if I disagree? Su Sheng retorted. A Sheng. Don't. Before Sakamaki could answer, Lua was already terrified. Big brother, have you forgotten that your head is still being held by Nidoqueen? Oh? Not afraid of death, huh? You've got guts. Sakamaki smiled slightly, his gaze shifting. The next second, that Beedrill appeared eerily between Itsuki and Lua, its two sharp stingers pointing at them. Don't you care about the lives of your companions either? Bastard! Lua was so angry that she almost ground her silver teeth to dust. Damn it! Itsuki also wore a look of unwillingness. Let them go, I'll join. Su Sheng took a deep breath, putting on an expression of I'll bear it all alone. A Sheng. Lua and Itsuki's expressions were unwilling yet ashamed. Sorry, it's all because of us. I like talking to smart people like you. The corners of Sakamaki's mouth under the high collar curved up another 3 points, and he stood up from the chair. Come, young man, let's talk about your future work and treatment within Team Rocket. As he spoke, Sakamaki beckoned to Beedrill. Upon seeing this, Beedrill immediately withdrew its stingers. Sakamaki then beckoned to Su Sheng, signaling him to follow. Su Sheng walked beside Sakamaki, and the two strolled to the port of Ether Paradise. After confirming that there was no third person around, Sakamaki took off the felt hat on his head and folded down the high collar, revealing his true face. Knowing my true identity, are you very surprised? A Sheng. Sakamaki chuckled. A little, but not much. Oh. Although you're disguised quite well, uncle, you still inadvertently showed disdain for the League when chatting with us. At that time, I guessed that you might have done some dirty work in secret, but I really didn't expect you to be the leader of Team Rocket. Su Sheng shrugged. Hehe, I think it's about time I told you my true identity anyway. Sakamaki smiled even more, half-jokingly saying. This time's harvest is plentiful, isn't it? Ah! From today onwards, the Ether Foundation will become Team Rocket's Alola branch. Even if the headquarters in Kanto is destroyed, everyone can move to Alola. Moreover, the profits from selling technical machines in the future will all belong to Team Rocket. We'll make a killing. Su Sheng nodded. In the game, Sakamaki occupied Ether Paradise and transformed it into a temporary base for Rainbow Rocket. Moreover, the traitor was Zhao Bo. In a sense, this can be considered a premature staging of the future. No, what I mean by harvest is from your perspective. Me. Su Sheng turned to look at him. Didn't you notice the way that grey-haired little girl looked at you? Haha. Sakamaki teased with a smile. Especially when you said you would replace her as a hostage. To be honest, I'd think it was abnormal if she didn't give you 8 children in the future. She was so scared by your Nidoqueen at the time, didn't you see? Su Sheng said unhappily. That was probably the first time Lihua personally experienced the taste of death. If he hadn't exchanged her from Nidoqueen's hands, then the place where Lihua was sweating might not have been her face, but... Well, don't ask Su Sheng how he knew. Sakamaki's smile remained, but plans really can't keep up with changes. Originally, I wanted to use Lucamine as a hostage and then have you come to save her, so that I could gain Luzamine's favor, but unexpectedly, the one who gained affection in the actual operation became that girl. Sakamaki said here, and Su Sheng couldn't help but smile. Of course, he was also happy that his relationship with Lihua could become better. After all, not to mention the future, the current Lihua is also a genuine little beauty. Although Su Sheng wouldn't be so beastly as to make a move on the current Lihua, what's wrong with the relationship becoming better? He wasn't the kind of guy who said, the most important thing about liking her isn't possessing her, but finding a way to make her happy. What are you planning to do next, uncle? Su Sheng changed the topic and asked. I plan to set up a company to specialize in selling the technical machines you manufacture, in order to solve Team Rocket's funding problems. Originally, Sakamaki also thought about hiding the technical machines and letting Team Rocket's internal personnel use them to improve Team Rocket's overall strength. But Sakamaki soon realized that although the technical machine's effect was heaven-defying, it was ultimately just saving training time and learning high-power moves faster. For example, if Zoro from the East Sea era had his 2 ordinary katana replaced with supreme-grade swords, would he be able to win against Hawkeye? Learning high-power skills is certainly important, but for the overall strength of Pokémon, it can only be considered the icing on the cake. If you really want to become stronger, you still have to cultivate step by step. So Sakamaki felt that it was more cost-effective to use it to make money. Okay, what's the name of the company? Rocket Company? Su Sheng asked casually. Sakamaki touched his chin. I plan to call it Silver Sheng Company, what do you think, a Sheng? Su Sheng. Silver Sheng, isn't this probably taking one word each from the names of me and your son Silver and combining them? Chapter 89. If you ask me, let's just call it Rainbow Company. Su Sheng really thought the name Yin Sheng wasn't great, so he simply came up with one for Sakeke. Taiwanese novel website rightward arrow diamond suit. Sakeke would originally establish a Rainbow Rocket team in Alola in the future, so why not call it Rainbow Company? I'll consider it. Faced with Su Sheng's suggestion, Sakeke rarely didn't agree immediately. He still felt that the name Yin Sheng was better. Alright, let's go back. Aren't you going to cover your face? Uncle. Su Sheng noticed that Sakeke wasn't wearing a hat to cover his face and asked curiously. Now that you've joined Team Rocket, your 2 companions naturally can't be left behind. Sakeke smiled. He had known Itsuki for a long time and had seen that this kid had great potential. Plus, with his performance just now, reaching the Elite 4 level in the future was a certainty. And the potential shown by Rika's daughter was even better, with a complete opportunity to aim for the champion title. Adhering to the philosophy of don't miss top talent, and don't let go of general talent. Sakeke felt it was necessary to take this opportunity to recruit these 2 into Team Rocket as well. And revealing his true face to the 2 was also a sign of sincerity. Sakeke wasn't afraid that Rika and Itsuki would leak this information. Not to mention that Su Sheng was watching them, don't forget that they themselves were wanted criminals. although they were wearing masks. As Su Sheng expected, when Sakeki returned with his true face, everyone was dumbfounded. Among them, Itsuki even jumped back and fell on the ground, pointing at Sakeki and shouting, "S Sakeki-san? You! Sakeki smiled and said, "Don't be so surprised, Itsuki. The reason I focused on cultivating Ashen and you in the first place was for today. To be honest, I was also a little surprised. I originally planned to go to Johto after this Alola operation to reveal my identity and bring you to Kanto. I didn't expect to meet you here. But isn't this good? From now on, you and this young lady will continue to follow Ashen and Shine as members of Team Rocket." The shock on Rika's face was no less than Itsuki's. She had also heard from Itsuki that Su Sheng's research funds, as well as the three's living expenses and activity funds, were all sponsored by Sakeki. Itsuki even suspected that Su Sheng was Sakeki's illegitimate son. Of course, Rika wasn't as gossipy as Itsuki. She simply thought that this should be because Sakeki appreciated Su Sheng's abilities, so he sponsored him. But Rika never expected that the strongest gym leader in the Quartz League would actually be the leader of Team Rocket. "Did you take advantage of Ashen?" Rika shouted in a cold voice. "Don't say such harsh words, Miss Rika, the president of Lily Foundation's daughter," Sakeki said lightly. "Without me, where would Ashen get the funds? How could he have researched so many era-defining works? You should thank me for discovering him, just like Rose discovered Leon. But you just wanted to kill him." Rika pointed at Nidoqueen beside Sakeki, still furious. "Rika, enough." Su Sheng grabbed Rika's hand. "He's right, without the funding he provided, I really couldn't have created those things, and I wouldn't have been able to bring you out, would I?" The originally angry Rika suddenly felt like she had been splashed with cold water, her eyes were a little red, and she pretended to have a disappointed tone. "Don't be so kind. You'll suffer a big loss, you know." Hearing Rika's words, not to mention outsiders, even Itsuki and Sakeki were a little speechless. From the time they met Su Sheng until now, although he hadn't done anything outrageous, the word kind just didn't seem to fit him at all. Sakeki announced in public. "From now on, Ashen will be the commander-in-chief of Team Rocket's Alola branch, that is, the chairman of the Ether Foundation, understand?" "Yes." Many Team Rocket members, including Lance and Lambda, responded in unison. Lance and Lambda, as captains, were naturally dissatisfied with Su Sheng, a kid who had just joined and was given such high authority. But even Lambda, a small-time hoodlum with poor academic performance, knew the power of technical machines. He probably wouldn't be able to make such a great contribution to Team Rocket in his entire life. So what else could he say? Just shut up obediently. "Ah, this. Sakeki-san, this is not what we agreed on." Wick was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't it agreed that after Team Rocket took over the Ether Foundation, he would be the chairman? So what would he be? Continue to be a branch manager? No way, bro. I was a branch manager before you came, and you still want me to be a branch manager after you come, then Team Rocket came for nothing. Oh no, didn't I betray for nothing? Sakeki glanced at Wick. "Did any of you promise him anything?" Lance quickly stood up and said, "I'm sorry, boss, I promised him that once he helped us take over the Ether Foundation, he would manage this place." Sakeki's expression was uncertain. "I never heard about this." Lance lowered his head and pleaded guilty, "Sorry, boss. I am willing to be punished. Demote you to an ordinary member, starting from the grassroots." Su Sheng, who silently watched this scene, seemed to recall his previous life as a workaholic. Lance was the typical scapegoat for the boss. Of course, if there were no accidents, he would return to the position of captain in a few days. Taking responsibility in public now was just Sakeki wanting a way out. And Wick, as an experienced veteran in the workplace, could naturally guess this. At this moment, he could only swallow his anger, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to keep his current position. "Sakeki-san, I have something I want to see, and I hope that oh no, Mr. Wick can lead the way," Su Sheng suddenly said. "Hehe, Ashen, don't be angry, I didn't intentionally hide it from you, just call me uncle. The old fox and the little fox started acting again. Mr. Wick, please lead the way. Under Sakeka's orders, Wick reluctantly walked up to Su Sheng. What are your instructions? Chairman. When he said the word chairman, one could clearly hear the gnashing of teeth in Wick's tone. Damn it! This position should have belonged to him. Type, null, take me to see him. Su Sheng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. Wick's face changed drastically. How could this kid know about type, null? Hurry up! Seeing Wick standing there in a daze, Su Sheng increased his tone. Wick silently glanced at Lucamine, who was being controlled. Thinking that Lucamine probably wouldn't live past today anyway, it wouldn't matter if this matter was exposed, right? Thinking of this, Wick felt a little relieved and made a please gesture to Su Sheng before heading to the research department on the second basement floor. Rika and Itsuki went up the elevator with Su Sheng. That. Ashen, what should we do in the future? Itsuki's baby fat on his face squeezed into a ball, full of worry about the future. What should we do? We were originally wanted criminals, weren't we? Su Sheng asked rhetorically. Wick shivered and almost fell. We were originally wanted criminals? What does that mean? Don't be afraid, as long as we keep getting stronger. Su Sheng comforted his two uneasy companions. Although the Pokémon world and the pirate world were vastly different, one thing was the same, and that was the strong are respected. The most typical example was Lance and Price in the manga, who caused so much trouble, but in the end, the Alliance obediently called them back to be champions and gym leaders, right? It's just because they are too strong, so they turn a blind eye to what they did before, right? The elevator arrived on the second floor, and the four walked towards a confinement room. Don't worry, we are companions, and I will never allow anyone to hurt my companions. Before entering the door, Su Sheng turned to look at the two. He felt like he's been a little addicted to imitating 55 Open recently. But Su Sheng's words were indeed sincere. Itsuki scratched his head. You saying such cheesy things makes me feel very uncomfortable. Rika folded her arms and turned her face to the other side. Don't talk too soon, maybe I'll be the one protecting you. Just then, the door of the confinement room opened, and a Pokémon imprisoned here immediately straightened its body, staring at the visitors with hostile eyes. It was the form of the Silvally when Arceus power was sealed, known as the Little Arceus type, Null. Chapter 90. What is that? Seeing the Pokémon wearing a helmet that concealed its face, Ichiki's eyes widened. It was the first time he had ever seen a Pokémon with such a bizarre body structure. Lily had the same expression. Its body structure was like several creatures pieced together, each contributing a part. The body was mammalian, but the front paws were sharp claws like those of a bird of prey, and the tail resembled that of a fish. That is type, Null, a man-made Pokémon developed by the Ether Foundation to combat Ultra Beasts. Although Lucamine had been controlled, Wick was still a little worried. Just as Wick finished explaining, type, Null in the cage suddenly let out a roar, startling her. There was no helping it, type, Null had barely been born when Wick forcibly placed a mask that sealed its power on it. In addition to being locked in this dark basement all day, it would be strange if it had any goodwill towards them. Make it quiet. Suiheng winked at Ichiki. Ichiki nodded and released Executor, using hypnosis on type, Null through the cage door. Type, Null's eyelids under the mask felt heavier and heavier until its head drooped, and it collapsed to the ground, falling asleep. Suiheng casually threw a great ball, putting type, Null inside. Suiheng, is this your new partner? Ichiki asked curiously. No, it's just a research subject to help Umbreon break through its bottleneck. The most suitable trainer for it would still be that Chuyuni kid. Suiheng didn't plan to have type, Null join his team, as its role overlapped with Umbreon's. After studying it, he would give it to Gladion. Let my mother go. Suiheng and the others returned to the first floor with Wick, just in time to see Gladion being dragged by the back of his collar by Lambda, his hands and feet flailing as he shouted. Not far away, Lily hugged Lucamine tightly, burying her face in her mother's arms. afraid to look out. Quiet, brat. Lambda slapped the back of Gladion's head hard. You. Luzamine's face turned livid with anger. But feeling Lily trembling in her arms, she dared not act rashly for a moment, fearing she would provoke these villains. Mr. Giovanni, I have gloriously completed the task you entrusted to me. Wick rubbed his hands together obsequiously as he approached Giovanni, wearing a servile expression. The anger in Luzamine's eyes intensified. The Team Rocket thugs were hateful, but Wick, the traitor, deserved to die even more. Wick naturally noticed the anger in Luzamine's eyes, swallowed hard, and said to Giovanni again. Mr. Giovanni, now that Lucamine and the others have seen your true face, keeping them may be dangerous, and they no longer have any value. Division Chief. You're going too far. Even the good-tempered Wick couldn't stand it when she heard Wick's words. He was trying to take the chairman's life. That. Mr. Giovanni. Wick said to Giovanni, both unwilling and nervous. The chairman is the most well-known philanthropist in the Alola region and a close acquaintance of Professor Kukui. Without her cover, Team Rocket's actions today will be discovered immediately. You still need the chairman. Although Wick didn't want to collude with these vicious thugs, what she had to do now was protect the lives of the chairman's family. And it had to be said that Wick's words made sense. Although Alola was not yet part of the Pokémon League, since Team Rocket had taken action, the League could not sit idly by. And if Lucamine, the highest person in charge of the Ether Foundation, was gone, the outside world would immediately notice the abnormality. Even if Giovanni and Wick learned from Li Si and Zhao Gao and played secret mourning, how long could they hide it? He isn't that simple. Wick chuckled strangely and took out a Pokeball, releasing a Pokémon. It was Ditto. The next second, Ditto's body wriggled, and in less than 3 seconds, it turned into another Lucamine. Well, it was just in a simple style. Under Wick's unbelievable gaze, Wick twirled his mustache and mocked. Before the operation, we had already made complete countermeasures. As for the chairman, oh no, the former chairman's work, I can complete. Even if there is a need for Lucamine to show her face, just let this guy go. Suihung couldn't help but think of Alabasta in his previous life. Wasn't Crocodile playing this trick? He had his subordinate, that Okama, use his transformation ability to turn into Cobra and deceive the people. He didn't expect to see the same trick after transmigrating. Wick collapsed to the ground in despair. There was nothing she could do. At this moment, Suihung noticed Lily, who had half her face pressed against her arms, looking at him. The little girl's light pink mouth moved slightly, and Suihung read the little girl's meaning from her mouth shape, "Save us, Big Brother." In Lily's opinion, that Big Brother was also forced to join Team Rocket, and for the sake of his companions, he did not hesitate to risk his own life to become a hostage. In Suihung, Lily saw a noble soul. At this moment, Lily could only place her hope on him. Sayonara Chairman Lucamine. At this moment, Wick had already released Alakazam, preparing to give Lucamine the final blow. For the sake of my future, I can only sacrifice you. Lucamine closed her eyes in despair. Just at this critical moment. Wait. Suihung suddenly spoke. Giovanni heard this and gave Nidoqueen a look. Nidoqueen intervened like lightning, grabbing Alakazam's arm. Lucamine suddenly opened her eyes, and everyone's eyes turned to Suihung. Uncle, this woman still has value. Suihung raised his hand and pointed at Lucamine. Oh. Giovanni raised his eyebrows curiously, tell me about it. Next, the Ether Foundation will become Team Rocket's Alola branch, and we will also establish Rainbow Company here, but I don't have the experience of managing an organization or even a company. As he spoke, Suihung looked at Lucamine, and now, isn't there a ready-made one? Yes, yes, yes. Giovanni had not yet expressed his position, but Wick, who had no blood relationship with Luzamine's family, but whose feelings were like family, nodded quickly. The chairman can definitely help. She has won the Alola Female of the Year award for 9 consecutive years and is a legendary female entrepreneur who has single-handedly developed the Ether Foundation to where it is today. As she spoke, Wick gave Suihung a grateful look. What a good young man, he must have said that for the sake of the chairman's family. Shut up! Wick quickly stopped her, anxiously saying. Giovanni, you can leave this matter to me. I have worked here for so many years, and I definitely know everything about the operation of this place. There is no need for anyone else at all. Wick knew very well that once Lucamine survived today, she would not let him go. Sui Hung, what do you think? Giovanni looked sideways at Sui Hung. I don't know, I'm not Yuan Feng. Sui Hung replied inwardly, then said calmly. Uncle, there are only 0 times and countless times of betrayal. Wick's face turned pale. Sui Sheng's meaning was very clear, pointing at Wick's nose and saying I don't trust this guy. Chapter 91. That makes some sense. Lambda, who was holding Gladion like a small chick in his left hand, stroked his little mustache, expressing agreement with Su Sheng's words. Indeed, if that fly guy could betray his former master Lucamine for status today, he might betray Team Rocket for even higher status tomorrow, defecting to a stronger power. No matter the faction or the world, the word traitor is the most detestable. This book is first published on. Boss, should we get rid of this guy? Lance, the most ruthless of the future Team Rocket 4 generals, suggested. Wick was dumbfounded. What? How is the plot unfolding differently from what he imagined? He was a great contributor to Team Rocket in taking over the Ether Foundation. How could they be trying to kill him in the blink of an eye? Don't talk nonsense. Fortunately, Giovanni's response relieved Wick. Dr. Wick is a contributor to helping us take over Ether Paradise, don't say such things again. Yes. Seeing the boss's stance, Lance had to back down sheepishly. Giovanni pondered for a moment, finally deciding, since Sheng doesn't trust Dr. Wick, transfer him to Kanto then. Lucamine is yours to use. Hearing Giovanni's decision, Lambda also released Gladion. Mother! Lily! The future Chuyuni boy dashed out, embracing his mother and sister. A picture of family harmony. It seems that the relationship of this family is not yet as fractured as in Ash's time. Wick breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, his life was saved. Immediately, Lucamine and her family cast grateful glances at Su Sheng. If Su Sheng hadn't intervened. And Wick's mood was very complicated. Leaving Alola for Kanto? Wouldn't that be equivalent to losing his original foundation? But if he stayed in Alola, he would definitely be retaliated against by Lucamine in every possible way. Following Giovanni back to Kanto was indeed his only choice.